Yeah. And although it sounded a little hint of edginess about it, I don't think it's out of the middle of the bat, absolutely. That's still a really good way to get off the mark. In goes Rabada, and he bowls, and that's sliced and caught. Trying to repeat the shot, and it's taken by Bavuma at point.
Yeah.
So England lose their first wicket. It's the night watchman, Roland Jones, caught Bavuma, bowled Rabada, and England are 271 for 7. That was quite a tight session, but again, poor Morne Morkel, he's beaten the bat, and his mate at the other end gets one caught cover.
Bit of bounce.
Yeah.
Bit of bounce there, because the one beforehand smashed through the offside, slightly full.
Yeah.
That one just short of a length and just sort of hit high up on the bat and squeezed out a cover point.
As Morkel's in now. Flying drive from Bairstow. Not controlled, but up and over the slip cordon. I suppose he committed to the shot, even though he edged it. It probably would have gone over, even if he got a finer edge with the angle of the bat. And poor Morkel has to trudge back to his mark. He's either beating the bat or getting whacked for 4s at the moment.
Yeah. Bit of swing from Morkel, which you haven't seen.
Which is not his sort of main thing, is it?
No, but that just swung late on Bairstow, inducing the edge.
Here he is again, round the wicket. Bowls to Moeen. There is the bouncer, and it's 4. Moeen just helped it down to fine leg. Quinton de Kock says, I'll go and get it, and he's overtaken by a slip. And Morne Morkel doesn't have to chase after it. So another 4 for Moeen, who started briskly. And I think that's the difference. This pitch, I've seen Old Trafford pitches where that shot would have been much riskier. You wouldn't be able to just help it round to fine leg like that.
I thought Rabada would have a bit more of an impact.
Rabada again, that's the airy drive from Moeen. He's come to play this morning for extra cover, played on the up. They played an on drive, a pull, and now a extra cover drive. Morkel again. Bairstow cuts 4 more. Bairstow's 50, 51 for him. What a valuable cricketer he's become for England. He raises his bat now, points towards the dressing room, gets another high five from Moeen Ali, and now acknowledges the crowd all around. Rabada in and edged, caught. Good ball actually, angled across. Moeen practices the leave after the damage is done. Smartly taken at second slip. Big hug for Rabada from Faf du Plessis, and Moeen has to go. He played very brightly for 14 from 12 balls. I thought he got a good one here. It seamed across him, he pushed at it, and smartly taken at second slip. 8 down England.
It's a good catch, but I think that the smartest part of that cricket is that Rabada went back over the wicket. You got to wonder why he came around the wicket. He's been bowling a beautiful channel to the left-handers. You saw him trouble Stokes last night with getting the odd one to swing in and the angle across. At least sanity prevailed, and the edge was found.
As Morkel approaches, he bowled him. Nip one back through the gates, and that's thoroughly deserved by Morne Morkel. Starting on off stump, just nipping back and clipping the top of off, and Morkel has finally got a smile on his face. England lose their 9th wicket with the score 312.
That's a beauty. Angle across, nip back, though Broad was trying to cover drive something that was not there to be hit.
We're waiting to see if Bairstow can get to 3 figures here. Oliver in. Now Bairstow's on the way to the offside, almost overbalanced, but it's 4 runs down to fine leg. It was a paddle around the corner, down on one knee and falling over as he played the shots. Completely unbalanced. He got bat on ball and he steered it around the corner for 4.
It's just innovation, bravery, real bravery, because you're liable to wear one right in the throat if you get it wrong as a batsman.
He resumed on 33 overnight. 84. In comes Oliver. He's coming down the track, blasting him back down the ground, high in the air. 6 into the pavilion. Goodness me, that is how to attack. Bairstow just launched that aerially back down the ground, high over the bowler's head. Tremendous stuff.
Well, he smacked it straight to Jimmy's end, doesn't he? What a strike. He's on 90.
Goes Maharaj again. He bowls. He goes the reverse sweep. What's he doing? What is he doing? He's got his partner on 94. Now they're appealing for a catch. They're appealing for all sorts of things.
Short leg.
Leg before to start with. Now they're appealing for the catch, and it's going to be reviewed. So I have to say that far be it from me to criticise a man who's had a career like James Anderson's done, but when you've got a man on 94 at the other end.
Well, Jimmy just is just.
That's a fair delivery.
Spoken to Johnny, said
let's move on to front on, please.
Joel Wilson is the third umpire. We'll have a listen. We're looking for everything here, courts and LBs and everything.
can't tell if there's any bat. Do you have ultra edge there, please?
Ultra edge required, so they're simply talking about the catch here, although De Kock is
Can you give
clearly
me a better front on while we wait?
appealing for leg before wicket.
He's got a lovely voice, Joel Wilson, hasn't
He
he?
has. Let's have a look. Reverse sweep, I think he's outside the line of his off stump anyway, but they're looking for an edge.
Right, there appear to be no bat involved. If you have ultra edge, I'll take it now.
Is there a little bottom edge there?
This is the key. No, so it's not going to be out caught.
Flat line, flat line, flat line. Bring it back again, Mark, one more time.
He's talking to the TV engineers, of course, down there, somewhere in a van.
Right, no bat involved, Mark, no bat involved. Ball tracker when you're ready.
So we're looking at LB now.
Ball tracker coming up, Kumar. Ball pitching outside off, impact in line.
Umpire's call.
Well, umpire's call on the wickets.
He's got away with it, but I hope Johnny Bairstow is saying, what's going on?
Kumar, stay with your original
No need for
decision.
that.
Well, I just think that's why spin's so important against tail enders.
Bairstow waits, bat raised. Olivier Blackhead bowls to him. It's sliced away into the offside now. Is that going to beat the two out there? They've taken one. They come back for the second. Again, comfortably done. Elgar couldn't prevent it. Well, he's making it look so easy. He's just picking his spots. 98 not out. 361 for 9.
Well, I think Faf du Plessis got this wrong, Agus. I think he's just spread the field too soon. It's very rarely works.
Yeah. Maharaj again bowls, and there's a sweep. Hits him on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. The fingers raised, but he's got to review it. The question mark here is whether he's struck outside the line of the off stump for me.
Good umpire to director. Review for LBW.
He's been given out.
Field decision out. Let's start with the front foot, please.
Given out for 99. It was a big stride.
That's a fair delivery.
Well, I'm right behind the bowler's arm.
Let's move on to front on, please.
It looks to me like it's hit him outside
Well,
the
I'd
line
have
of
thought
off
so.
stump.
Let's see. We're looking for any bat. I don't think it's hit the bat.
Appear to be no bat involved.
And I think it will hit the stump.
Ultra edge, please.
But where's it struck him?
There was one with Bavuma last week which surprised me on an LBW shout. I think it was to Toby Rowland-Jones in the second innings.
It's going to be tight, this.
Yeah, it may be just umpire's call.
It might be an umpire's call for the impact.
For ball tracker when you're ready.
He went for the sweep. He had faced...
Kumar, we're holding for ball tracker.
Faced 3 balls. Here
ball
we go.
Coming
Here's
up.
the tracker.
Ball pitching outside off.
Umpire's call.
Umpire's call.
And out.
Wickets hitting.
Oh.
Could you put Kumar back on field, please?
Oh, he's out for 99. It was very tight for that impact. And Johnny Bairstow trying to sweep for the single for his 100. He's out. He joins that list of men dismissed on 99. He's got his back tucked under his arm. He'll be thinking, why didn't I wait another ball or whatever? That's all gone now. He's got his helmet off. He'll raise his bat. There we go. He's disappointed, but that's a tremendous innings. He'll get over that. That was a fabulous innings under the circumstances, the context of the match and everything else. The way he farmed the strike. And England are all out for 362.
They'll have to bowl well. They'll have to catch well and bowl well, but I just fancy they'll have a bit too much for South Africa.
The reception there in the crowd was for James Anderson name being read out. He's into his first run-up from his own end. Anderson bowls, Yorker dropped. Little edge, was it? I think it was. It was a very full ball. Then we'll find out whether it was bat onto ground and then through to Bairstow, or whether it was, no, straight onto the ground. There's no edge there. So the crowd and the commentators, all of us guilty of being too excited. I thought for a minute it squeezed up from the Yorker length, but actually just went past the outside edge. Anderson in again.
Oh, it's out.
LBW appeal, very close, gone. Anderson wicket, first over. He's enjoying bowling from the James Anderson end. And a big wicket too. Elgar's gone bang in front. He's looking for support from Heino Kur. I don't think there's any going to come. I think he's going to have to go. He played right across the in-swinger. The breeze is helping him. Elgar's given up the ghost. He trudges off. 2 for 1 South Africa. Anderson straight into the action with a beauty. Quick enough. Full in-swing.
It's out. You don't need to bother. He's looking back at the screen. We all know that's out.
Pitch Midland leg, hit Midland leg, Jeffrey.
It's a cracker. Look, it's the beauty of cricket. What was he, 100 last Test match? Not this one. It don't half bring you down to earth, does it? Just when you think you've cracked it and you know how to play and you get runs every time, it doesn't work like that. There's some bowlers around the world, always. You give them a new ball, I don't care what era you're playing, you give people a new ball, you can get out.
Broad in bowls, wide of the off stump and safely left alone by Heino Kun, who tucks his bat under his arm with the air of a man who's very pleased to have a 40-minute break coming up, as well he might be. There's a torrid 4 overs, seam movement, swing, swirling breeze helping the bowlers. Elgar the first to go, he was the one in that 4-over spell who couldn't withstand the Anderson onslaught, was LBW, plumb LBW.
Thrilling cricket this morning for the spectators, anybody who loves the cut and thrust and the contest and competition between bat and ball. It was absolutely thrilling. 3 wickets went down for England, then suddenly it was the Johnny Bairstow show as he took control, played exciting shots all around the park, scampered for 2s, tried to keep as much as the bowler as he could, thrilled the crowd. They got on the edge of the seat. He got England up to a pretty good total, really. It's 100 runs they scored this morning, and then they finished it off with 1 wicket before lunch. The only sadness was Johnny tried to play a sweep shot when all he had to do was plonk it down to long off, who was giving him a single. 6 balls to hit 1 to the easy shot in the book from a left-arm spinner. You learn that when you're 9 years of age. He gives you long off back, and you have 6 balls to hit it. How can you miss it? Johnny, what were you doing playing a sweep shot? But he played fantastic. He played fantastic.
There was an avuncular air in the passion with which you
wanted to telephone him and tell
Johnny
him.
Bairstow. Then I felt I was Johnny Bairstow, and I was the full brunt of your disappointment and praise. It's a complicated set of emotions.
Yeah, but he's giving you it. He's giving you it. Mid-off comes up different, but he's giving you it. It's a gift. When to any batsman in, he puts mid-off back to long off. It's like you hit it with your eyes closed. My mum could have hit that with a stick of rhubarb.
I don't know about that, Jeffrey. I thought it was a shrewd bit of bowling where he...
Oh, go on, wordsmith. He cocked up. He played brilliantly and cocked up.
From the Anderson end. But here's Roland Jones now down the leg side. Now they've got Amla. Caught down the leg side by Johnny Bairstow. And a wicket for Toby Roland Jones. First over into the attack. And Amla's gone. Big wickets in South Africa, 47 for 2.
Well, just every now and again, you know, you're just having the rub of the green. Going out to the other. Well, this is just a little feather down the leg side. You don't bowl for them. It's a poor ball, it really is. Ball before went for 4. That really should have ended up at the boundary. But Toby Roland Jones is just having that start to Test match cricket that you dream of. Pfeiffer at the Oval. Bowled really well in the second innings at the Oval, actually, when the pitch was a bit flatter. And I was just saying in the box just behind us here that I just feel that this is a real day to test a bowler, because the ball's not doing a great deal. No swing, no zip. Looked pretty placid. Amla looks set. Well, he was snifle them down the leg side.
Yes, good afternoon, Michael. And so much of when we enjoyed Toby Roland Jones's debut at the Oval and the wickets he took, a lot was made out of the fact that they were in the perfect bowling conditions when he took his 5 in that first innings. The clouds were heavy. There was a lot of moisture in the air and dampness in the air. Well, here, just want to have a passage when really the ball's not been doing
the second
a lot.
Innings,
it will be a challenge.
Second innings at the Oval, Ali, was a real test. It wasn't doing a great deal.
It was the best batting conditions of the match,
he bowled quicker, hit the pitch hard and got some real key wickets, whereas I feel this pitch now is playing wonderfully well. You'd fancy a chance of getting a few runs here. There's no swing, no seam. You know, the outfield's quicker today than it was yesterday. Clearly the rain Wednesday, Thursday here in Manchester just affected the outfield yesterday. It's got a bit firmer, and you've seen the ball travel across the deck today. And then Hashim Amla, it's probably the best he's looked throughout the whole series. He looked in a hungry mood. He looked in a mood like he well, England have seen him in the past. A little feather down the leg side. Simple one for Johnny Bairstow. He's having a good day.
That new over, Moeen, slipping short leg. Bavuma on strike. Tosses it up outside the off stump. Nice looking drive to mid-off. And sliding stop now. There's a mix-up in the middle. Comes back into Moeen, non-strike again, surely. Surely Bavuma has gone, or has he scrambled back?
I think he's got back.
Oh,
I think
Alistair
he got
Cook
back.
with the throw into the non-striker's end.
Wow.
They were both stranded mid-pitch momentarily. Lack of communication. But neither batsman looks very perturbed by this as we wait for the replay.
No, he threw it good. I don't know. Should he have gone to the other end? I don't know.
Oh, Moeen missed the stumps first time of asking.
Moeen.
Yeah, gathered the ball, and then with the first swing of his hands, didn't miss the stumps and had to then come back in a second motion.
Yeah, he would have had him, wouldn't he? He would have had him. Just time he's come back, the guy's in.
Outside the off stump, catch a first slip taken. Well, Moeen Ali into the attack, and the catch, well, a straightforward one at slip, but Heino Kuhn is out. 10 minutes before tea, England make their second breakthrough of this session, and he's gone for 24, 84 for 3.
Well, that was nice cricket by Moeen Ali and slip. That was a neat catch at slip. He one of those, with his action, sort of made it drift out, a teaser, quite a bit outside of stump, but up driving length, and it was a sharp catch, that, low down to slip, nicely bowled. But quite frankly, I don't think Kuhn can bat. Really, I really don't. I think he's a wicket waiting to get out him. His technique's not good enough. It's like the youngster batting for England. Sorry, their technique against the new ball is very limited. They're exposed. I'm sorry to say that, I have to tell you the truth. I'm sorry about his injury too, that has incapacitated him. But he's too bottom hand. His footwork, it's not tight enough. Not for this level. He's got to do some work on that, like Jennings has to.
It doesn't feel like they're building much of a partnership because they're not sort of gaining any real momentum at the moment. It's sort of about batting through time, it feels like, at the moment. Oh, and that's not far. And it's split the bails, and he's bowled him. Well, Bavuma left one too many. And after a couple that sailed over the bails, that one just flicked the top as it went through. And Bavuma has gone 131 for 4.
That's it, England on top now. Jimmy Anderson, very good bowling, just nipping it back slightly. Bavuma determined to leave on length. The top of the off stump flick. The bails go off, and just as I say, because they're going nowhere, they're not scoring runs, suddenly 4 down, only 131 on the board. Still 230 behind. Now England do have their noses in front. Very well done, James Anderson. Very well done, Joe Root, for not panicking and trying anything stupid. Not very well done, Bavuma.
No, well, he's getting some applause as he comes off, Temba Bavuma, but he needed to do a much bigger job for his team. Needed to score more. 4 down with 131 on the board. South Africa are still a whopping 231 behind at this stage.
The better players, once they get in, you know, the first 15, 20 balls, that's your golden chance to get them out. Anyone fresh to the crease, you go for them then. Once players are in, Bavuma always gets in. They go up the gears, they start coming at you a bit more, they put pressure on the bowler. So you haven't got as much, space to miss your spot, whatever. You need to bowl better at a bloke once he's in. Bavuma, because he doesn't do anything, he just blocks and leaves. You can always treat it like it's his first 10 balls. You can try things, you can vary your, where you hold the seam, what you bowl, because you know he's just going to block it. So he needs to welcome that. That's the reason, in my opinion, he's getting these 40s, 50s, but he's not going on to get 100, because once the guy's on 40, 50, he's done all the hard work, and the pressure should then be on the bowler.
This is du Plessis on strike, though, and Anderson. Oh, he's bowled in! 2 wickets in the over for Jimmy Anderson. Bowling from the James Anderson end. And du Plessis is out. Suddenly, South Africa 132 for 5. 2 wickets in the over.
Well, there is a change of momentum now. It's not 50-50, it's all England. 132 for 5. Beautiful bowling, Jimmy Anderson. Outside the off stump, a bit of seam movement back in. Playing with his bat away from his pad, Faf du Plessis. Got the inside edge straight onto the middle stump. Jimmy is over the moon. And the crowd are as well. Listen to him, they've woken up. Jimmy Anderson. Not James.
Oh, he's the Lancashire hero, isn't he, Anderson? And he's lived up to that hype today. First wicket in his first over of this innings when he dismissed Dean Elgar for a duck. And now he's taken 2 wickets in the over from that end. He's never going to bowl a ball from the stadium end again, is he?
Well, he knows if you bowl at the stumps at Old Trafford, the ball isn't really bouncing. It's not carrying through like the normal Old Trafford pitch. It was quite wet going into the game. If you keep attacking the stumps, you'll get your just rewards. And 2 in the over, brilliant, Jimmy Anderson.
Anderson wide of the crease. This time, Slaughter. Brilliant effort in the gully. Doesn't quite cling on. That's Keaton Jennings, isn't it?
I think it is.
At full length to his left, and it nearly stuck as well. It actually came off the shoulder of the bat. I mean, it was very, as hard as it gets, but because the ball actually didn't fly off the bat.
It flew off the pitch.
It flew off the pitch, but not off the bat, and actually Jennings nearly clung onto that.
Well, it looks spectacular, and you'll say really unlucky, but in actual fact, it really has taken off, hit the shoulder. It's ballooned. Well, it's a brilliant effort.
Would have been a brilliant
It's
catch.
full length, and he's got a full hand. I'll tell you what, as soon as it went in the air, I thought that's out, because I thought Ben Stokes would be.
Yeah. I thought it was Stokes. It would have been a little bit like the Strauss catch in that famous Ashes series. Again, diving away to his left. De Kock now resumes his challenge against Moeen Ali. 3 men around the bat. Moeen round the wicket, bowls, and De Kock cuts and was dropped again. 2 drops in 2 balls, and that was Ben Stokes.
This was very
who's
difficult.
been catching them like shelling peas against Moeen Ali.
Yeah, this was fairly full outside the off stump. De Kock's looking to cut the ball, and it's taken an edge. When you're on the back foot cutting, it really does fly. Ben Stokes just didn't have time to react.
2 yards away.
Got 2 hands on it, but ballooned up behind him. These either stick or they don't.
Sanderson pumps his arms and legs, bowls, and he's edged and caught a slip. Brilliant from James Anderson. It is an inspired spell of fast bowling, just enough movement, pushing forward was De Bruyn, and a very smartly taken catch at second slip. The wicket falls. It was lovely taken by Joe Root, very comfortable, waist high to his left-hand side, and the score is 146 for 6.
Beautiful little spell of bowling we're watching here, from his own end as well. Wouldn't it be fitting to get a 5 for? But just pitch that slightly up to De Bruyn, who's a tall man, as you say, likes to stand up there and looks to sort of get on that front foot and punch drive, but that was just a beautiful length, just to lure him in, the right line just outside off stump, little bit of a waist swing, finds a healthy edge, beautifully caught by Joe Root, waist high. Great bit of bowling there. I mean, just on the top of his game, isn't he?
He really is, and like you say, he's bowling from his own end. It's a lot about him, if you like, this test match.
Yeah, it is.
It's very rare to have a current player who's been honoured in such a way, and then he's not got a 5 for here at Old Trafford in test matches.
Has he not?
No, he hasn't.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way. And so, and now, and like I say, it's 5 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon. The sun's beating down. He's got his rhythm. There's a little bit of movement around there for him, and if you know the experience that he's got to expose this South African tail, and who's to say it won't happen very, very soon indeed.
So, hold on, we say things are written in the stars, so he'll have an honours board here, won't he? Probably
there will be an honours board.
Probably might be in his end, actually.
It might be.
And he hasn't got one, and then the first time he bowls here, he gets a 5 for. So, well, I'm saying it's even money. I'm saying it's odds on.
Right then. Which is it, even money or odds on?
I'm going odds on.
Okay.
And the way he's bowling, it looks like it could have happened quickly. They're into the bowlers now as well for South Africa. That's the last recognised batsman.
Crowd still chanting Jimmy Anderson's name. 4 wickets in the innings so far. He was brought off and replaced by Toby Rowland-Jones. At his end of the ground. Going back this time, struck on the pad. Now Moeen wants it, yes! Absolutely plumb. And it's the wicket of Maharaj. The second wicket in the innings for Moeen. And South Africa are 167 for 7 now, and 195 behind.
Moyes done him in length there. He's played back to a full length delivery. That's what's done him. It's the length. It's so full that goes straight on. It's that straight on ball that has got a wicket caught at slip a couple of times. But if you pick the length wrong, then you're in trouble straight away. You've got to play really well to get out of it. At our level, even at club level, you've got to pick the right length. Batting's difficult if you play forward when you should be back, or you play back as he did then when you should be forward, and that's what he did.
Stuart Broad, whose shadow is lengthening with every passing minute here at Old Trafford. He's bowling from the Anderson end, approaches, bowls, only beats him. Does he get him? He does get him. Well, Geoffrey Boycott may not be right. Broad gets the edge of Quinton de Kock, and a painstaking knock from de Kock comes to an end. 24 from 66, and South Africa are 189 for 8. Lovely delivery, sliding across the left-hander.
Yeah, good ball that. Nice cherry. Good captaincy. Bringing on Stuart Broad. But I get where Geoffrey's coming from, but Jimmy's bowled a long spell, and I think what Joe Root's doing with these four seamers is trusting them. I think he's clearly Jimmy Anderson would be the standout. I think he's going through all the four and thinking, right, I trust you all in every single situation. I'm not going to put one over the other. Jimmy took the new ball, took it nicely, got the key wicket of Elgar. I must call him Toblerone Jones. Toblerone Jones, although he's probably after a nice sponsorship deal, and maybe he could get one.
Yeah.
He's bowled nicely, and Broad's not been at his best, but that was an absolute peach. He's just got a knack, hasn't he, Stuart Broad, of just producing a bit of magic to the really good players.
Broad in again, or closer, edged it. Oh, he's taken it. Ben Stokes in the gully. Plucking it inches off the ground. Very, very sharp off the bat of Rabada. And Stokes gets the 9th wicket at the end of day 2. South Africa 220 for 9. Stokes with the catch, Broad with the wicket, and South Africa are 142 behind.
Well, this is spectacular, really is. Stokes in he's probably about a 5th catching position, low down to his left, probably an inch above the ground, one-handed, and then the one-handed salute to say, yep, thank you very much. That's me, Ben Stokes, never out the action. Good ball from Broad, just full of length, round the wicket, just a hint of movement away, no feet from Rabada.
What a stunner to end the day.
Well,
Really
it sums
was.
up England's day, doesn't it? They've been terrific all day. South Africa very poor. All set up by that partnership at the start with Anderson and Bairstow. England was struggling, and then Bairstow really grabbed the momentum and sent it England's way, and then that key wicket of Elgar in the first over before lunch. It's been a real good day for the England side. Well backed up by the fielders, some good catches, terrific support here.
Well, just listen to this for Jimmy Anderson, who is being clapped off the field by his England teammates. They're allowing him to walk off first after that incredible spell that brought the evening session to life. 4 wickets from his eponymously named end as well. But what an evening session it has been. And those spectators have stayed to the end. Very many of them have really enjoyed, but on the edge of their seats. It was quiet at times, but it really did pick up. And that Stokes catch, well, it was an absolute stunner. I think even the crowd hadn't quite picked that he'd grasped it. It was so close to the turf. And again, diving and almost taken behind him. And he then held it aloft. And there's been a couple of moments in this match where he has been quite Flintoff-esque.
Well, I actually think it's because of his celebrations. You're not too sure that he's caught it. He's so low-key with his celebration. I mean, if I'd have caught that, and I wouldn't have done, by the way, I'd have been running around the outfield doing cartwheels and running towards the party stand. He's just got such a low-key celebration to... the catch of Coombe was a good catch. Low down off Moeen Ali, but he takes it so easily. And then just raises the ball in the air. It's almost like, that's out, that'll do. It's the old-fashioned way. He goes and pats the batsman on the backside and said, unlucky old chap, I've just caught you. You'll have to go. But it's been a tremendous day for the England side. I thought yesterday was really good Test match cricket. I thought both teams, you could say, could tick the box of playing Test match cricket really well.
Broad in again, or closer, edged it. Oh, he's taken it. Ben Stokes in the gully. Plucking it inches off the ground. Very, very sharp off the bat of Rabada. And Stokes gets the 9th wicket at the end of day 2. South Africa 220 for 9. Stokes with the catch, Broad with the wicket. And South Africa are 142 behind.
Well, a very good morning to you from the middle here at Old Trafford on the third day of the fourth Investec Test match between England and South Africa. And as you were hearing, England in a very strong position. They worked hard yesterday to extract 9 South African wickets. 220 for 9 South Africa ended the day on yesterday. James Anderson 1 wicket away from his first fifer here at Old Trafford. A wonderful spell from him and all the bowlers yesterday, putting them in a very, very strong position. The sun is out. The cloud is high at the moment. We're not quite sure if how long that's going to remain for this third day because there's a strong breeze around. There's 1 or 2 murky looking clouds hovering over the grandstand, but we keep our fingers crossed that we'll get the majority of the day's play in. And it's been a very good contest so far. Look forward to all the first 2 days of this test match, especially after the first. It was an excellent day's play and conditions are pretty good this morning. Good morning to Michael Vaughan.
Good morning.
Are you looking forward to today?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's the perfect position for England, the perfect position for a bowling unit. They've just got 1 wicket to get and then they sit on the balcony and hope to watch the England batsmen go out there and just kind of put the nail in the coffin. Big day for Keaton Jennings, David Malan if he gets out there. I believe there's a bit of rain forecast this afternoon. I know it's surprising in Manchester, but...
Turn up for the books then, yeah.
Yeah, so it may be that we get a bit of rain this afternoon, but, you know, I thought England yesterday were exceptional. I thought they actually played really nicely on day one when it was quite tough. 260 for 6 on that day one could easily have been a 200 all-out kind of day if they'd have not kind of hung in there and fought. Yesterday, Jimmy Anderson's spell when the game was in the balance, 131 for 3, Faf du Plessis and Bavuma playing nicely, and then all of a sudden Jimmy from his own end just gets the ball in hand and just produced a bit of magic. So England they've had 2 good test matches. You know, Trent Bridge, awful, and then all of a sudden they've arrived and they've got their tempo of batting right, which is the key. I know it helps when they've batted in the first innings. I think the challenge for them will be when they're kind of batting in the second innings, looking at a scoreboard of 350, 400. Can they play with the same tempo? But, you know, I think they've been very, very impressive, particularly after, you know, the criticism and the rightly received criticism after Trent Bridge. The way that they've played since has been quite fantastic.
Well, we're going to hear much more from him a little later on, but the huge looming figure of the former South African captain Graham Smith is alongside me. Good morning, Graham.
How are you, buddy?
I'm very, very well, but for South Africa, they seemed yesterday a little confused about the way they went about it. Obviously, we talked about that James Anderson spell, losing Elgar just before the luncheon break, but with a side chasing a test match victory, trying to level the series, they seem to have no real strategy. Is that fair?
Well, I mean, it looks that way. I think it's just been a really disappointing couple of months in England, and it's really rounding off in an even more disappointing way. I think England strangled South Africa yesterday. The confidence is low, the batting confidence is low. You just have to look at their stats and performances they've churned out throughout the 4 test matches. It's just been disappointing. So, you know, lots for them to do. I feel sorry for Mornay and Kagiso Rabada having to roll out and bowl again today. They really, you know, Mornay in particular has bowled his heart out throughout the summer. He's carried a huge workload. But they've got to find a way to pick themselves up. You know, you got to kind of think, well, if you can maybe get something going, bowling it out for 180, get yourself back in the game. But it's looking very, very slim.
OK, we'll hear much more from you in a few moments' time. Come with me, Michael, because we're out in the middle here, and you can see that the pitch is getting a light roll as well, and just having a look. It's a very strange one, Old Trafford, because instead of maybe the Oval or Trent Bridge where, you know, underneath the top layer of grass is usually a sort of dark, muddy type of colour. Not so here. It's actually a little bit grey. And the rough patches as well starting to really break through with a couple of days cricket. Heavy-footed bowlers churning it up a little bit. What do you make of this pitch day 3?
Well, I'm stood next to 2 spinners in Graham Swan and Phil Tufton, and they're both looking down.
Spinning yourself, Michael.
Well, come on, please.
You've got great wickets here,
haven't you? Thank you for the compliment, but really, not really. Yeah, there's some nice footholds there for the spinner, but I've been surprised. I mean, you don't generally get a huge amount of seam movement here at Old Trafford, and there has been some movement here. It's been a good cricket wicket, probably not as quick as we've seen in the past because of the weather, but it's certainly been a cricket wicket that the bowlers feel in the game, but also batsmen. If you play well in it, you're going to score a few runs. You're going to have to graft, you're going to have a little bit of fortune. The outfield got quicker yesterday, so that's why the scoring rate was just that little bit higher, but I think it looks like a pitch that certainly South Africa will be looking at it this morning going, why didn't we just bat that little bit better yesterday to try and get near that England first innings total, give them a tricky third innings. Well, they weren't prepared to do the hard yards yesterday.
Graham Swan, good morning to you.
Hi, Charlie.
What do you see in front of you?
Well, as a spin bowler, I see a pitch I'd really like to bowl on. Moeen Ali's bowled from the Statham end all the while, and there's some nice rough outside the off stump for him. What he needs to really work on is arm ball. If he goes wide of the crease, where he lands his off spinner, if he can somehow work or find an arm ball from somewhere, from his angle, it will hit the stumps from the same place that the ball's turning. That's the whole thing about being a spinner. It's what Phil Tufnell used to have. Lovely being able to land it in the same spot, so it either attacks the outside edge when it turns, or attacks the pads and the stumps so it goes straight on. Mo's not got that, so every ball's going away. What he did do yesterday is build some great pressure.
Yeah. Much like Maharaj for South Africa.
But having said that, South Africa, sometimes you get bowled into submission, and they really think you do as a batting team. There's no way out. You've got to try something stupid. South Africa batted themselves into submission yesterday. Faf du Plessis and Bavuma, I mean, two of their best players, blocked the living daylights out of it for an hour and a half. The scoreboard went absolutely nowhere, and then Jimmy Anderson started getting a bit of reverse swing. They're both gone, and the rest of the town are exposed. De Kock wasn't able to get on, so I think South Africa really messed up yesterday in their approach. Yeah. But don't take it away from England, and especially Jimmy Anderson. He was absolutely brilliant yesterday.
We'll talk more about James Anderson in a few moments' time, but yeah, just looking at the pitch, we're right next to it. Saqlain Mushtaq is there, one of England's spin bowling coach. David Mills, the fourth umpire as well, in his bright white jacket. And England warming up to our right-hand side, South Africa to our left. Morné Morkel getting the lactic acid out of those long levers of his. No doubt a job for him to do today. Well, let's take a look back at yesterday in our pint-sized TMS.
He bowls, and that's sliced and caught, and is taken by Bavuma at point.
Again, Bairstow cuts 4 more. Bairstow's 50, 51 for him. What a valuable cricketer he's become for England. He raises his bat now. In and edged, caught. And Moeen has to go. He played very brightly for 14 from 12 balls.
Morkel approaches, he's bowled him. Nip one back through the gates, and that's thoroughly deserved by Morné Morkel.
84 in trouble of He's coming down the track, blasting him back down the ground, high in the air. 6 into the pavilion. Goodness me, that is how to attack.
Maharaj again bowls, and there's a sweep. Hits on the pad, appeals for leg forward. Fingers raised, but he's got to review it. These 3 balls. Here we go. Here's the tracker.
Ball pitching outside off.
Umpire's call.
Umpire's call.
And out.
Wickets hitting.
Oh, he's out for 99. He's disappointed, but that's a tremendous innings. He'll get over that. That was a fabulous innings under the circumstances, the context of the match and everything else. And England are all out for 362.
RBW appeal, very close, gone. Anderson wicket, first over. He's enjoying bowling from the James Anderson end.
Here's Roland Jones now down the leg side. Now they've got Amla. Caught down the leg side by Johnny Bairstow. A wicket for Toby Roland Jones. Outside the off stump, catch a first slip taken. Well, Moeen Ali into the attack. And the catch, well, a straightforward one at slip.
Quite frankly, I don't think going from back.
Oh, and that's not bowled. He's split the bails and he's bowled him. Du Plessis on strike though, and Anderson. Oh, he's bowled him! 2 wickets in the over for Jimmy Anderson.
Jimmy's over the moon, and the crowd are as well listening to him. They've woken up. Jimmy Anderson. Not James.
Bowls, and he's actually caught a slip. Brilliant from James Anderson.
His end of the ground. Going back this time. Shot on the pad. Now Mo wants it. Yes. Absolutely plumb.
Anderson approaches, bowls, and he beats him. Does he get him? He does get him. Broad gets the edge of Quinton de Kock, and a painstaking knock from de Kock comes to an end.
Broad in again. A little closer. Edge. Oh, he's taken it. Then Stokes in the gully. And Stokes gets the 9th wicket at the end of day 2. South Africa 220 for 9. Stokes with the catch. Broad with the wicket.
So you're available to download that pint-sized TMS section of the BBC Sport website, and also available on the BBC Sport app. Michael Vaughan and Graham Swan still out in the middle, and nice to see Keaton Jennings with a great big smile. What have you spotted, Swanee?
I just want to say my favourite thing I've seen in a long time. Saqlain Mushtaq is the spin coach. He's not got his level 4. He's not been to university to his Cone Awards and all that. He's got a towel and he's put it on the length of the phone. That is so old school. It is brilliant.
I think it's the quilt from the beds.
Oh, but there's, you know, I remember when I first started playing, my coach put a hanky down with a 50p piece in the middle. If you hit the hanky, you got 50p. Never hit that hanky. But he's got a towel. I think it's brilliant. There's something simplistic and something brilliant, but that's all bowling is. Land it in the right place all the time.
That flannel should be used.
No, and what I'm suggesting is that people overcomplicate spin bowling, but Sacklin does not overcomplicate. You put a towel down, moan, run up and hit that every ball. If he does that, it'll take wicket.
Just on that, of course, as close as you are with James Anderson, he is on 4 at the moment. Stuart Broad is halfway through an over. He's got 3 balls remaining in that over where he got the last wicket of the day. There's something obviously romantic about the fact that James Anderson hasn't got a 5 for here at Old Trafford. He's just had an end named after him. Broad's got to finish his over. Are you bowling James Anderson this morning?
Yeah.
Just to try and get him his 5?
Oh, absolutely you are.
Do you think Joe Root will?
Yes, he will, because Joe Root's still scared of Jimmy Anderson, to be fair, and he's going to look after him as much as he can till he retires, then he can gain complete control. I've seen Game of Thrones, I know how things work. The thing is, whether Broadie will desperately try and get a wicket with these first 3 balls, because we played a championship game here about 5 years ago, and Jimmy bowled a bouncer at Stuart Broad. Bowlers' union dictates that you never bowl bouncers at your England teammates, and he bumped him. Full on, but purposely bumped him, stared at him, and I was batting with Broadie.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what's that? Why did you do that? It's just broken the union. So I think Broadie's like an elephant, and he'll remember that, and I think he'll try and get the wicket. He'll apologise after, sorry mate, you deserve 5, but he's not going to let him.
Well, he's got a second innings. He can always try and get that. Well, of course, we are at the behest of the weather, of course. We're always looking at various apps and the like as soon as we wake up and get out of bed. What's the form going to be, especially at Manchester? Darren Beck, good morning to you. And there's a little bit of a concern around.
Yeah,
Are we right to be concerned?
Well, you know, we've had 2 days, 2 full days, consecutive days at Old Trafford. It's almost unheard of, isn't it? I think our luck's going to run out today because we haven't got the blue skies. We've got a lot of cloud around. The cloud's going to be thickening up as well. I think before lunch it should be fine. Into the afternoon we may start to see a few spots of rain, and the rain could set in as early as about 3 o'clock or so. And after tea, there's not a great deal to look forward to, except perhaps another beer. Temperatures today are going to be around about 17 or 18 degrees. Not going to feel that warm. And that rain is going to set in for a while, so things going downhill today. Tomorrow, though, things look a bit more promising because this rain, it will be there overnight, but I think by the time play is due to start, it should have cleared to the south. A small chance of a shower, otherwise it should be fine. England need to wrap it up tomorrow because Tuesday looks like it could be quite wet, quite a few showers and a chilly wind as well, typical summer weather.
OK, Darren, at least we know what we're all going to be doing for the rest of the afternoon around about 3 o'clock. Thank you so much indeed for that. So not great news on the weather front, but maybe a little bit more promising tomorrow. Well, England are in a very commanding situation. 142 runs ahead of South Africa. South Africa with just that 1 wicket in hand, and England will be hoping to extract that relatively early this morning and then get the pads on and extend that lead. Well, I spoke this morning to Johnny Bairstow, who was left, he was out on 99, that LBW decision, just 1 run shy of his century, and I suggested to him that England are commanding this game.
Yeah, we're in a good position. Obviously, to get 9 wickets last night was really pleasing. So we set out yesterday when we had our huddle to try and get 300, 350, and luckily we reached our target there. And then obviously the way that the lads came out and implemented the plans, especially after lunch, was amazing.
The way that you obviously batted from the 50 right the way through to the 98. Of course, you've been disappointed not to get to 3 figures, but actually the job you did has really set England up well.
Yeah. Obviously gutted not to get to 100, but as you say, it's more about the lads and where we are as a side now in the position of the game and in the position of the series as well, to be quite honest, because we set our sights after obviously the second test, which was disappointing to come out and to react again from winning last week, because that's something that we've not necessarily been too good at, is making sure that we're consistent and consistently winning. So yeah, pleased with the position that we're in, but we know that this morning we've got to get 1 and then bat really well.
The position you bat in the order is all very well for us to be talking about, and where should Johnny go? Where do you like batting? I mean, is 7 a spot that you actually feel you can thrive, or do you prefer to be a little bit higher up?
Don't really mind, to be honest with you. It's not something that I tend to think about too much. obviously, if you're at 5 and you've kept for 200 overs, it can be quite challenging. I think we've seen that with De Kock as well in this series. He's obviously come in at 7 in this game, or 6 in this game, and obviously been at 4 previously. So it's it's up in the air as to where people think that you should bat. Wherever it's best for the team, that's where you should bat. And as long as you're getting the results and the outcomes and the runs and batting a period of time in this, certain situations, then for me that's all that matters. So whether you're batting with the tail or whether you're batting with the number 3, 4, 1, 2, whoever it may be, coming in at 6 or coming in at 5, wherever it is, then so be it, and you just crack on and try and score as many as you can.
Another personal milestone for you yesterday, your 100th dismissal as wicketkeeper, and obviously it's nice to get these milestones, but as a keeper over the last sort of 12 to 18 months, you must be pleased with your progress there too.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously last year, with the dismissals that I got last year, was really pleasing, but then to carry on hopefully in the same vein so far this year and keep on improving with it is something that I've really been trying to work hard on and really trying to stamp my own mark on it, to be quite honest. So obviously to get to 100 dismissals after really only keeping for a year and a half is really pleasing.
Speaking to James Taylor, who's been commentating with us, and he wrote an article as well saying that you don't get the credit you necessarily deserve. Is that something that you feel? Do you want to get that credit, or are you happy just ticking over and doing your role with the team?
As a keeper, you don't want to be talked about. So yeah, it is in some ways. Yeah, it is nice to get some credit, but at the same time, if you're keeping wicket and keeping quiet and you guys aren't talking about me, then that's a good thing. We have been. No, but that's a good thing. And no, as long as I keep going in the same way, I'm my own worst enemy sometimes, and kick myself when I've perhaps done better than I feel that I have, and vice versa. So yeah, sometimes it is nice, but at the same time, you just want to keep improving, and if I'm improving, then hopefully that's doing the side good.
So, strong position at the moment, 140 or so in the lead. Obviously, there's weather around. Is that something that's been talked about at all, or is it just a continuation of the way that you've been playing and cross that bridge when you come to it?
Now we're in Manchester. There's been weather around all week, and we've had clear blue skies and sunshine. So I'm not too sure what the forecast is. I've given up looking at it. But as far as we're concerned, it's a case of, look, let's go out. You can't take the weather too seriously. It can be a case of, right, we could get a downpour for 10 minutes, it could be 3 hours. You just don't know, and that's the nature of the beast, I'm afraid. So yeah, as for that, it's not really something that has actually been spoken about, because we've seen that there's been absolutely no rain that's come across, maybe a light bit here and there, but as far as that's concerned, yeah, I don't think it shouldn't play into our minds, and it won't play into our decisions as to hopefully after we batted well, when we declare and things like that.
Okay, well, good luck. Well batted yesterday. Enjoyed watching you play.
Thanks, mate, and nice Hugo Boss trainers.
Well, it's amazing what you can pick up from a second-hand stall, isn't it? And other brands are available of high-quality footwear. It's just starting to build up here at Old Trafford, about half full, people making their way up the gangways and into their seats. The grandstand to our left-hand side, not as full today. There's a huge banner that's across the top of it, obviously not sold all the seats, and there's some youngsters down by the boundary edge with St George's flags ready to wave when the players make their appearance from the pavilion. Good morning to you, Alison Mitchell.
Good morning, Charles. You are looking rather smart today.
Thank you very much. The first time my footwear has ever been mentioned by anybody, but you're going to take us through up to the start of play.
We will do. It's really not been worthy of mention before, Daggers, so well done you. Phil Tufnell down in Morning Tuffers.
Morning everyone.
And we've still got Graham Swan down here as well. Yeah, good listening to Johnny Bairstow, because he really did take the initiative, didn't he?
Yes.
With the bat, vital from him yesterday. And really good to see that attacking play, but we've come to be quite used to that from Johnny.
Well, we know it's in the locker with Johnny, doesn't he? He adapts well to the situation. I think he sort of got himself in, got a platform, and then wickets started to fall around him, and then he just slowly sort of like went through the gears and sort of marshalled the tail beautifully. We'll be absolutely gutted that he couldn't get one more run. You know, obviously milestones, 100 have been brilliant. So he would have had a bit of a sleepless night, but 99 is better than 0, isn't it?
And it's a really good bit of theatre, the way, when you say marshalled the tail. I mean, James Anderson sort of played his role quite beautifully, except for, was there one reverse sweep he went for at one point? A little extravagance, but other than that, Jimmy played his role, enabled Johnny to score the runs quickly, and then, boy, didn't Jimmy Anderson play his role with the ball from the James Anderson end. We're looking back at the pavilion now, the end, I don't know what Daggers did, the end named after him. And he ended up with 4 for 33 after the day's play. And afterwards, well, he spoke to Pat Murphy, reflecting on yesterday's bowling effort.
I think on the back of Johnny Bairstow's innings, I think that we had a bit of momentum going into our bowling, and you could feel that in the field. Everyone was buzzing around that 20 minutes before lunch, and it was nice to get that early wicket.
What pleased you more, your batting or your 4 wickets?
The 4 wickets. It was nice to stick around with Johnny for a bit. Gutted for him that he didn't get to 3 figures, but it was a fantastic knock, and to get us up to 360 we knew it was going to be a really competitive score. But my job's to take wickets, and it's always nice to get a cluster, and those 3 wickets in that spell after tea were key for the team.
Can't believe you've never taken 5 wickets in a test at Old Trafford. Can you?
No, I've not. I've only played 6 tests here. I think this is my 7th test, so it was, it's one of those things. You can't get 5 wickets at every ground, and obviously it would be nice to get 5 wickets here at my home ground, but the important thing is this team's in a good position.
I know you're a pragmatist, you're a professional, but emotionally, what's it like bowling from the James Anderson end?
Yeah, it's a bit odd, a bit surreal. It's difficult to sort of describe, really. Obviously, it's a huge honour for me to have an end named after me, and it's just a bit odd, and there's a lot of mickey taking from the lads as well.
You're ahead though, aren't you, in this game now?
Yes, we are. It'd be nice to get that first wicket early on, then we can, we have to get our heads down. It's not an easy wicket to score on. We're going to have to dig deep with the bat and try and get, bat South Africa out of the game if we can.
With a bit of luck, Jimmy, you might get that 5 for at last.
Yeah, well, hopefully, yeah.
So that's James Anderson with Pat Murphy. Stuart Broad has now come down onto the outfield, just doing some warm-ups, rolling his arm over with Otis Gibson with his huge baseball mitt in his left glove. I'm glad he just caught that one, because the All-Stars cricket kids have just started lining up, and one of them might have worn the ball just then. Photographers starting to line up ground level to the right of the pavilion, and they had a little bit of a shock last night, because not long after the close of play the sprinkler system sprung into life, and I think some of the equipment might have got a little bit of a spray, and possibly the electronic advertising hoarding as well. So I think they've all got their rain covers at the ready, not least because of a slightly dicey forecast later on in the day today. So Tuffers and Graham, it is going to be a day where England want to take this last wicket, get batting, and therefore the spotlight will once again be on Keaton Jennings. Big day for him, last innings in this series.
Well, it could be last innings in his short test career, unless he pulls something out of the bag. It's very strange, he got that 100 on debut, he was dropped on 0. You think once he's got that 100, he must love Test cricket. Look how easy it is if you bat properly and you're positive. And he's just regressed since then. And, he just looks like a walking wicket when he's out there.
I know, isn't it funny though? But then people start thinking, instead of, but he got that 100, but he was dropped on 0.
Exactly, yeah.
Everyone starts talking about it.
I mean, had he not got that 100, he'd have been dropped by now. Yeah. His figures would have been that bad. And let's face it, there's other people knocking on the door. For some reason, Stoneman isn't even thought of. I don't think he's rated by England coaches or selectors. He's not going to get in. And yet, I think he's the best of the guys waiting.
Yeah, there comes a time, and I think this is it now for Keaton Jennings, when you've got to go out there, enjoy it, enjoy the atmosphere, enjoy the pressure, revel in it. Don't let it get on your shoulders. Go out there, play a few shots, and I think that's the only way for him to sort of get that sort of nervousness out of his system.
I mean, Stoneman, he's got to have been close, and I understand he was told to effectively, almost be on standby, that he would be the next man in when the squads were named for the Oval, and then he wasn't there in the end. So perhaps some mixed messages coming out, but there is an important round of county championship matches starting today, and Hasib Hamid amongst them playing, and Stoneman will be playing for Surrey against Somerset. Hamid will be playing for Lancashire against Hampshire, and we had that curious situation here the other day on day one where Jennings in the side batting, and Hamid is here netting with the Mark Ramprakash, England batting coach, and spending time in and around the dressing room. How do you feel about that?
That tells you all you need to know. That's not something new. England have done that for a while and got people close to the squad in amongst it. What that tells you is he's absolutely the next man in. and he was in the nets practicing short pitch bowling, which tells you that A, they think he's got a problem against short pitch bowling from his time in India because he didn't play it all that convincingly, and B, he's going to Australia to open the batting, so I think it's a no-brainer. They want Hamid to play, and that's that. He fits the bill.
Slightly harsh on Keaton Jennings to be batting and sort of knowing that the guy who's looking over your shoulder is literally looking over your shoulder, literally sitting behind you in the dressing room.
You kind of know that anyway, as you say. If you're an opening batsman in England at the moment, make sure, as you say, in the next round of county matches, you go and get yourself a big 100, because then you've got a chance of having playing against the West Indies. So, yeah, I mean, as Graham was saying, it's not a new thing. People are always coming in out of dressing rooms and sort of like practicing with ramps and people like that. But, yeah, a big day for Keaton Jennings for sure.
Yeah, well, all those county championship matches are available online to listen to full commentary of. So if you go to the BBC Sport website and app, you'll be able to find whatever match it is that you want to listen to. Hamid is sort of quite well known and well written about since his England debut. This championship season's averaged less than 20 in the 7 championship matches that he's played in. There was a century scored playing for the Lancs second 11 against the MCC young cricketers. But here's Alistair Cook joining James Anderson and Stuart Broad down here on the sidelines. James Anderson's doing some stretching. I mean, he would dearly love to get this last wicket, but Stuart Broad, the two of them here, great friends, been partners for so long. Exactly. 3 balls for Stuart Broad to try and nick the last one out, and James Anderson then, no doubt, from the Anderson end, coming in to see if he can take the 5-0. Just wonder which one's going to get there first.
Yes, well, I mean, yeah, very good friends, but I'm afraid when there's a wicket knocking about, friendship goes out the window. So I'm sure Broady will be desperate to clear it up in 3 balls. If not, James, I think it would be fitting. It's almost been written in the stars, I think. So hopefully James does get it.
Well, of course, and we've seen Moeen bowl to quite good effect here. You were watching him very closely up there a few moments ago, Tuffers. How do you think he's been doing?
I think he's been doing excellently there. I mean, it's just got a nice rhythm, he's got a nice pace, and on this pitch, as those sort of like quarry-like rough patches spring up from the bowler's footmarks, I think he'll get better and better, and I think he'll play a pivotal role in the second innings.
Well, England taking the field through the guard of honour of the All-Stars cricket kids with their St George Cross flags and a South African flag there as well, and the 2 not-out batsmen overnight. Morne Morkel was there, and then Dwan Olivier yet to face a ball because that wicket fell. Stunning catch by Ben Stokes to close the day's play yesterday. It's suddenly got a little more overcast here. There is still some blue sky up above, but we've had the warning about darker clouds moving in and some potential rain perhaps after about 4 o'clock this afternoon. But England, well, they need to take 1 more wicket to then be able to come out and start building on a lead. Let's take you up to the commentary box. Geoffrey Boycott's up there. Morning to you, Geoffrey, and alongside him, Ed Smith. Hi, Ed.
Thanks, Ali. Yeah, thanks everyone, including Mystic Tuffers, who predicts a James Anderson 5 as broken sunshine breaks through here at Old Trafford. For day 3 of the final Test match with South Africa, 142 runs behind England with just 1 wicket remaining. England right on top, 2-1 up in the series, in a dominant position here in the 4th Test. And just trying to finish off this South African tale and then have a bat and set up what one assumes will be a declaration designed to give England enough time to win the Test match. Very good morning, Geoffrey Boycott. What do you see as the day unfolds today? When do you expect to see England look to be back in the field, if you like?
I can't tell how Joe Root thinks, whether he's going to be a cautious captain, but I think with what you've got to look at the weather forecast, and you've got to see that rain is coming. It's coming today, later on. There's forecast maybe some tomorrow, and maybe even more on Tuesday. That doesn't mean to say it'll happen, that there'll be a lot, but I think you've got to keep your eye on it and not be overcautious. I think England are a better side than South Africa. I think once they've got the Nottingham debacle out of the way, the rest of the cricket, they've shown that they're superior to South Africa, so I don't think they need to be too cautious.
Agree with that.
The trouble is they're 2-1 up in the series, and they may think, well, a draw, we still win the series.
First ball of the day. Olivier waits for Broad, who leaves outside the off stump.
I hope they don't think that way, but I've been in dressing rooms. I think they will. They'll think, oh, well, the series, we're winning the series, a draw, we win anyhow. I think if they genuinely feel, listen, we got to get on here, we can beat this lot, they can beat them, even in between the bits of rain coming.
Broad bowling from the Anderson end. Angled one up past the umpire. Bowls now. And Olafia plays and misses to a beauty. Bairstow takes low to his right-hand side. 3 slips in a gully. Short leg. Not often in place, but there today. 3 men saving one on a fine leg. Kind of a classic positive field. Crowd's not quite so full today. 2 pretty much full houses, and then today there's plenty of space at the moment. Whether people are just having a slightly lazy Sunday morning, we'll find out later. Broad again, and nicely played. Olafia. Clunk of bat on ball. And that's the end of the over. Of course, just 3 balls to be completed after Broad took a wicket with it in the middle of the last over last night. 220 for 9.
And Jimmy talking to Joe Root.
Already?
Yeah, he's talking to Joe. I mean, you got to laugh. You got to think, well, is he going to give me a bowl and a chance of my 5?
Good morning, Andrew Sampson.
Morning, Ed. That wicket that Stuart Broad took last night took him to 377 in Test cricket. So he's gone past Malcolm Marshall. Now 17th overall on the list. Leading Test wicket taker.
What do his wickets cost him?
28. Yeah.
And what do Marshall's cost?
20.94, yeah. 20.94, yeah. Ian Botham's next in his sights. Botham 383 is next highest up on the list.
Well, James Anderson is going to bowl from this end, the Brian Statham end, towards the James Anderson end.
He's not giving him his favourite one with the wind.
Yeah.
He's let Stuart Broad finish his over off, isn't he?
But Anderson will get a dart at Morkel, who's 18 not out, played some lusty blows last night, and the breeze is across the left-hander towards the slip cordon, as it has been all match actually, but this is
not easy to swing it into the left-hander against the breeze.
It's going to be
not easy to even make it move back.
6-3 offside field, 2 slips and a gully. Morkel taps his bat, waits for his first ball of the morning. James Anderson on his home ground in bowls, and Morkel is right in behind it and defends into the offside. It's a remarkable career, and I think a lot of it, this is James Anderson, a lot of it can be put down to how well he's looked after his body. He's never gained weight. He's got very good natural athleticism, and he's also given himself the best opportunity. Very similar physically to how he was 15 years ago. Anderson again, a little bit of a way swing to the left-handed Morkel, but Morkel pushes to mid-wicket. All those records, sorry Jeffrey, all those records we've been hearing about that Andrew mentioned. I mean, longevity is the absolute necessary preliminary. You can't break any records if you don't play for a long time, can you?
Absolutely, you've got to stay fit. You've got to have usually either good technique or a good action, bowling, and you've got to have desire. You've got to want to play.
Anderson in, and Morkel off his hip.
Oh,
wants a single throw. If he hits, he misses. It's Keaton Jennings. He had, just over a stump to aim at. It was a difficult one, moving away to his left-hand side. Actually got rid of it pretty quickly. Be interesting to see on the replay. Let's see now. Is Olafia in? Close, Jeffrey. Would have been gone upstairs, wouldn't it?
There's a famous moment when Brian Statham, the great Lancashire fast bowler here, was bowling at 2 tail enders, and somebody tried to run him out. He said, "For Christ's sake, don't run him out." his wicket counts 1, just like Bradman's. Which is true, isn't it? That's really.
The last thing we need is run-outs.
Yeah,
bowlers to say.
I can bowl him out. Just give me a few balls.
Anderson to Olafia in, and it catches the edge, but goes down to Moeen Ali at point. So do you think James Anderson had time to say miss?
Definitely don't throw it. Oh, please.
No overthrows and no run-outs.
No, don't throw.
Anderson past the umpire, bowls, and very nicely played by Duan Olafia. Full face of the bat, nice contact.
The new ball on this pitch by both sets of bowlers has been totally different from when they've been bowling with the old ball. When they're bowling with the old ball, like now, I know it's tail enders, but you feel you could play on this, but the movement is little, marginal. If anything, an odd lowish ball, but nothing to worry about. When the new ball's there, different ball game.
Anderson, and again, nicely played. Confident defensive shot, skews off the edge of the bat, down towards the third man boundary. Moeen's after it. And has that touched the boundary foam? I think it has now, yeah. One of those diving efforts where Ben Stokes overtook Moeen Ali, as you think he might. It was a great effort, but he actually pushed it onto the boundary foam at the very end. So 4 runs for Olafia, and the end of Anderson's over. And they're going to stay at these ends, so Broad will continue from the James Anderson end.
Yeah, I think it's one of those pitches with the old ball. You can bat on that. If you've anything about you, I do say with the new ball, be an handful. Morning Morkel and Rabada bought some cracking deliveries, and so have England, but that would be, yeah, you would have to work really hard to stay in. But once it got to 40 overs, it looked softer, quite easy. The odd ball maybe just went in a little bit, odd ball kept a little low, but scoring was hard, not staying in. Scoring runs was hard to slightly, partially defensive fields.
Broad's going to come round the wicket to the very tall Morkel, who taps his bat and waits. Broad in, and Morkel plays nicely off his hip and picks up a single to deep backward square leg. And in the light of what you say, Jeffrey, I think it's a pretty damning piece of evidence that South Africa haven't assembled a single half-century in the innings. They've struggled all summer as a batting unit, and that was always going to be their weakness. But, you know, Bavuma top score 45, is it, Andrew?
That's why I can't see them beating England.
You can't win test matches without people making scores.
I looked at their batting lineup. I've seen them in South Africa, and I looked at England, and I know we have problems at 2, 3 and 5, but we have 2 classic players in Root and our opening batsman Cook.
Broad in, Olafia again, nicely compact in defence, pushes to Anderson at mid-off.
Bavuma 46, just the 111 50s in the series for South Africa so far.
Just can't win test matches. Those sorts of numbers, and the poor bowlers get grumpy because they feel they're always bowling. No sooner have they taken the 10th wicket than they're kind of back in their bowling whites after insufficient rest and recovery. That's been the story of the summer for South Africa. Their batsmen have not made enough big scores. Broad now, Olafia plays a nice check drive once again to Anderson. 3-man game at the moment. Anderson at mid-off, Broad bowling, Olafia pushing.
Only time they made any decent runs, they won the test, Nottingham, didn't they? And if you look at size, I come back to what I keep saying on here. If you can't bat, you can't win. You don't make enough runs. You have to make enough runs to give your bowlers. England's bowlers are good, South Africa's seam bowlers are good. A spinner looks quite good. I was impressed with him. I thought he was just a decent bowler. I think he's better than that, Maharaj. But they can't bat.
Broad again, good bouncer. And David Malan at short leg does well, scrambling away to his right-hand side. Possibly a big innings coming up in terms of opportunity for him later on. Almost everyone's waiting. The crowd's very quiet. Just waiting for this last wicket, and I think England's batsman can get out there again. Broad, knees pumping, past the umpire bowls. Olafia is struck on the thigh pad, and the ball loops a couple of bounces to Ben Stokes in the gully.
Just got to keep bowling straight, haven't you? You've got to keep bowling straight. It's like tail enders, they look pretty good for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and then they miss one. It's like me when we bowling as batsmen, we bowl 2 overs, 3 overs, and we're knackered, aren't we? You know, we're just not used to it. And these aren't used for batting for a long time.
Broad in. Oh, I thought it snuck through Olafia's check drive there. And again, Malan does well, scrambling away to his right-hand side. I thought that was through. Olafia just got an inside edge on it in time. End of a probing over by Broad. 226 for 9. South Africa 126 behind still.
So it's funny, isn't it? Everybody has different views, and I also, captain, should go with their gut feeling. Me, I'd have bowled Anderson from the end where he got wickets, with the wind is
How would you have
perfect for
got
him.
there? Because Broad had to finish the
He
over.
had to finish the over.
So who would have bowled the
Then
next
I bowled Moeen.
Moeen for one, Anderson and Broad.
Yeah.
That's what I would
And
have done.
maybe not even Broad. If Moeen had looked all right, he's got the left-hander
might
to
not got
bowl
that
and the
far.
rough. He's got the left-hander with the rough and then number 11. I don't think Moeen's bothered about him. I mean, even if they whack a couple of fours and all out, it's all right, saved a lot of time, and it's still big lead.
Yeah, this one other than Anderson in, wide of the off stump, left alone by Morkel.
I just think with the wind in the right place to make the ball go out, even if it's old, you only want one to just offer a little bit. Because tail-enders, they play at the ball, they don't play for the swing or seam, they're not technically good enough to do that. So you want it just to move, and if it could just drift on the wind from the other end.
2 sips and a gully weight. Anderson's angled run past the umpire now, left alone by Morkel. He can hold a bat, Morne Morkel. What's his test average, Andrew? He's 20 from 31 balls in this innings.
12 and a half.
Looks better than that, doesn't he, Jeffrey? Do you think he's...
I tell you, all tail-enders look good until they get out. They get 10 or 12.
Some of them look bad and
well,
they get out.
Yeah, there are.
I was a
Walsh
Kent fan in the
people
80s.
rubbish.
Kevin Jarvis averaged 3, did bad, and then he got out.
And he were lucky to get 3.
Yeah, he was. Anderson in now, and ooh, just over the top of off stump. Morkel leaves on length.
It was actually a fairly decent series with the bat, Morkel, so far, with 78 runs at 19 and a half.
There you are.
Well, he's got his lot now, 19 and a half. Get out. Get on with the game.
There is a theory, don't think it applied to you, Jeffrey, that batsmen relax when they reach their average. Anderson in now, good ball, inside edge onto pad. Some people say that, there's no run.
No, it didn't apply to me.
Didn't apply to you.
Definitely not.
I don't think a sudden diminution in hunger and concentration was closely associated with your game, Jeffrey, but apparently some batsmen relax when they get to their average.
When I got to 30, I was thinking, well, we're getting 100 here.
Did you get cross with yourself if you started thinking about hundreds too early or not? Or did
No.
you didn't mind?
Oh, you could tell some days of the pitch and the rhythm you were batting.
Anderson in, left alone once more by Moore.
Other days you could get one up the square.
Remember, one time I was having a very terrible trot of form, Jeffrey, and I just dying to get to double figures, and I was on about 4.
Seems a long way away then when you're out to Nick, doesn't it?
And there was a 3, and then there were 4 overthrows. I got a 7, and I was suddenly on 11. I was jumping up and down. A 7. How about that? Anderson wide of the crease, and Morkel is equal to it. Pushes on the offside. Moeen picks up. End of the over. Good one from Anderson. Maiden. 226 for 9. It stays. England have been tidy this morning, but they're still being made to wait. South Africa's tail is sticking around.
I think back to when I played psychologist. I think if I could have taped how I felt, the 2 extremes had played terrible, couldn't get runs, and what the negative thoughts going on in your mind, and then of the positive thoughts when you're playing well and thinking, oh, very quick, I get 100 here today. It's so extreme. I'd love to have given them to a psychologist and say, what do you make of this, the human mind?
Broad again. Pull shot's gone straight up. Difficult chance for Bairstow. Makes it look easy. England have mopped up the tail. South Africa all out for 226. Broad gets the wicket. Anderson's 5-foot does not materialise. It was a pretty hapless pull shot by Olafir. For a moment I thought Cook and Bairstow were going to converge. Cook did very well. He almost ran out of the way at the end and made sure the man with the gloves did the catching. Bairstow made no mistake. It was almost like 2 planes and one peeled off. Cook left Bairstow alone, made sure he didn't get in his eye line. Warm handshakes for Anderson. So 2 personal milestones have been missed. That happens in cricket. First Bairstow 99 yesterday, then Anderson, who still has to wait for a 5 for Old Trafford, but he bowled beautifully yesterday for his 4 wickets. England's position in the match very, very strong. a lead of 136. Anderson and Broad, the old firm, lead England off. Broad just says, hang on a minute, James, you go first. Nice gesture from the wicket taker there. And at the back, Bairstow with his gloves on, and David Malan starting to think about his batting at number 5. 226 all out. Last man Olafir caught Bairstow bowled Broad for 4. Morkel stranded, 20 not out, played pretty well for it too. Didn't have too long to wait, Jeffrey.
Well, as I said to you, they look all right for a while, and then they've been in 15 minutes. They think they've like been batting for 2 hours for us, and it's like reverse it. When we bowl, I bowl 3 overs. It seems a lot tiring for a bowler who's used to bowling. It's just getting loose, isn't it? It's just reversed the situation. I thought that was a good catch. I know we say wicket keepers with gloves, you've got to leave it to them. Cook did in the end the right thing. That was a good catch. They had to go back a long way, coming over his shoulder. They're never easy. Obviously a bit easy if you've got a big pair of gloves on, but that was a neat catch. No, that was pretty good. We'd have said if he dropped it, well, maybe with the gloves should have caught it, but it wasn't easy. But so therefore that's a good catch.
I always think that, I don't know what you felt, Jeffrey, but the catch where sort of over your shoulder and you have to run and take the catch, you know, directly running away from the ball, I think that's always a very difficult catch.
Caught it well, got his gloves up early, high in the air. Yeah, he always looked as if he was going to catch it. And look, they're just better than them. They can't bat. Sorry, if that's not meaning to be cruel, I'm just telling you the truth. They're not very good at batting. And we know England have some difficulties with young players, but the middle order is so strong. I mean, there's nobody in world cricket, there's no team in world cricket as a Stokes, Bairstow and Ali. Well, there's nobody. And Woakes, when he's fit, I keep saying that. There's no 4 in the middle order like that in world cricket.
And I think it's no coincidence, Jeffrey, that when that's been restored, and you don't want to blame Liam Dawson, but it's almost like England moved away from their biggest strength, that 6, 7 and 8. And as soon as they've come back, that band's been put back together again. Yeah. I think the series has turned from 1-1 to a very likely 3-1, hasn't it?
Yeah. Look, they made a mistake. The trouble is, when I make a mistake, instead of trying to pretend I didn't, put your hand up and say, hey, we made a mistake.
One test too late. Exactly.
Yeah, we made a mistake. Fine, there's nothing wrong with that. It's human. We all do. Made plenty. But don't keep on saying, oh, Liam Dawson's our number 1 spinner. That's absolute nonsense. Say, look, we tried the lad. We maybe got it wrong. OK, move on. Go back to what we're good at. We've got 3 seamers, 1's off spinner, Ali, and we have an all-rounder, a world-class all-rounder, so we have 4 seamers. That's enough. Unless it's a raging turn, unless you're playing in India, then you drop a seamer and you play another spinner. I mean, that's not me being clever. Everybody out there knows. You know, every county cricketer knows. They're all bright enough to work that out. You don't have to be a clever dick, do you? I mean, but they keep trying to pretend that, oh, well, it was a good idea that Liam Dawson, he was our number 1 spinner. Just say, hey, got it wrong. Move on. Nothing wrong with that, is there?
Nothing wrong with that.
The ego gets in the way, doesn't it, somehow?
Quickly, let's go through the scorecard. Elgar LBW Anderson 4. Kroon caught Stokes, bowled Moeen 24. Amla caught Bairstow, bowled Roland Jones 30. Bavuma bowled Anderson 46. Du Plessis bowled Anderson 27. De Kock caught Bairstow, bowled Broad 24. De Bruyn caught Root, bowled Anderson 11. Maharaj LBW Moeen 13. Rabada caught Stokes, bowled Broad 23. And Morkel not out 20. Stranded when Olafir was caught Bairstow, bowled Broad for 4. 72.1 overs, 226 all out South Africa. Bowling figures, Anderson on his home ground, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 38. Broad, 16.1 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 46. Roland Jones, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 41. Moeen, 21 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 57. Stokes, 6 overs, no maidens, none for 34. David Malan, 1 over for 7. Situation in the game, given all that, after England's 262 in the first innings, is that England have a lead of 136. And it's just a question, I think, of unless South Africa's bowlers can do something unbelievable, it's a question of when.
Ed, the game's over. Unless it rains, England are going to win. and quite rightly because of the better side. It's as simple as that. Only rain can stop them. There are only two things, really. It's nice to watch the cricket unfold and see what happens to the game, but the real two questions only really matter now. It's really about the numbers 2, 3 and 5, the young players in the England side, how they bat, how many runs they get, do they look as if they're going to make Test cricket, those three positions, and then other than that, I don't think England get bowled out, is when they're going to declare. Is he going to be too cautious with rain around? And the fact that they're 2-1 up in the series, so if they get a draw, they still win the series. Or is he going to say, hey, we can beat this lot, we don't need too many runs, we can bowl them out again? That's the only two decisions.
I was about to pass over to Mike Afton because he's
coming on. Come on here, Michael.
But actual fact, I think Mike's going to take a bit of a newspaper and disappear, and it's going to be Charles Dagnall coming in.
He was hobnobbing yesterday in the committee. I saw him.
I'm sorry to disappoint everybody that it's me rather than Mike Atherton, but good morning, Geoffrey.
Morning.
He just stolen our newspapers and back to his particular office he goes. And this is a big innings as well with Keaton Jennings, you would imagine, in Last Chance Saloon. And it'll be intriguing to see how he goes about it today. How's he going to be feeling?
You and I might think he's had plenty of chances, but the selectors, I don't know. I don't know how they think.
But it is a big innings for him.
I think, like you, it's a big innings. And it is a decent size innings for Wesley and for the young lad Milan. I think it's a big innings for him. It doesn't mean he's going to get dropped if he gets out. I'm a great believer. I come back again. Once you pick somebody, give them a chance. But, you know, we want to see how they make runs as well. It's not... You need to make runs, like you need to take wickets, but how you do it. You want to see... If we see that you're going to be all right at Test cricket.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
The way you shape up.
I don't like saying... I don't think his technique's very good. I don't think it's going to work in Test cricket. I'm getting any pleasure out of that, but it's my credibility, you know, saying what I think, what I see.
Absolutely.
I can't make up good things just because he's a nice young lad. Somebody tweeted me the other day. I can't make up nice things just because he's a nice lad.
Well, you've got to call it as you see it.
I'd be delighted to say he's played splendidly, made 70 runs, but I have to say only if it's true.
Well, the South Africans are in a huddle down below us to our right-hand side. Last couple of words of encouragement from the captain, Faf du Plessis. The umpires are out in the middle, changing ends at the change of the first innings. Just a reminder, if you do fancy coming down today, we do know there is going to be a little bit of rain a little bit later on, but there's about 3,000 tickets still available today. £25 for adults, £10 for juniors if you fancy making your way down to Old Trafford. Warm applause greets the two openers. Keaton Jennings and Alistair Cook, left-handed duo, striding to the middle. A little bit of a jig done by Jennings just to loosen up the feet. Touch of the gloves and out they wander to the middle. And
this is not the worst pitch to bat on. But there will be a little bit there with the new ball. We've seen...
Heavy roller's been on.
Yeah, it'll be all right. I think as an opening batsman, I'd expect it to move a little bit. I can't remember when I went in again a Test match bowler and expected it to be straight up and down. It don't work like that when you give people a new ball. But if this is not one of the more difficult pitches to bat on, you know it's going to be slow. That gives you more time to adjust and play the ball. You play it late. It's, if anything, the odd ball is kept a little on the low side rather than not going to bounce alarmingly at you. So, really, scoring runs quickly. Bairstow's been the only one to do that. But I think you can bat on that. You stay in, you play. And for Jennings, what he has to do is just get in, play to lunch. Just get himself a nice little 30 not out at lunch.
Well, I think the hardest of hearts would not wish Morné Morkel well. His last innings in England for this series as he opens the bowling. Down the leg side it goes, and it's taken well by Quinton de Kock. And we're underway in this second innings with England leading by 136 runs. He's bowled beautifully, as we've said many times.
It's hard, though, when you're 136 behind and then you come out to bowl. You know you're behind what they call it, the 8 ball. You know you're struggling to stay in the game.
Do you expect, though, Geoffrey, with them being 2-1 down in the series, they have nothing to lose now. Do you expect for the first, well, until lunch as Morkel approaches round the wicket. He comes solidly forward, prods Alistair Cook out to Maharaj at mid-off. But, you know, this session now, what is it, an hour and a half they've got till lunch, and maybe the hour after lunch. Do you really expect them to come at England? Catches in place?
I don't think it'll matter. I just think England are better than them. Cook, for me, started playing really well the last test. The footwork was
But if
terrific.
you're in South Africa's shoes,
well, I don't think they can. I think they're down a bit.
Morkel approaches, bowls, and big appeal for LBW. It looks like it's sliding down, but it's flicked off the pads of Alistair Cook, running away fine to the boundary and signalled leg byes, and 4 of them. So England off the mark in this second innings. They lead by 140. Cook did shuffle across to the offside somewhat, just having a look at the replay. Always going down, but
I think he's been playing well. I like the way he grafted at the Oval with terrific innings. I mean, as I've said many times, he won't get all the recognition, you know, no flashing drives or scoring quick, but that was a terrific innings for winning the game.
It was classic Alistair Cook, as Morkel bowls wide outside the off stump, just holds its line a little bit, and Cook leaves well enough alone and just gets rid of a little bit of debris.
Philander. I mean, you can
it really does.
Say all you want. The thing is, he bowls wicket to wicket. You know where you're going to set the field. Even if the pitch doesn't do a lot, you just bowl it there, nibble it a bit, keep you working at it. He's not giving you any respite, and they miss that sort of control.
He's on you all the time.
All the time.
Asking questions with every delivery. Short leg in place as Morkel bowls, and that's carefully watched by Alistair Cook. Back up the pitch. So we've got 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, and then a very square short leg. Not crowding Alistair Cook, 2 pitches away. Be always tempted, though, and it's something that's been discussed a while. Fine leg as well. Kagiso Rabada just loosening up on the boundary edge. Always temptation to stick a leg slip in for Alistair Cook. Just the way he flicks off his pads as Morkel comes in, bowls, and left alone nicely by Cook. Good foot movement and good judgment as well. Through it goes, and the first over has completed. A maiden for Morné Morkel, but 4 without loss due to those leg byes. There's still seats in the grandstand to our left-hand side available. This cloud is slowly drifting across the sky in front of us. Flags not waving as furiously as they did over the first 2 days. There was a strong, stiff breeze. Now they're just gently billowing. A couple of birds fly past.
I'm interested to see what sort of rhythm Rabada has. Thought he bowled really well last innings. Lovely rhythm.
Well, the best of the series, wasn't it? He's a fabulous bowler. And what a prospect for South Africa. Already he's of high class, but he's only, what, 21 years old? 22, sorry.
Everything seems rhythmical. You know, he's not straining at all. He's tall, athletic, just looks in great proportion, not too heavy or anything. I've liked him since the first day I saw him bowl.
He's got a fabulous build for a fast bowler as he runs away from us from the Staithen end. Keaton Jennings, just a little paddle at one. Just nips off the seam and away through to the cock. It is. Well, as a bowler, you look at that and you think, I'm in the game. I realise that's the way he plays.
I'm going in a minute, I'm glad. I want to keep watching him. I hope the lad does well. I really do. I don't like to see lads struggle and struggle. I've been there in Test cricket. It's not fun.
Well, listen to what Paul Farbrace said when he was interviewed at the end of the first day, I think it was, as Rabada. The sun pops out, runs away from us, bowls, and he leaves us alone, that high above his head.
I'm interested.
And Paul Farbrace was suggesting about, working on technique and saying how hard he works and what kind of lad he is, and that's all very well. Pat Murphy was asking him the questions, but he was talking about the time that you can have between test matches to try and work on a player's faults or deficiencies at this level, saying that there isn't a great deal of time between test matches to adjust or to change things up. You need a little bit longer than that as Rabada comes in, bowls, and that just slides across the left-handed Jennings. I think he played inside the line of that. Not a genuine play in this. And is there something in that?
I think it's harder. You really want to be doing your technique outside of the season. You need to be working then. That's where you should do all your hard work. That's where the golfers do when they're changing anything.
Yeah.
They work off-season, day after day, off-season.
It's very difficult for him to come into the test side as Rabada bowls wide outside the off stump, carries through nicely. Lovely.
He tries to play a bit like Trescothick did. You know, play down and then play for his stumps. And if the ball's going to go towards away from him, just let it go. Play inside the line. He doesn't yet, anyhow, look quite as secure as Trescothick did. He was a very good player. At least he played to the ball. He looks very tentative.
Rabada. Blue flashes on the back of his shoes as he runs away, bowls. Oh, it's left alone. It's a good leave.
Good leave,
Just
that.
on around fourth stump line, and once again, hands high above his head. Don't forget, as well as other cricket, 7 county championship matches taking place this morning. All of the commentaries available via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website and also via the BBC Sport app for your smartphone or tablet. It's a good job Jeffrey's gone, actually, because Yorkshire is struggling against Essex, 24 for 3. In Yorkshire's first innings, Leesbrook and Kola Cadmore all out. Mohammed Amir with a couple of sticks for Essex. Here comes Rabada bowls, and one coming back into Keaton Jennings, who dead bats it to short leg. And it's the end of the second over. Another maiden. So England 4 without loss. They lead by 140. And good morning, Phil Tufnell.
Morning, Charles. Morning, everyone. How's it going?
Have you not been watching?
No, I was actually asking after yourself.
Oh, myself, I'm very well.
Yes, no, I have been
good
watching.
form.
Good.
Good form.
Excellent.
Just hoping this weather stays away for as long as possible. Just a little bit of build-up to our left-hand side.
What time are they saying?
At 3.
Oh.
At 3.
Well, hopefully England will have moved the game forward slightly. Look to go out there and play positively this morning.
Will there be any thought about the weather conditions as Morkel starts a new over, bowls, and that just tucks Alistair Cook up a little bit, nipping back into his thigh pad, trickles out to short.
Well, they've got all the aces, England, haven't they? You know, not needing to perhaps take any risks or push on too quickly. You know, weather's on their side as well. South Africa got to win this Test match, so I think England, they'll be sitting pretty, aren't they? To be fair,
we'd hope that they value their wickets dearly and they're prized out rather than giving it away, because there is no rush for England.
No, I think they'll just tick over.
3 slips, all with hands on knees, crouched down as always beaten. Is Alistair Cook. Good line from Morné Morkel. Just held its line really, and Cook, without a great deal of foot movement, offers the bat. It goes through to Quinton de Kock.
It's been a well-used sentence, hasn't it, this series? Well, beaten by Morné Morkel.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Yes, he's been unlucky, perhaps. Last effort for the South African bowlers to get something.
You've got to have a hard heart not to wish Morné Morkel well, and for the way that he's carried this attack.
Yeah, he has.
He's been just wonderful to watch. Tall, lean, broad shoulders though. He comes in, bowls, flicked away by Cook. Beautiful shot from Alistair Cook. Trademark Cook flick through the leg side and away for the first. Runs off the bat for this second innings, 8 without loss.
And that's all England need to do, isn't it? You know, just try and avoid the good deliveries. Stay nice and tight at the crease. Your bad ball comes away, just put it away. Slowly build that score for South Africa to chase. I can't see it happening myself, Charles, I'm afraid. I think England are in the box seat.
Yeah, absolutely. Forgot to mention there is a T20 game on as well today, down at Taunton. Somerset playing down there, as you would expect. They're taking on Surrey at 2:30. Bit of biff down there. 8 without loss as Morkel comes into Cook, bowls, and he just leaps a little bit, does Cook. Kept a bit low, and he was on his tiptoes as he has to jam the bat down, turn it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Our friends over there in the bed, sir.
Oh, they full up?
Well, no, there's 3 that
away.
We're getting away.
Hey.
Good morning to you over there. Hope you're comfy.
Have they been there all night?
I don't know. Give us a thumbs up if you have. Yes, they have been all night. Excellent.
Why go home?
Well, indeed. It's very comfy. I wonder if they've slid under the duvet.
Well, I would.
Yeah, why not? Sitting upright, watching Morné Morkel approach, bowls, and again, Cook is a little leapy. And in defence, plays it out to mid-on.
In your onesie.
Have you got a onesie?
I have got a onesie.
Is it a zip?
Yeah.
It's got a zip at the front.
I don't particularly wear it off, actually.
Do you
I think I
not?
was bought it for Christmas or something.
Is it like a bunny rabbit or a bear or something? Snowman.
It's a zebra.
Is it?
Yes. Be perfect for in there.
Yeah, it would. You'd be well camouflaged.
Yeah.
You'd look like a barcode.
I would. There's one bed free.
There is actually.
Yeah,
got my eye on that one.
Yeah, me too. Look, very nice cotton.
Maybe we do a lap after this stint as Morkel bowls, and that's off the edge of Alistair Cook. A hand has been placed on the ball by a diving gully, but it's just not enough to stop the ball careering away down to the boundary for 4. And once more, how many times have we said this sentence?
Yeah.
Morné Morkel with hands on hips, 12 without loss. And England lead by 148 at the end of the third over.
And it always happens, isn't it? You have the big sort of like stirring team talk. Come on, boys, this is our last chance to put in a good performance. And every little edge seems to just go past a fielder's hand. And it always seems to happen. Egyptian cotton, they look like. I do
agree.
like Egyptian cotton.
Do you?
Oh,
is it the highest of cotton qualities?
Yes, I think there's like a thread count.
Oh, really?
It's all about the thread count. Very nice.
It's a high density of thread.
Sort of, yeah.
There's 3 in a bed. Oh, there.
Is there?
The one next door.
Wow. I suppose you could get as many as you like in there.
Absolutely. Very comfy way to watch the cricket.
Good idea, that.
Rabada continues away from us, bowls, and again a very good probing line. I know Keaton Jennings has just left it alone, but that's the corridor. Mark has messaged us. He's on the cruise ship Britannia, heading for the Norwegian fjords.
Lovely.
So there's lots to do on board, but not enough to keep us away from TMS.
Yes.
What a lovely part of the world that is.
You been on a cruise?
No.
Lots of food, apparently.
Yes.
Yeah, it just keeps coming.
But they have games as well to play as Rabada bowls, and that just carries through nicely to Quinton de Kock. Yeah, they toss those ropes.
Deck quoits.
Is that what it's called?
Is it called quoits?
Oh.
Might be called quoits. You sort of shuffle, isn't it?
Oh, you use a sort of a broom type of thing.
A bit like shove halfpenny, but on
decking.
On a deck.
Have you cruised?
No, I haven't. Oh, I quite fancy the sound of it.
They're enormous now. They're just like huge skyscrapers, but on
30
the
stories or something. Yeah, whoppers.
Amazing. There's Rabada, bowls a bouncer. Doesn't really get up. It might have even been a slower ball bouncer. Oh no, just looking at the speed, around about 82.3 miles an hour. So just didn't quite get up.
No. Which is all good for England. They won't mind seeing the balls sort of, the odd one misbehaving. Odd one's leapt, hasn't it, as well?
Rabada, he just hits that spot, and obviously if they're 2 different trajectories after the ball's pitched, then it's awkward for the batsman.
Yeah.
And Jennings, who you feel needs a score, it's never comfortable as 3 slips of gully come down, and he just nudges one into the offside. Still yet to get off the mark, Keaton Jennings. He's been there for 10 balls. Ian Lerner has got in touch as well. TMS at bbc.co.uk or at BBC TMS on social media, on Twitter. He says, I'm following from Spitsbergen in the far Arctic, from the captain's cabin of the sail training ship Ocean Spirit. The land of ice and polar bears, fortunately, has a strong 4G connection.
Oh.
The Arctic's got a better one than Leicestershire then.
Yeah.
It's terrible. Here comes Rabada, bowls, and forward delicately comes Keaton Jennings. Bless you. The far Arctic, they're listening to us. In fjords and
polar bears. Don't run into a polar bear.
They always look cute, don't they?
Huh?
They look cute.
Yeah, I don't think they are. Very big claws. Big paws.
Nails. Rabada pumps his arms and legs as he thunders in, bowls, and again tentatively forward is Keaton Jennings, but as it out of the middle of the bat and it squirts out into the offside, and there is no run. Always great to hear where you're listening to us, wherever you are around the world, whether it be in the polar ice caps or in the fjords of Norway. Great to have your company. So more from you, Phil Tufnell, with England 12 without loss. The Cookie Monster's in. That's good news as well. 12 without loss. They lead by 148. He wants a drink. Not a cookie. Cookie's 8. Jennings is yet to get off the mark, and some more from you, Philip, and then be Alison Mitchell.
Well, it's a bit blustery and a bit chilly out there, so I reckon he's come well attired today, the old monster. Good blue, that is, bright blue. What sort of blue's that, Ali? You know things like that. Oh, so that just put your headphones, got the wrong headphones.
I just couldn't hear anything out of the first set. Little late change. Morning, Taffers.
Morning.
Sorry, I missed your question completely.
That's a very bright blue, the cookie, is it?
Oh, the Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the technical name is for Cookie Monster's colour. Azure blue. Morkel around the wicket then to left-handed Cook. He defends. Bavuma from point comes in, picks up. From squirting off the edge of Cook's bat, square into the ground. Going back to the beds on the opposite side of the ground, there's a little bit of overpopulation in one of the doubles.
Yeah.
I can see 4 in one bed.
They've all piled in, haven't they?
4 in the bed, and the little one said. Extreme high population. Important innings now for Jennings, isn't it?
Yes.
Leaning on his bat hand at the non-striker's end.
Tempted just to come herring down the trick and sort of track and smash him back over his head.
Goes Morkel to Cook. Now width! Oh, very close to the edge of the bat, through to the keeper. Cook's eyes lit up. Going for the cut shots. Morkel, throughout the series, has bowled well. He's had a terrific line. His length has been spot on, but that one...
Good pace, good
really
carry.
Really good carry, wasn't it? Taken at chest height.
Yeah, bit of bounce. There is a bit of bounce with the new ball, and it seems to have gone through stages, this pitch, hasn't it? It sort of livens up a little bit, doesn't it? Or then starts to reverse, and has little sort of docile periods when you can bat on it as well.
It was the odd one which kept a little lower, even.
Yes, and the odd one, the one really leapt, didn't it? I think De Bruyne got the shoulder of the bat. 2 slips,
a gap to 2 gullies. This one coming into Cook, defending again, up to mid-on. And the pick-up from Olivier, back into the gloves of Quinton de Kock. And
So it's a perfect little situation, though, for Alistair Cook, isn't it? You know,
get stuck in.
Yeah, get stuck in, put them away slowly, sort of death of 1,000 cuts almost, isn't it? You know, just hang in there, slowly put them away.
Well, the lead will be 150 very shortly. 148 it stands at now.
Yeah, nice lead there. 10 in the pavilion, 150 lead. Ooh, lovely.
Yeah. Well, everything's gone to plan thus far. It's only haven't quite had the first hour of play yet, but they took the first wicket within just 22 balls of the day. Morkel into Cook, edging again, forward defensive, out to Bavuma at point and no run.
Slightly miffed, perhaps, Jimmy,
for not getting the last wicket. Well, he was very quick to walk over to Broad. He was the first to shake his hand.
Yes, of course.
Fielding as he was there at mid-off. He walked straight across to Broad, shook hands. No idea what he might have said to him as he shook his hand.
There you go.
Thanks very much, mate.
Yeah.
Well bowled.
Yeah.
But yeah, Olivier was the last of the South Africans to fall. Top-edged pull and a running catch by Bairstow. Mork was in again to Cook outside the off stump, and that's been steered past Gully, and Bavuma from point is racing after it again. His legs, well, they were like the road runners, and they've come back for a comfortable 2. Cook onto 8, 14 without loss then England, and the lead is up to 150 on a greyish overcast morning. There were some patches of blue earlier on, but the forecast for later on isn't too clever. At the moment though, the clouds are high and no sign of rain, so that is good. But the lead now 150 in England. Started the day in dominant position, and they intend to assert that authority as this batting innings goes on. I mean, the one thing which would make it rather interesting is if Mornie Morkel, you know, you had your little Mystic Meg hat on earlier in the day. As Morkel's around the wicket again, Cook leaves this one alone outside the off stump, shouldering of arms, and it's the end of the over. 14 without loss, the lead 150.
Didn't work out.
Well, the Anderson fifer didn't work out, but you have also suggested a cheeky fifer for Mornay, who would deserve some wickets.
If you get your just desserts, you know, he would walk off with a little cheeky 4 or 5 in my book, but as you say, you don't always get what you deserve in this game.
It just doesn't, the game and the shape of the match and South Africa in the field at the end of a long tour, it doesn't have the feel of a game where wickets are going to clatter quickly and England, you know, will be rolled over cheaply.
No, and that's the only way, I'm afraid, South Africa can get back into the game. They need it to happen quickly.
3 slips to Gully, point, short leg in place for Rabada. Into Jennings now, he's yet to score, and that's edged into the ground and then into the hands of Gully. Soft enough hands to keep the ball down. It's offered chances Early on in both of his last 2 innings, when he was out for naught in the first innings at the Oval, out for naught in the first innings at Trent Bridge. The 48 he got in the second innings at the Oval. He was dropped at slip on 6. Nearly caught and bowled off Rabada. He was on 4 in the first innings here. He's faced 13 balls so far.
And is it, we were discussing it as well, weren't we? So people saying about his record and what have you.
Rabada in now to Jennings. Bowls off stump, edged on, dropped at third slip.
Wow.
Well, there's another life.
Wow.
A diving effort. Ball into hands. Faf du Plessis. Oh, sorry, Dean Elgar leaning on his elbows, having put in the dive. And Jennings there, life on naught. Well,
he seems to have a few, doesn't he? Even his 100 now is sort of like known as the 100 when he got dropped on naught. We were saying that earlier, weren't we? And just push forward again, and that sort of almost letting the ball hit the bat defensive shot. Just jagged away from a bit off the seam and should have been caught. Should have been caught.
Well, Elgar put in the full length dive, but he did get his 2 hands to the ball. Diving to his left. Rabada in again now to Jennings, a little straighter, and Jennings works it to the onside, coming forward, defending.
One thing he can't say, that he's been a bit unlucky.
Yes.
Because he's had a few chances. He's had a few chances to try and get it right, but he'll be feeling the heat out there, that's for sure.
But it's when you've got those lives,
you've got to capitalise.
Yeah, you absolutely do.
You know, you've got to say, right, it's my day now.
Well, the very best batsmen in the world are those who, when a chance goes down, you sort of go, oh, well, that's it, you know.
That's right.
Giving it away. Rabada in outside the off stump, looking to drive into the ground, and he's off the mark. He'll come back for 2 here. Yep, slight hesitation from Jennings, but Cook says, yes, let's go for it. A sliding stop in the deep mid-wicket. And Jennings has 2 runs to his name. England 16 on the board, and the lead 152. Morning, Andrew.
Morning, Alison. 16 balls to get off the mark for Jennings.
Yeah, they've been pretty good this morning, South Africa.
Yep, tied him down. How does that compare to his previous innings in the series, Andrew? A chance then dropped catch off Rabada when he was on naught.
Feel for him a bit, actually.
Well, you do, and it's noticeable the warm reception that he's had when he walks out to bat here. People want him to do well, any England batsman to do well. Leaving this one alone,
that's better.
Tall shouldering of arms.
Yeah, more positive.
Knew where his off stump was.
Yeah, and sort of, you know, don't just have a little limp leave, you know. Get yourself in position, and you can leave positively, you know.
That was the full lightsaber leave.
It was, yeah. Not bad, that.
Luke Skywalker-esque.
Yeah, don't just sort of, you know, really positive movements, being on your toes, up and down, forward and back, balanced.
It's got that slip cordon, just hovering, waiting. Leaning forward now, getting into catching position, short leg there as well. Rabada in once more, turned it into the ground, fielded at short leg. A tumbling stop to the right. For a delivery which Jennings dealt with well, nudged it into the ground. So it's the end of the over, the lead 152, England 16 without loss. Jennings 16 balls then to get off the mark, but then did so with a run 2, and having had the life on naught, and Dean Elgar with the dropped catch.
Yeah, made good ground to it. I mean, slip catch is difficult, low, hard, but having got there, done the hard work, 2 hands, you kind of think to yourself, oh, should have held that. What a great... I was watching the highlights last night as well, because I don't go out much anymore.
Beg to differ.
Yeah. And
leave that for later.
I was just having a look at that Ben Stokes catch again. What a catch!
Almost took me by surprise watching it.
Yeah.
Because it sort of plucked it right off the turf. Morkel in, full drive. Oh, that's gone. Cook has driven straight. The edge of the bat. The catch going immediately to 4th slip. And, well, Alistair Cook goes for 10. South Africa do get the early wicket. 1 chance went down off Jennings. This time, no mistake. And England are 16 for 1.
Yeah, good delivery again by Morkel. Slightly fuller and sort of like luring Cook into the drive, and a slightly open bat face. It's just slid off the face and gone straight into sort of more of a gully, I suppose, or just behind point gully. You know, gone for the positive option there, Alistair Cook. It just slid off, and comfortable catch about waist high. So South Africa, something for them to bite on. They've got the early breakthrough.
They're in a huddle there. De Bruyne with the catch, Morkel with the wicket then, so for once he does get the early breakthrough and gets his name on the wicket front.
What is this little beauty?
This is one of the most elaborate cakes that we've had to date in this series, I'm going to say.
Oh, that's a beauty.
Well, Photograph needs to go on Twitter with this. It's colourful. We did say yesterday that we had a blower's cake come in and it wasn't colourful enough. Well, someone has now lived up to the request.
Is that a jammy dodger? Is that a jammy dodger?
How to describe it?
Is
Wesley is making his way out to the middle. The cake itself, it's circular. It's almost a rainbow cake. Green, yellow, pink, with cream-coloured icing dripping over it. And then it's piled with sweets and toffee and marshmallow.
Bit of Battenberg. And a pigeon.
A pigeon perching on the top with binoculars around his neck, and he's wearing a red bow tie.
Well, that is a belter.
Blower's pigeon.
That is a belter.
And I'll read you the letter in a moment from Julie.
That's
a colourful cake for a colourful character. To everyone at TMS, I know the man himself isn't here at Old Trafford, but we can't get to any of his last few tests, and I thought you'd appreciate the sentiments and hopefully the cake. I'll be in the crowd today with my husband Daryl and our bump, 22 weeks pregnant, hoping to see England add some runs. Just want to take the opportunity to say thank you for the wonderful show. I'm looking forward to TMS getting me through some tricky times as I'll be on maternity leave for the Ashes. That's a great time to be on maternity leave, though, when the Ashes are on.
Yeah.
Here is Morné Morkel then, bowling the first ball bouncer to Wesley. Sails through to de Kock, getting a good bounce out of the pitch. Good carry. But the senior statesman in Alistair Cook, with him departed, it's the two new boys out there in the middle.
Pigeon's got a bow tie on.
Yeah.
Very smart.
Isn't he?
Very nice. I like the little go on that one. That looks a beauty.
The detail is extraordinary.
It is real, isn't it? Oh, yeah. No, it's all... Yeah, looks it. Yeah. Nice, soft little squash.
Actually too good to eat.
Does a bit.
Wesley faces up to Morkel outside the off stump and through to de Kock. And no run. These two batted... They haven't batted together yet, they, Andrew, because Jennings has been first to fall in each of... well, the last two test matches since Wesley came into the side.
No, second innings at Lords, they batted together.
Ah, Lords.
I wonder if he cut that open, Blowers is going to jump out the top.
In his own bow tie.
Surprise, my dear old thing.
To say on it, my dear old thing, green icing, and you'll be missed.
Yeah.
Around the base of the cake.
He will.
Morkel now to Wesley outside the off stump. Goes through to de Kock at good pace. Purposefully back to his mark.
Alistair Cook's finished the series 268 runs at an average of 33.5. Yeah. Morné Morkel's got him 12 times now, which is the most times any South African bowler's got a batsman out in Test cricket.
Yeah.
Alan Donald got Mike Atherton 11 times. And going back a while, Athol Rowan got Len Hutton out 11 times as well, which was a previous most for a South African bowler.
Yeah. Yeah. 33. He'll be, yeah, 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10.
Yeah, I'd be thinking it's been a little while since my last 100.
Yeah.
Morkel, and again to Wesley, straighter delivery. A little fuller. He meets it with a very straight bat. Defends back down the pitch.
Having said that, all the pitches have been lively pitches, haven't they? They've been sort of bowler-friendly conditions.
Just been a little something, hasn't there been?
They haven't been like, baked, belting, batting pitches. Yeah, they've all done a little bit. I think it's best not probably that...
88.
Yes.
Yeah, the oval.
When it was hooping and seaming.
That was again England opting to bat first,
Yeah.
but the day when Faf du Plessis content to have lost the toss. Morkel again, drive by Wesley, the ball flying off the edge along the ground, the third man for 4. Aiming up through the offside, the ball flying away, outfield. Well, it's got quicker as the game has gone on, because we haven't had any further rain since the build-up to the match. But England now 20 for 1, the lead 156, and Wesley then off the mark with that 4.
Yeah, went after it, didn't he? Saw it was full, not perhaps where he wanted it to, sort of slid off the face a bit again, just behind point, but positive footwork and a positive attitude. It's up there, it's wide, it's full, I'm going for it, so if you're going to give it away, give it a good one.
And he has looked positive, hasn't he?
Yeah, I like him.
Throughout his very early stages of his career.
Yeah, I like the look of him.
Looked quite a well-organised batsman.
When he hits it, it's it goes for 4. He doesn't look scratchy or look, where's my next one coming from? He looks positive intent.
Jennings on strike, little bit of width as Rabada just pushes one across him, through to the keeper, not tempted to go after it. I think there'll be a photograph of this cake on the TMS Twitter feed and probably Facebook very shortly. Already online, if you want to have a look. Hundreds and thousands adorn the base of the cake as well. It is elaborate. Thank you very much for that, Julie.
Yeah. I don't think that one will last long. I might have the pigeon first.
Which part of the pigeon do you prefer, Tuffers?
Breast.
Rabada comes in and defended from the crease by Jennings. Picked up by Olivier on the offside. No run taken. Not a fan of wing?
I don't mind a bit of wing, you know, or a bit of thigh. Don't mind a pigeon.
Juicy ones are the best. You need a little bit of plumpness, probably.
Yes, they go very well with sort of like a red currant sort of sauce or something.
Well, that one looks a little bit on the stiff side. In goes Rabada. Balls outside the offset once more. That one really picked up.
Yeah.
Flew, taken by de Kock. Shoulder height, not above his face. Was still moving, travelling upwards as it reached the keeper. And building up a good head of steam, Rabada.
You know, that bit of juiciness from that first day's gone out of it. It's dried out. There has been a few indentations on there as well, so they would have then hardened. Odd One just sort of kisses that indentation and really does fly.
Speaking of pace, I'll come back to this after this Rabada delivery. The four slips bob down, short leg in place. And Jennings has pulled away, saying, no, I'm not ready. Something's distracted me. Not sure what that is behind the bowler's arm. We can't see from here. The bail's fallen off in the wind. I didn't realise it was quite that windy.
Looking a bit ominous over the left as we look.
Hope the weather doesn't move in earlier than thought. Now, speaking of pace, did you watch the 100 metres final last night?
No, I didn't.
I thought you'd be keeping a close eye on one of your charges for the TMS anniversary match, and Johan Blake, just to see.
Did he come second?
No, not quite. In goes Rabada, full the pads, but that's been clipped through mid-wicket by Jennings. An assured stroke for 4 runs. We'll get there. Julie does. Jennings on to 6. The lead up to 160, 24 for 1.
So Gatland won it?
Yes, Gatland won it. Bolt's bronze.
Oh, bronze.
And your man, he's on your team, Johan Blake? I can't remember who
Not quite sure.
in the draft.
Where did he come?
4th.
All right, who comes second?
Pretty nifty. I did note down his time.
Do we have a second?
Christian Coleman.
Very good.
He's going to have a good
Was it
career.
a special time or something? Or just...
Oh, yeah, Johan Blake, 9.99 seconds.
Oh, under 10.
Under 10. Rabada in again, full again. On off stump there, defended this time by Jennings, no run taken. So I think you've got to be very careful about who Blake is batting with.
Yeah. You reckon he'll be pretty good between the wickets?
I think anyone will struggle to keep up with him.
Yeah.
Although I gather that he's more of a bowler than a batsman.
Right.
So I imagine he's pretty rapid at that as well.
I should imagine. Oh, well, that was a shame, I suppose. Was that his last? That's him done now, is it, Usain?
Usain. It'll appear in the relay.
All right, yep.
Still have another moment of glory. Fuller looking to drive, doesn't time it. Ball thudding into the ground and out to short extra cover. End of the over. 160 the lead. 24 for 1 then. Wesley on 4, Jennings on 6. And the man out, Alistair Cook, driving at Morne Morkel, and a thick edge flying to the brain in the gully. And so out for 10. I think with that Tuffers I'm going to make way. Ed Smith is coming in. But yes, Johan Blake.
Okay.
He's looking rapid.
Yeah, well, that's good.
No problem with his fitness ahead of the game.
No.
Here's Ed.
I don't know whether we have got him on Team Tuffers. I think Michael might have bid a couple of rhubarbs for him. But looking forward to that. Looking forward to seeing Johan. Great lover of cricket. Loves the game.
Ed. Morning, Tuffers.
Morning.
Was that chance for Jennings just when he needed to kickstart his Test career? We'll find out. Morkel in now, bowls to Wesley, and Wesley's playing softly in defence right down the pitch. Morkel fields. 24 for 1, 8.1 over. South Africa have bowled well. They're always likely to charge at England for a bit. If England can weather the storm, I think that an air of inevitability might take over, but we're not there yet.
Looking at those ruffles, they really are hard You know what I mean? They're almost sort of like hewn out of stone, you know.
Morkel in. Wesley leaves a length ball moving away towards the slip cordon.
Be interested to see how the Maharaja bowls. He'll get some jump and sort of, you know, they really are grooved. Moeen will come into it Monday, Tuesday, I think.
Three slips and a gully. Wesley's batting with his right toe on off stump. Morkel in and beaten. One that keeps low. There's 6 South African batsmen not that happy about that ball. Kept very low.
Does that actually happen, does it, to the batters when they see that?
Yeah, they go, great, well,
oh dear, I might get one.
It's going to be me. It's actually not the low one. The low one very rarely gets you out. It's, you know, it's what it does to the rest of your game, and the best thing you can do is just obviously forget about it.
But it's always there, is it? On the shoulder, nagging.
Andrew Sampson.
Got an obscure Tom Wesley stat for you, probably after this ball.
Lovely. Looking forward to that.
Morkel in. Wesley defends once more. He looked very solid, I think. Morkel went to kick it with his left foot, got it a bit high and shinned it. Deflected to Bavuma. Go on, Andrew, far away with your obscure Tom Wesley stat. First of all, what qualifies as an obscure stat?
It's the general adjective for a stat most of the time, isn't it? Obscure.
Yeah, I was going to say,
anyway. First 4 partnerships he was involved in Test cricket, all over 50.
Okay.
3 at Lords and 1 here. And the 5th one, unfortunately, was naught. He got himself out. And there's only 4 other batsmen who managed to have done that.
As Morkel's into Wesley, who gets a good bouncer and plays it very well. Watched it all the way through, swayed out of the way. Afternoon, Michael Vaughan. We're just going to let Andrew finish his obscure stat about Tom Wesley.
So the other 4 batsmen who first 4 partnerships in Test cricket were over 50. Were Herbert Sutcliffe, David Lloyd, Gary Cozier, and Murali Vijay.
There's a pub trivia question waiting to happen. What unites the following 5 batsmen? And TMS listeners will get it right. Wesley taps his bat again, waits for Morkel, and it's a beauty from Morkel. He has bowled so well this series without any luck at all. That's 84 miles an hour, rising in the channel, a little bit of a way swing. Wesley plays and misses. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, digital radio, online and via the BBC Sport app. But Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast.
Well, he's into a spell of already 5 overs, Morne Morkel, and you're thinking as a batsman, just see him off. You'll be just facing Rabard and then looking behind yourself, just see if Morne Morkel's taken his sweater off. Probably bowl another one, maybe 7. So Dan Wesley and Keaton Jennings, Rabard has bowled nicely as well, but I'm thinking, wait a minute, Morne Morkel, probably 12 balls of this spell to go, just get him off.
We were talking about that yesterday, seeing people off. It's probably not talked about quite as much maybe as it used to be. Rabada starts a new over in, and Jennings is up on his toes, wants a single. Chance of a run out, Bavuma misses. Had Jennings got in, it would have been close. Bavuma's very nimble and lithe in the field. There's a tight single, but Jennings gets away with it, goes to 7.
Well, it was almost a bit of deja vu, this, from Bavuma, because we saw him in the winter run out David Warner in Perth, very similar to this. I'd tell you what, that would have been very close. I
think his bat was up.
No,
just in.
Yeah, there's one fielder that you don't want to take on. It's Bavuma. I'll tell you what I liked last night, Ed. Andrew Sampson just receiving a bit of stardom in the car park.
Autograph hunters,
right, Andrew, isn't it?
Selfie hunters.
Selfie hunters. They wanted the Stato, who played such a big part in the Geoffrey boycott. That's brilliant. Little story last week. I thought it was a lovely moment in the car park. There was more wanting his picture than anybody else.
You're quite right too. It was done on ability. Rabada in now, bowls, and Wesley defends. Nicely played. That was a really forthright defensive shot. Michael's just gesturing with his hand. I think he approved of that too. Right in the gap on the offside, picked up a single.
I'll tell you what I was thinking there, Ed. He's an interesting player, Wesley, because he does know his game. But even that forward defence shot, you think that ball's probably got 2 or 3 inches outside of off stump. And his back shape's just coming back towards the ball. Usually when you play a forward defence, you just play with a little bit of an angle back to the offside. He's so gearing his game to kind of play back from where it's come from.
So a note of approval in there, or scepticism, a bit of both?
Yeah.
Rabada in. Jennings plays it nicely to mid-on, but there's no run.
It just tells you can have different styles, can't you? Have different techniques. Both can work. You see, for instance, Jeffrey Boycott would always get that high front elbow and kind of just open the blade onto the offside. Someone like Steve Smith would do it the way that Tom Wesley does it, kind of get over to the offside and play a little bit more of a closed-off face towards the onside.
I think what's impressed me about Wesley is when he gets the ball he's looking for, he doesn't miss out.
Times it, doesn't he?
And there's a nice sort of nice strike to it. Rabada in and left alone by Jennings as we welcome back our long wave listeners.
Well, he's got a nice piece of willow in his hand, Ed. Nice old-fashioned bat company.
Put it down to the bat.
No bias at all from me, though. It's interesting with Keaton Jones, isn't it? You know, some players that have been struggling for runs, they come out and just play loads of shots. You know, just try and smack the ball to the boundary. Just try and get to 20 quickly. Well, he's going for the alternative option. He's 7 from 27. He's just trying to graft. He's trying to grind it. You can see that he's really working on, particularly those balls around off stump, 4 stump. 4 slips away at the mistake.
Jennings again waits for Rabada. Cruisy run up Rabada and bowls, and Jennings is right forward, a bit more forthright and confident this time in defence. Yeah, it was better, wasn't it?
Yeah, he got that head towards the ball, real positivity in the foot movement. Yeah, it's not an aggressive stroke, he's just making sure that he's smothering the balls. A few times in the series where he's edged the ball, even the drop today, it's almost like he's just a little bit timid in his defence.
Yep.
And he's expecting the ball to hit the bat rather than making sure it hits the bat.
Correct. Maybe hoping rather than expecting. In the county championship, Haseeb Hameed is out for 6, I'm afraid, playing for Lancashire at the Ageas Bowl. And Yorkshire, Michael, well, 49 for 6 against the leaders.
The C threat.
The C threat must be in.
Causing all sorts of problems. Get to 100, that'd be a good score.
Rabada in, and Jennings is forward, nicely timed, but Olafia picks up. But I'm all right in saying that your former colleague Chris Silverwood is doing a good job coaching Essex, and
yes, with
top of the title,
with my
top of the table, rather.
Yes, with my other former colleague Anthony McGrath, who's the assistant coach down at Essex. I was surprised actually when Yorkshire allowed Anthony McGrath to leave the club. I just think he's got a nice gift of speaking to people, man managing. You know, he's a good person to talk the game. It might be the best thing for him in the long run, you know, to get away from Yorkshire. Who knows where he'll end up.
It's a good team then. So McGrath and Silverwood leading Essex at the top of the table.
Keaton Jennings just played, Ed. I'm pretty sure that if he was full of confidence and playing as well as he possibly can, that ball comes down the ground for 4.
Yeah.
You know, because it was a half volley, and you can just see he's just a little bit timid. He's a bit frightened to play the strokes. Understandable. But I do think, particularly in Mumbai, when I saw him get that 100, he played some beautiful drives.
Didn't look scared when he reverse swept on his way to 100, did he? Morkel in now, and Wesley squeezes down. The ball's keeping a little bit low. Wesley's got to remind himself to come forward, even though it's Morkel. It's one of the hardest challenges in batting when you've got a very tall, fast bowler, and the odd one's keeping low. And if it's a 50-50, you've got to come forward. Easier said than done. Morkel, 6'7", bowling beautifully. It's one of the hardest technical challenges, variable bounce.
Sorry, Ed, me and Phil are having a private conversation about that cake that was delivered.
Crack on, Michael.
Oh dear old thing. Best ever, Phil? Yeah, up there.
Morkel in, and Wesley drives, doesn't time it. That was played on the up. Morkel's interested, the slips are interested. Morkel just stayed at the end of his run as if to say, I don't mind that shot selection. And Wesley then practices the forward defence as if to say, OK, I'll put that away for a moment.
think we should have a TMS summer trophy for the best cake. We should bring that in. The Great British TMS Cake Off.
See, your entrepreneurial talent knows no end, Mark. I can see that being a real good spin-off.
I'm all for encouraging more cakes. The Guinness one was very, very, very tasty.
Morkel in, and Wesley defends from the crease, square on the offside.
So 26 for the blowers one. I think it's a rainbow cake. Who made it? Was it there? Got the letter there. Who's it from?
Michael.
Julie Hall. She's 22 weeks pregnant. She's here today with her husband Daryl and our bump.
And still found time for a TMS cake. Morkel in now, bowls to Wesley, who leaves the in-swinger. Never really in danger of hitting off stump. Was well judged by Essex and England number 3. A nice calmness about Tom Wesley, who goes about his business, pretty unruffled. Looks like he's played a lot of cricket, has played a lot of cricket, and this is just another game in that sequence.
Yeah, look at Keaton Jennings at the non-strikers then. Just one-handed drills. He's fighting a few technical demons down that non-striker's end. Just watch the ball if you can.
Morkel in. Wesley, nice drive, up on his toes on the back foot. It's a Michael Atherton style back drive. Goes into the boundary foam now. Really good shot. Picked the right one to attack. Stood tall, found the gap. Well played Wesley. He's 9 not out, and that's what he's done all the way through his brief Test career. He hasn't got stuck. He's 9 from 17. He finds the boundary quite easily.
Well,
classy shot.
Yeah, you've got to have that ability at this level. As soon as you get half an opportunity to score, you just have to take it. And particularly against a bowler like Morkel, who's bowling so well. He's not giving you many half volleys, not giving you anything on the pads, or hasn't as yet. As soon as he gives you a sniff of something short, you've got to latch onto it.
Morkel in, and Wesley drives out! That was a drive too far for Wesley. A mirror image of Cook's dismissal, a check drive, caught in the gully. Morkel has his second wicket, well deserved. He's bowled beautifully in this series, often without luck. He's got a double breakthrough now. And Wesley has to go. It was the wrong ball, it was a length ball, it wasn't a half volley. And that bat face going towards mid-on, which we've talked about, can cause his downfall. Did in the first Test innings he played and has done in the fourth. And South Africa doing everything they can to cling on in this series.
Yeah, that's a bit of a mental error that from Wesley. Just hit the boundary. Sees one full from Morkel. He didn't get in a balanced position. He kind of plays the drive on the move. He's played a few nice drives in this series, but also a few where you've kind of looked at and wait a minute, you've just got to make sure that you're a bit more balanced on that front foot. Now Joe Root's out there again.
I think that was probably the worst of his dismissals, actually. I thought that was he walked into a drive a bit, and especially just got the boundary away.
Yeah, and what it's done, it's probably got Morné Morkel thinking
another over,
and probably 2. You know, Joe Root's the key. Can't see that Faf du Plessis will just give Morné 1 at Joe Root. The way that he's bowled to him, particularly bowled that spell at the Oval, didn't he? Made it very difficult for him. Little sniff here for South Africa.
I'm just thinking
if they suddenly get another couple of quick ones.
Every time I've thought that the match and the series are as good as done and dusted, South Africa have just found a way to almost like slipping off a cliff face, and they're just clinging on with their fingernails.
Good conditions, you know, the clouds are starting to roll in. Yesterday it was a wonderful day. Sun shone for pretty much most of it. Well, today you feel it's quite a nice day to have a bowl.
Now Rabada's going to have another go at Jennings. It's a good field, 4 slips. I think that's where it's been going, 3rd and 4th slip. They haven't messed around with trying to put spaces in the slip cord and just pack it. Catching mid-wicket, 3 men saving 1. Rabada starts a new over. Bowls to Jennings, and Jennings is forward, better contact, and he's just starting to look a bit more authoritative now, Keaton Jennings.
Well, this is a real opportunity for Keaton Jennings. The skipper's at the other end. I don't remember him getting the opportunity to bat too often with Keaton Jennings throughout the series.
Yeah.
Now this is a real opportunity for Jennings to actually prove to Joe Root that he's got the temperament, he's got the game. England in a little tricky position. They're so far ahead of South Africa. It's not a huge amount of pressure, but South Africa will know that they've got an opportunity to get Root out cheaply. But it's always nice to score runs when the captain's at the other end.
Root just settling himself, taking guard. See on middle, I think. Bends his knees, waits for Rabada, and Root plays perfect defensive shot. Back coming down really straight, no kinks in that backswing. Rabada fields off his own bowling. Just watching the Wesley dismissal again.
It's a ball on around 4 stump, so an inch outside the off stump. Bit of angle in, a bit of shape away. It's probably more actually. It's 2 or 3 inches outside of off stump when he's trying to hit it to mid on. So he comes across the line of the ball, thick outside edge. He's just on camera actually looking at the computer in the dressing room. He's kind of walked away in disgust,
thinking the same thing we are. Rabada in now, and Root up on his toes, defends to Gully. Bavuma fields. Andrew Sampson's poised.
Wesley finishing his first series, 122 runs at 30.5. Not 23 fours on there, 75% of his runs and boundaries. And I can confirm it's the first time these two are better together in the series, Jennings and Root.
And
what's the kind of what's the average percentage of boundaries, Andrew? Normal kind
these days it's just over 50.
So 75.
Who's got the best?
I'll tell you now.
I love it when you have to go on the computer.
Rabada in, and Root plays this well. Angled in, middle stump. Root's bat absolutely square. And Michael was saying earlier on, we were discussing techniques and lots of different methods, and there's not one way. There's room for different interpretations, but when you see it done, if you like, in the optimal way, it does look that little bit better.
Well, if you were going to choose a way to do it, you'd try and copy this chap.
It would. The bat comes down so straight.
Yeah, it's because of that head. You watch his head over off stump, and he gets it coming back more often than not towards the ball.
And the game's looked that little bit different and elevated since Root's come to the middle. He's in now, Rabada, and Root's going to get runs. Shot at the stumps, out if he hits. Oh dear. Don't run a tight single to Bavuma is the message of this morning's play. You talked about batting with the captain. Well, there was nearly a run out involving the captain and Keaton Jennings, and that would have changed the dynamic of the selection meeting. Is this out? Bavuma pivots, turns, throws. Jennings nowhere to be seen.
I think he's all right. Would have been.
I don't know. Is the bat down there, Michael? Anyway, it's academic. It was tight. And when you're struggling for form and fighting for your place, there's plenty of ways of getting out without getting run out. Jennings is on 8. He's back on strike now. Rabada has the last ball of his 6th over. Rabada in, and Jennings leaves in the channel. The cock takes.
Well, I think
32 for 2.
Will be happy with this because they've got Joe Root on strike to Morne Morkel. The beds are occupied again. There's quite a few on there. The second one in from the right. Looks like there's 4 or 5 placed themselves on that double bed.
So Ibiza comes to Old Trafford. Yeah. Andrew.
Players with the highest percentage of runs scored in boundaries in Test cricket. Chris Gale, 66.2, just ahead of...
Doesn't like running.
Just ahead of Andrew Flintoff, 66.16. Virendra Sehwag, 63.8.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes, 62.17. Herschel Gibbs, 62.1. That's the top 5.
What's Jeffrey?
You don't have to answer that, Andrew.
Just
don't get suckered in if you don't have to get involved in this bit of byplay.
39.19, Jeffrey.
To be fair, that's quite high. I was hoping it was going to be around 20.
Changing the field, Morkel wants that deep point, a sort of, it's a square third man or a deep point that he's used against Root, trying to stop that strength or square of the wicket, particularly on the back foot where Root scores so many runs early on in his innings. 3 slips, 2 gullies. And Morkel's in, bowls to Root, and Root is up on his toes, thinks about a single, decides against quite rightly. And Bavuma coming into that extra cover position. I think Morkel wants to have a good go at Root here. He doesn't want the England captain getting off strike. Root's coming even further across his stumps. Looks like a middle and off guard now. Morkel in. Root leaves a good rising ball in the channel.
Yeah, they like having cover point on the boundary for Joe Root. What is he, about 10 yards behind square? I think he's such a free scorer through the offside, front and back foot. I don't think it's a bad option. South Africa have still got the 5 catches.
Quiet hum around the ground as England try and bat South Africa out of the contest, but South Africa's bowlers not lying down. Led by Morkel. Tall, rangy, flanked by the pavilion. Past the umpire, bowls now, and Root skews off the outside edge to that man at deep point. Gets a single for it, but not in control of the shot.
This must be a little bit of late movement. There was a bit of movement for Wesley's dismissal. Joe just fell over to the offside a little bit with his head. That's why he kind of came across that one. Probably he's bowls that ball in half an hour. He's not going to still be on half an hour, but if he got that ball in half an hour, I think he'd probably dip that head more towards the line. You may have seen that fly past mid-on for 4. And very rarely do you see Joe Root, when he bats, get that head outside of off stump. He always tries to keep it either going back over off stump or back towards the ball. Very rarely does he kind of lean over. Just doing my huge error. Tall chap falling over. LBW.
You're not the only one. Morkel round the wicket. Jennings waits. And a length ball in the channel that snaked after it went past the stumps, and de Kock took it away to his right-hand side. Good pace still from Morkel, 86. He's 2 for 19, 6.4 overs. It's been high-quality, fast bowling.
There's a dinosaur arriving.
Yeah, T-Rex, I think it was, actually.
Inflatable dinosaur, yeah, why not?
Morkel in. Jennings is beaten. Well, I don't think that did very much. I think he just played inside the line a touch. Now, how many more? Michael, I'm going to make you captain of South Africa. How many more for Morkel? Is this it, or has he got one more in him? Series might be gone if he comes back later.
Yeah, I think you've got to probably give him one more. Just plug him in. He's getting on the big bird home in a couple of days' time. Plenty of time to rest. This is the only opportunity South Africa have, really.
Yep.
Doing something miraculous.
Just tell him how well he's bowling. Keep going, Mornay. Here he is again, and Jennings plays this nice and softly on the offside, well controlled. The over's safely negotiated by England. 33 for 2. Thought from Michael. I'll make way for Charles Dagnall.
Yeah, it's. I think it's going to be Maharaj to come into the attack. Yeah, this is a good move from Faf du Plessis. He was very good in the first innings. Held an end. Got a little bit of purchase. Now, Keaton Jennings hasn't faced spin for a while.
He hasn't, no.
Played spin nicely in India. He was playing spin quite well at Lords in that second innings when it was turning a lot. So this will be a new challenge for him.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Clouds thickening. There is a bit of blue above us at the moment. Just over to the west, where the weather's coming from, it's just starting to thicken up. There's a very murky, ordinary-looking cloud over sort of the Bury Bolton area of Lancashire. Bury.
Nice black puddings from Bury.
That's where they originate.
Mm-hmm. Lovely.
It's born there.
Do you boil them or fry them?
It's the question, really. Strictly speaking, we should boil them.
Absolutely. Bit of mustard.
Yep.
Dad used to give me black pudding for breakfast.
Boiled?
Yeah, boiled.
Good.
Yeah.
They throw them in a competition at Ramsbottom. They do. I'm not sure if the competition's every year.
What's the furthest?
I'm not quite sure. I'll have to look on the interweb. Here comes Maharaj bowls, and its first delivery is just clipped by Root to mid-wicket. Let's have a look at this field. He's got a slip and a leg slip, or a leg gully, really. Quite close to him, Joe Root. And then a lot of fielders just in front. So there's backward point. There's a deepish extra cover, shorter on the catch as Maharaj bowls. Forward comes Joe Root, positive defence. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and square leg. Relatively orthodox. What have you spotted?
Phil's laughing at Maharaj's bowling mark. It's a big disc.
And he comes, bowls, and that just straightens a little bit from round the wicket. Root nullifies any turn, passing it back.
The smallest things make Phil chuckle a little bit.
It isn't it? It's one of those discs that they use for the 30-yard circle.
It is.
It's an enormous thing. It's like a dinner plate for a bowler's marker.
Might slip on it.
Here he comes again. Maharaj just angling down the leg side. Quick single taken, and Keaton Jennings has to be swift. In fact, the ball cannons into him as he completes that single, but had to be... Just get the Jets on there. 34 for 2. Andrew?
Jennings averages 16.8 against Seaman, 66 against spin in his career so far.
Good numbers, those.
Back to the real stuff. The black pudding throwing comp.
Yes.
Do you ever see it making the Olympics? There's all sorts of sports make the Olympics. Yeah, it's,
well, there's welly wanging.
What, in the Olympics?
No, not in the Olympics, but that's a sport. Bottle kicking. That's in Leicestershire.
Well, it's just on a Saturday night, isn't it?
Cheese rolling.
Bottle kicking?
Yeah, there's a bottle kicking. I think it's in Hallerton in Leicestershire.
You just wear big boots.
Here's Maharaj with a short leg in place for Jennings. Oh, that now turns viciously out of the rough. A huge appeal. It's outside the line, but enough there to give some cause for consternation for Keaton Jennings. Really did rip out of the rough. And that's where Maharaj is in the game. Jennings, now just having a conversation here. De Kock, Maharaj, and they're going to have a look at it. They are. Now, this really did bite sharply out of the rough. It looks like it's high as well, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, this looks like a poor review.
Well,
Phil's saying if this is out, I mean, he said to me the other day they got 7,500 test wickets with DRS. Might take up to 8,000 if this is out.
Well, we're just having a look. Joel Wilson is the third umpire. It really does rip. He's miles outside the line. He's on the move.
It's not high. He's going to be missing off stump, isn't it?
Well, it would seem so. A huge appeal. Now, let's have a look. Pitching outside off. Impact is outside. Wicket's missing. It wouldn't have hit a sixth stump. Really, that's a very odd review, and I'm not really sure that Quinton de Kock has helped out his captain there.
Now, I must tell you that I've just been passed a little note by Howard Wilkinson, ex-football manager, and he's just said to me on a little note, he said Joe Root is the example. What was it, Howard? I've forgotten, bring it back.
Maharaj comes over the wicket to Jennings. Sun just popping out. Reverse sweep attempted by Jennings, and he's connected, and it's spun sharply off the outfield. He's running away towards the boundary. A sliding stop isn't good enough, and Jennings will pick up 4. He moves to 12 not out. England 38 for 2, but attacking shot out of that rough. Jennings, you can argue, taking his life into his own hand, but positivity.
Well, I think that's his option against spin. You know, he played it a few times at Lords. Clearly, he trusts his game to be able to play it. Yeah, Joe Root, great example of relaxed readiness. Jennings looks the opposite.
Howard Wilkinson in the box.
Right.
We're going to be talking coaching at lunchtime with Simon Hughes. What a coach he was, 1992? Leeds United?
Yeah, we don't talk about Leeds.
Oh, well done, Howard, anyway. If Michael doesn't want to talk about it.
No.
Nice to see him in the box.
Sheffield Wednesday, really. That's what it's about. Yeah, he trusts his game, doesn't he, Jennings, to get that reverse sweep out?
Yeah. Well, it was also the length as well. It was full enough. Good stride. Morkel turns at the top of his mark. 3 slips. A 5th slip and a gully as he bowls, and Root punches this firmly into the offside through extra cover. Chase on out in the deep. Long chase as well for Olivier, who's out there, I think, and a couple of runs to Joe Root. So England skip on to 40 for 2, 176 runs ahead.
Well, it's the 8th over of the Morné Morkel spell. I think this could be the last.
He's bowled again wonderfully well. 2 wickets to fall. If you have just joined us if you're having a lazy Sunday morning, Alistair Cook caught De Bruyn, bowled Morkel for 10, and Wesley caught the substitute mark and bowled Morkel for 9. He comes in close to the stumps, left alone by Root. Just holds its line a little bit and goes through to Quinton de Kock. Aleem Dar just suggesting to Morné that maybe just shuffles away from that area in the middle of the pitch. He's usually quite good there, but long strides, 5 foot you're allowed. Seen the pop increase and down the pitch. Lots of people standing over the balcony of the Point building over on the far side of the ground, leaning on those glass-fronted balcony as Morkel bowls again, and this is left alone by Joe Root, very extravagantly putting his bat high above his head. The Black Pudding Championships in Ramsbottom is not judged on distance thrown, says Samuel Whitwell, but by knocking over Yorkie puddings.
Like 10-pin bowling?
Yeah, kind of.
You have to roll them down.
No, you just got to hurl them.
Hurl them at the puddings?
I would imagine so.
I'd like to see that.
Might be in the Olympics. Here comes Morkel, bowls and driven back up the pitch by Joe Root. Can't field off his own bowling, and it's fielded by Bavuma, scuttling round from mid-off. Apparently, Geoffrey Boycott took part in a welly-wanging competition last week.
I did see that.
Were they uncovered? Did he win?
I can imagine not, because he hasn't spoken about it.
Or has he not? Here comes Morkel. Towards us, bowls, and Root is squared up a little bit. Onto his tiptoes, he defends square of the wicket out on the offside, steals a single, and England move to 41 for 2.
No, it's 1 ball to go of this Morné Morkel over. Jennings on strike. In your mind, you've got to be thinking, surely this is the last one. You might get a bit of Olivier, you might get a few looseners.
We've got about half an hour till lunch. So, yeah, Olivier.
He's batting right on off stump here, is Keaton Jennings, and he's back in his crease.
Just makes you wonder with that sort of tentative front foot movement that he has. 4 slips and a gully wait for Morkel, round the wicket and forward he comes. Nicely, actually. Good positive movement. And he just plays it out into the offside. It's the end of the over. 41 for 2, 15 overs gone. England's lead is 177. Don't forget, of course, you can catch the 2 wickets to have fallen via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website. In-play highlights are available either there or via the BBC Sport app. Ben Suddle has emailed. So, listening to Charles and Michael discussing black pudding throwing, myself and a friend, Joe Beveridge, entered the World Egg Throwing Championships in Swayton, Lincolnshire this year. Swatton. We won with a clean throw and catch of 55 metres. Raw egg, of course, the World Egg Throwing Federation.
55 metres?
That's an enormous throw and catch as Maharaj comes in round the wicket to Root, who defends back up the pitch.
55 metres with an egg?
The World Egg Throwing Federation was founded 12 years ago in Swatton. No news as yet whether it's been considered for the next Olympics. What a sport that must be. Maharaj gets swept beautifully by Joe Root, all along the floor. Power and precision from Joe Root. The ball whistles away to the boundary, and England move to 45 for 2. And good afternoon to Graham Smith. What a shot to bring you in.
What's happening, buddy?
Just learning about the World Egg Throwing Championships. You'd rather be the thrower than the catcher, wouldn't you?
Hard-boiled?
No, raw. Or uncooked, I should say. Maharaj skips away and whirls into his action. Forward comes Root, guiding the ball to backward point. Yet another fabulous spell from Morné Morkel this morning.
Yeah, it was. I mean, he's certainly put in the yards and got some reward with the 2 wickets. I think he found a really good length at times. I just feel he's been pushed too hard. 8 overs, first spell.
Maharaj again, straighter line this time, and he puts his arms in the air thinking that he breached the defences of Root, but
he's really put in for his team. It's been excellent to see. Not only the skills, but he's really put in a huge amount. Just hope that he has sort of the intensity to come back again, bowl at that same level.
Maharaj bowls, and back goes Root and just tucks it into the onside. Now, he wanted the single. I don't think Jennings was completely ready, but he played it into space. Backward of square.
They've had 1 or 2 little mix-ups.
They do, they have, haven't they? Communication not brilliant, and they're going for another meeting in the middle. Last thing you want to do is run your captain out, or be run out.
Well, Root's a very busy player, energy at the crease, looks to get the scoreboard ticking. Jennings is obviously low on confidence, just looks frozen in many ways.
46 for 2, the lead is 182. Lots of movement at the moment. Quinton de Kock seems to be doing...
There's a 3rd man in place, Daggers.
There is, for that swoop. I'd bring him in a little bit. It's for that reverse of Keaton Jennings. So what a weird position, really, to have for a left-arm spinner. Maharaj over the wicket again, and the shouts of catch as Keaton Jennings prods forward. And he just spitting again out of the rough, leaping a little bit, but the ball just balloons up past short leg. There is no run, but oh yeah, it's just come off the glove.
Wasn't the best review from the South Africans, was it?
Awful. Awful review.
50%.
I don't think he was up for a review.
Yeah, he wasn't. He got talked into it by the bowler and the keeper, but they certainly owe him one now.
They really do. That was a pretty ordinary review. Anyway, we are going to see a bowling change. And Olivier is coming in. Bowled all right in the first innings, I thought. Better length than we saw at Trent Bridge. It was a touch short. Trent Bridge, only his 3rd match. He's taken 9 wickets. Just adjusting to life at Test match level.
Yeah, and I think he's been better in this game than he was at Trent Bridge. I think Trent Bridge had almost swung too early out of his hand, the way swing. Whereas here he's been more sort of at the stumps, trying to get a little bit of maybe late swing, nip, sort of more scrambled scene.
I think his arm's slightly higher.
Yeah,
there as well.
So.
He looked a little slingy at Trent Bridge, and as you mentioned, when you come from a sort of wider arc, it swings earlier.
It's easier for the batter to pick up and adjust. It's obviously what you want, and you want as late a swing or nip as possible. That's the batsman really has no time to adjust.
So Olivier then, 3 slips, gully, short extra cover and a deep point for Root, who stands upright waiting for him, and this one just nips back off the seam. That's another thing with the way swing bowlers. When your wrist position is such, trying to move the ball towards the slip, sometimes you can cut down on the side of the ball and it nips back. Andrew?
It was the end of Morné Morkel's first spell. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 22.
Richie's figures those. St George's flag flutters over balcony railing, the grandstand to our left. Not as populated as we've seen over the first couple of days. Maybe some having a lazy Sunday lie-in as Root drives the next Olivier ball and goes straight to Bavuma, who underarms it at the non-striker's end stumps.
I think a reverse swing might be a factor here today for the South Africans. Maharaj into the game early. I think rough ball will rough up on the surface. It's quite an abrasive surface.
Yeah.
I think at some stage you will see it maybe a little bit. Depending on...
Always had a history of it here, though, that abrasiveness. When Peter Marin used to do the grounds here, very hard surfaces. Olivier bowls, and that's a wild swing from Joe Root, and that's why the deep point's in. He doesn't connect. It goes through to Quinton de Kock, but almost like the Dhoni helicopter shot from Joe Root.
Yeah, the
didn't hold back.
Width was offered. He's gone hard.
Yeah, and there's plenty of catchers waiting, and as I mentioned, that deep point ready to snap up something that maybe just lifts a little bit. Now there's more changes in the field.
South Africa were really hoping Root gives him a soft one, yeah.
Well, actually, I'm just wondering if Morné Morkel's having a word with his captain, Faf du Plessis.
One of my favourite moments, that was a game in India. Kaya called me all the way to his back of his run-up from second slip, ran all the way. He said, can you just take a slight step to your right?
Only 2 slips now as Olivier bowls, and then playing round of his pad is Joe Root, working it to mid-wicket. They do like a field, it's just so, a lot of bowlers. I was playing in a club game the other day. Ian O'Brien, the former New Zealand bowler, plays at our club. And he moved his third man literally a yard to his right, insisting it did make a difference. Got a wicket next ball. Here's Olivier bowls. It's whipped away by Joe Root. Out to deep square, single taken, and
what do you think it is with bowlers' mentality? What goes on with you guys, Davis?
Well, I always had the field I was told to have. Philip de Freitas, one of my captains.
Boss you around?
Yeah, he just said, this is what you have in bowl to that. Okay, Skip. Rarely did. But I thought, well, you've played about 50 test matches more than me. I'll go with what you think, Skip.
But now you need to phone him and tell him you're worth 11 rhubobs.
Quite right. Wonder if I'll get my own field in the TMS game. Olivier to the left-handed Jennings, lets one go outside the off-stump, carries through nicely to Quinton de Kock, and it's the end of the over. So England going okay here, the lead by 183. But add another couple of wickets if there's a bit of bang-bang that goes on, and maybe a little bit of a different complexion. 17 overs have been bowled. More from you, Graham, and to take you up to lunch, Alison Mitchell.
It's been another interesting morning. We had a riveting morning yesterday with Johnny Bairstow playing so well. A couple of wickets, swing. South Africa bowled out pretty cheaply this morning and managed to get 2 big wickets. I think the one of Cook was very important. Now they want Joe Root as quickly as possible. Ellie?
Morning, Graham. They weren't they, leading up to lunch. Got just under 20 minutes until the lunch interval. But Jennings doing all right, hanging in there after the chance he gave on naught. But wanting to bed in and chance to impress the captain. Nothing better than batting with the captain to preview credentials. So Root there on 12, Jennings 12, the lead 183. It's been sort of a fascinating morning with those 2 wickets falling. That lead is a substantial one already as Root comes forward and defends to a foolish delivery from Maharaj, rolls it to the onside and no run. A slip and a leg slip, not forward short leg, standing well behind the behind square. On the leg side, Joe Root goes back, steers out towards gully region and brings in Themba Bavuma from point. Hashi Mama is out on the deep cover boundary in front of a stand that's only about half populated today, the party stand. Not too much partying going on in there at the moment.
They all got sore heads from yesterday.
Taking it easy. Maharaj around the wickets. Into Root, comes forward, a flick of the wrist that time. Straight to mid-wicket though, and no run. Got extra cover in mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket and deep backwards square leg. Maharaj with a breeze blowing left to right, bowls around the wicket and it goes back that time. Ball seemed to just get on a little quicker to him, fielded by Bavuma. Square on the offside. He rehearses that stroke, trying to ease the ball out through the offside.
I guess the key to Root, and he's such a busy player, if you can bowl him dot balls, he generally induce something because he wants to score, he wants to tick it over.
Maharaj skips up to the wicket again, a little quicker, stroking the ball on the drive again, looking to force something, and he finds extra cover. Oh, that was a huge shot he went for, didn't he? Threw everything at delivery it was the last over, wasn't it? From Olivier.
Especially in this position, he'll want to be busy, try and see that lead tick over as quickly as possible. Forecast of sort of iffy weather around.
Maharaj bowls to Root, comes forward, struck on the pad. Maharaj is half appealing. He gives up on it very quickly. Possibly an inside edge onto pad, but 47 for 2. The lead's 183 at the end of that over. Jennings and Root then are still on 12 runs apiece. These clouds are coming over here at Old Trafford. a touch this morning. But good to see Morné Morkel getting some reward for some good spells of bowling put in throughout this match. But yeah, where do you see I suppose, I said at the start, it'd be interesting if South Africa did take a clatter of wickets this morning. But they would need to really roll England over very cheaply to drag themselves back in a meaningful way.
Really, the way they've batted in this series, they've just... Yeah, it's the only chance they had is that if they somehow roll England for 150 and then bat well, I mean, it's very slim chances for them. Their goal is to now try and compete and make sure that they finish with some sort of pride over the next few days in their performance, because it's been a poor summer over here in England.
Let's have another look at that LBW shout. There wasn't any inside edge, did strike him on the pad, didn't straighten up quite enough, would have missed leg, possibly struck him outside the line as well. Umpire's call on that one. Jennings then, 12 off 39, 3 slips are there, and Olivier comes rushing in. He comes forward, meets the full face of the bat up to mid-on, and no run taken. Lunchtime, Simon Hughes will be joining us to discuss the role of coaching and what coaches do, I think on an individual level, and probably also looking at the overriding role of a team's head coach these days. And he works with how many coaches, Graham? Gary Kirsten.
I had a couple over the 11 years of captaining and a couple as a player.
Then goes Olivier. Bowls now to Jennings outside the off stump. He takes the width, drives nicely through extra cover out towards the boundary, and it makes it for 4. And 4 placards waved in the air. He'll feel better after that.
Yeah, no, he will be. Yeah, it's one off the middle of the bat. Seemed to move with a little bit more energy in his game. Good timing. He's got to almost find a positive mindset so that his body can get moving. He's stiff at the crease. Just watching Joe Root on the other side, this magic movement, energy in his game. Jennings literally the total opposite.
He's got to build an innings, ease himself in, play the poor balls when they come. That one's straighter on off stump, a little tighter in line. He defends it, picked up by Bavuma on the offside, and no run. Just going back to the captain-coach relationship, Graham, and how did you like to run the ship when you were in charge? What was the dynamic between you and, I guess, various coaches? Did you always have the same dynamic in the way that you like to work with your head coaches at national level?
I mean, that relationship is crucial. I think when you have the trust and the understanding and the respect that, you can work together and understand.
It's Olivier in now to Jennings. He's up on his toes, plays with soft enough hand into the ground and out to gully.
I think that the coach's role is a lot of time in the build-up to the game, in terms of, the preparation, setting up nets. And as a captain, you kind of play more of sort of behind the scenes, in more individual chats, working on a couple of things with the guys. But as it gets to that game day, you kind of need to step up a little bit more, and the coach kind of recedes and plays that role in the background. But it's up to you to have, you have many discussions on how you want to go about things and players and.
Olivier and now to Jennings outside the off stump. Let's go through the wicket.
A couple of the most important things for me is that I think you need a coach that can handle pressure. And if it's a high pressurized job, it is result driven. But if your coach changes his demeanor or changes his method because of the results or reacts differently to pressure, it's very hard for him to build a consistent relationship in a group that he spends an immense amount of time. I found in particular someone like Ray Jennings very difficult, very insecure man. Pressure almost affected his decision making on a daily basis. You need to have that consistency when you're a leader in this sort of environment. People can rely on you, respect you.
Olivier to Jennings. Well, we had a little flirt, thought about playing it, and then withdrew the bat at the last moment, through to de Kock outside the off stump. And it's the end of the over. 187 the lead. England 51 for 2. So were you very clear about your roles being very defined in terms of, I guess, selection?
It's an ongoing thing,
Each
landscape will have different challenges. Each country will have things that need to be managed. But I think it's about you just building that relationship with your coach where you have a good understanding. You need to have many honest conversations in terms of where you're trying to take the team, how you're going to get there.
Bring in Andrew for a moment, bursting to say something, Andrew. I'll let Maharaj bowl his first delivery. Slip and leg slip in. Now going back, covering up, no run.
And just looking at the record with the different coaches you had, best record was with Gary Kirsten, 19 tests, 12 wins and 2 losses, 63% winning percentage. The worst was Ray Jennings, won 5 and lost 3 out of 13, 38% winning percentage.
Maharaj around the wicket. Again, coming forward, ball squirting away off the edge out to Bavuma. A little juggle in the pickup, no run taken.
Mickey Arthur was coach for more than anyone else, 41 tests, which had a 51% winning percentage. And the other ones, Eric Simons, Russell Domingo, Corey Van Sale, John Wright in one game.
Oh, for the World 11. John Wright in the World 11 game. My favourite was watching Inzi running shuttles.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Root comes forward, defends a full ball from Maharaj. How long did it take him to run one shuttle? And how quick was the turn, more to the point?
Oh no, Inzi. He's a beaut.
Huge character in the game. He's still selector with Pakistan at the moment, is he? Going back this time, Root, forcing out towards point, though, finds Bavuma.
Also, I mean, it's all about role. I mean, I think it's still the same, but the coach in South Africa has the selection vote, really, with the selectors. The captain doesn't, in my time, never really had. You have influence, you give your opinions, but if your selector or your coach disagrees with you, that often...
Maharaj in, a little more air, and Root driving out to deep cover.
So you'd need to spend time with your coach and sort of have a real understanding of the type of team that you're looking for, how you want to play the game.
And how much input would come from the coach when you were captain as to in-match decisions, you know, when it comes to declarations, these sorts of decisions that are made in the game? How much is that your decision? How much input do you take from the coach, or is it sometimes coming to a joint
You would always bounce things off certain people, whether it was the coach, maybe 1 or 2 senior players. And I also like to ask a young guy every now and again, just, you know, sometimes I don't expect it, so engage with them, engage their minds, and sometimes you just get a really different answer, which is always nice. And it's up to you to make that decision and to commit to it. But
now, over the wicket to the left-handed Jennings, comes forward, gets outside the line of the off stump, defends into the offside and no run.
No, but you'll learn, like we saw Joe on the balcony with everybody at the Oval, and maybe, you know, his gut instincts in that declaration was right, but maybe other people talked him into it. Bowlers always want a bit more padding and protection. You know, they'll always want a bit more of a safety net, and but I think his initial instinct on the declaration was right and almost got spoken into in many ways the way it looked. But he'll also learn to have those conversations, maybe not in the camera. That's the other thing is, as a captain, you realise that the camera's never off you.
Yeah, and that will certainly become more and more apparent the longer he captains. Yeah. So Simon Hughes will be with us at lunch to discuss all things coaching. He's got a number of interviews with key people talking about individual relations and how coaches work with individuals as well. So a lot of insights come from Simon Hughes and the people he's been talking to. That'll be at lunch, together with a roundup of all the county scores. Now Oliver in, and Root is driving, or one hand from the bowler as he dropped to the turf, but Jennings at the far end had his bat firmly grounded behind the line as the ball clattered back into the stumps. I'll just give you an update county-wise, by the way. Leaders Essex taking on Yorkshire, and Yorkshire 79 for 9 in that match at the moment. So we'll have all the latest and more detail on the county championship in the break. Hasib Hamid was out cheaply playing for Lancashire against Hampshire. That's certainly a match that your England selectors keeping an eye on. They'll also be watching Keaton Jennings very keenly. He's 16 not out at the non-strikers end at the moment.
I just also, as a captain nowadays, I don't think you can debate good captaincy by only tactics. I think, you know, a lot of your role is also in terms of
Oliver into Root, defending up to the offside, no run.
Managing people, getting the best out of them. I think that's got to be a skill in modern day cricket that a captain has. You know, I don't think you can just define a captain by his on-field tactics all the time. You know, it's
a man management role as well, isn't it?
It's both. You know, you need to obviously grow that tactical awareness, but it's also, you know, you spend an immense amount of time together. You're managing people. People go through different challenges, game-wise, off the field. You got to be on top of your stuff.
Oliver, right arm over, and Root was. The ball he came onto him a little quicker than he was expecting. Managed to jab his bat down, maybe kept a touch low as well. It squirted out towards second slip. The throw then came back in towards the stumps. Root made sure that his bat was firmly grounded. He was just groping a little bit for it. Close to his pads. Ball bobbling out into the ground and out towards slip region. 2 slips and a gully still in place. A deep backward point on the boundary. Olivier taking a little bit of advice from his captain now as he turns and comes running in. Catches either side of the wickets, covering mid-wicket. This time going back. Well stopped in the gully. A one-handed stop prevents any runs being taken. Root stays on 13, 52 for 2. The lead 188. 5 minutes to go until lunch on day 3 of this match. England nipped out the last wicket they needed quickly this morning. It's just 22 balls for the final wicket to fall as South Africa were all out for 226, giving England a first innings lead of 136, which they're now building on. Now they have lost Alistair Cook for 10. And they lost Wesley for 9. 2 wickets for Morné Morkel. Olivier, short dark hair, comes running in at an overcast Old Trafford and rooting up on his toes. Forces the ball out, 1 bounce and into the hands of Gully. No run. Long tour for South Africa, sort of winding to a close, isn't it? A long time away when you consider the Champions Trophy. It's stretched right back to the start of June and teams arriving before then for warm-ups.
Yeah, it has been a long tour, a disappointing one. I think guys will need some good time to reflect. There will be changes at the leadership level of South African cricket from what we understand. Coach will be different. Interesting to see how the whole structure of that changes with him.
Olivier, now to Root some width and very far away. A full-blooded drive from Root on the front foot and through to de Kock. Huge play and miss. So he's done that a couple of times, Root. A couple of big play and misses.
Yeah, I think there's quite a few things to consider for the South African environment. Obviously, the change of coach. Will AB carry on in the short formats? Will it?
Do you have any hunch about AB? How well you know him?
No, I mean, I have written in a column that I think that he should give up the captaincy, and he obviously needs to define his path forward over the next period of time. And I think that's important. He needs to give himself direction, give people around him direction also. It's not always easy to know what the right call is.
Such a
I think it's just
been
the
so
uncertainty that's created the pressure on him, really, more than anything else. But I think some big decisions, in terms of that leadership, the new coach coming in, the management team, management structure around him. I think this is an important phase in South African cricket now. I think that some good decisions need to be made.
A new over then with England 52 for 2, leading by 188. Maharaj, left arm spin over the wicket to the left-handing Jennings. He pads up, getting right outside the line of the stump. The ball balloons away.
It's a good field. I'd like to see that third man come up into almost another backward point. I think it's a difficult shot out of that rough top edge. Yeah, I wouldn't mind Jennings playing it on a couple of occasions. They've obviously left the extra cover open because they're saying, well, I want you to drive.
Slip and short leg in place. Maharaj fires one a little straight, a little quicker. Worked into mid-wicket by Jennings and no run.
The challenge for a left-hand alley is, that rough becomes inconsistent. One might stay low, one really bites and bounces. So I'd like to see that third man come, Ed Smith, next to me. But it's a right-handed game, and left-handers always have it tough.
Jennings awaits Maharaj, floats it outside the off stump into the gloves of keeper. Beat the bat. Jennings coming forward defensively. But those footmarks, have got darker and darker, haven't they?
So the point that I'm trying to make is I would say to Jennings, play the shot. If you get it wrong, you're out. So you might get 1 or 2 away. I think it's worth the 10 runs for the wickets.
Maharaj, pause and then a skip up to the stumps. Bowls again, padding up Jennings once more, and Maharaj with another optimistic shout for LBW without a shot being offered. Already used up one review for one which struck him outside the line. Well, the umpire's call on where it struck, but certainly no shot offered. It would have been, didn't even do enough to hit off stump before. Similar.
I think Quinny's going to go on his hands and knees and apologise at lunch break.
Sorry for wasting a review, Skip. So slip, short leg in place, Maharaj. And now to Jennings, goes for the reverse sweep and he connects down to third man, brings third man into play, and he takes a single. He has played that shot a couple of times, plays it with a confidence. Jennings and assuredness. He's on to 17, 53 for 2. The lead 189. 2 batsmen come to the middle. The last over before lunch here at Old Trafford. Scrape of the ground by Jennings. A couple of flags flying in the stand away to our left. Lots of seats that are not sold today. Big banners advertising next summer's cricket already. His route facing up to Maharaj. Sweep attempt, and he hasn't got hold of it. Not able to take, the keeper not able to take it either. Ricochets off his pads, and he picks up. Root then rehearses the stroke, and that is the end of the over. We squeeze another one in before lunch. We will, by the looks of it. No one's making as if to leave the field, so clock is ticking round. 30 seconds until 1 o'clock. So they will squeeze another over in. 53 for 2, the lead 189. Jennings has 17 runs to his name off 51. So he's faced a lot of deliveries. Root 13 off 44. Plenty of time in this match in terms of England building a lead. Could get curtailed by the weather. But England so often say, put weather out of your mind. Is that true? Are we always told that, surely?
He'll have to be mindful
of it.
He'll have to be mindful. You have to be mindful. I mean, you've got to consider all factors in your declaration.
So it'll be another over for Duan Olivier before we head to lunch. Bringing in a third slip for Jennings, saying, right, can you get through until the lunch break? Because that'll be a boon for him to make it through to the break full from Olivier, defended by Jennings. Just needs to make sure that this partnership stays intact so they can build on it after lunch. If South Africa are able to go in with 3 wickets down, it's always just gives you that, lifts the tail, doesn't it, when you take on before lunch?
I mean, it's we expect South Africa to have another burst after lunch. Maybe Rabada start with Maharaj. Sam Morkie pushed Morkel hard in that little spell. 8 overs in his first set is tough.
One too many from Morkel as Olivier is in again to Jennings. That's past the outside edge. He came forward through to the gloves of de Kock. Yeah, did you feel it was one too many for Morgan?
Yeah, I mean, I did. I mean, it's a debate. He might have got a wicket in that 8th over, but you've got to consider your day, and you want him to come back every spell and have that same intensity. You know, he's bowled a huge amount of overs in the series. He's bowled every day of this game. It would have felt a little bit like Groundhog Day for him. He thought he might get a little bit of a break, but it wasn't to be.
Plugging away and plugging away. 3 slips go down. Catcher at cover as Olivier rushes in outside the off stump and shouldering of arms from Jennings, confidently letting it go through. Give shape away into the gloves of the keeper. Chillier day out there today, without the sunshine to offer a little bit of warmth. Not quite as pleasant viewing. The point will be roaring into action at lunchtime very soon. All those leaning over the railings will be disappearing inside, no doubt, to have a good feed. But for the moment, they are leaning over with a keen interest in what's happening down below them. Olivier is sending Rabada deeper at mid-wicket and asking Morkel at mid-on just to come forward a few paces. So Olivier, 3 balls to go until lunch at Old Trafford. He goes now straight at fullish length to Jennings, and he defends back down the pitch. Olivier picks up, and there is no run. You straight back to South Africa after this series?
I am, Ellie. Yeah. It's been in the UK for a fair amount of time now. Arrived just before the Champs Trophy. So back home. Back end of winter.
Yeah, well, winter in Cape Town. What does that mean?
I mean, we need a bit of rain, to be honest, but it's not anything like your winter.
Jennings crouches over his bat. Olivier in again. Defence from Jennings coming forward. Seeing off this over pretty well at the moment. Just getting himself through until lunch. One more delivery to come. And then no further cricket commitments for you for a little while? We've got a bit of a break?
I've got a little bit of a break. Back into a couple of little startup businesses I have, and family and kids, and it's been good to get home. I've enjoyed my time here. It's been certainly on TMS has been amazing. Done television also, Channel 5, it's been enjoyable. Good people.
Well, here is the last ball before lunch. Olivier to Jennings, and he deals with it outside the off stump. Eases it out towards Bavuma, the defensive bats. And applause because Jennings has made it through in partnership with Joe Root to the lunch break. 53 for 2, the lead 189 from England. Yes, Morne Morkel did take 2 wickets that fell. Alistair Cook out for 10. He was caught in the gully driving. And Westley again caught in the gully. Mark Cram was a substitute fielder on then. Second wicket for Morkel as he was out for just 9. So that was 30 for 2 at that stage. And now 53 for 2 at lunch. But Graham, that lead's still 189 and 2 wickets for South Africa. But yeah, they would have liked another one.
Absolutely. England ahead of the game through the first innings lead, and that's a good platform for them to build on. South Africa bowled well with a new ball. Algo dropped Jennings, I think second time in the last 2 test matches. He's fought hard. England's run rate 2.2, really, when will they look to push the game on? South Africa will be hoping for wickets. It's kind of England dominating things at the moment.
They are. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
We'll enjoy ours here. So 53 for 2 then at lunch. Keaton Jennings dropped on naught, but has survived through to the break in partnership with Joe Root. And there will be discussion on coaching during the lunch interval. And Ed Smith is here to guide you through that.
Thanks, Sally. Yes, in a moment we'll have our lunchtime slot with the analyst Simon Hughes, looking at what international cricket coaching teams actually do. What's their remit, what's their role, what's their purpose. But first, there's plenty of other cricket going on today with important matches in the Specsavers County Championship. But it's been a very good morning for the leaders Essex at Scarborough. Henry Moran has all the scores.
Thank you very much, Ed. Yes, extraordinary scenes up at North Marine Road, Scarborough. The score as we head towards the lunch interval there, Yorkshire 85 for 9. Adam Lyth, the only man to really offer any resistance. He's 47 not out, looking likely to carry his bat alongside Ryan Sidebottom at the end of the innings. He's offered a little bit of resistance, but very much Essex's morning as they look to push towards giving themselves the opportunity for their first title since 1992. The other game we've been keeping a little bit of an eye on as well, both in terms of the table in Division 1, but also because of Haseeb Hameed, is Lancashire's visit to the Ageas Bowl to take on Hampshire. The score at lunch, 65 for 3, Lancashire batting first. Haseeb Hameed out for 6 from 39 deliveries. The messages on social media were there wasn't really a shot in anger played from Hameed, out for just 6, and those conversations about him returning to the England side in the Test arena, well, they take another little turn with Hameed just scoring those 6 runs in his innings. Elsewhere in the Championship, Division 1, Middlesex taking on Warwickshire at Lords. Warwickshire, well, they've had a torrid start to the season, 64 for 5 they are at lunch. Dominic Sibley, after his move from Surrey, made 20 runs from 50 deliveries for Warwickshire, but they're struggling at Lords. 64 for 5 is the score in that one. Into Division 2, Notts table toppers at the moment by some distance. A fist pump from Graham Swan to my left-hand side, taking on Derbyshire. 101 for 3. Derbyshire up at Derby is the score at lunch. Lewis Rees 40 not out. Durham, of course, the point sanction, find themselves at just above the foot of the table. Leicestershire occupy that dubious honour. Durham in 9th place, taking on Leicestershire, and at lunch Durham 93 without loss. Cameron Steele on 41, Tom Latham on 47. Just a word on Ben Duckett. He hit 52 from 50 deliveries for Northampton, 153 for 1 at lunch, taking on Gloucestershire. And just finally in the County Championship, 106 for 3 is the Sussex score in their match against Worcestershire. And of course, one other match just to bring you up to date with is the tour match. West Indies playing the tour match against Kent. The score 80 for 4 West Indies at lunch on day 1 of 3 in that one. Of course, if you want to follow any of the matches as full ball-by-ball commentary on any of the County Championship matches via the BBC Sport website, and full details and scorecards there as well.
Thank you very much, Henry Moran, wrapping up the news from around the counties. So to our lunchtime feature with the analyst, Simon Hughes. We're talking about coaches and coaching. The build-up to this test at Old Trafford, England had, of course, head coach Trevor Bayliss, assistant Paul Farbrace, batting coach Mark Ramprakash, fast bowling coach Otis Gibson, spin bowling coach Shakleen Mushtaq was here working with Moeen Ali, wicket-keeping coach Bruce French, plus guest coaches Mark Robinson and Ali Maiden, fresh from the Women's World Cup coaching setup. And Dominic Cork and the Yorkshire spinner Azim Rafiq also came in to help out. So what do all these people actually do? Simon Hughes is here, and we'll also hear from Graham Swan in a moment, who of course was very recently involved as one of those England players, if you like, on the receiving end of that coaching. Simon, what have your investigations unearthed in terms of modern international coaching?
Well, yeah, it's a good question. I started off on this because I was just sitting at home one day thinking about the coaching in my era, which I know is, you know, pretty long, sort of ancient history now, but that we had at Middlesex one coach, Don Bennett, and I remember actually the first time I ever sort of really met him was in a second team game against the Royal Navy, and he liked his little bat. And so I was batting at number 9 and he was at number 10 and he wanted to have his little knock, and I knew he liked to have a little bat, and it was a 50 over game. So I was facing number 9 and he came in at number 10 and I was facing, and I thought, well, I'll give him the strike, give him a couple of balls at the end of the innings to have a little knock. So I pushed one into the leg side and set off for a run, forgetting that he was 52 years old and, you know, probably wasn't as quick as he used to be. So I stopped, thinking, you know, might not be able to get him to down the other end. And I stopped. I slipped because I was wearing flat shoes instead of studs. And he had to sort of turn as well, and he was run out without facing. And that was my first encounter with the Middlesex coach.
Career suicide. I can't believe you had a career for Middlesex. That was a stupid thing to do.
And of course, I then, you know, made the stupid mistake of getting out myself soon after, and I came back into the dressing room to this spewing coach who, I can't repeat what he actually said, but what he basically said to me for the next 5 years was, just make sure you wear studs when you're batting. And that was the only really the only piece of advice he ever gave me. I think I was probably a bit unfair in describing coaches of that era, the 1980s and 90s, as people who largely carried a bag of balls around and opened the sandwiches at tea. And that, to me, was all that it felt like they did. They didn't really do it.
They were a manager rather than a coach.
They were a facilitator.
They basically did the rotor on the nets.
Yeah.
They made sure, and if possible, they stole a couple of balls from the opposition coach. That was always. I've never seen a 1990s coach look happier than when they maybe got hold of 2 of Keith Fletcher's at Essex.
Yeah. Well, you know how much. You know how much a ball is? The 90 quid now. Duke's, brand new Duke's balls is 90 quid.
Yeah, but counties get given a load. That's the thing. It's not about the money. It's about getting one up on, you know. We had Nick Cook from Leicestershire when I first started in Northampton. He'd been at Leicestershire, he'd been at Northampton. He was our second team coach. And all I remember, he got a great suntan. He used to walk around with his top off, doing laps around the outfield when he played for the second team, shouting and screaming at you if you did anything wrong, and then doing this marvellous thing. I mean, he was actually a brilliant coach for me because I was a spin bowler. And he played for England successfully. We had myself, Jason Brown, Michael Davis, and I learnt more from him in a year. Probably not in a conventional method that would pass muster these days. It's probably seen as slightly Victorian in his methods.
Sure.
But as an exceptional coach. But I just remember him, at the end of the season, we played a game at Belper Meadows. And Belper Meadows for the second team against Derby, up in the hills, up in the Dales. And because it was the last game of the season, we did a warm-up game saying, drop the ball, take an item of kit off. So he'd hit these skying catches, and if you drop one, you have to take your shirt off or your trousers off. And I remember Monty Panesar was playing one of his first games. We know Monty's not a great fielder, but it got down to Monty just in his jockstrap and inevitably dropped to Skyer. And then I'll never forget Monty streaking off the field with Nick Cook chasing him saying, get that jockstrap off, Panesar, with all these old age pensioners who turned up to watch the second team game opening their thermoses.
Which is very like, I'm sure, Barcelona first 11 training.
It's why Neymar went to PSG.
Yeah, the world we're describing here is predominantly, so 1980s or 1990s for me and Graham. We'll give you the 80s yours. I won't know exactly when your first season was at Middlesex, but a light touch or even non-existent intervention from coaches. Very low resources. The captain's the boss. A shadowy cricket committee, probably who you may or may not meet, and you may not really know what they do. They determine contracts. So the amateurs still have got their hands on the purse strings, and typically a former player, in your case at Middlesex, Don Bennett, who'd been a stalwart. At Kent, it would have been Colin Page or then Alan Elam.
And Doug Paget, people like that at Yorkshire. You know, there were lots of sort of traditional archetypal journeyman cricketers who then just moved into coaching. Actually, I mean, they were very decent people,
and they very seldom did any harm.
They didn't do any harm. They didn't do much much of anything, actually. They were very sort of benign characters. Occasionally, if they lost, they'd lose their temper if the fielding was poor or something. You go out there for either severe fielding practice or, of course, naughty boy nets if you'd batted badly. But there was very little sophistication about it, and it was really only to the 2000s, you know, your era to an extent, and obviously Swanee's, that there was more actual attention, specific attention to coaches.
I think the word you used, facilitator, was absolutely perfect. That describes exactly how it was. It was when these level 3 and level 4 coaching badges came out that the new generation of players actually started thinking, hang on, there is more to county coaching than carrying a bag of balls, than organising who rooms together, and that's about it.
Who travels together, whether you can fit all the kit in one car.
Obviously England sort of led the way with this, really, from the sort of era of Duncan Fletcher onwards. I mean, I remember Michael Atherton talking about when he was captain of England, and the only two people on tour basically were Ray Illingworth and John Edrich, the selectors, who went off and played golf on every sort of off day when they weren't playing a match, and he had to do everything, literally organise the nets and plan the game and obviously all the training and everything like that. But in the 2000s, with Duncan Fletcher and the people who took over from him, there was much more of an emphasis on coaching, and we had people like Troy Cooley working for the team as the bowling coach. Bob Cottam, I know, went on tour in the early 2000s. Can't remember who actually was the first batting coach. Do you remember that, Graham?
Graham, well, when I first got picked, Graham Gooch was involved, so I assume it was Gucci.
Of course, Geoffrey Boycott's always wanted to be the batting coach. And anyway, I just looked up, just out of interest, the difference in England's performance, actually, since that they took the coaching sort of route, if you like. 1990s test matches, 24% win ratio. 2000s, 42% win ratio. I think England led the way a bit there. Perhaps the Australians followed it as well.
Partly because they had a reasonable amount of money due to various broadcast deals. So actually what's happened in professional sport
as well
is that money has become increasingly highly correlated with performance. I just want to stop you for 1 second and just go back to this concept of the coach. I mean, in some ways, listening to you describing the old-fashioned idea, the very non-interventionist coach, it almost chimes with Trevor Bayliss's theory, which is that, you know, you stay out of the way, you create a good environment. So the difference, of course, being in the level of remuneration, which is obviously vastly higher now. It's also true, isn't it, that cricket is an unusual sport in that no one's 100% sure about the division and distribution of power. In football for 100 years, since Chapman really in Arsenal, there's been clarity about the gaffer. He picks the team, sets the strategy, picks the formation the team's going to line up in. In cricket, well, there are panel of selectors. No one quite knows exactly whether they do get the team they want or not. There's a captain, of course, who has his hands all over the tactics. So we're still relatively early on, aren't we, in the life of the cricket coach?
In England we are. I think in Australia it's much more set in stone. Darren Lehmann
is dominant figure.
In England you're dead right. I was thinking exactly the same.
So Mickey Arthur wasn't. So Mickey Arthur said that his job as Australian coach didn't work out, was to support the captain Michael Clarke, and also had a very strong chairman of selectors, John Inverarity. So it was more of a tripartite separation of powers. So Lehmann then came in, and I think that's a relative. Actual fact, the culture with the biggest tradition of strong independent selectors is not England; it's Australia.
Yes,
where you know we'll let you the captain. You get out of it, mate. We'll let you know if you're playing, and then if you get the team on the day. So I don't know. I think there's still a lot of uncertainty about the cricket coach.
Yeah, I'm just to pick up on that. I think Bayliss is quite old school, actually. And you know, people say, "What the hell does Trevor Bayliss do?" He doesn't do a lot, actually. I mean, I watch him day in, day out, and obviously you don't see what he does in the dressing room, but you see him here. I was here this morning at 9 o'clock. He wheels his bag of balls and you know, kit out there, and he does basically a lot of fielding practice with the players. I don't think he tells too much of them specifically how to play or anything like that. I think, you know, he's back to almost the old facilitator idea, creating a culture in a way, isn't he?
Well, that's right. But what you see in the before days play, there shouldn't be a coach telling anyone how to bat, bowl, field. That's not the time to do it, is it? The coach's work is done off the 2 or 3 days before a test.
That's right.
In the nets. But you're right. These days there are so many backroom staff. I mean, we went on tour once. I'm sure there were more backroom staff than playing members on this tour. That the manager, if you like, now is just he's like the CEO. He just delegates everyone else. He doesn't have to do the donkey work, so to speak. He comes.
And that's how it is in American sport.
And what I know about Trevor Bayliss is he's like, Andy Flower by the end was seen as dictatorial, which probably was. He was a bit of a control freak, but I thought he was a magnificent coach. He was no stone unturned. When we won the Ashes in 2010 away from home, he was hailed as a genius because he didn't leave any stone unturned. He got all experts from every field to come in. When we lost heavily and Kevin Peterson decided to try and destroy English cricket, he got absolutely slammed, Andy Flower, for being too pernickety, too over the top. Much like in the Ryder Cup a year later, Tom Watson came over with a laissez-faire, relaxed attitude to, go out and free yourself, whereas McGinley got blue and yellow goldfish. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
McGinley was seen as a genius because Europe played well and won. And Tom Watson was admonished by the American players because they'd played badly. Whereas had
a very good book called The Captain Myth.
Had the result gone the other way, it would have been seen as the exact opposite. So, I mean, the manager basically tries. What I think he does is create a feeling, an aura or whatever, that players can walk into it and feel comfortable and play their best cricket.
And obviously, he is the person who largely appoints, along with Andrew Strauss in England's case, the individual coaches. And I must say, I regret never playing with a specialist coach. I would have loved a bowling coach at Middlesex. I'm sure lots of batsmen would have loved batting coaches. What do batting coaches do? Well, Mark Ramprakash is England's current batting coach, and a lot of people think that they're very prescriptive, these coaches, but what Ramprakash explains is that you have to be empathetic to each player and build up a good relationship with them.
Even before we get to the nets, you try and build a relationship with players, you try and get to know them, you try and have, find things in common to talk about and to just sort of build that relationship. As a coach, I want to show that I'm interested and I care about that player, and therefore over a period of time, as the relationship develops, they're more likely to perhaps use you as a sounding board. I think a lot of people get the wrong impression that a coach is telling players what to do. I think that's not really the case, or certainly not with me anyway. As the relationship develops, you're a sounding board. You allow them to talk about their thoughts on the game and hopefully provoke thought through, sort of a few questions here and there. Of course, if you're invited for your opinion, then you can, you give your opinion or your observations, and there is a place for that, absolutely. But the relationship has to be a good one for that to happen. I think as a coach, just to rely solely on your playing experience to then give a view to a player, that would be very limited. So for me, when I became a coach, I realised I was starting a whole new profession, if you like, and starting at the bottom. And yes, whilst playing experience gives you a leg up and certainly gives you a strong base to start from, that getting to know people, different personalities, is really important. What they want from you, how they like to operate. So Ben Stokes very different to say an Alistair Cook. Knowing that those personality traits is really important, and it can help you facilitate the player to get better and to feel relaxed and play the way they want to play.
In what way is having just played not sufficient to do the job?
There's a good debate or a good discussion to be had about coaches who have no first-class playing experience. And there's, I think, Trent Woodhall, who has not had any playing experience, and he's worked in Australia. I actually met him at Surrey, and he's worked in IPL, and he's a strong advocate that you don't have to have any first-class playing experience to be a good coach. I agree that you don't have to have played first-class cricket to be a good coach, because if you've got really good communication skills, and that you're good with people and good with reading people, that when you perhaps give an opinion that the timing is right, that the player is open to that. Those are really good skills. And I think that for a player who's played however long in the game, I think those are good skills to acquire. If you can combine both, I think that's the best place to be.
That was Mark Ramprakash speaking to Simon earlier on. Let's pick up on Rams's point immediately then, because it's a very interesting one, and different sports have different approaches to it. Again, going back to football, many of the greatest managers, Mourinho, Wenger was not a remarkable player.
Ferguson
to an extent, although Jeffrey played for Scotland, didn't get a full cap for it, so I'll leave you to take it up with Jeffrey. It's not my pay grade. Anyway, but there's obviously a much greater tradition of an all-powerful manager who earns his stripes as a strategist and a leader rather than as an ex-player. Cricket does not have such a highly developed tradition of that, does it? And do you think that will change? Do you think in 20 years' time, I open this to both of you, Graham and Simon, that it's more likely that someone who's not played at a high level at all could be in charge of English cricket?
I think it depends on their ability, their skills, actually. And I think the problem with England at the moment, and we've cited their constant batting collapses, 22 collapses in 39 tests, before this test anyway. And I think actually that these guys who are doing the job, Ramps being one, obviously Trevor Bayliss another, Paul Farbrace, they're fantastic guys, they work very hard. Have they got the real authority when the playing is poor to tell the batsmen that they're doing it wrong? Maybe not. I think that coaching at the moment has become a bit of a sort of back-rubbing exercise in a way. A lot of back-patting, reassurance, enthusiasm, encouragement, a lot of balls thrown to try and get the mindset of the players in confident, to get them in a good frame of mind. Not necessarily technical stuff.
I tell you, what backs that up absolutely is the treatment of Moeen Ali at the start of this series. Publicly, Trevor Bayliss publicly saying he's our number 2 spinner, which was the most incredible sort of comment I've ever heard. He's not your number 2 spinner. Liam Dawson is not a better bowler. They were doing that to make Moeen feel better mentally so he could perform, to make him feel comfortable, make him feel easy, which is so far removed from when we grew up, isn't it? When you grew up, when I came into it latterly, it was still fairly hard-nosed, like you're good enough, grow a pair and, get on with it. But they were going, those 2 test matches for England. Liam Dawson has been picked as the number 1 spinner, publicly been told, and Liam Dawson himself knows he wouldn't be number 1 spinner 17 of the 18 counties, and yet he's somehow got to believe this public lie. So there is a lot of back patting, making people feel good. When I had Mushy as my coach for 3 years, he was magnificent with me. We never ever spoke technically. We learned early on, I wasn't going to listen to him anyway. I knew my game. He was a leg spinner. He said, Mr. Swanee, I will not do anything technical, but we will talk, we'll find common ground. And so and I knew that if I was bowling badly, say at tea time, whatever, go off, he'd take me away and say, Mr. Swanee, what cares? Cricket. It does not matter. Sun will come up tomorrow. Everything okay. Now go out there, free your mind. And that was exactly what I needed. So I would. Invariably, I'll bowl better. And what someone said earlier, Ramps was there saying whether someone's played cricket or not, that all depends on. In football now, it's accepted that Pep Guardiola, that Jose Mourinho, that Arsene Wenger, who aren't Pele and Eusebio or whatever.
Although Guardiola was
guys coming in now, say a 19-year-old coming up, wouldn't dare think that, if Jose Mourinho says something, that's, oh my God, well, you never question it.
Although cricket
still has that.
Yeah.
And I know when I started playing, there were 6 or 7 egos within a room who, if someone hadn't played 20 test matches, they'd turn around and go, well, what's his test average? How many does he play?
It's not, the benchmark for me is 3. So 3 and above.
And but as it goes on, as it becomes more accepted, so somewhere down the line, maybe in a few years, when that's not the case anymore, when people get that out of their heads that you've got to average 50 to be a good coach, which is nonsense.
Yeah,
if you've got good rapport with people, you can get on.
Definitely. Sure. And I mean, it sounds as if we're being slightly sceptical about the number of coaches that there are. I'm not at all, actually. I think that the more analysis there is on the game from the media, of which we are a very sort of forefront part, the more it must play on the players' minds themselves, that they need to focus on their own game in very, very minute detail. The camera work, the graphics that are now produced for every single innings, every single day's play are so detailed and precise. You would be mad as a player if you didn't utilise those. Therefore, you need people to help you to help improve your technique. And I mean, just to sort of give an example of that, Stuart Broad I spoke to this morning, I wanted to talk to him about his work with Otis Gibson, and he explains that different bowling coaches can offer different assets and look at different skills.
Well, what I was... Oh, sorry.
I think at the top level, a bowler should know what's going on with their action and the feel of it, etc. But actually a coach does a lot more video work. So someone like Otis Gibson, who I've worked a lot with, actually opened the bowling with for Leicestershire back in the day, knows my action almost as well as I do. So he can pick up technical flaws very quickly and put them right. And obviously with all their experience and I suppose qualifications, they have a sort of process to be able to help a bowler get their action back to the best possible place.
Can you give an example of the kind of thing that might go wrong with your action that needs correcting and how that process works with you and Otis?
Yeah, I mean, quite a real example over the past couple of years. I've bowled a lot to left-handers round the wicket, so my action has got used to trying to move the ball away from the left-hander, and then when I've come over the wicket to the right-hander, my action stayed the same and pushed it into the right-hander, which is okay. It's not a particularly bad thing, because I don't mind the ball nipping back to the right-hander, but actually you still want to be releasing the ball from a high action. So we've been working over the summer really just technically before each test of the release point and making sure that my action changes slightly from right-hander to left-hander, because it's very easy when you play so much cricket. It's really easy to fall into slightly bad habits, and it's the bowling coach's responsibility with the player to just make sure you're doing little drills and stuff to keep your action in a good place.
What about bowling strategy and preparing for a game? How much involvement does the bowling coach have on that?
It varies a little bit, to be honest. I mean, Otis is quite a technical coach, so he loves the art of sort of working out the bowling action, where he feels he can help people reduce injury, get a bit of pace, etc. But David Saker was very tactical. All he would talk about was how are we getting this batsman out, what are we bowling on this pitch, and didn't really go technical at all. So you get different styles, and I actually like a bit of both, to be honest. I enjoy talking to bowling coaches tactically about what sort of feels we should go with and stuff, but look, communication is the big thing between your bowling coach and your bowlers, because actually the more you talk as a bowling unit, the quicker you'll react on the pitch.
So an average day test match, you're bowling all day, how does it work? You come here in the morning, 9 o'clock. Do you look at video of batsmen that you're going to bowl at that morning, or pitch maps from the day before, or that kind of computer analysis, or is it more about talking and just sort of discussing it as a group and with the coach?
Yeah, the analyst stuff's done probably 2 days out from a test match, so if there's anything different we need to know, if there's a certain stat on a batsman that's quite stark for fielding positions, etc., we'll get told. But generally during the test match it's very much communication within the players and the group, so the coach might say, we feel like you might be more of an LBW candidate on this pitch, we go straight for an hour, that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the sort of pie charts and
Hawkeye pitch maps,
yeah, all that sort of stuff's done before the game, because I think if you bring too many stats and paper and all that sort of thing into a game, the bowler loses the core feeling of bowling. And actually the greatest thing about bowling is generally when you have the ball in your hand out in the middle, it's the feel of how you think you're going to get the batsman out, not necessarily the stats of how he gets out.
That's a lovely line at the end, actually, from Stuart Broad there, sort of saying that although you've had all the careful analysis of how to take wickets before the game, in the end you've got to go with your hunches and the feel on the field and have a plan B and plan C. But, it's interesting also the way he was talking there, that because of the extra detailed analysis on how to get a batsman out, Broad then goes round the wicket to left-handers, works out a clever way of swinging the ball away from left-handers from round the wicket after all the analysis of their particular weaknesses. But then, of course, that causes him a little problem technically, which then needs correcting against right-handers. So it's a sort of snowballing effect all the time.
Right, yeah. Well, while that was playing, because I said I've just jotted down here on a piece of paper the coaches from the last England tour I went on. This is the support staff, and I'll read them all out. The last two coaches I'll read out. There's something different. Let's see if we can get what it is. So we've got Andy Flower, head coach, Gucci, batting coach, Stick, Richard Housel, fielding coach, David Saker, bowling, Mark Saxby, massage therapist, Nick Pearce, doctor, Phil Neal, manager, Bruce French, keeping coach, Gemma Broad, analyst, Rhiannon Evans, press officer, Mushy, spin coach, Mark Borden, psychologist, and then you've got the security details as well. So there's like 15 people in all. The last two, spin coach Mushy and Mark Borden, psychologist, what's different about those two than the rest?
They're part-time.
They're part-time. The two most important parts of Test match cricket, I think, are spin bowling and in your head. If you're going to win Test matches constantly in any condition, away from home, and England still go with a part-time spin coach who does like 50 days a year, and a part-time psychologist who, so when you go to Australia for the Ashes, he turns up for the first 2 weeks before and goes home before the first test. Everyone else is full-time. Because England, we pay scant attention to how strong mentally you have to be. And honestly, average players, Jimmy Anderson always called me a club spinner who got lucky, and I really was, because I wasn't technically as good a bowler as Saki.
Other people shouldn't try
Shane
that.
Warne.
You have to have 400 wickets before you can say that to Swansea.
But I wasn't technically any better than a lot of guys who play county cricket, but in my head, I was 1,000 times better than them. I truly believed I was, and I backed myself. And that allowed me to take wickets at Test cricket, because I truly did. I was mentally very strong. Some players I've seen, I won't mention names, but I've played with a couple of guys technically who were the best I've ever seen, and they average mid-40s rather than mid-60s. They definitely should, because mentally they weren't that strong. They were, if the going got tough, they wouldn't back themselves.
I just want to come back to your point, Simon, just before Stuart Broad's interesting reflections there, which was about how ideas come into sport. And you made the observation that actually, given the level of critical scrutiny from the media, it's only going to accelerate and, if you like, add to the accumulation of knowledge at the professional, at the sharp end of the playing side. There's another thing, which is that if you look at basically, the sort of nerdy aspect of sport is coming to the fore more and more. I mean, the biggest tactical revolution across sport in any sphere was Moneyball, which is about baseball, which was based on the statistical insights of Bill James, a guy who wrote a statistical abstract. And now that's come into football. Everyone's got a, analyst army of people trying to figure out tactical edge. And of course in cricket we've got Nathan Lehman, who's a very smart guy, who's England's analyst.
Well, sorry, I missed out on Nathan Lehman there as well.
Nathan as well. So if you like, the idea that sport can somehow go back to a stage where there's not much analysis, it ain't going to happen, because it's happening out there anyway. The question is whether or not you're employing your own people to help you with it.
I think actually that cricket is going towards golf, where golfers all have their own personal coach. It's cricket's going that way, isn't it?
Well, Shane Watson's an interesting one for me. He took his own personal physio with him when they came to on a couple of tours. He was
James Haskell in rugby.
He'd take his own personal physio to give him the edge.
Okay, let's take it to the next level. Why is it? And I'm not saying nothing against Mark Ram, because I think he's a very sensible guy, and I think he spoke really well. But there is still this expectation that a batting coach attends to all batsmen. But in actual fact, your batting is based on your swing. That is the foundation of batting, just like golf. Now, is there going to be a stage quite soon where the head coach, like the general manager of a baseball team, or sets the strategy, picks the team, makes the big calls? That's what he gets paid the big dollars for. I'm picking him, not him. That's what's going to happen. However, the tactical mentorship is actually staffed out and left to the player. So if you like one spinning coach, you're given perhaps a budget, or out of your own massive salary, Graham, you can pay for him yourself.
You see my paycheck? Actually, it was quite big compared to this gig. I think you're absolutely right. I think that should be the case. I would have chosen Mushy every time. Mark Ramprakash might be brilliant for one player who you might like Arsenal as well. He might like talking football, might like this or that, might work for him. Another guy might think, not Ramps. He's too intense for me.
Or whoever, exactly.
And by the way, just to give some credit here, Alistair Cook uses Gary Palmer. And Gary Palmer, I've been down to his place in Oxfordshire, and he has a completely different philosophy on batting coaching, which Cookie absolutely loves and goes to see him whenever he can, 6 o'clock in the morning if it's necessary. And it's all about the 4 angles, he calls it: left arm over in swing, left arm over out swing, right arm over in swing, right arm over out swing. And he gets the batsmen playing just without moving their feet, just practicing their hand swings, very much like you're saying,
very much like
working on your swing. Probably a bit.
Sure, of course.
Morkel's done him 12 times now.
And the person we haven't talked about, and I think Seb Coe, before 2012 Olympics, said the thing I understand about Andy Murray is his most important coach was going to be his mother. Hamid, who we were talking about earlier on, very close relationship with his father. Many top athletes, there's the first and deepest bond is with the parent, and then if you like, coaches have to try and chip in, and if they can't, then So it's a very complex thing. Who can help you to play better? And I think we ask rather a lot technically of one person to assume they can do everything.
What I actually think is, once you get to the very top of your sport, you are supremely talented in your sport. You are honestly, even if I go and watch a Premier League football game, there's a couple of players you think I'm better than him. He's rubbish. Look at him. He, throughout his life, he would have grown up the best player in his team by a country mile. Every game he goes to, he's best. He's got the skills, but somehow when he's got to the top, he's questioned himself: Am I as good as Lionel Messi? Am I as good as John Beresford? Things like that. So he's now thinking, and he's mentally, he's not as good because he's thinking that way. So he should be able to find someone who can get him to believe. It's honestly, Test cricket is 95% in the head. It really is. The pitch is the same. Pitch is the same length. The ball's the same weight. You're still wearing white. It's the same game you've always played, but in your head, you grow it into this huge thing.
Issue we haven't talked about. I sometimes wonder whether or not there's such a thing as a good cricket coach outside or beyond the context of a partnership with a captain. Earlier on, Graham was talking about his very good partnership with Mickey Arthur. But I think if you take Graham out of the equation and you put in a backseat captain who's not particularly assertive, and I think Mickey Arthur might have struggled because he liked to sort of be an avuncular, gentle figure, and Graham drove it. But so often I think the first question is, who's the likely captain to work with the coach, and then you almost start from there.
It's this symbiotic relationship. You just got to pick the two.
You've got to be exactly.
Like football and
it's not always
manager.
Possible to know the visibility of the captain because you're not quite sure where he's at on his cycle.
So what you're saying is, who should be root his? Because it's
hard to say, isn't
I think Rooty need a Ray Illingworth type, strong Yorkshireman, put him in his place.
You remember Duncan Fletcher and Nasser Hussain, that worked well as a partnership.
Flower-Strauss did,
Flower-Strauss as well, because one was strong and powerful and the other one was more happy to be inscrutable in the background and sort of coaxing ideas through the middle. And I do think also that people say, well, why have England got all these coaches? Someone like Mark Ramprakash, he works his absolute butt off every day, throwing loads and loads of balls because players want more and more drills.
Yes.
And because of the extra analysis on the game, they then focus on their game even more. Want even more practice.
But that won't be all players. That will be one or two or three players who take up 90% of the coach's time. One of the reasons Peter Moores, who's so successful in county cricket, was abject failure, especially first time out for England. Look at the man who they put him to captain with early on, Kevin Peterson. The two despised each other to the point where they had to drive up and down the motorway to meet before Kevin took the job to see if they could find common ground to then be captain and coach. I mean, I know we were in a time we weren't thinking very clearly about who's going to be captain, but that is just bonkers. To have a captain and coach who are at each other's throats, it would never happen in football.
And it wouldn't happen in football partly because the captain's such a small figure, isn't he? And so that there's a different tradition there. And it is hard to know how long the captain's going to be there. So can you make a decision about a coach, which is a long-term contract, when you don't really know who the captain's going to be? It's quite delicate. My overarching point, I think it's been great getting your views, Simon and Graham, is I think it's quite a grey area coaching in cricket, and it's one of those things that probably should be approached as an art rather than a science.
In the end,
there's a book in that, Ed.
There is, but in the end, it's about how you approach being on the field, how you adapt to each situation, how you read the game, and playing smart cricket. And in a way, it's hard to coach that. It's almost either you've either got it or you haven't.
Thanks very much, Simon. Thanks, Graham. The players are on the field. They've been doubtless had their last pep talk from the coaches a few minutes before re-entering the playing field. South Africa trying to chip into this England batting order as England look to build their lead. And to take you through the first session after lunch, it's Charles Dagnall.
Thank you, Ed. Yes, the players back out there at the moment, just after enjoying their lunch, no doubt, and people around the ground still making their way back to their seats after having 40 minutes break with England. 53 for 2, the 2 wickets to fall this morning. Alistair Cook has caught De Bruyne off the bowling of Morné Morkel for 10, and Tom Wesley was caught by the substitute Markram at Gully, again off the bowling of Morné Morkel for 9. Keaton Jennings 17 not out. Joe Root, the captain, is 13 not out, and England's lead now 180. Thank you very much. Looking to Andrew Sampson, 189. Thank you. It's going to be Maharaj to kick things off from the Statham end. He's got a slip and a leg gully as bowls, and this is punched off the back foot by Joe Root, out into the deep for a single, in England off the mark in this afternoon session. 54 for 2, Root on to 14 not out. Good afternoon, Phil Tufnell.
Afternoon, Daggers, old boy.
Good old chat at lunch.
Hardcore, wasn't it? Have you lost your chair?
I've lost my chair.
Yeah, no, very in depth, wasn't it? My dad always just used to say to me, you know, it's a game of bat and ball, son. That's all it is.
I don't know if that may cut the mustard at international level now.
Well, some things never really change.
Maharaj to the left-handed Jennings, trying to spin it out the rough. He does. There's an appeal for LBW, I think. Any reviewing maybe taken with a pinch of salt after that first review.
As I walked in, I just heard Graham Swan say symbiotic. And I didn't...
It's to do with yoghurt, isn't it? Here comes Maharaj, gets clipped to mid-on, and there is no run. What's yoghurt got to do with it?
No, very, very interesting. Very interesting.
So
the bowl of the coach.
It is now so much deeper as Maharaj bowls. That does turn. No shot offered by Jennings as he pads up, almost turning his back on Maharaj. Out to slip it goes.
I think things have changed slightly. I mean, we were discussing down there, weren't we, about, you know, Moeen Ali's sort of arm ball. And, you know,
Maharaj bowls, flatter delivery, turned by Jennings, bit quicker as well. Out to the deep square region, single taken, and Jennings moves to 18, and England 55 for 2.
In my day, you had to have your grounding, you know, to then play for England. Do you know what I mean? But nowadays, you can sort of fit into an England side and then get sort of on the day coaching, if you know what I mean, to become a better England cricketer. I wished I'd have had something like that, I must admit, when I was playing, because, you know, you got picked and almost off you go, and you sort of you found it out yourself. You know?
Well, did you have a spin bowling coach? End of the over, by the way. 24 gone, England 55 for 2.
I've never really had any coaching about spin bowling. I mean, I taught.
So you had a head coach?
Yes, which was Don Bennett, who was very, very good at the sort of old school way of I wanted his pat on the back. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Because he didn't give them out willy-nilly.
No.
And so you were striving. I played for, you know, my coach, you know, but he never sort of, you know, occasionally there'd be a little bit of perhaps have a silly point or perhaps do this or do that. I mean, perhaps John Embury for me, I was very lucky at Middlesex, and Gatt, who was a fine player, a spin.
You do it with captains as well, and certain captains that you get that feeling of running through the brick wall. Bob Woolmer with us.
Yeah.
At Warwickshire. 3 slips await Rabada, who's bowling from the Anderson end, and he just plays around the front pad, does Jennings. Just clips it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. But that feeling of acceptance from your coach that you've had a good day.
Yeah.
The pat on the back, which, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what it was more about, I think, when I was playing.
Not symbiosis.
Yes, I know. Got a lovely pot of that in the fridge.
Rabada, quite a straight run, very athletic man towards us, bowls, and that's edged and caught it slip, and that's a terrible shot from Keaton Jennings, and he swishes his bat towards the stumps, and Rabada makes the breakthrough, too short to cut, and he tries to flay it away through the offside cross bat, and it gratefully received at first slip. Hashim Amla, the safe hands, taking it around about chest height, and Rabada immediately makes the breakthrough for South Africa. England 55 for 3.
Yeah, England just wobbling a bit.
It's not a good shot.
It's not a good shot. I think Keaton Jennings, as you say, 18 there. It was a big test for him this innings, and looked to be getting a little bit in playing pretty decently before lunch, but that one, you know, run across him by Rabada, bounced a little bit, has got perhaps a touch sort of close to cut, and then going away from him top edge. It was more of a flick off the back foot instead of a kind of a cut with that bottom hand, you know. Yeah, he'll be very disappointed.
So
Milan now. See,
Milan's coming in. What's going? Okay.
Hold on a minute here, Charles. Let's just sort this out. What's the lead here as we've lost our screens?
Andrew?
191.
191. You've got Milan just coming in, and then, you know, hasn't featured a lot. Sort of still finding his way. They get another couple here, South Africa.
Absolutely. They'll see the opening. 55. Yeah. Well, again, as Jeffrey always says, and he's dead right, you add another couple of wickets onto the total, and and that's where the focus should be. Are you safe enough? If you're 55 for 5, which, you know, could easily happen.
Yeah.
Well, Rabada did get a little big on Keaton Jennings, but again, it was just too close.
Yeah. and too...
It's just too wishy-washy of a shot.
Yeah, good. See, that's a good coaching description.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're playing a bit wishy-washy, lad. That's what I used to have.
Well,
but you're right.
How do
you're
I stop that, coach?
No, yeah.
Well, just don't do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. But England just need to be watchful here.
Now, Milan scratching his guard into the turf, into the popping crease, and getting rid of a bit of debris.
Could have a game on.
I know, I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
1-9 won the lead. He's got 3 slips. I'd be tempted to get in a gully as well.
Yeah, I'd go. Yeah, go on
hard.
fast. Yeah.
There's Rabada. Comes in, bowls, and
nice.
Carefully played by Milan. Back up the pitch. Lovely straight bat. The ball going down. It's a deep square. Sorry, a long leg, really. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Cover point, backward point, Temba Bavuma, and 3 slips. Seriously, Faf, get a gully in.
Now could be... This could be the game here. This passage of play, the next hour. It's South Africa's game.
England have got this huge, well, a 191-run lead, but I tell you what...
300, they'll be thinking, come on, let's chase 300. We can chase 300 down.
Yeah, very much. Andrew?
Keaton Jennings has finished the series with 127 runs at 15.87. His career average is down to 24.5 now.
Yeah. Might be a change for the West Indies, I think.
Yeah. Here comes Rabada. Close to the stumps to Milan. He lets that one go. Nice line from Rabada. 4th or 5th stump. Milan shuffling in his crease, allowing the ball to go through to De Kock.
And sometimes, you know, it's no disgrace. You know, you've been given a good run. You know, go away. Work on some of your, your faults that have sprung up through playing Test match cricket. You know, we've had a look at you. Obviously, they rate him highly as a bloke and, you know, as a batsman. So go away, work at it, come back again.
Absolutely,
it's not the end of the world.
No, it's not
the end of the world at all.
But you know, many a time it's happened with England batsmen. Rabada bowls onto the back foot goes Milan and just guides it into the offside. But absolutely, because of course this step up. You know, I never had it. You did.
Yeah.
But the step up to Test cricket, there is going to be an adjustment and acclimatisation period, and things may not go well. But it's understanding what is needed of you as a batsman at that level, technically and also mentally, is what they were discussing at lunchtime. And so who's to say? But numerous options have been tried at the top of the order with Alistair Cook as Rabada bowls, and that moves away from Milan this time, quite dramatically after the ball pitched, and it goes through to De Kock, and there is no runs. At the end of the over, 55 for 3, 25 overs gone.
I mean, it has been strange how many times, you know, they've looked at different players at that opening spot with Alistair Cook. I think sometimes you take Alistair Cook for granted, don't you?
You do.
Just Alistair Cook, you know, he's first on the team sheet. And since that Strauss-Cook partnership, I mean, it's been, what, 12 now?
You'll have been asked this a million times, Andrew. How many partners can go through them? The Lyths, the Robsons.
You just need someone just to grab it, you know. That's probably what's going to be disappointed in the most. You know, I had a chance there just to, you know, get myself a real good run at it.
A lot of conversation about the form that Alex Hales is in at the moment, but of course that's T20 cricket as Maharaj bowls, and this is carrying on with the arm as Joe Root just plays it off the back foot to cover. So Joe Root's got a deep cover and a deep backward square. They want to have a play at Milan here.
Yeah,
into that rough.
Yeah, it's looking bigger and bigger by the day, isn't it?
Maharaj bowls.
Oh,
that beats
Root.
On the outside edge.
Yeah, off the posh stuff as well.
Yes.
Off the
ironed bit.
Yes. The nice bit in the middle. That was off about middle and off stump.
He's
Good delivery.
Hugely impressed with Maharaj this tour.
Oh, nice.
Real find. Short cropped hair as he wanders in, and that's turned off a full length to mid-wicket. There is no run. So yes, deep cover, deep backward square. There's a slip and a leg gully. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. As Maharaj skips in, bowls, and forward comes Root, nullifying any turn that's there. Very stately looking stewards dotted around the grandstand to our left. Lots of people in blue shirts today. A lot of blue in there. There's Maharaj approaches, swept firmly by Root all along the ground to that man at deep backward square. Single taken, 56 for 3, route on to 15, and now Milan's got a ball.
Yeah.
One ball to face from. And we just saw how awkward it was for Keaton Jennings out of that rough. And Milan is just doing a little bit of gardening and prodding.
I was listening to him last night as well, Maharaj. He says, you know, about how he looks to bowl and what have you, and he says, I just put it in the rough stuff at good pace, ball after ball after ball, and that's all you need to do as a left-arm spinner. Occasionally you might toss you one up or the odd arm ball or what have you, but just keep popping in that stuff. Left-handers get it into their brain, they see it in their eye line, and it's very difficult, because if you don't know what's going to happen to it, the batsman's not sure either. Yeah. Anything could happen.
Now he's got short leg and a catching man between mid-off and mid-wicket. So lots in the eye line for Milan as Maharaj bowls, and he sweeps and he thumps it out towards deep square, and the single is taken. So a confident start from Milan. Yeah, it really did connect nicely out there, and it's the end of the over. 26 gone, 57 for 3. Just go back though, what we were saying before about the coach, and I mean, I found that a lot of the cricket I learnt was actually listening. Old cricketers talk. Sure. Experienced players. Just
in the bar.
In the bar, or when it was raining. Yeah. I remember listening to Adam Hollyoak and Phil De Freitas and Graham Hick having a conversation. Just a function, I think it was, and you just sat down, got a chair and listened. I suppose that was a similar thing for you.
Yes, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, it's all become a little bit sort of skills based, hasn't it now? Everything's got to be on, you know, I think on our day it was taken a little bit for granted that in order to get to that level you kind of had the skills up your sleeve. Obviously you got to work on them a bit and what have you, but it's all more like that instead of just sort of getting the feel and how you attack situations.
Rabada, as Milan just jumps up a little bit whilst playing a defensive push out into the onside. Andrew.
Well, Alistair Cook's had 11 different partners since Andrew Strauss retired, and none of them have lasted for more than 20 innings, or 20 partnerships. Alex Hales had 20 partnerships with the best record of any of them. With the opening partnerships was actually with Nick Compton. They averaged 57.9 in 17 innings together.
Compo. 3 slips, hands on knees, ready for Rabada as he gets tucked into the leg side by Milan. The pigeon has to fly out of the way of Aleem Dar as the ball was coming his way. But another single added, 58 for 3. Raining in Preston, apparently.
Oh,
that's north.
Right.
Now, I'm looking over to our left-hand side. I mean, we were told about 3 or 4 o'clock you might get some inclemency.
Mike, where's Preston?
North, I've just told you.
No, from here. Looking at, he doesn't know, he's not sure. Oh, it's straight that way, straight over the pavilion.
Well, pitch is now laid north-south.
Of course it is.
There you see, so then your point's to the compass.
Yes, of course.
And it's basically straight over there.
Could be.
It's not. That's north. In front of us. Looking at the pavilion as Rabada bowls, and this is turned by Joe Root. He's again timed that beautifully. Crisp sound of bat on ball to mid-wicket.
In Preston.
Now, we've been given a radar.
Oh, okay.
With green blotches. And just having a look, and we can slide it to show us where...
Oh, dear.
There's a band. That seems to be around about 4 o'clock, something like that. So keep them crossed, Cat. There's a great big chunk as well. As Rabada gets tickled down the leg side. There's a chase on here. Might be 4. Bavuma is scampering across the outfield, but he won't be able to cut it off, and it's leg bars. Just flicking the front pad. And England get a welcome boundary move to 62 for 3. So there's a straight band of rain going vertically, and then an enormous chunk behind it.
Splodge.
Yes. The shape of what looked to be a whale. 62 for 3. Lead is 198. Cover point in place. Short catching cover point. 2 slips and a gully. As Root is getting one that nips back off the seam. Gets cut in half a little bit, and the ball just balloons up to that sort of 4th or 5th slip, really. It's a very fine gully. A couple of England batsmen have been dismissed that way today.
a bit of an awkward situation, or is it? I'm not sure actually for du Plessis. I mean, you've just got to attack here, or have you got to have a few scouts out? You don't want to let England just sort of all of a sudden get a quick 150 and the game's sort of done, do you? You've got to keep a very fine balance.
Rabada bowls and watchfully played by Joe Root. Keeps a little bit low, but played it right under the eye line, so any variable bounce was negated. The throw comes in from mid-off, but Root is in his ground, and he replaces the bails, and it's the end of the overs. 27 overs gone, 62 for 3.
Might have been tempted to put Mornay on for a...
Well, he's had that big 8-over spell earlier on. I don't know, I'm with you, Philip, but maybe the skipper next to you might think differently, but I'm with you. I would attack here. You've got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
And granted, you've got for you to have a chance, you've got to get Joe Root out, haven't you? Yeah. Anyway, some more from you, Phil, and Alison Mitchell's coming in.
Yeah, would have been tempted to give the big fella. I know he's had the legs ran off him this trip, but it's the big effort now. If you get a big effort up to tee, for me, you get your 2 best bowlers on.
He's had a bit of a break at lunch, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Tuffers, put the feet up a bit, get a bit of a massage, loosen up again. Maybe he needs a longer breather, but 8 overs, 2 for 22. This is his spell this morning. Slip and short leg in place then with Maharaja about to bowl to David Malan. The wind is still bothering the bails. Umpires just made sure they're well settled at the non-striker's end. Maharaja over the wicket then. Coming down forward is Malan, defending, checking his shot. Just trying to negate those footmarks again that Maharaj is able to aim at with the left-hander batting at the James Anderson end.
You need to get the old, what's it, the Malignant Vitae bales, the heavy ones, made out of the heavy wood.
What's that name for them?
What's it called?
As Maharaj is in once more, going back that time. Play carefully into the offside, quick single being taken, and they should make it as well. And they do, that was well judged. Malan for the single, 63 for 2, the lead, 199.
It's the wood. It's a very hard, very dense wood that they make like bowls out of.
Ah. I don't know the name of
something
said material.
Vitae, is it?
Andrew's going to have a look at it.
Yes, it's very heavy. And very hard.
Here's Maharaj then, Root on strike, slipping legs, comes forward very solidly defending. Lee Oman says, is there any merit in asking Alistair Cook who he thinks should open with him? E.g., has he seen any potential in previous batsmen? I'm sure he must have some impact. Now, in particular when he was captain, Root with a flick of the wrist this time. Dot ball though to Amla at mid-on.
It's Lignum Vitae.
That's it, Lignum, thank you.
It's on the tip of your tongue.
Not malignant.
No.
Lignum Vitae.
Maharaj around the wicket then. Roots outside the off-stump defending. Bavuma picks up, doesn't quite pick up midfield.
I'm sure he's been asked.
Yeah. Well,
I'm sure he's been consulted
most
as well.
Of those 11 opening partners, he was the captain, so he could have absolutely have had an opinion.
For sure. For sure.
Well, there's likely be opener number 12 alongside him for the next series.
Yeah, there's still a couple of spots that are just up for grabs, isn't there, for the winter?
And goes Maharaj, and Root, so it's a full toss, and he swept it strongly for 4. Out to deep mid-wicket where the sofas are. The cry of Roots goes round Old Trafford as the lead passes 200. 203 it stands at.
Little gift from the left arm spinner there, mid-shin high, full flop. Just outside off stump. Root was already down in the sweep position. Just lovely. Don't even have to worry about the bounce. Just
seen too many full tosses from Maharaj, haven't we?
It's been very impressive. Well.
That was the end of the over. 67 for 3. Then England, having lost Keaton Jennings. Second over after lunch, he made 18. Was dropped on naught in the morning session. The lead then 203. Malan has 3. Root has 19. Lancashire in county championship action. Hasib Hamid, who was here netting with Mark Ramprakash and spending time with England dressing rooms out cheaply, batting for Lancashire. In goes Rabada then, and tucked him up a little bit. The ball coming back into Malan. He doesn't get bat on ball. Hits him and then drops into the turf. Rabada is left to pick up.
I mean, he's got no form to talk about, has he, I think, this season?
He got a second 11 century. Of course, the blast has been ongoing, so he doesn't play in that. I think he's been playing some club cricket with Formby, I believe is his club.
It hasn't dropped for him, has it, timing-wise?
averaging under 20 for the championship season. Rabada in now to the left-handed Malan, trying to turn it off his hips, doesn't quite connect. No run taken.
Well, yeah, sometimes you've got to make the decision, you know, are you picking on form? Are you picking, I mean, well, look at Wokes, of course. You know, Wokes is looking to be, I think he was playing.
He's, back in action, isn't he, for Warwickshire, first time for 2 months.
Yeah, so does he just, you know, does he need to get fifers and hundreds, or do you just sort of think, right, well, we know what he can do, let him have a bit of a run out?
Yeah, there is a lot of that comes into it, and goes Rabada once again, and up on his toes and letting it go through to the keeper. It is Malan.
Yeah, Mead's got now, including this innings today, 229 runs at 16.35 for the season, with a high score of 47 in all first-class cricket.
Average has dropped even more after today then. Difficult, isn't it? But England clearly see something they like in him for bringing him in and having him around the team again while they're here.
Yeah, just get some runs.
Almost sort of justify the feeling we've got about you. Go out there and get the runs on the board, just to say, yes, we'll have you in. Oh, high up in the air, big top edge, flying away, the edge of the boundary. Bavuma got 2 hands to it, dropped it. Big wide delivery, which Malan really went after. They've come back and scampered 3 runs. Bavuma went herring away from his position at point, had a lot of ground to make up in the deep, but dived, got his 2 hands to it whilst he was mid-air.
Yeah.
But a wild shot from Malan.
What a
top edge flying away.
Crucial drop that could be. I mean, it was wide, going across the left-handed Malan. He's had to fetch it, didn't fetch it, and just sort of sliced off and high, spiring over cover point's head. To be fair, little Bavuma was moving after that, and I don't think he was probably the only one who would have perhaps got his hands to it, but having then done the hard work, you know, I mean, it was a great effort. Most difficult catch to take.
Yeah, running backwards and diving backwards over your shoulder.
Yeah, and sort of swirling and arcing away from you. You look up, where is it?
Malan survives then. Rabada in now to Root, who defends from the crease. And Rabada picks up.
70 for 4, that would have been.
Well, we were saying before, if you add a couple, when Jennings fell, 55 for 3, it's not looking too pretty if you're suddenly 70 for 4 or 5.
No.
So still a lot of sensible batting needing to be done by England.
Yeah.
It's only day 3.
Yes.
We're only at the halfway point of the match.
Yeah.
If that just yet. We're not an hour through the afternoon session yet. Now Root faces up to Rabada and Smart side, the off stump. Kept it a little low perhaps, just groped a touch. He's taken a single out to deep backward point. And the slips there sort of staggered somewhat for Rabada. Bowling to Root at the end of the over. Just first slip standing a little closer than the rest. 71 for 3. Then 207 is the lead at the end of that Rabada over. Root on 20, Malan on 6. But yeah, what do you think Rabada will be thinking though, knowing that he sent one a bit shorter, wider, Malan trying to fetch it?
It was a good effort. As you said, it just had a little knuckles, little fist pumps, the bowler and the guy Rabada who dropped the catch. So it was a toughie. But one of those ones that if you kind of want to squeak your way back into a game somehow.
Well, you need to be taking the blinders, really, don't you?
Yeah, and it would have been a blinder.
Yeah. So Maharaj is setting himself up now to bowl to Root. Around the wicket he goes. Root goes back, strokes him out towards Rabada. Comes off the cover boundary. They run 1. Root's thinking about a second, opts against it. Throw comes back into the keeper's end. And now the field will shift around for the left-handed Malan on strike. Rain staying away for the moment. Cloud is still high.
Stay away.
Keep your distance. Suggestions that it might come in around about 4 o'clock. So much time left in this match at the moment. I hope the beds are under cover. Just looking down there. Over the wicket, Maharaj, and Malan defends, rolls it past short leg.
A bit straighter there from Maharaj. Just wants to pull his line a little bit more outside off stump, not too wide, because then you can just thrust a big old pad at it. But 6 inches, 10 inches outside off stump.
Skips up to the wicket once more. Ball comes down the track, and back pad, catch it, short leg and taken. Well, that was the line. Malan coming forward, bat pad, and into the hands of short leg. Malan gone for 6, 72 for 4. Things not looking so clever for England. Suddenly the lead, though, is still 208.
Yeah, I mean, classic bit of left arm spin bowling. Keep hitting it in that rough. keep it sort of on the offside of the left-hander. Milan looking to chasse down the track. Bit of turn, bit of bounce, inside nick into the pad. Lollipopped up to short leg. Classic left armer's dismissal to the left-hander with a bit of rough outside his off-stump.
And a simple enough catch for Devane there at short leg. So, well, Milan was one of the, if you like, the questions to try and be answered within the context of this England second innings. And from what you've seen there, Phil, out cheaply for just 6. The big top edge that flew out to Bavuma a couple of moments ago.
Things to work on again. I think perhaps he'll get another couple of goes, perhaps against the West Indies.
Well, cheer for, guess who? It's Ben Stokes striding out. Not a bad man to come to the crease when you're in a spot of bother. We've seen, though, that he can bat the sensible innings. He might just rein himself in for the first part of this knock.
Yeah, I mean, England are in that strong position where you just think someone gets a 50 or a 60 or something like that, and they'll get themselves out of a bit of trouble. But he's going to have this rough to the face now from the left-hander as well, and it's just not easy. As soon as you come in, I mean, you talk to the batters, you know, that first 10 or 15 runs you've got to get to, and when the ball's spitting out a rough, you don't know when it's going to go straight on, how high it's going to bounce or what. You know, it is difficult even for a fantastic player like Ben. So he's going to have a method in his head of how he's going to attack not attack Maharaj, or just get over that initial period.
Andrew.
Milan in the series just 35 runs at 8.75.
Oh dear. Yeah. Shame.
And Jennings was averaging, was it 15.87 for the series?
That's right, yeah.
And that's out your top 5. So that's 2 out your top 5. Put them together and they're averaging 20.
Yeah, no, still yet to really find that settled lineup. Let's have a look at Ben Stokes then. Slipping short leg in place for him. Rough outside the left-hander's off stump.
Yeah, this will be tricky. This is going to be tricky.
Could be a little spicy period.
Stokes he goes, yeah. Ben just gets a little inside edge.
Here is his first delivery then. Little fill out. Oh, and it's bobbled from baton to pad and then finds a way on the offside safe. You have to be very watchful, very careful.
Quick pace now. He's just upped his pace, Maharaj, as well. So he's really jamming it into that sort of...
sharp turn, actually. That kicked him up into the thigh pad.
Yeah, lovely. Lovely to have a bowl on this now.
Here goes Maharaj again. It's more to Stokes. Coming well forward defensively. Royals back down the pitch. Yeah, just starting to spit out of the rough, isn't it?
Yeah,
some sharp turn. Yes.
That's what you don't like.
Bounce.
That's where the gloves start coming into it. Perhaps don't place low.
Stokes crouches over his bat now. Maharaj.
It's out.
Spun right back into him, struck him on the pad. Now, umpire hasn't responded. So did he get outside the line? Hands on hips. We're going to ask the question in the review. Du Plessis has hands behind back. Not convinced as yet. South Africans looking at each other. Is anyone going to go? Is anyone going to call for the review? Not by the looks of it.
It's close. It's close.
I think the old countdown clock has ticked.
That could be crucial.
Intrigued to have another look at this.
Again,
outside the off-stump, really sharp. Turn back in. Stokes going back. Well, it struck him well outside the line, not offering a shot. So has it done enough to come back and hit off-stump? Don't think it has. Ooh, very close. Inch
and a half. Yeah, just sort of, as you said, as he got himself out well outside the line. If he'd have sort of just gone straight back and it thundered into the pad, that's when you perhaps have a look for a review. But as he went back and across. But you don't want to be leaving too many of those.
Well, that's the third time we've seen a batsman offer no shot outside the off stump to Maharaj. And they did go for one review, didn't they, and wasted it because it hadn't done enough to come back and hit off stump. So the lead is 208 and Rabada is now bowling to Joe Root, who's up on his toes, defending. Down the pitch and Rabada gets a hand to it and the follow through. 72 for 4 then, Michael Vaughan. It's just a little interesting out there for England at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit of a chance for South Africa. 208, England lead. What's possible, do you reckon, in a chase? 260, 280? Have to bat very well. I mean, the pitch is doing well. But any team that has likes of Hamler and de Kock,
you're always going to be wary, aren't you? And goes Rabada to Root outside the off stump. Lets it go through to de Kock, who takes it down low to his left. Well, I want to get your thoughts on Keaton Jennings then, who's been dismissed since you were last behind the
Well, I will say this. England will win this series, I'm pretty sure. Got the same problems for the last 2 years. are still there. 2, 3 and 5.
It's incredible, isn't it, how the opener has not yet been settled.
It's going to be an issue. It's the problem is the West Indies series. I'm sure most will score runs or should score runs against that kind of team.
2 slips in a gully for Root. Now bouncer, and he followed it, gone through to De Kock, who hasn't taken it cleanly. Root didn't make any contact between bat and ball. He certainly followed it. Temba Bavuma is back at deep backward square leg.
Yeah, Wesley looks a good player at 3, but he's got a couple of times playing those drives, isn't he, around the 4th stump, just playing across the ball. Yeah, look at someone like Hazelwood, Bird. Those kind of bowls in the winter, they're going to really challenge him on that front foot around that same zone. So
Rabada into Root. There's some width there, cutting him. 4 runs down to 3rd man. He's well wide of gully. And it takes Root on to 25. 76 for 4. The lead 212 now.
Well, I think they've still got I like this formation that England have. I mean, Moeen Ali batting at 8, he's probably not overly happy, but I just think England look a more solid unit. And when Wokes comes back into the team, if they can get him back in, I wouldn't go with 6 bowling options. No, I really wouldn't. I'd just try and find some batsmen. Stick with Wesley. Milan's only played 2 games. You've got to give him a run.
Rabada to Root down the leg side. Didn't make contact. Through to the keeper.
No, I wouldn't be against balance being given a go at number 5. Coming in at number 3, I just don't think that was right for him. I wouldn't be against having a look at Gary Balance at number 5. Clearly, there's still question marks over his technical game, but I think you've got to give him a little bit of a trot at number 5. The opens again, but do you get a Stoneman? Do you get a Hasib? Hasib's got 6 today, he's just not getting any runs.
And goes Rabada to Root. Outside the off stump. Fends it out to the offside. No run. Big shout of no. End of the over. 212 the lead. 76 for 4. Root on 25. Stokes faced 3 balls and yet to score. Is this Morne Morkel doing some warm-ups? Stretching those long limbs of his. Maybe we'll see him back in action before long in the next over. Doing some jogging and loosening up his arms. Well, just to remind you what's happened so far today, because England, well, it didn't take them long to wrap up the final wicket. It didn't go to James Anderson, it went to Stuart Broad. Finished with 3 for 46. Bairstow took a good running catch. Was that his 102nd then for Bairstow in Test cricket? He took his 100th yesterday. But it was Oliver was the man out for 4. Anderson then finishing with 4 for 38. And then Cook was out for 10. 7th over of the day. Jennings made it through until lunch, but Wesley had been dismissed for 9. And then since then we've seen Jennings out for 18 and Milan just now out for 6.
Yeah, 102nd dismissal, so 97 catches, 5 stumpings as a keeper.
Stokes face up to Maharaj, another one which turns back into the left-hander sharply. Taken by De Kock, really not far away from the stumps from our angle up here. The left-hander has got an awful lot to contend with. Faf du Plessis was having an animated conversation with the umpire a little moment ago. A little tighter line. Stokes defends and no run. Thinking about Chris Wokes, whether he's able to, if he's able to prove his fitness in this one championship match, is that enough for the selectors to say, well, let's look at bringing you back in for Edgbaston? Maharaj into Stokes. That one keeps low, horribly low, and it's squirted past De Kock as well through the keeper, and it'll run away for 4. Well, that was really not, I don't think it was too much. Could have done about that buys, but just seemed to scuttle along the ground through Stokes and through the keeper.
Yeah, I just wonder if they use the West Indies series to just get Wokes back into cricket, maybe rest a Stuart Broad or Jimmy Anderson. You certainly want to give Toby Rowland-Jones a few more games. He's bowled so well. The senior pros won't be happy if you told them the rest of it. I think for the good of the team, it might be the way to go.
Well, they'll certainly want to play,
the first game.
I was going to say the day-nighter with that coming up in the Ashes. They want to get that experience.
You'd probably go with the same attack that they've had here.
Slipping a short leg, padding up, bit of bats I fancy, and then onto pad, rolling out to the onside, picked up by short leg. And that delivery before, one that kept low, just went straight between Quinton de Kock's legs. And not much Stokes all the keeper could have done about it. Morkel definitely warming up down below us now. His position at deep mid-on. Maharaj in now to Stokes, and that's angled across him. He swept hard. It'll be 4 runs. Behind square on the onside, out to long leg. He just went with the angle Maharaj offered him. Connected well. Stokes off the mark with the boundary. 84 for 4.
Yeah, it just strays down the leg side. It's a free hit really for Ben Stokes. Just got to stay patient himself, Maharaj. Keeps firing it into that rough outside the off stump. Something's going to happen.
Yeah, that is the real danger zone, isn't it? Batsman uncertain whether the ball's going to turn sharply, turn with extra bounce, scuttle and keep low. Stokes defends to end the over for Maharaj. So a good one asking questions, but the boundary coming from Stokes. Root on 25, 84 for 4, the lead 220. And an email here from Rob Fairhurst says, I'm currently listening from my beachside sunbed on the Greek island of Mykonos.
It's Mykonos.
Mykonos.
Yeah.
I haven't been to the Greek islands, can you tell? Mykonos. A pleasant breeze and an ice-cold beer to keep the 30-degree heat comfortable. Hoping the rain stays away and cricket stays as exciting as it is. Game on. And hello to everyone at Grappenhall Cricket Club.
Grappenhall Cricket Club.
Oh, we played at Grappenhall.
Yes.
I've been to Grappenhall. We have there. There's a charity game.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if he's chairman or he's certainly involved. Neil Fairbrother.
Warrington, isn't it? What, Grappenhall?
Yeah, Neil Fairbrother's club. He still plays for the over 40s. Mykonos, it's very popular. It seems to be the destination of the summer. Loads of people are going there.
I've been to Catalonia, actually. That was a long time ago. Roots has been distracted. Can't see anything moving behind the bowler's arm, but
there was a lady on the first tier in a nice bright orange jacket.
Well spotted, Michael.
Just coming back after a bit of lunch, I suggest.
It's a late comer. Well, that sounds like an ideal way to listen to the cricket. Ice cold beers on a 30-degree day.
Just go on to the rosé in a bit, don't you? A few beers. Nice bottle of rosé. Few nibbles.
Ideal. Rabada into Roots. Goes back. Runs down to third man. Just the one. Throw comes back in from Dwan Oliver into the gloves of de Kock. Takes it gratefully. Now let's see Root up against the pace of... Sorry, Stokes up against the pace of Rabada.
Will he try the Yorker? Pulled him with a beauty, didn't he, that first evening? Will he go for it again?
Yeah, middle stump. Just flattened. That was the penultimate over of the day on day one. But didn't Stokes take a blind over catch to end the day yesterday? Reminiscent of the catch-off broad at Trent Bridge, wasn't it?
And he makes them look so easy. And it's his celebration. I mean, yeah,
very nonchalant, wasn't it?
Yeah, the celebration at Trent Bridge was a bit more obvious. I mean, he ran around a bit, but last night it was just like, those catches should be taken.
He just stood up and held the ball aloft. Rabada then into Stokes on middle stump. No run. Coming forward, looking to defend. Cutting out towards mid-wicket. He rehearses the stroke. We've got 3 slips in the gully. Short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Yorkshire, Michael, all out for 113 against Essex. They're leading the championship.
Seafret, Ali on day one, that's a par score.
Live.
It might just be above par. Day one there. You watch.
I like your optimism. Adam Live was last man out for 68. Here goes Rabada into Stokes, defending once more. No run taken. Well, Adam Live, one of the 11. One of the 11 openers who's been tried with Alistair Cook. It's becoming sort of like the ongoing pub quiz question, isn't it? To name all Alistair Cook's opening partners in his career. Now Rabada gathers the ball at the end of his mark. No more. I'm sure we're going to see him before long. He took 2 of the wickets that fell this morning. Stokes, outside the off stump, just comes forward, defends with a very straight bat again, up to mid-off, and no run taken.
Yeah, he's either been given the nod or he's given the captain the nod. One or the other. I would think that the skipper's probably gone to him and said, I'll give Rabada one more if he gets another. Just keep going with it, but start to get loose, big man. His legs look They look a bit longer today. I don't know what it's about the trousers, do you think?
They've grown overnight. In goes Rabada to Stokes. Fuller chipped up to Morkel, who gets down behind the ball. You could hear those knees creaking from here. It's a long way down. He bends the knees, went down in that kind of classical fielding style that you're taught early on. Down on one knee, body behind the ball. His legs go on and on and on. I'm not sure they're visibly.
He must have an
overnight.
extra long bed.
Extra
it's
long
like the
trousers.
West Indies. You know, the West Indies used to come in the 80s, used to have extra long beds in hotels.
Yeah, it does not surprise me.
Morley gets an extra long one.
And goes Rabada to Stokes. He's flashing at it, and it's fielded by Rabada at point. Good stop. No protection behind him on that cover boundary. It was cut firmly by Stokes. Bavuma did well. 85 for 4 then, the lead 221. Andy Johnson says, listening to you in the crowd today, and here you go, talking about England batsmen, with Balance, Hales, etc. being talked about again. There continues to be no talk, though, of Daniel Bell-Drummond, North East, and Joe Denley at Kent. Could they be options? Ed Smith would be the ideal man to discuss those. Michael, I'm making way. Ed is coming in.
Yeah, I'm sure plenty of names will get mentioned over the next few days. I think that Keaton Jennings is probably struggling. A very disappointing test series. Paul Fabres, the assistant coach, thought he spoke really well the other night, and he said there is things that he needs to work on, but it's very difficult to work on them during the actual series, during the game. So maybe a little bit of time out might help him as well, just improve his game.
Afternoon, Michael. Maharaj in. Joe Root pushes to extra cover. Faf du Plessis fields.
So your name that's not been mentioned. Get Paul Collingwood back out of retirement. He's scoring runs for fun. 40 odd. Another 80 odd not out the other day in the T20. He got 100, didn't he?
Maharaj in. Joe Root pushes off the back foot, but to backward point.
It's just dying in the surface.
One kept really low to Stokes, didn't it? About 10 minutes ago from Maharaj, and went for byes. Maharaj, short run up now, slow left arm, Root goes back as he likes to do against spin, probably to a length ball, pushes on the offside. Once again, there's no run. 85 for 4 it stays. Middle of the 34th over, the lead is 221. England haven't found batting easy. Michael made a good point earlier on that all the question marks remain question marks. Malan's out, Jennings is out. Maharaj again. Root plays a late cut, beautifully played. Touch, time, class. Picks up 2 runs as well as a throw comes in now, and for a moment Root to scamper. Did so, made his ground comfortably in the end. 87 for 4, Root 28. Just had a chat with Steve James, of course, who played in 98, first against South Africa and then one test against Sri Lanka. He made the point that he would have loved to have had, and he wasn't being at all critical, but just being honest, as Maharaj is in now and Root pushes to extra cover. 4 tests and 8 innings, and that's quite a big sample size, and you're giving your crack, and if the scores don't come, maybe it's fair enough that the selectors do move on.
Yeah, there's
quite a lot of innings, 8, isn't it?
Yeah, but, Keaton, you've got to remember he's got a test century. Straight away, he got a test century. He got a 50 in his second game.
Maharaj in, and Root up on his toes, pushes on the offside.
I would think
single this time, 88 for 4.
If Keaton Jennings had started his test cricket at the start of this series, I would say he probably wouldn't have made this game.
The 100 brought him an extra game.
Well, no question. No question. If you play 3 test matches and you really struggle, you generally get changed. I think you need a score. He's just not got any scores. But because of that tremendous 100 that he scored in Mumbai, and he played nicely in the last test match in India, the second innings for 50.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
You've got to remember he's 22. And the judgment will be whether you feel... I actually thought he looked better today. I know he's dropped it.
I think he's older than that. I think he's 24, 25.
24, all right. So he's still pretty young. Yeah. He's into infancy stage of his test career, and the judgment will be that can he improve while playing international cricket, or does he need a little bit of a breather? You certainly don't want to kind of black mark his
exactly.
I thought today he looked pretty good. He gets out in an ugly way, but he looked to me like he was getting more into the ball.
I agree with that.
As Paul Fabre said the other night, it's very difficult to change something just a little bit technically during the series. You need a bit of time away from the game.
Morkel in, Root plays nicely to mid-on. He's looked class apart again today, 29 from 75, wickets falling around him. The England captain, his technique is so smooth and ordered at the moment. Jennings is 25?
Yeah, turned 25 last month.
What I think's helped him is that it's been a round of T20 cricket for the last few weeks.
No candidates.
If there'd have been 4-day games happening at the same time, and Hasib or Chip Stoneman had put a couple of double centuries together, a 150, you would think that he would have been under even more pressure.
Morkel in, and Root up on his toes, gets a single at least on the offside. Olafia's in quickly, but so's Root back quickly and does win the race. Very good between the wickets, Joe Root.
Yeah, Olivia just kind of lost his balance, but he was also thrown to the wrong end. Joe Root was at least 5 or 6 yards ahead of Ben Stokes. He just thrown the ball to the non-strikers end. It'd have been more of an opportunity, but lost his balance, threw it to the wrong end.
Once again standing across, more towards middle and off. 2 slips and a gully weight. That close catcher in front of square on the offside. Morkel with the pavilion behind him. In now and bowls, and Root off his hip. More runs here. Rabada's a better athlete than Olafia, but even he can't prevent the 2. Runs coming more quickly and easily, as they so often seem to do when Root's at the crease. Consecutive 2s, 92 for 4 is the score. Black skies at the back of the ground here, and heavy winds. High winds, I should say, not heavy winds. And prediction of showers this afternoon. Hopefully they'll stay away and the test match can play itself out. Morkel in, and there's an appeal for LBW. Root went across, he did that before. It's given not out, is it? Yes, and leg buys, but there's going to be no review. That's what he did in the first innings, isn't it, Michael?
Yeah, he didn't walk out to this one. He didn't get his foot outside of off stump. You know, he stayed a bit more in his normal position. He's going down the leg side, but not by much.
Now, Morkel's going to come round the wicket to Stokes. Middle and leg guard from Stokes, and Morkel wants another catcher, I think. He's not happy. He's talking to his captain in his field and wants wholesale changes.
Yeah, just fill out Heino Cooney's field. He's got this tear in the hamstring. He's out there fielding.
Morkel round the wicket past the umpire now. Bowls. Stokes plays a lovely straight drive. Not going to get runs for it, but it's been typical of his footwork and his attitude this match. Been confident, assertive.
Seems to get getting a bit darker, Ed. Just overhead, he's looked to our left. There's a few darker clouds arriving. Lights will be coming on soon, I would think.
Yeah. Probably should be on already, actually.
Not putting them on yet, though, are they?
Morkel in now. Ben Stokes leaves. Explain what you mean by that, Michael.
Northerners.
It's crafty, you're saying. They'll save a few quid on electricity.
Posh chaps down at the Oval had the lights on straight away, you know. North, they're waiting for that moment for the umpires just to look and they get the lights on.
There's a famous story, I think from the 30s, where it was Nottingham or Yorkshire was struggling to get the last wicket and took the new ball, and someone in the crowd shouted, now the Buggers are going to cost us another, whatever it was, bob, to get a new ball out there.
Well, you remember in the county game with those light machines with the lights, 4 lights?
Yeah, dude,
yeah.
Like the late 90s that was, yeah.
Fantastic, yeah.
And they were just a guide, they were for the crowd, weren't
they had a sensor. You know, the umpires used to go off them.
Did they?
Yeah, generally they used to have a look, and I think if it got to 3 lights, they knew it was getting a bit grim. And there was a sensor at the bottom. Now you could put something in front of that sensor, that would trigger the lights to
Cunning.
go. Yes, we had a very good tactic there at Headingley. Send the 12th man with
blanket.
He was getting a bit tricky.
I don't want any retrospective investigations into historical, but tampering with the light meter at Headingley. David Byas.
Yes, he used to have all the tricks in the book, did bingo. Good captain, David, to play against. He was always competitive. You don't want it that late on, do you? A few overs, just get the old piece of card in front of the sensor. There you go. It's too dark. I'm sorry, can't see it. Off you go. See you tomorrow.
Well, I've learned something today about Yorkshire in the late 90s. Maharaj is going to bowl over the wicket into the rough to Joe Root, and for that reason he's got a 45 in place and then a deep backward square leg a bit more behind square. 5-4 leg side field. Maharaj in bowls and Root pads away, hiding his bat behind his body, pushing forward with his knee, removing any chance of a bat pad catch. Maharaj again, and the same result. Puff of dust when the ball hit the foot hole, and then thudding into Joe Root's pad. There was a bowler who played a lot for Lancashire who was very good at doing this, landing it in the footholes. Gary Keady, very skillful when it came to bowling in the third and fourth innings. His Root edges this towards short leg, but the ball bounced about a yard before.
Gary Keady's a physio now.
Is he?
Yeah, he went to Notts, didn't he? He played for Notts for I don't think he played too much in the first or second team, and then he became, I think he was second team physio.
Maharaj again, that's wide of the leg stump, and now dangles his left leg to prevent it hitting the stumps and goes through behind Quentin de Kock.
I think he's a spin bowling coach. I think he's got a spin academy, or a kind of system where he coaches a lot of young spinners.
Maharaj in hard sweep from Joe Root is a superb shot. He's played this over very like Graham Gooch at his best, actually, where he's padded the ball very effectively, and then that is the hard sweep, and the very hard sweep, actually, and it's raced in front of square for four. He gave it everything, committed fully to the shot, hands out in front. Superb batting, Michael.
Yeah, and also he chose exactly the right line, because he knows that if the ball comes straight, it's not going to be out LBW because it's over the wicket. It's also pitching on the posh bit.
Straight of the footholds, but not straight enough to hit leg stumps. So there's a channel, is there, of about...
Well, you see that, don't you? Straight down the pitch, just inside of that, you've got the normal part, and there's a rough section. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't be sweeping out the rough. As soon as he saw it straight away, I'll have a piece of that. Straight away they go for a field change, so he's put himself to square leg, as Faf du Plessis.
Maharaj again, once more dust flies as the ball hits a foothold, and it's the end of the over. 97 for 4. England just dragging themselves out of that mini hole, led by Root 37. Stokes 4 not out.
Just always scoring runs, isn't it?
Okay, I'm going to tricky question. England's best batsman of the modern era, Michael, Joe Root?
No question. No question.
So I suppose his competitors would be Peterson, and then you're into phases of careers. Late Gooch, I suppose.
Peterson played, outstanding innings. I don't think we've had a player like Joe Root that just plays in all the three formats so consistently well, and doesn't look to change his game. He's obviously a bit busier in T20 cricket, but he's playing the same strokes in all the three formats. You've seen the sweep shot, you've seen the drive, the punches off the back foot, the pull shots in all the three formats.
Morkel round the wicket bowls to Stokes, who's got lots of time as he rocks forward in defence.
It's always hard to compare, isn't it? And you're looking at this era, and then you go back even further, Jeffrey's era. It's always hard to say who's the best. And I think it's sometimes harsh to say who's better than who. You're looking at real greats, but I can tell you that Joe will definitely be in that greats category, without question. He's a wonderful player. And if this goes well for him as a team, 3-1 in his first Test series as a captain.
Morkel in now. Stokes drives crisply. Maharaj fumbles. Rabada mops up at mid-off. Andrew, could you tell us which England batsman of the sort of, I'm going to say, the last 20 years have been number one? I know the man to my right was in 2003.
Yeah, I mean, for about 3 hours.
Yeah, Gucci wasn't he? I think for a while, sort of the latter stages of his career. Not that many. I'm trying to think if Joe's
been there.
Has been there for a bit, and then
Smith and Virat.
Gets handed around, doesn't
Kane,
he, a little bit?
I think Kane got to number one, but there are a little bunch of them, isn't there? That are all very consistent. Pujara is very consistent, I have to say, in the Test match cricket. I think he's just got another Test century against Sri Lanka. 2 in 2 for him in that series.
He's got that appetite, Pujara, hasn't he? He's probably the only really old-fashioned type player out there at the moment, I think.
Elgar.
And then he just plays these shots that look kind of, I don't know, some quite big shots in amongst some obdurate defence. I'd say as Morkel's in now and bowls to Root, who cuts and gets a single to squarish third man. I think with Pujara, he's almost connects with the Dravid sort of tradition. Maybe seen enough of Elgar to say.
No ball from Morne Morkel. He's always close to that front line. What are we clapping here? What's the
100 up with that no ball?
Yes.
100 for 4 England. But the reason why I asked Andrew that question about which England batsman had been number one is not to flatter you, and you sort of swatted it aside by saying it wasn't for very long. But actually, I was thinking of Gooch because he had such a long career, and the beginning sort of half was more uneven as Morkel's in now and bowls to Stokes outside the off stump, left alone, goes through to the cock. But I suppose late Gooch was so good that there was a spell there where he was sort of consistently, a top Test player. I suppose that comes into consideration, is which parts of people's career are you thinking about. It's very difficult. But
I remember watching Gooch against Pakistan at Headingley, facing Mushtaq. One of the England players could pick the googly, and then Gooch came out, and as soon as Mushtaq bowled the googly, he slugged it.
Yeah.
As soon as it came out of his hand, he just got down on one knee and just slugged it over mid-wicket.
Yeah. Morkel round the wicket, bowls to Stokes, who pushes to mid-on. Exactly the same thing happened Aravinda de Silva at Kent in '95 when he was absolutely prolific. No one could pick Mushtaq's googly, and every time he bowled it, Aravinda actually bannered it. And when you realise it's just a different game, some people.
Larry in that stand again. I think they're probably dancing and singing to keep warm.
Not a bad strategy. 2 times when dancing and singing are essential, Michael. Morkel's in now, and Stokes plays and misses outside. One is to keep him warm, the other one is if you're falling asleep and you're revising.
Well, it's the lads in the Hawaiian shirts. They were out by the nets before play having selfies with everyone that they could. They had Trevor Bayliss riding amongst them. England coach was having to have a set. I don't think Trevor Bayliss is the type that takes his own selfies.
No.
But he was certainly involved with the Hawaiian shirt chaps.
Andrew's got some answers for us.
Well, sort of. The only kind of historical rankings that you can find is the end-of-year rankings. The only one in recent times is, as you mentioned, Graham Gooch.
Morkel in now, Stokes cover drives. And there's no one. That was kind of what I thought. Actually.
Yeah, so Gooch, Root definitely was at one stage. But it's end-of-year ones, Gooch was 91, 92 and 93, he was ranked number 1.
After that Pakistan series, Michael was talking. Thought from Michael, and I'll make way for Charles Dagnall.
Yeah, the drinks being brought out. Faf du Plessis, what's he going to say to his team? I would think he would just be saying, look, more of the same. Let's just hope we create a few opportunities. Maharaj has bowled nicely. And I know that needs a few quick wickets. Needs 3 or 4 in the next hour or so.
Yes, they do.
And then his team will have to bat a lot better than they did in the first innings.
Yes, they will. Hello, Skip.
I think it's going to rain, Charlie. So
do you have that?
Got that sniff.
Yeah. Well, it's just filled in a little bit behind the grandstand, or the open stand to our left-hand side. There's still a little bit of not broken cloud, but it's a lot more one colour one enormous blanket over to our left of Gray. Andrew.
But no ball in Morne Morkel's previous over was his 250th in Test cricket.
Oh my goodness, it's a lot of extra overs.
The only current bowler who's bowled more than that is Ishant Sharma, 285.
That is a lot of no balls. Just stay behind it.
Yeah. As we were discussing earlier in the series, he took a wicket with the no ball at Lords, the 13th time he'd done that. So if you think about that, he's bowled 250 no balls and taken 13 wickets. His strike rate on no balls is 1 wicket every 19 balls.
Very good, Andrew. That's outstanding.
Excellent. Goodness me.
Please, can you write that down for me? I want to go and mention it to him after today's.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be really receptive to that. Graham Smith alongside me as the players are just taking a drink and a huddle for the South Africans. And Faf du Plessis probably saying what Graham Smith is thinking at this moment in time. They're in the game to a degree, but it needs to happen, you would argue, in the next hour.
It does, and as a captain, this is a very challenging space because you've got to keep, asking for many things from your bowlers, and they've bowled a lot. Your batting unit is what's let you down over the last few games, and you've got to keep going and saying to bowlers, I need you to step it up. Game's on the line. I think it's difficult.
Well, just on that, Morne Morkel's bowled the 10 overs, Rabada 11, Maharaj 12, Olivier just the 4, relatively cheaply. Didn't cause that many problems, Olivier, but Maharaj in for a long spell here. But this is the last, the last throw of this tour, and so you try and eke out as much of them as you can.
You have to, Degas.
Yeah,
absolutely, no doubt. I'm just saying, the captain, you feel like because you're batting so badly, you feel like you're constantly asking your bowlers to get you out of trouble, and they bowled a lot of, a lot of days at the Oval, and they've bowled all 3 here. But there is no choice. They've got to respond. I think break this partnership. Root has looked a class above today, really, compared to all the other batters. We know Stokes' capabilities, so this is a big partnership for them. Maharaj has been good. It's turn and bounce for him.
He's in the game with that rough spot, but he needs Stokes down that end, you fancy, and it's Joe Root who's on strike. The players have broken the huddle, have gone back into their fielding positions. We're almost ready to get underway. If you are just switching on for the first time this afternoon, 4 England wickets have fallen. Just having a look at, Ben Stokes has edged one.
It's
previous
amazing.
Over from Morkel.
Sometimes with Ultra Edge, I just don't know if I buy into it sometimes. Not one person even made a ooh over that.
No. And there was Stuart Broad had one, didn't he, in the previous test at the Oval? Nicked someone off as Maharaj bowls into the rough and padding up as Joe Root. I think it was the last test at the Oval where Broad had one of the South African batsmen caught behind and just didn't appeal, or just looked questioningly at the umpire, and that was it, really. Maharaj again, wind whipping against his trousers as he comes in, and Joe Root tries a reverse sweep and hits de Kock in the chest and then trickles down towards third man. Just going to see what signal this is. Leg buys. Oh no, buys. Didn't even connect.
I think it almost hit the Kock on the shoulder. That's how much it bounced. But Root going for almost a switch hit type approach, changes his feet around.
Is that the sharpest move?
Look, I mean, he obviously wants to progress the game. He's ahead of the game, wants to keep scoring. I think maybe just the normal regulation reverse sweep, because you can use your legs to line up and protect the stumps. You can't be out LBW.
Yeah.
But when you switch it, you kind of expose your stumps a little bit.
And you're reversed as well, and umpires can take that into account as Maharaj bowls. Oh, and one just goes past the outside edge, a puff of dust from the rough.
What we don't realise, no one really talks about it, but it's a challenging space for the keepers. This rough, one skidding low, one bouncing.
I will run through those wickets to have gone in a moment as Maharaj bowls, and a big sweep attempted, yelps, but outside the line was Ben Stokes, and just goes down to short fine leg. 101 for 4. Are we standing? I like standing.
I'm just getting some blood. Been sitting on the other side.
Sorry, we'll stand. Feel a bit more part of the game when you're standing and commentating. Here comes Maharaj, bowls. Oh, and that turns viciously off the body of Ben Stokes. Just off the side and into the hands, waiting to brain at short leg.
There is no real 50-50 for a left-hander when the conditions are like this. You either got to get your bat really in front, almost at the ball, get your head over it, No bat pad next to each other.
Maharaj again. This does, again, viciously turn, and Ben Stokes just allows it to glance past him, and de Kock having, well, it's not a nightmare for him. He's just spun past, and he's got no chance of reacting and sticking out a mitt and stopping it. Runs away for 4 more byes, and England to 105 for 4. The lead is 241. So the wickets to fall today. Alistair Cook caught De Bruyne off the bowling of Morkel for 10. Tom Wesley was caught by Markram, the substitute in the gully, off the bowling of Morkel for 9. Keaton Jennings caught Amla Boldrabada for 18, and Milan caught De Bruyne for the bowling of Maharaj for 6. Some sad news to bring you. Essex County Cricket Club have tweeted, as with regrets, that the club announces the passing of the former player, captain, chairman and president Doug Insole. Mr. Essex Cricket was Doug, and we're sorry, at the age of 91. So sorry to bring you that news, and our condolences to all down at Chelmsford. We've had a good day with the ball today, but very sad news to have brought you. 105 for 4. 38 overs gone. Partying in the stand over on the left-hand side. All fairly good-natured. So Morkel from the Anderson end. One slip, a gully, and a fly gully, if you like, as Root is onto the back foot, punching to cover point. Yeah, interesting field here. So we've got a slip, a 4th slip, and then a gully who's even further back. As Graham Smith now sits down, so I have to.
You're entitled to make your own decisions, yeah.
No, I can't, no. I'm a sheep. Follow what I'm doing. 105 for 4. Morkel again. Pitch is looking a little tatty as he strides towards those high knees and then stops and doesn't bowl and just goes back to his mark. But yes, there's a dirty, grubby look about the pitch at the moment, and also around where the bowlers take off.
The one thing South Africa have to be conscious of is bowling around the wicket. Morkel operating in that space, Rabada, but the rough is developing for Moeenally for the last innings. Du Plessis might say to him, time to come over.
Yeah, that's more prominent now as Morkel bowls over the wicket, flicked away by Root in the air, but it's into space. Through the mid-wicket region, chase on for Bavuma, coming round from long leg. 2 runs onto the total, 107 for 4. The other aspect to this is, of course, that if South Africa don't get England sort of 6 or even 7 down in the next hour or so, just think that the energy and the air will be taken out of them, and they know there's going to be it's too tough a chase.
100%. They need wickets to keep them in the game, keep them interested, keep believing. If there's one partnership of 80 or 100, it's going to really suck the life out of South Africa. Know that all they're going to be able to do is try and bat out for a draw. No opportunity to win a game. Lost the series.
Morkel again bowls, and this is crunched to silly point. That's a silly point, a short cover point, and it's well fielded in the end. 107 for 4. The lead 243. Lots of people standing and clapping and chanting. Sunday afternoon at the Test. Not full by any means, probably 3/4 full. Party Terrace doing a roaring trade. Former Lancashire bowler in there, Peter Seal, enjoying his day as Morkel bowls, tickled away by Root for 4. Lovely shot, just a delicate little glance, that's all. It was full and down the leg side from Morkel, and Root capitalises, and England move on to Nelson. 111 for 4. Nicely played.
Everyone else has laboured today as the England batters, but Root has just ticked over wonderfully. He just looks ultimately a class above. His energy, his intensity between the wickets. Obviously the left-handers have got the rough to deal with, but every over he's just found a way to be busy.
Rain in Widnes, which is over to the west of where we are now. Rugby league town. As Morkel comes in again, bowls, and carefully watched by Root, sort of crabbing his way into a defensive push out to mid-wicket. Now, you'll be thinking about, George, you've been over here a long time, just as long as these boys have as well, and we'd love to have you with us, but I'm sure you're dreaming of getting to the airport soon.
Yeah, I've loved being here, thanks, Daggers. Yeah, I'm looking forward to a trip home to Cape Town.
Sounds awful.
Back end of winter.
Oh yes, Cape Town in the spring. Is that nice? Here comes Morkel bowls, and that's a really elegant looking cover drive from Root. Only finds mid-off though. End of the over. 39 gone, 111 for 4. Lead is 247.
Cape Town's nice pretty much any time of the year.
It is really, isn't it? But you can't wait though. Willing South Africa to take wickets, so yes. I'm sure.
Yeah, I think there's a few South Africans on this field that are probably feeling the same way. It's been a long old tour. Some of them have really struggled.
What's been your favourite bit of your 2 months over here? Have a think.
There's been so many. I mean, I enjoyed the Champs Trophy. I thought the tournament was well run, well organised. There were some good games. A perfect final in India-Pakistan for the tournament. I've been a bit disappointed in the contest in the Test series. There hasn't been a contest. England have dominated. I mean, bar Trent Bridge, South Africa, fought back, but England have dominated most of the plays, and there just hasn't been a tight Test match. So it's going to be disappointing to lose the first series here in a very long time.
Oh, you've rubber stamped it now, haven't you? That's it.
Well, it's looking that way.
It is.
South Africa need to win this to level the series, so it's looking very difficult from here.
Maharaj, left arm spinner, gets swept, thumped through the leg side by Ben Stokes. I'm sure he wouldn't mind have 2 or 3 deliveries at Stokes there, Maharaj, but he's off strike with a single, 112 for 4. Paul has tweeted us saying the rain has arrived at Formby.
You've got advisors everywhere, Davis.
People like to tell us and give us information. Gary Keedy has been proing for the last few years. Now there's a left arm spinner. Gary Keedy, many years here at Lancashire. Thought he was unlucky not to play for England. Taking a bucket load on this pitch as Maharaj bowls into the footmarks and Roots. No, I don't think he touches it. Maybe a bottom edge, toe end of the bat, running away for 4, and signalled so by Aleem Dar. Fired down the leg side, and actually this one didn't turn out of the rough, and it's tough for Quinton de Kock. Really tough.
Yeah, keeper's nightmare, really.
I mean, he's expecting that to turn, and that's where his hands are positioned, and then the ball just lifts and jumps, spits out of the rough, but no turn. It's gone straight on, and Root just manages to get the toe end to it. 116 for 4. Over the wicket comes Maharaj again. And Root pads up.
I actually would rather see Maharaj over. It's not like Root was killing him, scoring freely. I understand what he's trying to do to hit the edge of the rough, but actually giving away more runs is so difficult for the keeper out of that.
Maharaj bowls again, and I thought he almost bowled him around his legs. Sweeping once more, Joe Root trying to get a fine sweep. There is a fielder in that position. Very fine, short, fine leg. Imagine the line of a leg slip and just a bit beyond that. There is a deep backward square as well. There's Maharaj, short leg and slip. Starts and stops again, signal dead ball. So he's actually got a deep backward point. A deep backward square. Maharaj. Jauntily runs in, and again, Root just pads up outside the line of the leg stump. Just wondering now if Maharaj considers going round. There's an email from John Adlam. I'll read that in a moment. Maharaj comes in, bowls, and Root pads up once more. So he's listening to us, guys and girls. Hiking the Swiss Alps, 2,400 metres high. End of the over, by the way. 116 for 4. Thanks to 4G and myself and partner D. Ryle. Can listen. Please say hi to my mate Phil James, listening in here in the UK. Consider it done. 2,400 metres and you can still get TMS. What's that in old money?
Multiplied by about 3. How many metres was it?
It's, 2,500.
2,500, so call it about 8,000 feet, roughly.
Still get signal on your phone. Technology. Morkel. From the Anderson end. With 3 slips. 2 short covers as well for Stokes, who advances down the pitch and jams the ball down into the turf. Out it goes to mid-on.
Just thinking through this test match, has the post-lunch session been the slowest of all? Well, we're only into the 3rd day, but yesterday South Africa had it was a bit of a slow grind after lunch. Everything seems to have happened in the morning and the afternoon.
Yeah.
Am I reading that right, Agus?
I think you are.
Maybe it's just me post-lunch to seem a bit slower.
Oh, look, I'm not one to say, Skipper, but
post the feed.
Maybe you just need it to settle a little bit. And then it galvanise you.
Did you have roast today?
I did have a roast today.
Did you have a Yorkshire pudding?
No. Are they available? Here's Morkel bowling back of a length and Stokes again defending out into the offside. But they were very specific. I saw them delivering our lunches downstairs. These great big tins of food. And there was a very adamant, like, you know, the man who serves you, adamant, 1 piece of meat. Not allowed a second. You can have as many vegetables as you like, but only 1 piece of meat. Very nice as well.
What meat did you go for?
Turkey.
Turkey?
It was turkey. But you know what? Turkey's got that thing in it.
Stuffing?
No. Here's Morkel bowls a flashing drive from Ben Stokes. Catches an inside edge, goes onto his pad, and Morkel thought he might have had a chance of playing on. Not to be, though. No, there's tryptophan, is it called? In Turkey? Tryptophan? When people have... There's something in Turkey. After people have Christmas dinner, that's why they feel so sleepy at the end of it. I might be completely wrong here.
The way Andrew's looking at you, he looks confused, so I'm going to back him.
I'm really hoping that someone will back me up at BBC TMS. Or is tryptophan not the right word? Is that something else?
I'm going to have to Google that.
It's called your red wine with your lunch, not tryptophan.
I'm telling you. Here's Morkel bowls and Stokes defends out into the offside. At BBC TMS, if you want to help me out. I'm sure there's something in it. Ben Scott said that rain has been through the Isle of Man. Started about 11:30, cleared about 2 o'clock. Nothing yet, but it is getting slowly and surely murkier. Andrew?
Tryptophan is an amino acid that is used in the biosynthesis of proteins. Primary dietary source, turkey meat. Causes drowsiness.
Where did you learn that useless piece of knowledge?
In your face, Graham Smith, as Morkel bowls and it's played.
Who told you that?
Pitch. Just
is that your lunchtime or dinner conversation?
I do not have it on Google, Graham Swan. Just knew that.
Is this if I come for lunch or dinner with you?
I spend a lot of time with Philip Tufnell.
Is this the topic of conversation?
He has bizarre amounts of trivia and useless facts, but that one's all my own. So that's maybe if you had the turkey at lunch.
And the beef.
I was trying to help you out there, Graham, but over the wicket comes Morkel now to Stokes, who flicks him away very confidently, and he flicks him for 4. Lovely shot from Ben Stokes, bit of a flourish as well to get him another boundary, so he moves to 10. England stretch their lead. It's 256 now, 120 for 4. 41 overs have gone. Some more from you, Graham Smith, and then the Alison Mitchell.
Tryptophan, really. I went for the fish, for the brain food.
Did you go for the brain food? I had a bit of salmon at breakfast.
Well, that's your omega-3, isn't it? Is that what you get from the fish? It's all right. Well, you'll be wide awake. Dagger's going to be snoozing in the back of the commentary box then.
Daggers, I think, is going looking for cake now.
Yeah, he'll find that as well. 2:56 the lead then. A couple of umbrellas starting to appear here at Old Trafford. 1:20 for 4. It's got notably a bit murkier in the last half hour or so. Floodlights starting to come on. One by one, those bank of spotlights. So we'll start to have an effect on the ground here as long as the rain stays away. Beer snakes starting to be formed as well. Always an indicator at this time of the afternoon that the cricket's perhaps just slowed a little bit. South Africa trying to get another breakthrough, but Joe Root is 2 away from 50 and he's padding up to Maharaj outside his leg stump. Maharaj continuing his line of attack, left arm spin over the wicket into those footmarks outside Joe Root's leg stump. Stokes at the other end on 10 from the 33 balls that he's faced. And a pause in play because Morné Morkel is putting on a second jumper. He's layering up out there. He's got, I don't know whether underneath, I didn't spot whether he's got the long-sleeved underlayer, but he's gone for 2 jumpers. It's a 2-jumper day officially. Maharaj and then to Root outside the leg stump now, and Root goes back and steers it well wide of slip and takes 1, moves him on to 49.
I think he's got that the wrong way around. Surely you go the long sleeve first, then put the half sleeve over the long sleeve.
I think he has 2 long sleeves on. Well, that's the cheer for the beer snake. I think it's finally been broken, has it? Something's happening in the party stand. They've gone up, but they're all facing the back of the stand. I can't tell what's happened. Oh, somebody has put a mask on one of the cameramen. And that's what the cheer is about. A walrus mask over one of the TV cameramen. He's quickly pulled it off. Stokes with a reverse sweep attempt and misses. Ball wraps him on the backs of the legs after handing off an edge of the bat. And Joe Root certainly had a big grin, looked up at the big screen to see what all the fuss was about. The crowd are making their own fun in the party stand at the moment. Slip and short leg. Now here goes Maharaj into Stokes and the ball turns into him again. He defends it back down the pitch. Does this sort of shenanigans go on in Cape Town, Graham? Johannesburg, Durban?
I don't think there is a party stand anywhere in those grounds. I'm sure there's a lot of castle that gets drunk, but
Maharaj in reverse sweep attempt from Stokes into the ground and then down to third man. Should be 4. Olivier won't make chase. The ball gets there first. And now the crowd are still on their feet in the party stand, actually applaud some cricket for the moment. 261 is the lead, 125 for 4. They're still having fun, this 4 cameraman. I think he's now playing up to the crowd. He's on a gantry about halfway up. And he's getting some good pictures of his adoring fans now. He's got cult status.
50 partnership came up with that shot of 75 balls.
Thank you. I'm glad you're keeping an eye on the stats for us at the moment. And Root, we'll keep an eye on him certainly. He's 49 not out. He's at the non-striker's end. All sorts going on. Oh, used to the feet and he's battered this. Smeared away over the leg side for 4. A couple of bounces then over the road. That'll bring the attention back to the cricket. Ben Stokes on the attack. He's on to 18. 129 for 4. As this came down the wicket and picked that up with all his might and power.
Yeah, full array of shots in that over. We saw the reverse sweep, the normal sweep down the wicket, over mid-on. Stokes starting to find his rhythm. The lead is just ticking on.
We've got the ground staff come out now to do some repair work on some of the footmarks, and the bowlers run up just behind the crease. That was a problem area yesterday, wasn't it, when Morné Morkel was bowling and he wasn't happy with that area. So again, I need to know the name of that little piece of groundsman equipment. You can hear it, I think, in the stump microphone. It's a big thump, thump, thump into the ground, and flat bass. Just trying to even out those footmarks so nobody can trip up. I think the crowd have settled down.
For now.
The party stand, just for now.
It looks very festive in there now. It looks singing of songs going on. The cameraman's got his head buried in there, trying to not catch an eye of anybody around him.
Oh, that's surely a breach of security for someone to encroach on his camera gantry to place the walrus mask over his head.
The security in that stand is certainly perked up.
Yes, keep lively. Keep your wits about you.
It's like when you come to work and you see, off at the party stand. It's going to be a long day as a security man, isn't it?
Yeah, you wonder whether there's any sense of rotation during a 5-day test match, or whether if you're at the party stand, that's your lot for the 5 days.
It's like leaving one of your players as a captain out there in front of the party stand all day.
Yeah, it's a bit mean, isn't it?
I think by the end of the day, he'd be begging you to move somewhere else.
Please, I'll come and be a slip catcher, anything. Toine Olivier is going to pick up duties from the Anderson end of the ground. So a little bit of a change with Root, 49 not out off the 101 deliveries that he's faced. He's scored a century in each of his last 10 consecutive test matches. This would be one in each innings here. He can match the half century that he scored in the first innings. So Toine Olivier, du Plessis is asking mid-on Rabada to come a little tighter in, a little finer. So Olivier in, Root outside the off stump, looks to drive, but into the ground, doesn't time it, to extra cover and no run. And there's a man in I can only describe as celestial gowns. I think he's in some sort of priest outfit, can't quite tell, some sort of enormous cassock. He's got the crowd going down there. At one point they were praising him. Root then on 49. And comes Olivier, floodlights on at gloomy Old Trafford. Olivier in, Root is up on his toes defending. It's good length, coming up on middle stump. Root getting solidly behind it. Ben Stokes makes a few paces, comes a few paces down the pitch, taps it with his bat, glances up at his captain. He's looking calm and collected. Out in the middle, England building on their lead. 265 it stands at the moment. Johnny Bairstow, the next man in, who scored quickly at the start of yesterday to take the initiative for England with the bat in a final wicket stand. Here's Olivier into Root. He's on 49, wide one. Root goes after it, misses, and through to de Kock. Oh, I think his eyes lit up for a moment. I thought, well, if I can drive that, there's no protection out on that deep cover boundary, but a little bit of a risk to go after one that was quite so wide.
Yeah, I mean, it's he's played superbly. Surface hasn't been easy to score at a pace on. He's just made it look so simple.
It's been very tricky batting at the other end with Maharaj bowling into those footholes. Olivier into Root on 49 down the leg side, didn't get anything on it. But he's following these balls to the offside, to the leg side.
Yes, he got out in the first innings like that, almost just getting too far across his stumps. So Olivier got one to shape a little bit back, LBW. Root's almost playing a one-day style innings, moving around his crease, trying to mess with Olivier. Still new in international cricket. Certainly would gain a lot from the experiences that he's had on this tour. So from a skill perspective, the areas that he needs to focus on, grow his own game, improve.
Flex of the knees from Root as he waits Olivier in now. Root on 49's bowled! Inside edge onto his stumps. Olivier gets the wicket and Joe Root looks downcast. It's a slow walk off for him. And England now find themselves 5 down. 129 for 5, the lead 265.
It's a chop on. Almost just trying to get a little bit dinky, too clever. Trying to tuck it into point to go to his 50. Stays a little bit low, chops it on. Massive wicket for South Africa. He just felt that the pace of the game was starting to shift England's, or they are way ahead, but the pace of today's play was shifting between Stokes and Root. He's gone for 49, 106 balls. Olivier's got him both times in this test match.
Well, it just livens things up a touch, doesn't it? The party stand has certainly woken up to applaud the captain off, but one short of a half century, the time when England building their lead. They haven't quite yet done enough, given there's so much time in the match. You're expecting the rain to come in.
Joe's walking off like Inzi at the moment. It's taking him an age to get to the dressing room.
And he's having a good chat at the bottom of the steps with Johnny Bairstow as well. A few words of advice as he comes out swinging his right arm, then his left arm, with bat in hand. He entertained the crowd royally yesterday. What's he got in him today? Trickier, different batting circumstances and a different time of the game.
Ellie, unfortunately, you've got Jeffrey now. Move on.
You say that with great sadness.
He's got his little
not with as much
cushion.
sadness as I have.
He looks ready for the last stint before tea.
I'm looking forward to hearing Jeffrey's thoughts before tea. Andrew, let's get yours first.
Joe Root, 49 of 106 balls with 6 fours, 140 minutes. That means his average at Old Trafford has dropped to 104.8. He's got 524 runs in 4 test matches here, with the 100 and 350s.
Root out for 49. Jeffrey, good afternoon to you.
You're very lucky to have me.
Privileged.
You were doing my face voice live at tea and you chickened out.
I have other duties to attend to today.
Right.
You've not been discarded.
All
just
right.
merely postponed.
Are you coming tomorrow then?
That's the plan. And of course, some things are out of my control. If other things
And girls
crop up.
change their mind often, do they?
Absolutely.
Their prerogative.
Yep.
All right.
So I'll inform you in about 10 minutes before tea tomorrow
Thank you.
as to whether I'm on duty with you.
Right. We'll have to get a stand-in at short notice, will we?
Root's dismissal. Played on, 49.
He's just making a statement with his team, moving it along. He's the best player. He's played nicely, just the way it is. But England are getting themselves in an impregnable position.
The lead's 265. Bairstow, the new batsman, Olivier, bowls outside the off stump, and he is happily able to let it go. Doesn't offer a shot, and through to the keeper to end the over. 129 for 5 then.
Yeah, if you say it quickly, 265, you think, oh, that's all right. It's not too many, is it? Back and forth. But you look at the state of the pitch, there's
not been easy.
Bairstow and Root are the only 2 players who have been fluent on it. People who've made runs have had to work quite hard. The bowlers have been able to, if they can't get them out, they've been able to make them work really, really hard for the runs. But those are the only 2 players that have been fluent. So that tells you something that 265, that's going to be a lot to get. England have a pretty good bowling attack. Batting fourth is under pressure. Yeah, I think they're sitting pretty.
Good position to be in, Andrew.
Joe Root's almost certainly going to finish as the leading run scorer in this series. 461 runs he ended up with at 57.62.
That level of consistency of scoring for Joe Root.
Simple. He's the best player.
Yep, he showed it. Maharaj then to the left-handed Stokes. Stokes looks to paddle sweep. It steps right across his stumps. Doesn't make a connection cleanly.
I think eventually he's got to belt him again over the top, mid-wicket. He's got a very squarish mid-wicket and a long on. In between, there's about 85 yards.
Over the head of mid-wicket. That was fired down towards the leg side. He's clipped him past short leg, out to Rabada at deep mid-wicket and jogged the single. Stokes on to 19, 130 for 5. And Johnny Bairstow faces first ball from the spinner.
The thing is, when the left-arm spinner Maharaj bowls over the wicket in a defensive manner at Root, stop him scoring with that. The trouble is, he was an attacking bowler till then. Then he becomes defensive, and it affects the mindset. In terms of playing Test cricket, he's quite youngish. He's 28 years of age, but he hasn't played a lot of Test cricket. And it's changed his mindset. He was causing problems before, wasn't he? Spinning the ball, turning it. He's got to try and get that back. But once you've got into a defensive mode, the batsman's half won, hasn't he? Root's half won because he made him change his line of attack. And it's difficult to get that back. Now, there's a chance he's got a new batsman in.
Yeah, and he will be bowling it around the wicket again to Bairstow, the right-hander.
He's got to get back to being an attacking ball, looking to bowl Bairstow out. Forget the 99 of it, he's on naught.
Leg slip in place, and Bairstow takes a big stride forward, and the ball skims through to De Kock. No stroke offered by Bairstow.
Yeah, you can't take Johnny's innings away. It was superb first innings, but now he's on naught. It's a different innings, different day, and he's got to get back, and the captain's got to help him get back to bowling the right-handers out.
Maharaj in, Bairstow comes forward, defends, gets well over the ball. Solid defensive stroke.
I mean, if he bowls where he should, there's been a bit of turn. It's not easy. I don't care who comes in starting on naught to whack it around or hit it anywhere. If he bowls a bad ball, I'm almost sure Bairstow's going to whack it.
Yeah, a game of patience needed by the batsman. Wait for the poor balls. A little quicker, angled into Bairstow, defends that one. And no run taken.
So if you bowl the length like those 2 balls, and it looks as if it might turn, you've got to take a big risk to hit it. That's what he has to do, try and get a rhythm again, of bowling it on the spot, spinning it, looking as if he's an attacking bowl against the right-hander.
And he goes to Bairstow, goes back this time. Fielded on the offside. A short extra cover comes in, and it's the end of the over then from Maharaj. 130 for 5, the lead 266. Still got Stokes in as a left-hander, where he's looked the most threatening with the assistance of those footholes, and some balls have really kept low as well, haven't they? The odd one has kicked up.
Absolutely, very difficult, from all left-handers. I mean, their left-handers will have looked at those footholds and seen those ball. They won't be queuing up because Moeen Ali will be actually turning the ball away from them. That becomes more difficult.
Yeah, that's certainly talk about England's quality of attack. Moeen to bowl his spin alongside Broad and Anderson, but Moeen will have a big part to
I think only the rain can save South Africa. I've said for a long time now, I think England are a better side. Simply, their batting's very modest, very ordinary, really. So it's the middle order of England that helps. Cook up front, Root playing, and there's three in the middle order of quality all-rounders.
Dwan Olivier from the Anderson end. A slip and a gully in place. A second slip and gully as Olivier is into Stokes. Pulled, oh, brilliant, no, dropped. I was about to say brilliantly caught. It was juggled at short mid-wicket. And then dropped as he fell to the ground.
Hit it hard, didn't he?
Heine Kuhn.
He didn't have a lot of time to see, what is he, 15 yards, 17 yards away.
I mean, lightning reactions to get to it in the first place.
No,
the ball's almost behind him by the time he stuck his hand up and then spilled it as he fell to the ground.
Well, if he hit it straight at him, would have been easy, but it was up in the air, wasn't it? The
awkward height.
Not easy. I mean, you call it a catch and a chance, but that's a difficult one.
And goes Olivier to Stokes once more on the drive this time. Quite timed as well as he would have liked, up to Rabada at mid-off. That was a full-blooded shot from Stokes there as well, wasn't it?
He's belligerent, isn't he? You just feel when the bowler's running out, OK, you get him out, but if you just bowl something not right, he's going to give it an old-fashioned smack, isn't he? He's not worried about technique. He can bowl, he can catch, and he can bat, but he can hit it. And he's going to give it a clout, in the old-fashioned way. He's not thinking about stroking it all the time. He's going to give it a hit.
In comes Olivier, Fuller to Stokes. He comes forward, plays defensively, just walking out of his crease. Fielded by Rabada at mid-off. That was Stokes just back to the gentle Ben that he can sometimes be with the bat. He's judging each ball as it comes, switching from defence to attack very quickly. You've seen him do. The lead remains at 266. 20 minutes to go until tea here at Old Trafford. 53 for 2 at lunch. England were lost 3 wickets in this afternoon session, but the lead has been building. Olivier down the leg side, a poor ball. Stokes shaped as if to go after it, left it alone. Through to the wicket keeper. At tea time, going to be discussing the Kia Super League, the ECB Women's 2020 competition, which starts on the 10th of August. So we've got a couple of a few players from Lancashire Thunder going to be joining us in the commentary box.
Who's their star names then?
Kate Cross is joining us.
Right.
But in terms of the league, there is a
Sarah Taylor, did I hear?
Sarah Taylor is part of the Lancashire Thunder team. Every member of the England World Cup winning squad will be featuring. Outside the off stump, he went to play at it. And well saved by the keeper. Tumbling away to his left-hand side. Stokes looking to glide it, if he could, wide of gully.
Sarah Taylor's the little wicket-keeper, isn't it? Batsman.
Yes, I've heard of her. Yeah, Anya Shrubsole, who was the star of the World Cup final.
Yes.
Playing for Western Storm. The Southern Vipers are the holders, led by Charlotte Edwards.
Charlotte's team.
Yes.
She's a good leader, Charlotte.
Well, let's hope she plays well when
I've got her in my team. Michael and I want her in our team. We got her.
In comes Olivier into Stokes, pushing it back down past the bowler, but fielded at mid-on. And no run taken. It ends the over. The lead remains 266, with England 130 for 5. Bairstow yet to get off the mark, and Stokes is on 19. I was mentioning to Tuffers earlier whether he saw just how Johan Blake did in the 100 metres final, but he's not on your team, Jeffrey. He was very quick. Johan Blake, the sprinter.
He's on my team.
Is he on your team?
Yeah, we're going to bowl fast at that swan. We're going to bounce him out. If we can't get him out, I want to knock him out.
Good luck with that. Well, anyway, he runs sub 10 seconds. Yeah, didn't get a medal, but there you go. Ed Smith is coming in for commentary.
He bowls fast. We want him to bowl. Yeah, he's a Jamaican. They all play cricket in Jamaica. Mad on the game. He bowls quick. I told Swan he's going to get some bounces.
Afternoon, Jeffrey. Afternoon, everyone. The lights are on here at Old Trafford. Maharaj starts a new over. Bairstow is right forward in defence. I think England have weathered the storm There was a little moment where England were rocking, the top order failed, and then, as is so often the case, Root calmed things down for England, and Ben Stokes looking an increasingly good touch. Bairstow now playing on the back foot, yet to get off the mark. Sparkling 99 in the first innings.
I just hope the rain stays away. We get more batting from England.
Leg gully in place. Maharaj in bowls, and Bairstow's right forward.
If you bowl a line and length like that, it's not easy to hit. When you start on naught, you're not keen to be working it outside to in, going inside out. You're trying to play it on merit.
Well, Maharaj again, sweep shot, big appeal. I think it's going down leg. What did you think, Jeffrey?
Exactly like you. Yeah. I wish you'd have played that for when it was 99 when it were going down leg, not off the stumps.
What you really wish is if he'd pushed it to long off for a single.
I was praying for it, telling him he's giving you a single. Just push it there.
Have you spoken to Johnny about it?
No.
Maharaj in, Bairstow defends.
His mum would go mad if I told him off. His mum supports him on everything his mums do.
I would just say that even you, Jeffrey, would have had times where you made mistakes on 99. Does funny things to batsmen. Maharaj again, Bairstow defends.
No, I haven't.
Never got one.
I got one, leg glancing, Bernard Julian in a test match. First innings at
Strangle.
Test Trinidad. Strangle, I haven't played bad shots.
How about in non-first class games when you were a kid?
No, get out in 99. I'm in control. Get out when I'm on naught to 10. No. No, you've got to take the safe option. People do daft things. I remember Graham Gould.
I did.
And I love him absolutely dearly. What a wonderful player. We're playing at Melbourne. Look it up, Andrew. He hit it straight to mid-on and run like hell and run himself out. I was already out. I think I made about 48 for something. Melbourne Test. I said, what? After he calmed down, I said, Graham, what are you doing? You play beautifully, you're in control. What are you worried about one little single for?
Olafia new over starts to Ben Stokes, who pushes to extra cover.
I think it was Melbourne. I think he's a wonderful player. Yeah, and so after that he said, right, you're right. I suppose when you haven't got one, but even so, you're 99, you're in control. How are they going to get you out? They need to bowl a ball, it hits a brick and does something, haven't they? They're not going to get you out.
One slip on a gully, catching extra cover, catching mid-wicket. Olafia in bowls, Stokes pushes forward. That was a really tough chance, wasn't it, a mid-wicket lino? He laced it, didn't he, Ben Stokes? It would have been a great catch, diving to his left.
Was it Morney did the right thing? He went over to him from mid-on to say, well tried, rather than you should have caught it. It was great effort. He was up here somewhere above his head, wasn't it?
Stokes middled it.
You really needed to go like a policeman on point duty, wave it on, didn't you? Rather than stick your hand up, you might have broke a finger. Yeah, go. Good shot, well done.
Save 4 rather than a drop catch, perhaps. Olafia, top of his mark. Got a slingy low arm action. Bowls now, and Stokes whips with a strong bottom hand. Doesn't quite time it. Amla fields. Is it just me, Jeffrey, or does Olafia remind you a bit of Farney de Villiers? That slightly low away swing from the hand.
He doesn't swing it like Farney. Farney really swung it, doesn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He bowled Australia out in that low-scoring match. Was that Sydney, Andrew?
Sydney, 6 for 43.
Yeah, they only had about 180 to get in, something silly. And
they had to get 117 to win. They were bowled out for 111.
117?
What a test
I know
match.
he bowled fantastic. I remember seeing it. Fantastic.
Olafia in and Stokes defends. The reason why I actually watched the highlights of that match the other day just to try and see if I was talking nonsense.
No, he's a fine bowler, was Farney de Villiers. Swung it and nipped it back.
He was, yes. Graham Gooch in his 19th test. He hadn't got 100 yet. Run out by Kim Hughes for 99 at Melbourne.
Hit it straight at mid-on and ran. Was that the last test or something in Melbourne?
Last test, yeah.
He just hit it straight at and ran like hell. He didn't even have to move. All he had to go forward, pick it up, and hit the stumps. I said to Graham, what are you doing? 19 tests, that's why then he hadn't got one then.
Olafir in again, bowls. Stokes all the time in the world. On the back foot, just a push to mid-off. Makes batting look very simple, Ben Stokes.
Well, it is when you can bowl that as well, isn't it? You freedom,
definitely.
Frees your mind, you know, you can bowl, you get a wicket or two. These all-rounders, Ian Botham played like that. So did Andrew Flintoff. It's a different ball game for them mentally because they're not dependent on getting runs, so it frees the mind up. In Bradman's way, Bradman says he was always positive in his mind.
Olafir in. Stokes across his stumps and whacking it to mid-on and annoyed with himself he didn't find the gap. My point this morning, Jeffrey, was that Ben Stokes has batted better as the series has gone on, partly, I think, because he's been playing as one of 5 bowlers, not 6.
Absolutely.
So, if you like, he's got more freedom because he knows he's playing a more central role with the ball, and your batting sort of, you know, just takes care of itself a little bit. I think he was a little bit frozen out of centrality as one of 6 bowlers. It just didn't work, and the whole team's looked so much better with that.
Try telling the coach of England he has some daft ideas, but for me this is the right side. We just have to find 2, 3 and 5 batsmen, and that was everything about today, was how numbers 2, 3 and 5 batted, how many runs they made, what sort of technique they played with, and how they got out. And all 3 failed the test. Simple as that.
Maharaj in, new over. Pushed back to the bowler by Bairstow. Still yet to get off the mark. 11 balls, 12 balls he's had to wait.
I mean, there's 2 days to go. England will walk the test match unless it rains a lot.
Rain staying away for now. 10 minutes before tea on day 3. Maharaj in, Bairstow right forward. It's funny, isn't it? We're into this stage of the game where I wouldn't say we were marking time, but you're right, we're not learning anything. Yeah.
No, South Africa are marking time because they know the game's nearly gone. If it hasn't, it nearly has. And they're marking time, just trying to keep it tight, defend.
Maharaj again, Bairstow forward defensively. Faf du Plessis scuttling in.
And England are going to win the series and learn nothing about 2, 3 and 5 positions, except some of them have poor techniques, if not all of them. And still the question mark, are they any good?
Maharaj again, Bairstow just withdrew the bat and let it go through to de Kock.
And don't start writing me, telling me I'm being harsh. I'm not. I'm just telling the truth, what I see, and what everybody else here has seen. It's no different from what you've seen or anybody else, is it? They've been found wanting.
Maharaj again, and Bairstow plays a nice shot to mid-wicket, but can't get a single as poor Heino Kuhn, who's in the wars with a leg injury and diving around still in the hard, dusty turf at mid-wicket. Battling on. And a long test series for him. Struggling at the top of the order against England's dominant seam attack. Now Bairstow still on naught. And plays a nice shot to mid-off. Now, Jeffrey,
played that when he was on 99, he got 100.
I see.
Wouldn't it? That was it. Just a little firm push.
Maiden from Maharaj, well bowled.
See, because he went quick, a little firm push, no run because Morney was saving 1. When he was in 99, he had the man back, didn't he? It was easy. If it were that easy, yeah. But your brain gets scrambled. Sometimes.
Had a supportive email in, Jeffrey, to me from a chap called Johnny Atkinson that played for Somerset. His father played a lot of county cricket. I've forgotten his father's first name, but... And he faced Statham a lot, Mr. Atkinson.
Graham Atkinson?
Must have been.
Batsman?
Yeah.
I played it. I went to the nets with him, Johnny Lawrence, if that's him. Is his father's name Graham Atkinson?
I'll find out. Anyway, the report back was that Statham was just a notch below Express. So when you slightly bridled when I said he wasn't quick. Anyway, but that was... I'm just passing it on. Olafir in now, and Stokes edges for 4. There's no third slip, there's just the first and a gully. And Stokes gets 4 runs, and Olafir's hands on hips, can't quite believe it.
First runs Olafir's conceded in this spell. He's into his 4th over. Colin Atkinson was the
Colin, that's right, yeah.
There's no
Anyway, I just passed that because I think it was written to me as sort of supportive because there was a feeling that
Colin Atkinson, I remember. Yes, yeah, nice man. Yeah, I remember him. But what pace would he put Brian Statham? I'd put him quicker than Anderson. If he's not as quick as Tyson.
Yeah, well, that's...
You know, I mean, it's probably him and Larwood the fastest two bowlers we've had in English cricket ever. Yeah. You know, playing test matches, that is, and so forth, and being of the quality. And Tyson got 70-odd wickets at 17 or something. Ridiculous. And won the Ashes. Larwood won the Ashes too.
Olafir in, bowls. Oh, it's a beauty. He's bowled really well Olafir in this spell, hasn't he? And beat Stokes on the outside edge. It's very hard, isn't it, with pace, because, I mean, it's obviously something, you had such a long playing career and then obviously extending into your commentary. Because it's also the gap between the quick bowler and who he's bowling with. Because obviously with Larwood, obviously he was quick, but then there was also just how much quicker he was than everyone else, which must have made it feel extra express.
Well, you ask your friend what pace he put Truman in his bomb.
I'm going to ask that. I'm going to
can't put him at fast medium like Jimmy Anderson.
Well, I asked you, didn't I? Was Truman quicker than Statham? And you weren't sure.
I would say yes, yeah. But one was a seam bowler, one swung it.
Olafir in now, edged, caught. He's deserved that excellent spell of fast bowling. We've been talking about fast medium, fast bowling. And Olafir has bowled beautifully, the best he's bowled this series by far. And he's picked up the valuable wicket of Ben Stokes, driving, caught at first slip, playing on the up. And he scarcely conceded a run in 4 overs, and now he's picked up a precious wicket as well.
Yes, it was nicely bowled, giving full mark. I thought a little bit, it gave the impression if Ben Stokes was getting a little bit frustrated, wanted to get on with shot playing, I got the impression he was walking a bit to that, walking into it rather than just stood and playing from the crease. And that, I watched 1 and 2 shots just lately. It's not a criticism, it's just the nature of the game. England wanting to get on, they feel they can beat South Africa, and maybe helped himself a little bit get out by walking to the shot rather than being firm, in a firm position to play it.
In at 8 for England, Moeen Ali. 14 in the first dig, including some of the best shots of the innings, an on drive that was majestic. I expect he'll be pretty positive given the game situation.
Just play. I mean, I would always tell Stokes, Bairstow, Ali, Woakes when he plays, of course, just play, because they're naturally positive players, low down the order. They normally, most of the time, get into an older ball, which doesn't do as much as the new Conker. So, yeah, there's nothing wrong with looking to play. I don't say to them, hit everything, just look to play. They score anyhow. I talked to Johnny's mum the other day, and I said, listen, if Johnny gets picked in the one days, tell him not to go trying to score quick against a new ball. Just play. His natural game is to score, and even if he has to play, you know, Stokes or Ali has to play a maiden over, they'll catch it up. Their impetus, their range of shot, they'll catch up later when they get in.
Andrew, could we have the spell, please, from Olafir? What are the details of his spell now after that wicket?
Well, he's currently 3.3 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 4.
And the 4 was an edge.
Yeah, exactly.
Edge. And he really, he could have had 3. He could have had 3 for none. Because that would have carried, wouldn't it, Jeffrey?
Yeah, if he'd have had a second slip, but he had a sort of wide third slip, or as you say, fine gully, he left it quite a big gap.
Moeen Ali's first ball, Olafir in, and Moeen nearly plays on, gets away with it. Chinese cut, 4 runs. Olafir's conceded 8, none of them have been earned, and he stands at the end of his mark, at the end of his follow through, with his hands over his face for a moment, now turns back and trudges off. Can't believe his luck.
Well played, Moeen. Chinese cut, can't set fielders for that.
Oh, it's just missed off stump. It couldn't have been any closer to off stump, Jeffrey.
Can't set fielders for that. That's how frustrating they are. And he's just as likely in a couple of balls to play a beautiful shot.
There's chat between mid-off and Olafir. It's really in a groove here. Begins his angled run up now. Famous pavilion behind him. Bowls to Moeen, who pushes this more confidently to extra cover. Maharaj, the slow left armer, picks up and tosses the ball to the cordon.
320 will be handy for England.
Maharaj is pleading with his captain for one more.
Is he?
Be the last over before tea, is that right, Andrew? Olafia again, and Moeen drives uppishly, and the South African fielders ooh and ah. The end of an excellent over. Deserved that wicket, Olafia. Just things starting to click for him in his Test career, which is always nice to see. Looking more and more at home. He's got outstanding first-class record in domestic cricket in South Africa. Lots of wickets, average of about 20.
Who's he bowled for?
Plays for the Knights, Bloemfontein.
That's ball well there, then. He's a bit flat.
Yeah, I mean,
in the pitch in Bloemfontein, he's very flat.
He's been the leading wicket taker in South African first-class cricket the last 2 seasons, taking comfortably over 60 in each season.
Well, he's deserved his place, because I've been there a number of times.
You better look at it and quite like the look of it.
I was thinking, I'd like a bat there. He went on 40 and 50. He's flat.
Maharaj always sent back because Bairstow's not ready. 2 catches, a leg gully and a slip.
See, there the 2. He's given him a deep cover, deep long off, and he just pushed for 1.
Maharaj in, and it turns. Bairstow equal to it, plays it softly on the offside. Andrew.
Or if he thinks, well, if I get 1, they want to bowl at Moeen out of the rough, then don't take 1. Just play the over and start again after tea.
That was his variation. It was a sort of the low spinner. Maharaj. In again. Bairstow defends.
Well, he didn't do it on purpose this time, but it's the 7th time Moeen Ali's hit the first ball he's faced in a Test innings before.
There's no surprise there. He's not shy when he goes out to bat. Often hits it in the air as well. He gets off the mark over long on or something, isn't he? The spinner's on. Maharaj in, and Bairstow's drawn forward defensively. 3 balls left in this afternoon session. 138 for 6 is the score. South Africa have bowled well. England's top order has been a bit wobbly. Shored up once again by Joe Root, played it nicely for 49. Chat now between du Plessis and Maharaj. Increasingly gloomy day here in Manchester. The lights are on. It's pretty cool. Winter coats are on in the stands. Almost, dare I say it, touch autumnal. It's a depressing thought, isn't it? It is a bit, though. Extra catcher comes in, silly point, Heino Kuhn. He's already had enough bruises to last 1 series. Rabada comes up into the circle. Maharaj in, and Bairstow pushes from the back foot. Elgar tosses the ball back to Maharaj. The slightly gangly, slight left arm spinner is in bowls now, right on the spot. Gestures after that defensive shot from Bairstow as though he nearly got him out, in the way that spinners are always pretending they're defeating the batsman in some phantom manner. Maharaj again, Bairstow defends. And that was the end of the 50th over. The score is 138 for 6. Bairstow has faced 22 balls without scoring. Moeen Ali has made 4 from just 3. And the players will leave the field at tea, with England in a dominant position overall, with a lead of 274. But with South Africa fighting on and not quite giving up their last glimmer of hope of getting back into the series. Thanks, Jeffrey. You can go and have a cup of tea. can't have a cup of tea. I've been quite rightly corrected. Jeffrey, you're going to go and do Facebook's Live.
Correct.
And I'm sure the world of social media is waiting for you. On the TMS Facebook page, no less. Here's Ali.
Thank you, Ed. Yes, Jeffrey's off. We're staying here in the commentary box. We've got a trio of guests about to be seated here to look ahead to the Kia Super League, which starts this week. But first of all, with England 138 for 6 at tea, then we will, first of all, take a check on the other action that's going on around the country today. Henry Moran is here with the details of the scoreboards, including wickets tumbling at Scarborough. Henry?
Yeah, it's been one of those days, Ali, that you get often when you've had a big phase of white ball cricket, and you find that when you get back to the 4-day game, wickets seem to tumble with even more regularity than normal. At the last count that I made, I think we were up to close to 30 wickets falling in just the 3 Division 1 championship matches that are taking place today. First of all, Scarborough, as you say, Yorkshire 113 all out in their match against Essex. Essex looking to confirm their position, strengthen their position at the top of the Division 1 table. In response, Essex 48 for 3. The match between Lancashire and Hampshire down at the Ageas Bowl. Lancashire, of course, we were keeping an eye on Haseeb Hameed. He made just the 6 runs. Lancashire 141 for 8. Middlesex taking on a Warwickshire side that have had a really tough time in the championship so far this season. Warwickshire all out for 126. Middlesex in response 31 for 1. Into Division 2, not table toppers, looking to, much in the same way as Essex in Division 1, looking just to strengthen their position as we fight towards the back end of the season. Taking on Derbyshire today. Derbyshire 205 for 9 in that one. Durham taking on Leicester today. The battle of the 2 basement clubs in the championship. Durham 226 without loss. Cameron Steele on 93. Tom Latham on 120. Northants taking on Gloucestershire. Northants 214 for 4 in that one. Runs for Ben Duckett, who made 52 from 50, and Rob Newton, who made 70 from 96. Worcestershire taking on Sussex. Sussex 209 for 5. Chris Nash is 67 not out for Sussex. And one match in the T20 Blast today. Surrey taking on Somerset. Surrey 156 for 6 from their 20 overs. And just lastly, the tour match between the West Indies and Kent down at Canterbury. West Indies 178 for 6 at tea in that one on the first day. Full details of all the matches and, of course, live commentary across the County Championship available via the BBC Sport website.
Henry, thank you very much indeed. Looking out over Old Trafford, well, it is still dry. The floodlights are on, and at tea then, England's lead 274. They're 138 for 6 against South Africa. Now, many of the stars of the Women's World Cup will be back in action this week with the start of the 2017 Kia Super League. The Southern Vipers under captain Charlotte Edwards will be defending their title, and they begin their challenge with a rematch of last year's final against Heather Knight's Western Storm. That's at the Ageas Bowl on Thursday. That match will be live on 5 Live Sports Extra, and we'll have commentary from every round of games, plus the in-play video highlights as well. So keep across the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app for all those. We'll be talking to 3 of the Lancashire Thunder players in a moment, but first of all, the former England fast bowler Matthew Hoggard is this season involved as the assistant coach of Loughborough Lightning, and he's been telling me how he got involved.
I got an email out of the blue from Russell Cobb. Said, I want to introduce you to Sally Ann Briggs, who's the head of the coaching at Loughborough Lightning, and it all stemmed from there, really. She invited me down for a coffee in a meeting, but we had the meeting, but no coffee. So I'm still waiting for my coffee from Sally, but yeah, we had a chat and said, would you like to come and be the bowling coach for the Loughborough Lightning? And it's something that I jumped at. I thought, what a fantastic opportunity. I was doing my level 3 at the time up in Derbyshire, so it's great timing, and I've enjoyed every moment of it so far.
And Loughborough have quite a few handy fast bowlers in the women's game to work with.
We've got quite a few handy cricketers, to be fair. Yeah, we've got a good set of bowlers. We've got Beg Flangston from England. We've got Alicia Perry, who... not too shabby a bowler, but yeah, we've got lots of up-and-coming bowlers as well, and it's refreshing working with the women.
How and what have you learnt adapting, from the men's game to the women's game?
Yeah, like I said, the pace of the bowling is a little bit slower, and therefore the field placements is a little bit different, and where batters hit the ball is a little bit different. So it's adapting a little bit, but again, it's a game of cricket. And as more simple you can keep a game of cricket, the more successful you can be. But to me, I don't see it being a woman bowling, or a girl bowling, or a man bowling, or a boy bowling. It's an action. It's a cricket action, and the ball goes down where people put it. So I'd try and take the gender out of it and just concentrate on the sort of like the cricket aspect.
And what have you sensed from the Women's World Cup final and the wave of enthusiasm around the game at the moment? How is that translating into this build-up into the Super League at the moment?
It's amazing, isn't it, to see a packed Lords for the women's final. It was amazing, and there's a lot of excitement and a big buzz around women's cricket at the moment, and it's great to see the players getting excited by the KSL, and it's now up for them to go put on the show, because women's cricket is in the headlights and everybody's watching it, and cricket's an entertaining business, so it's now time for the girls to go out and show everybody how good they are and to entertain the crowds.
Do you think this could be a tournament that might unearth perhaps sort of a left field selection for the upcoming women's Ashes that's taking place? I mean, Mark Robinson, is one of the things about the tournament is sort of expanding that talent pool and bringing to the fore players that might not otherwise have the opportunity to compete in such a pressurised environment.
I think it's a fantastic competition. It's like the IPL, the best in the world have come over. We've got 3 Australians in our squad, there's South Africans and New Zealand, everywhere to learn off the international players and to drip feed that through to the county girls, and even the county girls that are not in the squad but are still around the squad training with us. I think it's pivotal for the development of the game and to inspire the women coming through. And yeah, you're right, it could inspire. If somebody stands up and be counted and puts in the performances in the KSL, then it could be an England call-up.
Well, that was Matthew Hoggard speaking to me earlier. He's working with Loughborough Lightning this season. In this part of the world, though, where we are at Old Trafford, all eyes are going to be on Lancashire Thunder, who'll be hoping to improve on last year's performance in the inaugural KSL. And we've got England bowler Kate Cross here and New Zealanders Amy Satterthwaite and Leah Tahuhu. Welcome to you all. Bringing a bit of red to the commentary box here at Old Trafford with the Thunder kit. Great to see you. I'll come to you, Amy, first of all, because you come off the back of the World Cup. Have you, I guess the two of you sort of got past the disappointment of not making the semi-finals with New Zealand?
Oh, look, I think it's something that probably will sort of haunt us for a long time to come, and I think we're always obviously very disappointed with the way that we played, and that's probably the biggest thing is you go there with, I guess, expectations, and to not fulfil those, and I guess to not show what you can do is pretty disappointing. But at the same time, the World Cup was fantastic, and to see other teams coming through and pushing the top teams is fantastic for the game.
In previous years, Leah, that'd be at World Cup, straight back on the plane back to New Zealand, but you're not. You stay in England, and you've got a domestic league to get stuck into.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the good thing, is that we were able to sort of throw ourselves into a bit more cricket to sort of help with that disappointment a little bit as well.
Yeah. Kate, how are you? I last saw you behind the scenes at Lords after England's World Cup win. The party had only just started, but now the hard work has started, hasn't it? How long have you been sort of building up as a Lancashire Thunder group now for the KSL?
We started quite early on in the winter. Obviously, the internationals weren't with us then, but we've got quite a strong core group of Lancastrian girls that we're able to train, and that's also come into the county setup as well. So we've been playing as a squad pretty much through the summer. Obviously, we've got the great additions of having the Kiwis, and Jess Jonason's joining us tomorrow. But we officially met up as a team on Tuesday last week.
Yeah. So. Remind everyone of the format again. So it's 6 teams. Just remind everyone how many internationals are allowed in the team, the makeup of England players, academy players.
Yeah, so it's generally 3 England players and 2 or 3 England academy players as well, and then there's 3 overseas that you're allowed as well. And that is generally regulated by England, by the ECB. They kind of put everyone where they wanted to be and tried to, obviously with me, my Lancastrian roots, they tried to keep that. Yeah. They didn't send me over to Yorkshire, which I would have probably refused. Yeah.
Well, but isn't the first game is against Yorkshire, isn't it?
Yeah, we're at
Headingley
on Friday.
Your first game, I should say, not your first game. Yeah.
And that's before the men's Roses clash as well, so it should be a great game.
Yeah, we've all had experience of playing in the Big Bash in Australia as well. How vital is it that these competitions are now happening, where you bring the best players in the world together, just I guess to get the intensity of competition and the quality in one place?
Yeah, exactly. I think you've seen that probably in the last 2 years, where the way that the women's game's progressed, I think it probably wouldn't have happened the way it has if we hadn't had these sort of tournaments being played, and just being able to play alongside other internationals as well, which you wouldn't have get to done before. And I think just being able to probably help bring through some of the youngsters as well. I know that we're not, obviously from England when we're playing in the Super League, but I think just being able to strengthen women's cricket in general is just fantastic for the game, and you want to be playing against the best, so you can't complain about that.
Yeah, is that sort of the role that you feel you take on when you come to a Super League side as an overseas player, that you've got a bit of a duty to pass on your experience to some of the younger players, albeit they'll be England players, future England players?
Yeah, definitely. Like, there's certainly that responsibility. They look up to you to a certain extent, and even though they are obviously English players, or when you're in Australia, they're the Australian young girls coming through. But as Amy said, it's still exciting to try and bring that talent through for the women's game in general.
Yeah. Kate, when you mentioned double headers a moment ago, and I'm intrigued from all of you really about where you feel the women's game sits with double headers right now, because it's been a huge driver to get that interest in the game over many years now. Where do you feel the Kia Super League sits with double headers? Is it strong enough yet to stand on its own? There are some standalone games. There are some double headers that come prior to the men's blast games and some that come after. What do you see as the...
Yeah, it's actually been a bit of a talking point for us over the last week or so, because the game we've got on Friday, the general tickets for the men's game went on sale first, so they all sold out, obviously, with it being a Roses clash. And that's actually meant that there's probably fewer people going to come and watch our game, which will be a bit of a shame. But then we've got a game at Blackpool, I think, on the 23rd of August, and that's a standalone fixture at 2:30. And if the weather's good, then I think we'll actually get more people coming to watch that. And I've just had so many people certainly from the back of the World Cup final, that tweeted me or speaking to me and saying that they want to come and watch the women's game, and they've seen a different side to it. And that final will probably be a real pivotal point in women's history, in the cricket history, and we'll look back at it. And I think, obviously, being involved in it at the minute, you kind of probably don't feel that, but we all said how much of an important game it was, and it's generated so much interest. So,
did Amy and Leah, did you attend the final? Were you watching it, or was it a little bit too painful? Did you stay away?
You were in Barcelona, weren't you?
Well, you really got away from it.
We sort of ran away, to be fair. Kept an eye on it from afar, but no, certainly wasn't at the ground on the day.
Yeah, I mean, you were, Kate, and I was, and it did feel like a seminal moment for the game.
It was I found it as a real pinch yourself moment, and I was not involved with the squad this year, but Connor was brilliant. She put all the players that weren't involved in a box with the families, which was really nice. And I just remember getting there. I think we got there about the 8th over, and I looked out and saw a full Lords, and thought, this is a World Cup final. What are these girls going through? I thought all I could think about was Alex Hartley, and I was like, bless her. I know how stressed she got in the semi-final, so but it was brilliant.
She handled herself pretty well.
Yeah, she did very well,
didn't she? So remind us where some of your other games are, though, that then are standalone matches. So Blackpool being one, because actually the game is taken out to different venues, isn't it?
Yeah, so we've got another double-header here before Lancashire play Worcester on the Wednesday, so that's here at Emirates Old Trafford. Then we've got a game at Liverpool, a game at Blackpool, and then we're down in Bristol.
Yeah, so the real key thing is getting that wave of support across, isn't it, from all those that would have watched the Women's World Cup either in person at Derby, Leicester, Bristol, Taunton, and at Lords, those who followed it on the TV, to actually come and get tickets and support you in the KSL matches now.
Yeah, and I think it's something like £1 for under 18s to come and watch us, and £5 for adults, so it's not an expensive day out. And we see so many kids wanting to come and play cricket when they've seen us play, and that's really it's probably one of the reasons why we do it, which is great to see.
How is the state of the game in New Zealand at the moment? Where do you sit, I guess, if you look at Australia's developments? They've just recently announced their new MOU with a huge increase for the women's team there, and England now have the KSL. Is there anything similar in the pipeline for New Zealand? Are you not quite at that stage yet?
Look, I think we'll always be a little bit behind, probably more so in resources, and that's something that is similar in the men's game. I think we're never going to compete at that level, but we have to, I guess, be smart about how we go about things and use the resources that we have got. And I'd probably say we're in a slightly fragile position, probably more so just with the depth or lack of depth probably coming through underneath, and it stems right down to club cricket and domestic cricket, and it is going to be a really interesting sort of time period. I think the way that the women's game's growing, you'd really hope that we'll be able to sort of still use that to hopefully springboard forward and really make some progress. But it's going to be an interesting time, and we have got the next 50 over World Cup in New Zealand, so hopefully we can, I guess, use that as well to help get some momentum.
Yeah, you'd hope that there was an audience in New Zealand at least watching the games that you were all playing in the lead up, even though they didn't make it to the semis, but still capturing that audience and seeing the product of women's cricket. So actually in 4 years' time, why can't we stage a game as of such historical importance as the one we've just seen at Lord's?
Yeah, I think we did have some really good support back home, obviously. Like you say, not going right through, but there was certainly a lot more press and media coverage back home, which probably drew, it's from what they were doing here. So as long as that sort of keeps improving, like you say, then hopefully 2021 we can hold a similar tournament to what England did.
Yeah. And this tournament is set to expand, isn't it? This year everyone plays each other once, same as last year, but then that's going to double from next year. Where do you see it going? Where would you like to see it going? Because they'll also be thrown into the mix the new men's T20 in England in a good few years' time from now. But there's a lot going to be happening on the T20 landscape.
Yeah, that was something that we, I think, as players last year said, that the tournament felt really short, and if you lost the first 2 games, you were pretty much out of the finals day straight away. So yeah, we just want to be playing more cricket, and that, going back to your earlier question about the Big Bash and the KSL, and it just means that we can play cricket 12 months of the year now, which is what we want to do. You don't want to be training for 8 months and then going out playing in an Ashes and then that's you done for the year. So yeah, obviously playing everyone twice will be nice to have a home and away fixture. Probably not so much for all the travelling, but it'll still be should be a good tournament.
Given that you want more cricket, though, is there an element of disappointment that the 50 over elements of the KSL, which was projected at the start, hasn't happened yet?
Yeah, personally, I was really disappointed with that, because I think there is still a big gap between county and the Kia Super League, and as well, it's 2020 is obviously a big part of the cricket world at the minute, and there's a lot of 2020 being played, but 50 over cricket is still as important, and I think if we could create that in the Super League or in another tournament, or I'm not too sure, but I don't think the county standard is quite good enough yet to propel people towards international cricket. Amy came over and played in our 50 over county cricket, so I mean you might have a better idea of what you thought it might have been like, but
yeah, it was quite interesting. I think coming from New Zealand is one thing I think we can probably say our domestic competition actually isn't too bad. I think the step from there to international cricket certainly is probably bigger than you'd like, but coming over and playing county cricket, I think you sort of realise that actually we're doing all right, and it's probably an interesting area, I think, with all of the countries as to what they're doing to, I guess, close that gap between domestic cricket and international, and it's probably one area that Australia's winning and have really made a lot of progress in, but I think hopefully the rest of the countries will continue to do that too.
Yep, and harness the feel-good that's around after the World Cup and get that filtering right the way down to club cricket level as well, where you need those numbers to be catered for at that level. And now there are pathways in place going up through the Kia Super League. Leah Tahuhu, Amy Satterthwaite and Kate Cross, thanks so much for joining us. Look forward to seeing you in action. That first game certainly for Lancashire Thunder is against the Yorkshire Diamonds at Headingley on August the 11th, but it all starts on the 10th of August, and that's sort of Heather Knight up against Charlotte Edwards, the present and the past of England captains, as the Southern Vipers, the defending champions, take on the Western Storm at the Ageas Bowl. So the players are coming back out and taking the field, with South Africa then having taken 6 England wickets. We've got an evening session ahead of us. It's looking pretty murky out there at the moment, so perhaps a bit chilly for the spectators. I think a few more jackets maybe have gone on. It's a very dark, huddled looking crowd out there in places, but it's dry at the moment. But 138 for 6 then England. The lead's 274. Graham Swan, good evening to you.
Good evening, Alison. This is a test match.
Wow, it is.
This is what we're going to have at Edgbaston.
Just
that was brilliant.
Listening
to the girls there. Absolutely brilliant.
That's going to be a good contest. We hope over the.
Kate Cross is easily my favourite women's cricketer, because every time I see her name, it makes me think of that Chris Cross song, going jump, jump. And I've just found out Kate Cross's mum, who's listening, is called Chris Cross.
No.
Chris Cross and make her jump, jump. Yeah.
Surely Christina or something, yes? Is it Christina? Christina.
Yeah, so that's awesome.
Very good.
So my crush for Kate Cross grows ever bigger.
Duane Olivier then into Moeen Ali. First ball after tea and very close to the edge of the bat. He came forward and trying a little flick of the wrist and through to Quinton de Kock. It's going to be tricky for England in these conditions.
Well, more than anything, with that day-night test match coming up at Edgbaston later in the summer, since it's gone gloomy and the lights have been turned on, the ballers started talking. Ben Stokes all of a sudden looked at sea, nicked one that went through the gap, then got caught. Moeen Ali nearly chopped on first ball, trying to leave the ball. Now he's playing and missing. Batting is not going to be easy in England under the floodlights, it would seem.
And it's a different ball even they use as well. Not the same characteristics of the red ball. The pink ball just sort of adds something a little bit different as well. It's something about floodlights, isn't it? And Olivier in again to Moeen, a little tighter onto the stumps that time, and Moeen defends out into the offside and no run taken. So we've got Moeen and Bairstow batting.
Yeah.
Bairstow's yet to score, faced 23 deliveries before the break.
So he's been on 99 now for ages.
That's very true.
It really is gloomy out there now. If you can imagine the sort of light we've got. Imagine coming to a 2020 match, you're probably halfway through the first innings. This would be how dark it'd be now. So we're not long over the moon coming up over the back of the James Anderson Pavilion end.
No, you know the lights are taking effect when you see the 4 shadows beneath the players' feet. So Olivier into Moeen, and he angles the bat again. The ball drops into the ground, quite tight to him. Probably a tight line, Olivier. Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all. There's a few pigeons pecking away at the edge of the square. Olivier bowled a very good spell before the break.
Yes, Root and Stokes.
2 big wickets.
Oh,
big
are they?
names. Yeah, Root chopped on.
I tell you what, as a bowler, one thing you love is when you get like the best player of the opposition out. Twice in a game is awesome. When you think, say, Toby Rowland-Jones, his 3 innings he's had so far, he's got Hashim Amla out all 3 times. I think I didn't even get out 3 times in 10 Test matches.
3 slips in place, Olivier, and again to Moeen. Drops it into the onside, takes a very quick single. Mid-wicket, the only man there, moves across to his left-hand side to pick up, so the single was always on. 139 for 6.
But Olivier's got Joe Root out in both innings.
Yeah.
So first innings he got him just on good areas with a pretty straight ball that Root stepped across and tried to whip LBW. Second innings, Root thought, I won't do that again, I'll stay in my crease and I'll play at the ball outside off stump, and he's chopped on, so understandably delighted. He's a beast of a man, isn't he? He's got a huge sort of...
Olivier?
Yeah. Huge, a long gait.
Yeah,
big
I
strides
guess
and a large head.
Because
and
compared to Morné Morkel, he doesn't seem that tall, because Mornay's legs seem to go up to his armpits when you see him from a distance.
No, trust me,
But it's very different when you get up close, isn't
he's
it?
massive.
Yeah.
It's just,
you paint him as an
it just
absolute
looks like a
beast, then
it is
something
like
out
a
of-
rugby player. He should have a green shirt with the number 6 on the back of it.
He comes in now, gets through his action so quickly at the crease. A real whip of the arms. There he is now on a bolt. Bairstow coming forward, turning him to square leg, and no run. Very, very murky. Crowd have got this sort of, there's not much restlessness about them. The party stand went a little bit silly,
Party's out the back.
didn't they? Is it out the back, is it?
The party will be out the back. Well, they start just before they get a bit silly, then tea break. Inevitably, they go downstairs. It takes 15 minutes for the first pint to arrive. Might as well have another one here, lads, eh? We'll go back up if it happens. These big screens. I know the rhythms of these crowds.
Slip in a gully, Olivier in. Bairstow driving. He's found the gap that time. He's off the mark. After extra cover for 4. And that's more like it, say, the crowd. It's taken him 25 balls to get off the mark.
Yeah, well, this South African effort in the second innings, we won 4-3 for 6. That's the end of the over. South African effort in the second innings to restrict him and get them 6 down. They'll be looking to bowl England out for 160, 170 maybe. It's the only way they've got a chance of winning this game. They've bowled really well in the second innings. Maharaj has been excellent bowling into the rough, and it'll be interesting to see how Moeen Ali decides to play him there, bowling into the rough outside his off stump. He's been well backed up by the seamers. And now it's dark and gloomy. Great time to bowl. England, having absolutely dominated this day, this Test match, especially yesterday, may have just opened the door slightly for South Africa.
Yeah,
Andrew, have you got something for us?
25 balls for Johnny Bairstow to get off the mark, which is easily the longest he's taken to get off the mark. Never taken more than 13 balls before.
Says everything, doesn't it, about the state of the innings, the conditions. And some good bowling from South Africa. Maharaj into the footholes, and Moeen the left-hander goes back and covers up. And this is always going to be a dangerous period. And the left-hander on strike. Slipping short leg in place for Moeen. Maharaj with the long sleeves.
Missing a trick not having a leg slip, in my opinion.
Have 3 around the bat. Maharaj, and again, a little more air, a little more width driven, but only as far as Amla They're at extra cover and no run taken.
Yeah, when you've got footholds outside the off stump that are very hard, like here they are at Old Trafford, some balls scuttling along the floor, some really spin. So you want, instead of, they've got a square leg and a backward square leg there for a top edge sweep. Instead of that, I'd always like a leg slipping, get there, so the one that spits and hits the glove, there's a man there to catch it.
So just bringing the backward square leg. Little Fuller that time to Moeen. Defends out to the onside, no run.
Because a square leg and a backward square leg, they're only there for one shot, a sweep that goes wrong and you get a top edge, it loops up in the air. But a lot of sweeps, if they're hard sweeps, tend to go 30 yards further, so they go over their heads. So by all means have one man there in case, but get your leg slipping, attack the batsman, get your wicket.
Maharaj once more, and Moeen coming out, trying to ease it through the offside. It's an inside edge that squirts along the ground towards the leg side.
Because if you notice, the modern day player as well, that one was really wide for Maharaj, thrown up outside the off stump. And as a spinner, you want the guys to be playing the ball, to be trying to hit it. He doesn't need to. If he wanted to, he'd step across and kick this ball, and he wouldn't get out. But the modern player will play at everything.
Maharaj, that spun back, and that struck him on the pad on the way past. I mean, that would... I think Moeen did well to almost stop the ball pounding back onto the stumps then. Only a half shout from Maharaj. Moeen didn't really know too much about that one, just how sharply it turned back. He sort of hit him on the high on the thigh. It's a good shout for LBW because he has left this one, so it hit him outside the line, but it doesn't matter, he wasn't playing a stroke. Maharaj once more Fuller and Moeen driving, taking a quick single. Hashim Amla isn't able to field cleanly. He does stop the ball, but then he rolls away from it. And Moeen certainly was hurrying to make sure he could make the single, which he duly did. So 280 is the lead. Moeen on 6 and Bairstow on 4. England 144 for 6. Andrew.
Well, Graham, do you want to know your stats against Hashim Amla in Test cricket?
Oh. No, thanks. Go on.
Please, go on.
Go on.
He bowled 375 balls to him in Test matches.
Yeah. Most of them at the Oval in one game,
That's
I think.
right, yeah, just got the 311 there. He made 189 runs off you and you got him twice, average of 94.5.
Oh.
That's right, I'll take
that. Where does that rank against other world-class?
He's got a better record against Jimmy Anderson, I think.
I'll take that. And I'll tell you, 2 times I got him out.
Yeah.
1 time, anyway, I can remember. Durban. Ball through the gate, driving.
Oh, lovely.
Oh.
You were happy?
He can hit me for 300 all he wants. I got him once through the gate.
New over, Olivier, Moeen away, squinting somewhat under the floodlights. Clipped off his hip, in front of square. Runs here, should be comfortable too. And they come back. A royal push for 3. Johnny Bairstow does, of course he does. And they get the 3 comfortably as well. Good running. 147 for 6, the lead up to 283.
Can't remember the other time we got him out. You'd have to remind me. Was it Centurion?
Cape Town, called Cook for 95.
Slip snaffle?
No, Cook would have been either short leg or long gone. Probably that one. Yeah. I once got Carl Hooper caught close to the bat at deep mid wicket for 180 or something. So.
Doesn't matter how they come.
Good players to spin, a good players to spin, Alison.
Bairstow's on 4 and Olivier is racing into bowl to him. He's defending. Helps it into the onside. Amla there to pick up. No run taken. When Amla was in full flow, how hard did you have to work to avoid just getting thoroughly frustrated and losing your lines and that's grinding you down?
It's not
What's
that.
the hardest part about that?
Hashim Amla, when he batted at the Oval, it was some of the best batsmanship I've ever seen. Because I got him out previously, bowled through the gate, I was convinced I could do it again. He was in such supreme form.
Olivier up to the stumps, past them, bowls. Bairstow angling it out past gully. He'll take 2, sliding stop. Bairstow comes back, he's quick and he hurries, gets there. Doesn't need to put in the dive. Again, get a bit of running and the lead 285, 149 for 6.
He was in such supreme form that even when I got the ball exactly how I wanted, a bit of drift, a bit of dip, to try and bowl him through the gate, he'd adjust at the last minute and go through with the shot and middle it anyway. It was a sublime knock. I always say when people ask who's the best player in the world you bowled at, I always say there's a huge difference between a guy in form and out of form. And the 2 Amlas I bowled at, the one out of form in South Africa who I bowled through the gate at Durban, it wasn't even a mere shadow of himself. When he was in nick that day at the Oval, my word, the best by a country mile.
It's quite heartening, isn't it, when you know that the best players in the world also go through sticky patches. As Olivier is in and Bairstow's picked this one up through the hands of Amla. I think we've got something on that. It's raced away for 4 mid-wicket. Amla at short mid-wicket. It was hit with typical Bairstow-esque power. He's gone on to 10. The ball raced away down to the boundary in front of the point. 153 for 6. Very hard pulled at Amla.
Yeah, it's very tricky to pick the ball up actually because it's red and it's dark. You don't really see it. He smashed it Bairstow. I think Amla was getting his head out of the way more than trying to catch it by the looks of things. Well picked up by a short arm jab, pirouette on the back foot. Very strong shot from Johnny Bairstow. The big screams just showing Amla sort of closing his eyes and thanking whoever that it didn't smash him in the nose.
So you say about it being a difficult period for the batsmen, difficult in this light for the fielders as well. Olivier, and again Fuller straighter to Bairstow, who defends, and Olivier picks up off his own bowling. That certainly will be one of the features of the pink ball match. And some of the reports from the county championship round of fixtures was some players finding it more difficult to pick up in the field at certain
Just
times.
Couldn't see it, yeah.
Some spectators as well. Sometimes if you're square on, we're finding it hard to pick up. Can just be a matter of adjustment. I didn't have, as a commentator, I didn't have any trouble following the pink ball in
Australia.
Matches that, I've done two day-nighters at Adelaide and one at Brisbane.
They're better floodlights in Australia there.
Can say that. Adelaide
they're a lot brighter.
Wonderful.
A lot brighter.
Ground for the floodlights. Olivier in short again and then picked up now. Rabada is beneath it, takes the catch. The deep backward square. Holds the ball aloft. And a ball back of a length has done for Johnny Bairstow, out for just 10 following his 99 in the first innings. England are now 153 for 7 with the lead 289.
This is brilliant bowling. Olivier set him up really. He's just used to the ball coming back in, trying to hit the stumps. He thinks the reverse swings to try and get him out. Just dropped one short, and as Bairstow went down the wicket to try and cover the in-swing, was a bit rushed on it, went for the pull shot. Rabada at fine leg barely saw the ball, honestly. He ran in left and right. Ended up sticking his hand out at the last minute just to his low and to his right-hand side, but caught the ball, importantly. Gets Johnny Bairstow on the way. England 153 for 7.
Well, the game's moving, Graham, isn't it?
Absolutely moving. It looks like they're trying to get it over now, tonight, get South Africa back in. And in this light, I wouldn't be completely against if they get up to 300 ahead. Pulling out and having a do.
How many overs left in the day at this stage?
31.
Okay, 31 left. No complaints till 6:30. If the rain doesn't curtail things before then, that's the important thing. But at the moment, South Africa have done what was required of them, taking quick England wickets to just... Yeah, it's a hefty task, but it's keeping them in touch with all this time left in the game. So we know the weather is around, but that's an unknown factor.
Yeah.
Weather can change, the forecasts can change.
Well, yeah, I know Graham Smith said that earlier. Oh, you have to take the weather into consideration. But I don't agree so much when there's this much time left. You've just got to play the game out. What I'd be thinking is run-wise, and when's the best time to bowl. This wicket now should be almost impossible to chase over 250 on, I'd say. Of course, you're looking at how well England bowled and how well Moeen Ali bowls. Because Moeen Ali needs, an arm around his shoulder and a protective cushion almost. He might not like the pressure of only having 250 to defend, so therefore England need 350. So all these little nuances and games within games come in. But South Africa just doing the only job they could do to try and stay in this series and win this Test match is by taking wickets, and 153 for 7. They're certainly doing that.
The new batter is Toby Rowland-Jones, but it's Moeen on strike to Maharaj. Another ball which keeps a little low outside the off stump, out of those footholes. Manages to jab his bat down on it. No run taken. The lead 289 then with the fall of Bairstow's wickets in 31 overs left in what's only the third day of this Test match. Wickets have tumbled. The crowd have turned their attention back to something in the party stand. Maharaj in. Now Moeen's launched him high over the leg side, over mid-wicket. Oh, the ball's plugged in the turf somewhat. Rabada at deep mid-wicket runs to his right to pick up, and it only earns Moeen 2. But he skipped down the pitch to Maharaj.
Well, there's a raucous cheer from the crowd behind Rabada when he picks it up. I don't think it's got anything to do with Rabada. I think it's someone who's kicked out of the ground or his rubber chicken was taken off him.
No, they're having a bit of fun with one of the stewards.
One of the stewards
who
put a big elephant head.
Yeah,
well done.
Swapped bowler hats, and that's not the technical term for a policewoman's hat, but
I was about to say, she
the
was
hat for an elephant's mask.
She was no steward. Officer of the law.
Officer of the law. Going back this time, Moeen, and that's a lovely shot through the offside, off the back foot. Amla is after it, needs to put in a slide, but he doesn't. Ball reaches the boundary. And the England fans are now certainly cheering for the cricket. 295, the lead. 159 for 4 now with the boundary from Moeen.
Now, I can't quite describe the elegance of this shot. It was just gorgeous. Thrown up in the footholds outside the off stump. Moeen Ali back, just plays a little check punch back foot drive. But the timing and the Gower-esque qualities in that shot. Oh my word. I was sat next to Ed Smith and he just turned to me and said, I've not seen bat swings as reminiscent as mine or yours for a long time, but
that was pretty close. Maharaj and again, and now an edge, and
he's dropped him.
Dropped at first slip. I think he was almost celebrating too early. Dean Elgar.
I don't know if this is
Did it
carried
carry?
or not. It was very low. It was outside the off stump. Moeen Ali pushed outside the off stump and got the thick edge, but it flew low. Just watch the replay here. It's down to his left-hand side. Dean Elgar has caught the ball. Has he caught it? He's sort of got it in his hands. It's rolled around his hands. He's flicked it up in the air.
Maharaj and again to Moeen. Sweep this time. Fielded at backwards square leg. Prevents the single. And a dot ball, 159 for 7.
Yes, I think he did get hold of it, Elgar. It sort of went in, but
I think he
it was
scooped
rolling
it
around his hands. And as he
Yeah.
dived, it flipped out, sort of popped out at the bottom of his palms. A massive chance for South Africa goes begging.
Absolutely goes down as a chance. Moeen going back again, another one which keeps a touch low. Off the edge of the bat into the ground, and Elgar picks up. End of the over. So the leaders closing in on 300, 295 with England 159 for 7. So Moeen is 15 not out, joined by Toby Rowland-Jones yet to score, but the ball is still turning, the light is murky. Not easy for England, but you can sense now with Moeen, he's played a couple of attacking shots here to try and get things moving. Andrew, a few words from you. And then, looking at Charles Dagnall is coming in for commentary.
Well, I'll give you a few numbers as well. Johnny Best has 330 runs in the series he's finished with at an average of 41.25. He finishes the second highest run scorer for England in the series behind Joe Root's 461.
Good series. It was good bowlers for South Africa to get him out. And a good change for England, maybe. And for TMS. Charles Dagnall into the box, replaces Alison Mitchell from the Statham end.
Afternoon. 159 for 7.
You're going to bring us a wicket, Charles? I know you've got to be BBC down the line. I'm a summariser, I'm allowed to say. We need some runs, don't we? We need 30 or 40 more from Toby, Rowland-Jones.
England do. They would be happy with that. 159 for 7. The lead is 295. And Morne Morkel is feverishly rubbing a ball on the back of his thigh. He's trying to get it's a long thigh as well. He could get a decent red mark on the back of the trousers. And here's Olivier. He's been really impressive this test match, actually. He comes in, bowls, and Rowland-Jones just stabs at this, plays it out into the offside. Yet to get off the mark. In fact, his first ball he's faced. So Moeen Ali shot a ball, it almost seems like, from Moeen. The game's moving forward.
Well, you feel like he needs to, take some chances because, I mean, they are 295 ahead, England. The wicket is very tricky to bat on now, but that rough is outside the left-hander's off stump for the left-arm spinner. I think Moeen knows that. He knows that there's rough there, but it's quite tricky to get a wicket because he's not got that all-important arm ball to come back in and challenge the other edge. So England are by no means far and away ahead of South Africa.
Olivier bowls, short delivery, and swaying back is Rowland-Jones, goes through to de Kock. There's a slip, a fourth or fifth slip. Backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg, and a fine leg as well. So almost like a one-day field here for Toby Rowland-Jones. He'd be tempted to have a second slip, I think, from South Africa, but
it just shows
they want to keep Rojo on strike, maybe.
It shows the wicket's not really bouncing. Keep who on strike?
That's how some of the Middlesex supporters.
Rojo.
Oh, word. Toblerone Rojo. Here comes a lovely extra cover drive from Toby Rowland-Jones. It's probably got enough to get all the way to the boundary, and it just hits the boundary right now. Nicely executed. And 4 more runs to England. The lead is 299. Andrew?
Well, you must have noticed amongst all your friends on social media the new sort of drinking game equivalent with Toby Rowland-Jones. Every time he takes a wicket, you have a little triangular piece of chocolate.
A Toblerone for Toby Rowland-Jones.
Tell you what, after the Oval Test match, you would have put on quite a bit of weight.
Exactly.
But I tell you what, as sort of the TMS is 60 this year and sort of bastion of decency and what's right in the world, can we not call him Rojo? Because that, honestly, that made my palms go clammy when you said that then.
Here's Olivier bowls and wide outside the off stump, through to the cup. Left alone by Toby Rowland-Jones.
Good lad.
No, it's just speak a lot to Kevin Hand, very fine commentator for BBC London, follows Middlesex everywhere, and that's how he's more affectionately known. The Sunbury Slogger is another one.
I like that.
I'm sure he's got lots of those kind of nicknames. An enormous beer snake has been erected over in the grandstand to our left.
It's still only about half the size of yesterday's, though. Stands to keep going.
Olivier striding towards us, slightly angled run, and a big appeal for LBW, and they reckon it was just sliding down the leg side, and they're not going to take a look. They still have one review left, do they? Yes, they do. So 3 for 31. I think he's bowled really well here.
Super spell. I mean, to get rid of Bairstow as well, because Bairstow was desperately trying to cover his stumps. Just dropped one short and got him caught deep in the wicket. He took on the pull shot and rushed him a bit. So I must say it's very good in that stand where the beer snake's grown and growing. How well policed it is. But how well policed it is. You know, we saw the police when they're putting the elephant's head on, got the standing ovation. They're not just destroying the snake like you get anywhere that just leads to.
Well, there's more ammunition coming here.
Come on, keep bringing them, fellas.
There's about 4 or 5. As Olivier comes in, bowls flicked away neatly, very nice from Toby Rowland-Jones, out towards deep square leg, chase on for Rabada, he pulls out the slide, and there's a load of boos for it not going for 4, but it was an excellent piece of fielding by Rabada, and a couple of runs to Toby Rowland-Jones, who's 6 not out. England lead now is over 300, 301, 165 for 7. Some more cups are being collected and
yeah, we've got another couple of hundred
to the end.
It's brilliant teamwork by this Lancashire crowd. I hope they're not those cups that you have to buy for £1, because someone's going to make a mint, or someone's lost a mint on that lot. Maybe a couple of £100 worth in there.
My goodness.
Just going back
buy
to
a cup for £1.
You have to, yeah, it's like Trent Bridge or the Oval. You buy a plastic cup at the start of the day.
That's yours for the day.
Yours for the day.
Oh, okay.
I only knew this because I took my son to watch a 2020 game, and he came back with 10 cups. I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "You get £1 back each for these." And he ran back and got a tenner. He's 6.
Tell you what, the boy's got a future.
Well, I taught him about the realities of life and took 50% of it straight off him.
Well played. Now, Maharaj
is paying for Grandad's retirement.
Got the ball in his hand, slipping short leg. Moeen Ali waits and he bowls it in. Oh, and just lifts and he fends off, does Moeen. He plays it well in the end. Quite soft hands. I thought that was just going towards Elgar at slip. And he plays it to his left-hand side, though. Did rise viciously out of that tatty-looking rough. And the pitch itself, as mentioned earlier, it is looking grubby, and
I think tatty is a brilliant description, Charles. It is tatty looking. But the one thing about the rough here at Old Trafford, it's rock hard, isn't it? The clay is just harder here seemingly than at most of the grounds.
Agreed. Sometimes it can get a little bit dusty at other grounds as Rowland-Jones fends one away out to backward point. Yeah,
when it's hard, when the ball hits it, that's when you see like Stokes have one literally roll along the floor to underneath his bat. Others jump up your armpits. It becomes really, really difficult to judge how much bounce you're going to get from the pitch.
Now, Rowland-Jones has got a long off and, I say longish on.
He's hanging, it's called.
3/4 of the way back as Maharaj bowls into the leg stump of Rowland-Jones. He turns him to square leg. There is no run.
If you ever hear a spinner say to mid-off, "I'm going to just hang for me," it doesn't mean, you know, what you might think. It just means just drift to 10 or 15 a bit further, a bit deeper. Just try and encourage the batsman still to hit over your head.
Yeah.
But you're there for the miss hit, and you say, "Great snake, by the way. It's growing. Keep going, everybody. Keep going."
Maharaj bowls and forward, pushes Rowland-Jones back towards the bowler. It is growing. It's probably about half the width of the grandstand now. More cups, I'm sure. I wonder how long they've got to hold it for.
We need to put someone in charge of official beer snake.
Maharaj bowls again, full of length, and forward comes Rowland-Jones. Do you think pushing it?
I think that was the arm ball from Maharaj, judging by the drift through the air. I have to see a replay to know for sure. His hand position. He's got a very good arm ball. He's got an arm ball that Moeen Ali stood there at the crease should be watching and trying to emulate.
Skips in once more, Bowles, and that straightens a little bit, but again, confident and forceful in defence is Roland Jones, and it concludes the over. 302 the lead, 56 overs gone, 166 for 7 as a balloon, a helium-filled balloon, has been lost by someone, and it wanders off over into the distance, over the Kellogg's building. And
I can just picture the 2 or 3-year-old child crying in the car park with his dad saying, "I told you to keep hold of the string."
That's right.
Andrew.
302 the lead now. The highest successful chase here at Old Trafford is 294, which England made against New Zealand 2008. 294 for 4, Andrew Strauss making 100. There have been 6 higher scores, though, in the fourth innings of matches here, where teams have won or have lost or drawn.
Well, you just feel that now it's just too much, really. 302.
They'd have to bowl badly, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
this
really
pitch is
badly.
doing a bit. Conditions in your favour. Of course, if England were rolled now and they turned it tomorrow and the sun was belting down, and Moeen didn't have a very good day, you'd say it's very much on a chase of 300, but England still got their noses in front, I think.
Here's Olivier, Bowles, and back foot nudge into the onside by Moeen Ali. 3 slips for Olivier to the left-handed Moeen Ali. Well, just looking at 1 or 2 starting to make their way back to the tram stops, the bus stops, and the cab ranks outside. Done for the day. I'm so grateful that we've had as much cricket today as the weather we were told was going to come in and around this time. But there's just a blanket of grey over the top of Old Trafford at the moment as Olivier from the Anderson end bowls, and this is clubbed away by Moeen Ali off the back foot. Lovely shot, but very well fielded by Rabada in the extra cover position. There is no run.
Phenomenal fielding from, remember, he's a fast bowler.
Yeah.
He's an all-rounder, but first and foremost, fast bowler. Putting his profession to shame here, really. He's just sprints around, diving to the left like a goalkeeper. Didn't even cross the line, didn't go behind him. Scampered up, dived on the ball. No rebounds.
Very athletic, isn't he?
Think about all those fast bowlers around the world would just be weeping at watching that, knowing that that's expected of them now.
Well, to be honest, the first real one was Anderson. You know, fast bowler who's just electric in the field. He's got a brilliant pair of hands. Slips come out, deep cover is in now for Moeen. No one who wafts at one outside of the off stump. Very wristy back foot drive attempted, but goes through to the cut. Ooze around.
You're right, Jimmy Anderson certainly was one of the best slip fielders, apart from when he's bowling. Have you ever noticed that while he's bowling, he's very rarely in the slips? It's because we did a bit of a study and realised that when he's in the middle of a spell, he had hands like frying pans, or like Michael Vaughan's. Everything went down.
Here comes Olivier. Bowls, and that's played over one of the short extra covers. Hit firmly into the turf, but it bounces over Amla. It goes out to Rabada. There's 1 or 2 suggestions coming on social media that Rojo shouldn't be his nickname.
Tojo.
Torojo.
Well,
we know you don't like it, Graham.
No, I don't mind Torojo. It's growing on me. I've got to get down with the kids, I suppose. Jimmy Anderson, you heard them all singing for him there. He's obviously on the balcony applauding the snake. Man of the people, Jimmy. Just got out there, likes to hear his name being sung.
I would have thought anyone would, wouldn't they?
What?
Have the name sung.
Depends who's singing it. If it's a lynch mob.
Well, as Olivier bowls, it's pulled by Roland Jones. Wonderful shot, pivoting on his back foot. It goes away through mid-wicket for a boundary. He's into double figures, 10 not out, 171 for 7. What's the spell here for Olivier, please, Andrew?
Yeah, isn't his 8th over of the spell, 4 before tea and 4 after tea.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it's a bridge too far, this one, doesn't it? Yep. Absolutely nothing behind it.
Just sat up beautifully and was walloped away through the onside. And so, just trying to see if there's any loosening up exercises being done by the Morkels or Rabadas at the moment. Rabada down at fine leg. As Olivier comes in, bowls, and that inside edge onto the thigh of Roland Jones. And it just trickles out into the offside, and there is no run. 57 gone. England 171 for 7. The lead is 307. And Andrew Sampson.
And these the 4 overs before tea that he bowled, he took 2 for 8, which was 2 fours that were both edged. But he's now 1 for 25 in the 4 overs since tea.
Have a blow, son, have a blow. Now, Charlie, there's something I need to ask you. We were talking about Olivier's figures.
Yeah.
Getting bad. Did you, by any chance, see the Nottinghamshire Outlaws' effort with the bats last night?
The power play.
They scored 106.
106
in the first 6 overs at the reply.
Yeah.
As a bowler, I know how that makes me feel.
Yeah.
I didn't sleep last night. I stuck my thumb in the corner of my room, rocking back and forth for a bit.
I mean, it's devastating hitting, isn't it? It's Maharaj bowls, little paddle sweep played by Moeen. He gets it fine and is running away to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot from Moeen Ali. Just a deft touch down on the back knee and guiding it down towards fine leg for another 4 runs. 175 for 7, but it was an astonishing assault by the Nottinghamshire batsman.
Oh yeah, Alex Hales, he was out for 95, going to equal the world record for the fastest ever 100 of 31 balls.
Sussex did one quite similar the other day as well, as Maharaj bowls, and that's swept by Moeen over the head of square leg and 4 more runs. Lovely striking from Moeen Ali here. 179 for 7. The lead moves up to 315. Moeen Ali to 25 not out. Andrew?
200 runs in the series for Moeen to go to with his 20 wickets. It's a fairly rare double of 200 runs and 20 wickets in the series. 12th time it's happened for England. Last one was Andrew Flintoff in the 2005 Ashes.
Oh, really?
Yep. Ian Botham did it 4 times, and Botham was also the only other one to do it for England in a 4-match series, which was against India in 1979.
Well, well done, Moeen Ali. He's had a very good series with both bat and ball. 179 for 7. Lead is 315. Geoffrey Boycott alongside me.
I said on my Facebook Live, 320 will be enough.
Maharaj bowls. That's just turning gently into Moeen, who stands upright and plays it to mid-wicket.
I thought we had enough at tea, but I didn't expect anybody to declare. Then I think get to 320, they're out of the game altogether.
Maharaj lightly stepping in as he bowls and Moeen defends. Do you expect, if things go supersonically well for England at the moment, do you expect them to have a little roll tonight? Would you like to see South Africa?
I think they'll bat on if they can and make 350.
Yeah. I mean, even, what are we now? Still an hour and a half, 2 hours arguably left of play.
They'll definitely get a little bat if we play fully and no rain.
It's turning sharply, and Moeen Ali actually ends up on his knees with the ball hitting his back. Trying to play no shot, just making sure the bat was totally out of the way. Slipping a short leg, ready to take any edges or snaffles.
What gets me is when his feet walks, he'll be batting after Moeen.
Correct. There's Maharaj sweeping and doesn't connect off the pad and into the hands of Slip. There is no run. Speaking of, Chris Woakes, he's already taken a wicket today.
Good.
I saw it on a
I just want him
replay.
to stay fit. He'll get wickets. He's never a problem with that.
But I saw him on a replay, and his action looked good, and his fitness. He was really putting it in. So he's got 2 wickets now.
He wants to get through a couple of matches without injury. Get some overs under his belt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Test the injury out without straining, and busting a gut. Just bowl. He's no problem about his ability. He'll get in the test side.
Lots of wickets flying around today.
That is a Scarborough.
Well, Warwickshire all out 126. It's at Edgbaston, but Middlesex are 46 for 4 in response. And as I said, Chris Woakes has got 2 of those, 2 for 25 off 6 overs. That was his first
Yorkshire.
spell. Yorkshire
are all
out. 113 all out. Essex 71 for 3 in response. Ravi Bopara is at the crease.
Did Lyth get not out? He was 60 some at lunch.
No, he was out. It was the last one out, 68 he made.
Nice.
Mohamed Amir, 5 for 18 off 11.2 overs. That's the last thing you want to...
He might just help them win the championship.
They're going so well. Don't forget, all of the commentaries are available online by the cricket section of the BBC Sport website and also the BBC Sport app. All the county championship matches, 7 in total.
Yorkshire struggle, look out bat. A bit like South Africa, not very good.
And my Leicestershire Foxes not having a great day. Durham 251 for 1. Here's Rabada back into the attack from the Anderson end, and his first ball gets driven on the up by Roland Jones. It goes out to mid-off. There is no run. But absolutely, I mean, but after a relatively lengthy and awkward injury, side injuries are awful. They really are the worst because they fool you into thinking that you're fit ahead of time.
Correct. That's why I'm saying doesn't need to bust the gut. Just bowl, get through plenty of overs. Don't rush back into international. Don't rush the ball your absolute fastest.
Rabada towards us, bowls, and Roland Jones stands upright and plays it out into the offside.
So if he gets injured again in the same place, it's going to be the whole of the season before his feet.
Yeah.
And then if they dare pick him to go to Australia, there won't be enough more warm-up matches. They'll always be worried, is he going to go down in a test match? And if you go down with one bowler short in the heat, on pretty good pitches, wow, that's a big handicap.
Well, I've seen many a time bowlers try to come back from side injuries after 3-4 weeks, and it seems as though with the length he's had out, they've managed it well as Rabada bowls, and this wrapped on the pad of Toby Roland Jones, just angling down the leg side. Doesn't connect, and just the ball wraps him on the pad. Out to mid-wicket it goes, 179 for 7. Roland Jones 10 not out, Ali is 25, the lead is 315.
I think he could have handled his 2 fast bowlers better for South Africa. Rabada's qualities, bowled well this test. Morning Morkel, they bowled too many overs in a spell instead of short and fast.
Rabada bowls, wrapped on the pad, but I don't think that's going to be out, even though it didn't get up and Roland Jones was stuck in the crease. It was just sliding down the leg side, just to accentuate your point there, Jeffrey. Morkel's first spell, 8 overs.
8 overs, there's a lot for a quick.
8 overs, then 4. Rabada, 6, then 5. Olivier, 4, then 8.
Yeah, well, he's a stock bowler. He is the donkey bowler in the nicest way. He's the one that the mule does the hard work, keeps an end tight. If he gets you wicket or 2, yes, that's good. But when you've got Rabada and Morning Morkel bowling so well, you want us to give me 4. I want wickets. I want pace.
Rotate them. There's a pull shot attempted by Roland Jones. It just didn't get up and must have missed the bails by a whisker. Through to de Kock it goes, but that surprised Roland Jones. He went to shape up for the pull. It was possibly short enough.
He has to play a shot every ball, doesn't he? Just calm down a bit. He looks as if he can bat a bit, shape a bit. But you've got to bat. Bat means you haven't got to crash every ball. You've got to pick it out.
Or it's maybe a case of 3 dot balls and I feel like I need to play a shot. That's the...
This is not 2020, Roland.
No. Slip in the gully as Rabada bowls and he stands upright. That's better. And he just plays it out with the defensive push to the offside and there is no run. So, what are we now? 20 minutes to 5. Still plenty of time for England to extend their lead and for maybe even South Africa to have a little bet this evening. The lead is 315, 179 for 7. Some more from you, Jeffrey, and then taking over from me.
If I'm a South African opener, I'm thinking I'm going to get a little bat tonight unless it rains. And it'll be murky light. Been out there most of the day. England a cock-a-hoop on top. Not a great situation if I'm having to bat there at about 5:15 or 5:30. Not easy.
Afternoon, Jeffrey. Afternoon, everyone. England almost safe, I would suggest. Lead of 315 against a struggling batting side. South Africa. Maharaj starts a new over. Moeen is forward in defence. And once again, we've seen the value of Moeen Ali's mindset when he takes to the wicket. He plays very freely, whatever the situation. 25 from 32. Untroubled and elegant. Maharaj in, and Moeen looks like he's in a cover drive, changes his mind, and the ball squeezes off the inside edge.
Smother it, that's all he has to do when it's wide out there, smother it.
if England were playing a top batting side, this could be shaping up as one of the great Test matches. But I just
it's
hard
that
to
little
see,
word,
isn't it?
if. Who's going to get it? Who's going to get 320 on the South African team on this pitch?
I can't see it. Maharaj in, reverse sweep from Moeen. It's good, and it's 4. Elgar at slip had no chance. Moeen moved to 29, England to 183 for 7. The lead is 319. I'm going to ask Andrew a question. How often have teams chased 350 on this ground batting last?
Never. 294 is the highest.
Yeah,
successful run chase.
And some better batting sides than this South African lot haven't done it.
No, that's true.
And that is true, Andrew. I don't mean it nasty, but there have been better sides haven't done that.
Maharaji. Another reverse sweep is nearly out, but not quite.
Wasn't the right length, that was.
It was too short, was in the footholes, that's the problem. And everyone around the back can't believe that didn't bounce onto the stumps. Poor old Quinton de Kock still got his glove over his face in disbelief. Glove, arm. Anyways, next ball's into its life and is defended by Moeen Ali to short leg. Watch this, Jeffrey. So close to hitting the stump view.
You've got to forget them when you're batting. Close don't count. Ifs don't count. Buts don't count. Nearly got you out. Don't count.
Moeen down the track.
Well played.
Gloves it
well
away.
Played. He was done in the flight there, coming down. He set off early. He's done in the flight. He didn't commit harikari by doing something silly. He just got his body in the way, blocked it, get back in your crease.
An example of someone who did that very well and an excellent innings for England. You probably remember it, Jeffrey. It was 98, John Crawley against Muller Ithram. I think he got a big 100 and he ran down a lot, and if he wasn't happy, he padded it away, and it was a really terrific innings against a brilliant spinner.
Well, I was taught at the Yorkshire Nets as a kid, listen, you're going to go down the pitch occasionally and you make a mistake, you haven't got the right length, the bowler's done you. Don't make 2 mistakes by having a slog or something or trying to do it over the top. Block it, get your body in the way, your pads, anything, get back, start again, next ball. That's what he did well.
Rabada's going to have another dart at Toby Rowland-Jones. 10 from 19, not without good fortune, we might add. Rabada in, bowls, down leg side, brilliantly caught by de Kock off the pad. He's a good athlete, de Kock. He's made a couple of errors in this Test match, but flung himself around.
One player who could cause England problems is de Kock batting.
Yeah, I agree.
If it was his day and he got in, he's so fluent and he just makes you think a bit. But the rest, I think you keep quiet.
Rabada in. Rowland-Jones pushes off the back foot. And Heino Kuhn, who's hobbling, he's done so well to stick it out. He's got busted hamstring. And moves to his left. Yeah, I was just chatting with Mark Nicholas next door, and we both felt that de Kock in full flow, if it's his day and we know how wonderful a player he can be, then you can have that miracle chase, but it's unlikely. Pretty gloomy here. Lights are on. Rabada in. Rowland-Jones driving on the up. Doesn't get it through.
Nothing's impossible at sport. There's always room to do the impossible. Surprises. It's what it's about, but it's highly, highly unlikely they're going to get anywhere near.
Rabada again. Athletic, understated run-up bowls now, and Rowland-Jones straight drives. Rabada fields waist high.
Not doing anything now for the seamers, is it? Nothing. Not really.
60 over old ball. It's been like that, hasn't it, this Test match, where it's done, nipped around with the new ball and then more placid later on. Slightly Mancunian afternoon now. Gray, Rabada in, very high bounce. So that is a wide in my opinion, and quite correctly given a wide. Can't play a conventional shot at that. High bouncer down leg side. Defensive field now, just one slip, a gully, 5 men saving one, fine leg. Rabada in again, bowls. Roland Jones comfortably off his hip to the left-handed Maharaj. Mid-wicket.
Those opening batsmen are sweating a bit. They're watching the clock, they're watching the dressing room, see if Root's ever going to declare. They're keeping their eye on everything. They're saying, come on rain, I don't have to bat tonight in murky light.
It's not a bad first class career, Roland Jones. 22, 108 50s. Rabada in, good Yorker, dug out by Roland Jones. What was Andrew Caddick's first class batting average, Andrew? End of Rabada's over. 184 for 7, 61 overs bowled in the innings.
14.89.
Really? Better than that.
He was the second innings bowler, wasn't he? Got a lot of second innings wickets for England. Match-winning performances, Andy.
A good bowler.
Yeah, got it together because it moved and it got a bounce because height, tall.
Got to a lot of him in county cricket. He was a good bowler. Now, Maharaj has a chat with du Plessis. What are they talking about? How can we get Moeen Ali out? How can we slow him down? He's 29 from 37. And
I think that's the area he'll hit him, between mid-wicket and long on.
There's 3 boundary fielders there. Deep backward square leg, cow corner, long on.
Just hits him cow corner. And then he'll drop it short, hit through the covers.
Maharaj. And there it goes, over extra cover. Moeen's listening. Carved a bit, not as elegant as a vintage Moeen cover drive, but up and over. And Moeen in full flow, he's so dangerous.
Just to get some bat on it, doesn't he? Just throws the bat at it. There's 2 fielders out there, that's all. He'll be unlucky if he hit one of them. And smack it. They don't think like a technical opening bat. But lower down the order, they can bowl until they can keep wicket. They think, yeah, if you get it where I fancy, I'll hit it.
Maharaj again, Moeen back drives this time, picking out extra cover.
And that's how they should play. Because the openers, the top 5, have got to get you in position so the middle order can do lots of damage.
Maharaj, Moeen down the track, over cow corner. Jeffrey's constructed this over for you, listening at home. Over extra cover and then over cow corner, 6 runs. And South Africa are looking broken. Hands on hips, arms folded, and I think they've read the situation accurately.
So if
game's out of sight.
And if he's going to bowl outside off stump in that rough, which he is, then the man at deep mid-wicket he's got to come straighter and hit the cow corner. He shouldn't be able to get it square.
Maharaj in, Moeen back drives this time, but extra cover picks up.
Your field placing is only any good if the bowler's going to bowl it in a certain line of length, isn't it? It's relative to where he's bowling it.
Maharaj in, Moeen straight drives this time, deflected onto the stumps by Maharaj. Roland Jones's bat was down. Throw from du Plessis is wild to de Kock, who flicks his wrist down in disgust. And I think the wheels are loosening here from the South African fielding unit. I wouldn't be surprised if Moeen goes again this ball. Last ball of the over. Moeen flicks away a fly, settles himself. The umpire's just got to bend over and pick the jumper up. Maharaj is into his work now. Moeen actually does defend. Tuffers is very excited in the background because there's a bat pad for a moment.
He never touched it. What are you on about? Tuffers?
194 for 7. Warm applause around the ground. It's for Moeen, not for the bowler. And England extend their lead to 330.
Yeah, it's starting to get, you made a point there, it's hard to get demoralising now. You know the pitch is doing a bit out of the rough, You've got 1 or 2 batsmen out and so forth, but you can't get England out. And this is our point all along, is the strong middle order. It's hard to get through England if they bat properly. Properly means they can still be positive, still play some shots, but be selective. Not like the debacle at Nottingham, which was upset everybody, me included. Once they play sensibly positive, it hurt you. You get to the old ball, you've got some of the top batsmen out, but you can't get through England so easy. There's too many people can bat.
Rabada starts a new over. Roland Jones waits, bat up.
Oh, that's
short ball, safe, caught, near, everything. It felt like it was going to be safe, and then it was an absolutely brilliant effort from Faf du Plessis. He's a wonderful fielder. I think he's popped his right shoulder and making the, well, he actually caught it, and then it bounced out as he landed.
He's hurt the shoulder a bit.
And it looked really painful, the fall, didn't it?
Yeah, he fell on the shoulder trying to make the catch. Well, I hope it's just temporary, but
what an effort.
Great short ball, tucked him up, got his head away from the ball, he wasn't looking at it.
Oh, he caught it and then it bounced out when he landed. It was an absolutely brilliant piece of fielding.
Well, it was
one of the moments
outstretched.
of the match.
The right hand was outstretched, so as he caught the ball, then he comes down and hits his elbow hard. The ball pops out and hurt his shoulder a bit. I hope it's one of those that's shaking him up, but after a bit of physio, he's all right.
Quite rightly, the Old Trafford crowd applauds after the
great effort.
What a piece of fielding. And he caught it absolutely cleanly. It was only contact with the ground that made it bounce out of his hand, the ball. And he can't believe it. He's just shaking his head now and getting a handshake from Dean Elgar at first slip.
Lovely short ball, wasn't it? Took it up the tail ender, or, you know, got right into his neck hole, and he took his eye off the ball, and hit the bat, went right loopy in the air, over where there would have been a gully quite a way, and he had to chase after it and stick his hand out, catch it full stretch in the air. Good effort, really good effort. But it was a wonderful short ball. Too good for Toby Roland Jones.
Rabada again. It's Moeen now on strike after they collected a single with that drop catch. Rabada. Moeen looks to whip on the onside. No contact made, and Moeen's disappointed with himself.
Yeah, they've had a couple of difficult catches, haven't they? That one at mid-wicket was difficult. It was really smacked hard by Ben Stokes. Slightly easier one at slip. Thought he could have caught. You know, a couple of them being very difficult. If they'd have stuck, they'd have made life, yeah, better for them.
Rabada past the umpire bowls, and Moeen plays softly, bouncing the ball to Bavuma at point. South Africa have come hard today, but so far behind in the match.
He's number 8. He's got 39. Doesn't matter. You can say he played and missed a couple, haven't you? I keep saying to people, I look at England's top order. We know 2, 3 and 5 aren't very good, but with 2 quality batsmen, and the middle order is the best in the world. Gets you out of jail so many times.
Rabada in, and it's a good Yorker at Moeen Ali, who digs it out well to Duan Olafia at mid-on, who bowled with rhythm and pace and accuracy today. Best he's bowled in the series. Rabada possesses a lethal Yorker, and that was right on the money, middle stump, 88 miles an hour. Crowd in full voice here at Old Trafford, enjoying the weekend's action. Rabada in, pull shot from Moeen Ali, and it was a pretty slow bouncer, that one. Moeen had time to pick his spot 30 yards in front of square. Dear me, that's a humiliation for a fast bowler. Almost like a topspin forehand put away against an open court, wasn't it? It was easy.
Well, it dismissed it.
It did dismiss
mid-wicket. It really dismissed it. Was. Really giving it such a clonk, didn't it? In front of where mid-wicket is, towards mid-on. Hell, you've got to pick that up quick and get it there, haven't you?
You can almost see his brain thinking, yeah, I will whack it. Do you know what I mean? It looked like that. Rabada again, another short ball. Moeen takes it on again this time. Squarer and field set in that place. The 200 is up. Well played, Moeen Ali. The counter-attack. I think Moeen thought it was 50 for a minute. You've only got 44, Mo. You don't raise your bat for 200 for the team. Unless you want to. Not usually the convention.
Some good cricket played. And 4 test matches, I loved them. They've been fantastic, haven't they?
And that's the story of England's middle order. First 50, 110 balls. Second, 109 balls. Third, 98. The fourth, 60, was it? 62 balls.
Just when you think you're getting to them, they kill you, see, don't they? I keep telling everybody, it's, you know, it's not often you get sides like that where that strong middle late order is actually better than the top 5. They are good and dangerous.
Maharaj starts a new over to Moeen down the track. 6 more, massive. 20 rows back, 30 rows back. That is your 50, Moeen. Now's the time to raise your bat. What a way to do it. Jeffrey's applauding, and so's everyone else in the ground. It's been a wonderful innings. His 11th 50, 41 games. There aren't many cricketers more loved than Moeen Ali, and you can see why. He plays with flair, with adventure, with freedom and style. Maharaj again. Moeen cuts this time, misses. I think he's in 5th gear now, Jeffrey. I think he's going to keep going. The lead's 342.
He'll have talked in the dressing room.
Johnny Bairstow caught it. Well caught, Johnny. That's 6, 2 balls ago. Maharaj in. Moeen just dinks it on the offside and gets a single. For those of you who've got access to watching some footage on the website, on the BBC Sport website, just watch Moeen Ali's backlift. It's a high backlift with a flourish, and that's where all his shots come from.
I think that's Johnny putting the ball up in the air like he caught it. Then there was Joe Root behind taking the mickey out of him. There he is, the captain, Joe Root. I can see him telling taking the mickey out of him, showing the ball.
Maharaj round the wicket, and Roland Jones is forward. Defensively, 207 for 7. Roland Jones got to be sensible now and just play for Moeen Ali. He's in purple form, 51 at a run a ball.
Yeah, you don't have to do anything silly. Just because Moeen's it, he doesn't have to go and try and slog it and hit it straight up in the air, does he?
Maharaj in. Roland Jones is definitely not listening to us. He ran down the track, didn't quite get there.
No good knocking if there's nobody in, is it? You know, these tail enders, they see somebody hitting it, they want to part of the party atmosphere.
Andrew. Oh, wait for Maharaj's last ball of the over, is it? Yes. Safely negotiated. 207 for 7 from 64 overs. Word from Andrew Sampson, then Jeffrey Boycott, then Alison Mitchell.
Moeen Ali's 50, 49 balls, 7 fours and 2 sixes. It's his quickest 50 in Test cricket. 64 is his previous quickest. And that 6 also brought up a 50 partnership of 61 balls.
Oh, there's been some periods in this Test match. It's exactly what you want. Some periods where the cricket's been a little slow, you know, bowlers getting tight on batsmen, and then there's been some explosive periods where the ball's whistled around, the batsman's taking the ball by the horns, had a go at the bowlers, and it's rocketed round, and it's just kept you watching. I've found all the Test matches in the pitches, the groundsmen need to take some plaudits for that. The pitches, you know, what we play on, the bowlers and batsmen, and they're giving us some real fine Test match cricket between bat and ball. Terrific stuff.
It's just kept us on a string, hasn't it, Jeffrey? Watching as we just start to draw away, perhaps, and the spectators distracted by something happening elsewhere, then something draws you back to the action.
Yeah, you've had quiet periods, then you've had exciting periods. Yeah, I've loved it, and I've seen a lot of Test matches played. It's been terrific.
Moeen on strike then, and Rabada from the Anderson end. Right arm over goes to Moeen, clips him away past the square leg umpire. There is a man at Deep backward square, B2. Moeen's rushing to get back, and then he eases over the finish line like a 100-metre sprinter easing up, knowing he's comfortably qualifying. He's on 53, 209 for 7, and England's lead is edging up towards the 350 mark now, 345. I say edging, that scoreboard's been moving along much faster in the last 20 minutes than it has done most of the England innings. And Rabada up to the wicket now to Moeen, a wide one. He goes for the big drive, misses, and through to de Kock behind the stumps. Jeffries made way. Tuffers, good afternoon, good evening.
Yes, good evening. It's
very interesting, scintillating viewing watching Moeen go about his half-century.
Well, he's taken the bull by the horns. He said, right, we're in a little bit of a, well, slightly sticky situation. I'm going to counteract and get us out of it, and he's done it magnificently well, hitting the left armour out of the rough. And putting the seamer's bad balls away as well. So fantastic counter punch by Moeen Ali, and Toby Rowland-Jones, who's come in and played nicely as well.
Yep. Good work in partnership with him. I think Moeen do take most of the strike, and he's doing it well. Rabada in width again, though. Another slash and a miss from Moeen. Too wide, though. Wide signalled by the umpire. Well, I can see Dean Elgar standing alongside de Kock, as if to say, surely that wasn't too wide.
And those drop catches were crucial, and you can just feel the resistance ebbing out of the South African side. It's been a bit of a chilly day, isn't it? Breezy. They've come hard, but just starting to wilt now.
Plenty of catches stationed on the offside for Moeen, with Rabada pushing the ball across, and there's a drive along the ground. Square, out to Morkel, deep cover, and they take one. He's been interacting a fair bit with the crowd at the party stand down there. They've been chanting his name.
Good voice, haven't they?
They've really been.
Yeah, they've been at that.
Giving the vocal cords some exercise.
They've been having a good chant there about half an hour, 3/4 of an hour. Keep themselves warm, I suppose.
I think it feels like the crowd has swelled in that stand as the day has gone on. There were big banks of empty seats at the top. More and more have gravitated that area. I think they just see that's where all the fun is. We're going to go and join in. Now, Rowland-Jones on 11. Slip gully, point, short extra cover. Short mid-wicket as well. And he's gone high up in the air, sky high. Now, short mid-wicket is getting underneath it. Has he held on?
Caught
he
it.
has.
Great
he has.
catch.
Tumbling as he fell as well. 211 for 8.
Oh, fantastic catch by Maharaj. Toby Rowland-Jones going again for the pull shot, getting a top edge. Well, more of a top edge, really. It's sort of gone past mid-wicket, and he's had to run back, and that's taken a fine catch over his shoulder. Really well caught.
Swirling and swirling.
Yeah.
We know it's been windy. It was into the prevailing wind, and Maharaj running back, takes it over his shoulder, crucially hangs on as he falls to the ground. That's the important thing. We've seen Faf du Plessis make a brilliant effort as well, but then dropping the ball as he fell. But no mistake that time from Maharaj. So the 8th wicket falls, and Rowland-Jones out for 11.
I think this is the best ploy by England as well. You know, come out, give it a go. Well, we've got Broad and Anderson. You may as well sort of have a bit of a swing. We're up to England. They're up to 3-4-7 lead. Perhaps another 20 or 30 and get bowling, you know. These conditions are good for bowling. It is doing a bit. That new ball will do a bit for sure.
Well, zipping around under these lights with these overheads. And somehow, I mean, the rain has stayed away so far. Yeah. It's incredible.
Well, it's been blowy all day, so it's sort of, I think it's sort of pushed them across.
Yeah.
Hasn't allowed the clouds to settle. So I think England might, you know, in a funny sort of way, not mind if they lose these 2 wickets pretty quickly, and perhaps look to get 1 or 2, maybe even 3 out tonight.
Yeah. Well, you'll be able to see the highlights of the day's play. I mean, there's been so much action, so many wickets that have fallen, and you can watch all that on the BBC Sport website, and the highlights will be running. The wicket clips as well, you can play. The clips, pint-sized TMS will be uploaded shortly after play as well.
Yeah, the days of 2 or 3 wickets or 3 or 4 wickets going down in a day seem to have gone from Test match cricket, don't they? Unless it's, you know, it's a glorious sunny first day or something, and someone gets a big 100, but it doesn't really turned out like that this summer.
Not too many flat decks
I like it, though,
sunny,
don't
warm
you?
day. So it does make for dramatic viewing, doesn't it?
It does. I prefer it when they're sporting pitches. You know, I mean, that's how it's always meant to be, isn't it? You know, if you win the toss, you've got to be brave to have a bat because it's going to nip about.
If you then score the runs, then you rightly put the opposition under pressure.
That's right. And then, you know, 2 and 3 flattens out and good for batting, and 4 and 5 spins a bit, and, you know, the wicket started. I think they've been fantastic pitches this summer.
Well, we'll stretch into a day 4, that's for sure.
Yes.
And in fact, with the forecast has been the worst for day 5 all along, if it materialises. So in fact, if this match does come to a natural conclusion within 4 days, that will sort of be the better result than it stretching into 5, if the forecast really is as bad as what it has been.
Tuesday as well. So it's a funny day to play a
back-to-back test, isn't it, which start on a Friday and go across the weekend into Tuesday.
Yeah, not quite sure about turning up on a Tuesday.
Stuart Broad has come out to join Moeen.
I don't think he'll hang about Broady. I think he's got his noggin screwed on. He wants to be bowling in this, not batting.
Right, so slip. Third man is back. This is Moeen on strike. Bavuma at backward points. Maharaj at short extra cover. Fielder at cover behind him. Mid-off, mid-on. A deep backward square. Moeen's on 54, been playing quite superbly. Some width and a drive out to deep cover along the ground. Picked up by Morkel. And Moeen's taken one to move on to 55. 212 for 8 to lead 348.
Heard that crack in the earphones, didn't you? Really got it out of the...
Shot of the day, though, which you really should log on online and watch, is the 6 from Moeen to bring up his 50.
Yeah.
It's enormous. Struck back down the ground so high and so long. It reached the... What floor of the England balcony is the first floor of our building, which is set some way back from the boundary rope even. Caught by Johnny Bairstow on the balcony.
Very good. That would have been awkward if he'd have dropped it.
Broad about to face up to his first ball from Rabada. And goes the tall fast bowler. He gets a bouncer first of all. Broad sways out of the way, round about shoulder neck height. Welcome to the crease. I think, well, Broad is unlikely to be bowling at Rabada any time soon in this match.
One to remember me by.
I think he'll just say, I've just clocked that. It actually, from that angle, wasn't as close to his body as it first appeared.
He won't be having another bowl at Mr. Broad, I don't think, so he'll just leave that one with him.
Just a stare from Rabada as he turned and walked back to his mark. It was the last ball of the over.
He's played it very well. He's played it out the rough very well, because it's very difficult to survive by sort of poking and prodding out of the rough. You've got to look to try and attack the left arm spinner. You've got to try and make him bowl, different lengths, different lines, and Moeen Ali's done that very well. If you just decide to sort of stay there and wait for the bad ball, you're going to get one that leaps and spits at you. So he's taken the attack to Maharaja, and he's done it very well.
The Nawab of Maharaja.
Yes. Yeah, I like it.
What have we got now then?
Just put him off his sort of line and length a bit. Moeen Ali. He's decided to go for him. If it works, it's match changing.
Well, he's certainly changed the complexion of the last hour here as Maharaj is in, using his feet once more, lofting him over deep mid-wicket. Rabada, no point Rabada watching it, sails over his head for 6. Rabada pinned right back on the boundary. Moeen lofting the spinner out of the ground again and above and beyond the boundary rope.
It's a good hit out of there. You've got to get it spot on. Slightly off or slightly more turn, slightly less turn. That goes straight up in the air, you miss it, and he's got that absolutely sweet as a nut.
Fantastic footwork from Moeen as well. The shimmy, the heave of the bat, such a huge arc of that swing, and depositing it into the advertising hoardings.
Can get that so badly wrong.
Got 3 men back on the deep mid-wicket boundary now. Maharaj.
Here he comes again.
Once more, flatter this time. Behind square, Bavuma didn't quite pick it up initially. And he then fields, and they've run just the single. Moeen onto 62, rehearses the stroke. But it was an identical, wasn't it? Little dance down the track. It didn't connect in the same way.
Just bowled it a bit flatter there, Maharaj, and a little bit straighter, so he couldn't free those arms and hands and that backswing of his to plop it into the stands.
Moeen's taken the lead past 350, 355. And the number of overs left in the evening then, Andrew. Keep an eye on how long we've got left.
18 after this.
18, OK. It's interesting to think what their thinking is going to be.
Yeah, well, they might be thinking, I mean, this is a perfect time. I mean, I'm not sure, Joe Root at the Oval said on, 400?
Yeah. And England don't have to force a win here to win the series. Right. Maharaj, and now to Broad, sweeping, front of square, little juggle by Bavuma at square leg, picks up no run.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting just to think, if they don't lose the wickets or are bowled out, whether they have 3 or 4 overs. It's not really England's way to do that.
Maharajan again, sweeping again, struck on the pad though, Broad, and then it's fielded by Elgar at slip.
Because you then are just letting South African, to declare, and if they knocked it off, you'd never forgive yourself.
Well, if there were 2 days of full sunshine forecast, you would not be putting South Africa in for a couple of overs tonight. Broad padding up outside the off stump, no shot, and a half appeal from Maharaj. And I suppose that's what England will say. Yeah. You can never trust a forecast. There are 2 full days left.
There are.
Maybe they'll just go through to the close if they can, if they don't lose these last 2 wickets. Maharaj infatified down the leg side, Broad trying to turn it around the corner. Fielded at backwards square leg, no run taken, so end of the over from Maharaj, taken 1 for 92, and the lead is 355, 219 for 8. Just to quickly fill you in on some of the county championship action, 16 wickets have fallen at Lords today. Talking of days where you don't bat and bat and bat. Warwickshire were 126 all out. Middlesex in reply, Tuffers 75 for 6.
What's going on?
And the big game at Scarborough against the leaders Essex, Yorkshire were all out for 113, and Essex 99 for 4. So wickets have been tumbling.
Yeah.
All those commentaries you can listen to on the cricket section of the BBC Sport website and app if you want to hear the ball-by-balls from the county championship.
Not like Lords. There's a few wickets gone down there. No, I was just going to say it's a bit of a trend for spinners when they're coming under fire and when they're coming under attack is to bowl it quicker and quicker and quicker. I kind of sometimes went the other way. If I was seeing Moeen Ali coming down the wicket to me all the time, I might just be taking pace off, going a little bit higher and a little bit higher to try and make him miss hit or not quite have that. Sometimes the quicker you bowl it, the more natural it is.
You react according to the ball and your actions are quick.
So you come down the wicket going for it, and that's how you get them to miss hit.
Well, it's needing to be a little bit deceptive with those changes of pace, isn't it?
But now, and I've watched Moeen Ali bowl when he comes under fire as well. He just sort of goes quicker and quicker and quicker. Always sounded just a, quick, slow, quick, slow, a little bit like that.
I was going to say Strictly. Is that where you picked that up from?
That's right.
Yeah, that's why you were so good. Rabada now to Moeen, back down past the bowler. I think he got a hand to it, did he? The ball's racing away down to the side screen for 4, directly back past the bowler. If he got a finger to it, or the ball just bent those fingers back and went straight through, I don't think any pace is taken off.
That's just a smack. Foolish ball, and Moeen Ali, no feet movement, just hands and eyes, and just
didn't get anything on it, Rabada.
Just whack it back over the bowler's head. Simple as that. Thanks for his coming. He might be eyeing 100 here.
He's in an aggressive mood.
Yeah, he is.
Just looking at those county championship scores, Tuffers. I mean, we talk about Test cricket and batsmen playing shots and not sort of batting all day. I mean, the players now in the county champ are having to adapt from a period of blast cricket straight into championship, and then be going back to blast again. It's an odd little round, this one.
It must be difficult,
having an impact.
Because you do change techniques and you do change thought processes.
Rabada coming running in. What's Moeen got up his sleeve this time? And goes Rabada full, skewing away off the edge of the bat. A half stop at backward point, and Moeen will take 1 as the ball is then gathered. And the score goes on to 224 for 8, and the lead 360.
Yeah, because you do get into a rhythm. You're playing a lot of T20, you get into that rhythm and that way of going about attacking a game, and attacking an innings.
Oh, hang on, the rain's come out of nowhere.
Oh, it has.
Just as we were saying, the rain had stayed away. That's the hover cover that's fired up. And now the players are slowly walking off the field. It looks like it's drizzle, but suddenly a steady it's come out of nowhere. The cloud is, well, it's high, but it's very set in, and it's grey. And I suppose this is what we were waiting for at some point today. We knew it would come. It's come at a point where England lead by 360.
Plenty.
Yep, 224 for 8. Moeen Ali is being applauded off the field. Stuart Broad is clapping his hands together, letting Moeen walk off first, because he's played a fine knock for his half-century, lifted up the pace of scoring, extended England's lead at a much more rapid pace than we were seeing at any stage during the England innings. He jogs on up the stairs into the England balcony. Might say well done Johnny Bairstow for catching my 6 to bring up my 50. Yeah. But he's being patted on the back, and well, he's deserved that.
He's becoming very good at it, isn't he, Moeen Ali? This sort of floating 7 or 8, you know, and coming in at times when, I mean, South Africa could bowl very well to start with at England there. You know, put them under a little bit of pressure there. I mean, what were they?
Spelled by Olivier.
30 for 3 or something, or 40 for 3 perhaps?
55, yeah, 30 for 2, then 55 for 3.
Yeah.
Went into lunch at 2 down. Lost another 4 wickets in the spell between lunch and tea.
Yeah.
So came back out at tea, 138 for 6.
You know, it was looking like, South Africa would have been thinking, well, if we can just nip them out to 290 or
when
something.
They dismissed Bairstow with 153 on the board, that was 7 down. He only made 10.
Yeah.
Her tail was sort of up at that point, thinking, this is potentially game on. The lead was still 289 at that stage.
Yeah, that's achievable. As you say, 2 days, achievable score. But he's just come in and classic counter attack South Africa, and after a long series, you know, it's the last thing you want to see, someone coming in at 7 or at 8 and doing that to you, because it just takes the sting out of you, and you haven't quite got the, you know, the desire or the resolve to keep on going, and he just took it away from South Africa beautifully and did it very, very well.
I'll go through the bowling figures in a moment before we wrap things up as they stand, but the rain just gives me a little opportunity to clear something else up that's a little bit extracurricular. During the tea break, we had the Lancashire Thunder girls in, and Bobby Cross, who works with them coaching, walked in and said to me, I hear congratulations are in order.
Right.
And I had to look at him and say, for what?
Yeah.
And he was looking at me. I think he wanted to say that he heard that I was pregnant or something.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought, wasn't it, Phil?
You thought I was going there.
I thought engaged.
So he said, I hear
spill the beans then, Ali.
You're not going to the Ashes.
Spill the beans.
And I had to say, no, Bob, I am going to the Ashes. And the conversation sort of petered out a little bit. Anyway.
Turns out.
After the tea break, we had an email into Test Match Special as well from a listener who'd been listening earlier in the day, he said, and said he's very sorry to hear that I won't be going to the Ashes because I'll be going on maternity leave.
Really?
So Adam sent me this email through.
Yes.
Knowing that that's not quite the case.
No.
I thought back to the start of the day, and I remembered the cake that was sent in to us by Julie, the blower's cake, with the pigeon on the top.
Wonderful cake.
And I read out the email that Julie had sent into Test Match Special. And I think that Steve, who emailed us in, and Bobby and perhaps other people around the ground,
haven't they?
switched on the radio halfway through when I read out this line of Julie's email. I'm looking forward to TMS getting me through some tricky times, as I'll be on maternity leave for the Ashes.
Brilliant.
Enjoy the cake. Love, Julie Hall.
He's gone too early. He has. He hasn't done his research.
My word.
So that's not the case
fake
in my
news,
life at this
okay?
stage.
Fake news.
Fake news. Fake news. The cake was lovely.
Well, I'm glad we've cleared that up, Ali.
Yeah.
Because you certainly don't look 22 weeks pregnant.
No. You're hiding it
but
very
I hope everything
well.
goes well for Julie.
Yeah.
Yes, Graham Peters a great name if it's a boy.
Well, Graham, what do you make of what we've just seen in this
brilliant
last hour of
I
play?
love it when, just as Phil was saying, when you've got an aggressive man coming down the order who's capable of playing such good shots as Moeen Ali. Well, it's brilliant to having that in an England team. We used to have Andy Caddick batting in that position, for goodness sake.
Very, very
We got Moeen
era.
Ali. But I always think, if you're South Africa there, they wrestled themselves back into this game. Maharaj was bowling beautifully. Dean Elgar's dropped a clanger into what was Moeen on 5 or 6 at the time, but he's dropped an easy catch. Somehow it's got out of his hand. But then you think, he's got to give us another chance sooner or later, but then he's just chanced his arm, and I love how he does that. When he decides to go, he just goes all in, doesn't he? Where he got his 50, danced down the wicket. There's a long one out, but I lit it to Johnny Bairstow on the England balcony. Oh, it's brilliant. He is the most beautiful, elegant, iconic left-hander. And I was with Pat Murphy next to him on 5 Live, and he says, it's all left-handers, isn't it? And that's running through 15 or 16 doggedly ugly left-handers, like Strauss, Border, Mutt Richardson. Well, you can only come up when people say left-handers are glorious. Chanderpaul.
Well, Cook is not the most elegant.
Kirsten. Think of the beautiful ones. Gower, Ali. Anyone else? Graham Smith. You'll pay to watch these people bat.
Minging.
Yeah, exactly. So I am debunking this ridiculous myth that left-handers look better than right.
There are some special left-handers.
There's two, Gower and Moeen Ali.
I think I was saying to Ali on air though, after that catch, I think that Moeen sort of thought to himself, well, hold on, because you have two schools of thought, don't you, when you're a batsman out there looking at the rough in front of your left arm, pinging it in there, it's bouncing, it's turning, it's someone squatting down, someone going straight. You think to yourself, well, if I'm just going to be poking here, I'm going to get one here. So you've got to take the onus to the left arm spinner to then get him to try and mess his lines and legs
and he
up.
has.
And he did it beautifully. He did it beautifully. Well, the one criticism I would have of Maharaj there, though, is that, and I think it's a little bit of all spinners at the moment, is that when they come under fire, they go quicker. They go quicker and quicker.
Especially, the old tactics that it's 3-day cricket used to do, didn't it? When there was a lot of declaration bowling.
Yeah.
If you've got men on the boundary and rough to bowl into, and you go slowly, all the batsmen have to put all the pace on.
Yeah.
Quicker the ball, the less you have to. I mean, if the ball's at 60 miles an hour, the batsman doesn't have to get as much on it to hit it for 6. If there's no pace on, it's so hard to time it properly.
And it's just a reaction then of the left-hander sort of coming down, flurry of arms, flurry of things, middle there. When you're coming down and it's not there, but I'm
put
still
it back on the string. Moochie, strafing.
Yeah. Checks in the post.
Graham, how did you feel things were sort of panning out? If the rain hadn't come, could you have just seen England looking to bat the rest of the day if they were able?
If they were able, they would. I think they'd have got bowled out because I think with Broad and Anderson, with Maharaj biting the rough, I don't think they'd have lasted very long.
Naturally.
I mean, in all honesty, England should have been bowled out half an hour ago. If they'd taken that catch, Maharaj was bowling beautifully. He's completely lost his landing zone now. England have now put themselves in a position where they can't lose this game, in my opinion. 250 is enough from that wicket to bowl to win a test match. Moeen Ali needs more than 250 because we already know he's not the main spinner and he likes to think of himself as second spinner. So he needs 350 on the board. So they're getting up towards that now. So England are in a very good position, but South Africa fought back so well this afternoon. Big Olivier, he had a great little spell. They did all they could do. They did all they could, and then Elgar's dropped that clanger. You got to feel for Maharaj as well because he didn't deserve that.
Like grains of sand going through your hand.
It was like it popped out of his hand like a bar of soap, though, didn't it? It went in, and as he went forward, he tried to squeeze his palms together. It went. Squeeze it. That was a good sound, wasn't it? Popped out the top, like when you try and get the soap out the bottom of the bathroom, the kids are throwing it in and it squeezes out.
The harder you try to grab on, the quicker it squeezes out your fingers. Shall I take you through the scorecard and just remind everyone just what's happened in the last couple of hours, well, indeed in the whole innings, because South Africa were all out after 22 balls of the morning session for 226, and England's lead then in the first innings was 136. Then England began to build on that lead. Alistair Cook was out for just 10. He was caught in the gully driving at Morkel. Tom Westley was similarly caught in the gully driving at Morkel for 9. 30 for 2 at that stage. Keaton Jennings got through lunch just about. He was dropped on naught by Elgar off Rabada, but then Rabada did dismiss him. A poor shot from him attempting to cut, but too close to his body, and caught by Amla at first slip and out for just 18. David Malan was caught at short leg, shimmy forward back pad catch off Maharaj for 6. Joe Root played on to Olivier for 49. Ben Stokes caught at first slip by Du Plessis off Olivier for 23. This is a really good spell from Olivier, and he also dismissed Johnny Bairstow, caught by Rabada in the deep and out for 10. That was 153 for 7 at that point. Toby Rowland-Jones was caught by Maharaj running back off Rabada for 11. But the innings by Moeen, it's been a really, really entertaining one. And at the moment, Moeen is unbeaten on 67, 8 4s and 3 6s in that innings, including the one back down the ground and deposited into the England balcony. And he's with Stuart Broad, who's faced 5 balls and yet to score. Bowling figures, Morne Morkel, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 39. Kagiso Rabada, 15.2 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 37. Maharaj, 27 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 92. And Olivier, 12 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 38 here at Old Trafford. I am going to hand over to Daggers because as we've got Tuffers and Swanee here, 2 veritable spinners,
Just before you go,
yes, go on.
Well done, Ali. Very good little stint. I've got to make an apology because I said there are only 2 good left-handers in the world and 2 pedants on Twitter. I'm calling you pedants in that sort of voice, but thanks for your contribution.
Yeah, attentive listeners.
I've pointed out that Lara wasn't bad. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
Sangakkara. Maybe there's your 4. But 4 lefties in a world of Wavell Hines and who's the other one?
Don't know.
Who's the other opener for the West Indies who I got out all the time? Is that bad? I can't even remember his name.
Clayton Lambert.
No, he's right-handed, Clayton Lambert.
No, he wasn't.
He was.
Clayton Lambert wasn't.
Oh, no, all right. Anyone. You played against him.
I did, I got him out.
I can't even remember the guy's name. But yeah, the myth that they're all beautiful left-handers, nonsense. Charles, hello.
Hello, mate.
Hello, mate.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ali. Now, of course, this is not good with the rain coming down. It's not supersonically heavy. It's just a pretty decent drizzle. But I just wonder if we will actually see any more cricket today. The crowd has just started to make their way out towards the tram stations, and the covers have been brought on. The hover cover out there, and there's David Milnes, the 4th umpire, underneath the umbrella. You think of dangerous jobs in the world. I think you can think of many a dangerous job, but keeping control of you 2 is probably up there with one of the more dangerous occupations of
You're certainly the man to do it.
Well, I thought it would.
Brian Lara.
Yeah.
375. 2.5 days I bowled at Brian for. Not a mark.
Is it true?
I don't think we even hit him on the pad.
Is it true? Because I've heard this story about when Lara got out that day.
Yeah.
And Kelly got him out in the end, didn't he?
Bell went
and then no, not when that was when he hit the ball for 300 or the bit bell. But when he actually got him out, caught behind, and the huddle came together, Kelly went, "I knew I'd get him like that."
Probably.
Now,
Did you?
I don't know. I don't think I bothered going into
15 hours ago you knew that.
Right, we're going to open it up to you, our dear listeners, via numerous ways of getting in touch with us. You can email us, tms@bbc.co.uk if you want to email us, or you can use the hashtag AskTheSpinTwins on @BBCTMS on Twitter, because we're going to open it up to you. Anything you would like to ask Philip Tufnell and Graham Swan. We did one last year and it was very good fun. Yes. I really enjoyed that. I think it was last year or the year before.
I think I was eating fried chicken, Graham, actually, at the time we got him out on the boundary.
Yeah.
Someone get tough as well. You want some fried chicken?
Why not? Why not? I'll even get greasy fingers. I don't care anymore.
No.
Doesn't matter how it comes out.
You've done me.
So, get your questions in to Phil Tufnell and to Graham Swan at BBC TMS on Twitter, tms@bbc.co.uk. It could be about the match situation. It could be also about spin bowling.
It could be anything. Gardening.
Absolutely anything. You are more than welcome.
To be honest, you can do any subject with Phil Tufnell because he knows everything about everything.
What's your hobbies? What's
mine?
Yeah.
I'm actually fascinated by the Second World War. Documentaries. My son, the other day, he's 6 and he has to do a famous person for school.
Yes.
And I thought he was going to choose his old man here. This is brilliant.
Winston Churchill.
No, he went Barnes Wallis.
Oh, very good.
Really?
Who, of course, is bouncing bomb. And also, not many people know that he also designed the Wellington bomber.
Yeah.
Well, which wasn't the one that took part in the Dam Busters raid, but it was a very fine bomber.
And also, the bouncing bomb was originated from the leg spinner.
There you go.
Yeah, it was the toppy. That's where he got it from.
There you go.
I don't know if that's true or not.
No.
It is.
He fired golf balls across a pond.
And also, he's a very good leggy and bowled top spinners. And
we're talking about spin. But this is it with spin.
I'm not
going back to bouncing bombs. No, they realised that the bomb had to be spinning backwards when it hit the dam to then stick against the wall. So as it went down, it was stuck against the wall. So the explosive force was more likely to blow the Royal Valley dams up.
Now, if you want to watch this, by the way, I'm not buying that at all, Phil Tufnell.
It's true.
It is true. He's done the one show. It's true.
If you want to watch it, you can head over to Facebook, the TMS Facebook page, and we're doing this on Facebook Live as well. So if you want to watch these two wax lyrical about bouncing bombs and whatever may actually tickle your fancy, then you're more than welcome to. Now, Gareth has emailed us. Now, if you both played, here we go, there's a great question. If you both played in the era of DRS, who would have taken the most Test wickets?
Well, we'd have taken many of each other's, I think, because if we'd have both played DRS, we'd have been playing together.
Yeah.
We'd still be going.
We would be.
DRS.
Well, DRS, listen, you know, I think it's been fantastic for finger spin, because it was, and you know, the doozeras were everywhere. You had to have a mystery delivery, didn't you? Otherwise you didn't get a game, because people just used to pad you away and didn't play with the bat when they were in trouble or couldn't play spin. So I think it was fantastic for the game, because it actually then enabled the finger spinner's art, you know, to thrive again.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think it could have been in trouble a little bit at that stage.
Of course, I always count myself incredibly lucky to have come along at the right time on 2 counts. My first series in India didn't have DRS, but my second series in the West Indies, they had 6 left-handers, DRS, and no Brian Lara.
Boom.
So honestly, it was like someone just pick your dream job, pick your dream series to play. And these 6 left-handers, they weren't the Laras and the Larry Gomeses. They were the poorer players.
I've done a little bit of research on it, and do you know how many LBs you might have got in your...
About 40% of
mine were LB. 40%
yeah.
are LBW. I got 121 wickets, and I could bowl reasonably good.
You were a very good bowler, Phil. You
and
know
I got 7 LBWs.
Well,
so there must be a mathematic formula to that. Looking at
the ratio, it's going to work out a ratio.
Yeah. Well, you made the outlandish comment, and you said it was one of the.
Is there a ratio you can do for that, Andy?
An LBW count we saw earlier on in this Test match. Oh, if they're giving them, I'd have got 5,000.
Well, when Hashim Amla ran down the wicket at Trent Bridge and got given out to Dawson.
I know.
I think even Hashim went, wow.
What? Yeah. Well, I saw not long ago there was a replay of a Test match. Phil Tufman was bowling. It was at Christchurch. Do you remember the game when? It might not have been you, but it might have been Giles playing. When Thingy got 200, Nathan Astor got 200, and then Thorpe got 200. Did you play in that one?
No.
There was a left arm. Oh, no, sorry, I'm thinking Dan Vittori. So Dan Vittori was playing for New Zealand, and I watched half an hour of this, and Andrew Caddick came out to bat, and he had him absolutely stone dead LB, 4 balls in a row. Didn't even appeal, because they knew that's not even worth appealing. So he just prodded forward, hit middle of the shin, straight down the middle of the pitch, just straightening up, would have bit middle stump. Commentators never mentioned it. Players didn't. Oh, unlucky. Dean, keep going, Dean. We'll get him in a minute. We'll get his edge in a minute. But no one bothered appealing.
I can remember when Darryl Hare gave a decision for Shane Warne. I think it was Darryl Hare.
It was Mike Atherton batting.
Yeah. And it was the decision that he gave, and or it might have even been a left-hander.
No,
I remember Mike
played in the game.
You played in that game?
West Indies.
Yeah.
Me and Crofty. And it was Jimmy Adams, because and Bumble after the first innings, because Jimmy Adams was just not attempting to play the ball with anything. He was just lunging forward, even if it was straight. He was just shouldering arms, and there was no way that me or Crofty could actually get him out, because they were going not out. I'm guessing.
Just to let you know that play has been abandoned for the day here at Old Trafford. So England finishing 224 for 8 on their second innings against South Africa. They lead by 360 runs. Andrew Sampson.
Right, there have been 64 spinners who've taken 100 wickets in Test cricket.
Yeah.
The highest percentage LBWs is Saeed Ajmal.
Oh,
33%.
73?
33.
Oh, 33%.
I thought mine was 42% or something. Maybe not.
Yours, your total 27.5%. Your third highest of spinners in terms of LBW percentage. Rangana Herath playing now. He's fourth.
He just bowls straight in.
And how much do you put that down to DRS?
Oh, absolutely. Well, what DRS did to me, I saw the big difference, because my first couple of years of sort of still finding my feet in Test cricket, so I still had to play quite a lot of county cricket. Once I was established for England, I barely played any county cricket, but those first couple of seasons, I'd play for England at Lords and I'd have DRS, and so I'd know, and I was very, without blowing smoke at my own whatever, I knew when it was out, and so if I knew it was worth a review, I'd say no, absolutely you're reviewing it. I'd be stubborn about it, and if I didn't, I'd go, that's not going to get given.
No.
And so I had a very good record of knowing when people were out. I went back to county cricket. I remember going, Peter Willey, who's one of the best umpires in the game. It was at Trent Bridge, and Ian Blackwell was batting. I had him stone dead LB 5 times, and I was appealing and screaming at him. You know that's not out 20. I was going, Peter, that is plum, and I could prove last week I could have proved that was out. And so the disparity between playing county cricket where it wasn't there and the old school umpires were still saying no, it was the old game, and Test cricket, where they were going, Aleem Dar was going, no, that's out. That's absolutely out.
Umpires.
It was easier to get wickets in Test cricket.
Umpires' attitudes then started to change, and they've then started to stick their finger. I mean, look at poor old Johnny Bairstow. Poor old Johnny Bairstow. You know. On 99.
Let's move on. The Bears on Twitter. What are England's chances in the Ashes?
Brilliant. I think they're really strong because of this man batting in the minute, Moeen Ali, Johnny Bairstow. I think I talked to Michael Vaughan a lot, and he says, look, over there you've got to score big runs.
Well,
I think they'll get runs because they're going to get a couple of openers in who are going to be good players, a quick ball. I think one's going to come in very soon. Stoneman is worth a chance, I'm telling you. And I think they'll do it. I think with Stokes as well. They've got a brilliantly balanced team. Come on, England.
They have. No, I agree. Come on, England. I think there are some issues at 2, 3 and 5.
Right.
Still that are understood. You yourself has just said there that you need to get big runs. So hopefully we can get big runs.
But otherwise 4, 6, 7 and 8 are doing all
Yes, that's right. You can't keep... In Australia, you can't keep relying on...
what you don't want to do,
what
you don't want to do is expose that, the middle order batsmen with that pace that they do. What they do have.
There you go. And they're the icing on the top for me, those guys. Yes. Well, Stokes is a bit more than icing on the top. He's becoming a very, very fine player. But the likes of Ali's and Bairstow's coming in and playing wonderfully is your icing on the cake. You can't keep in Australia with the likes of Hazelwood, Stark, and Cummins and these boys. Expecting, to be driving it through the offside. Well, you're going to get it shoved up.
What you got to remember as well, this Aussies will just be rolling around in all their banknotes in the change room after their recent money. So they won't be caring about the cricket. They'll all be driving Lamborghinis.
They will do.
And other fast cars are available.
Yeah, they'll have cramp.
Very good.
3-1.
Keep them coming up. Ask.
You fancy 3-1, do you?
I do.
3-1.
I'm going to give them one. They can win at Perth. They always win at Perth. I'm going to give us. We won 3-1. You see, it's my favourite score in Australia.
Yeah,
I'll try. Well, don't forget, of course, you'll hear it all on Test Match Special throughout the winter. All of the Ashes cricket is covered, and we'll have in-play highlights, all the rest of it, and all the one-day sides, the women's Ashes as well. And you can keep watching all of this. Phil Duffnell is
Phil Duffnell.
Sorry.
All right, Duffers.
Phil Duffnell is just having a little dance, which you can see on Facebook Live. If you want to go onto the TMS Facebook page, you can watch him sort of doing a weird hand gesture.
What was that?
Andy Russell. Has Ian Bell got the chance to sneak into the Ashes?
I don't think he will. Is he scoring enough runs? Basically, if he's piling them on. I think Ian Bell's big chance this year was his first 2 or 3 games of the season. A couple of double hundreds, showing that he's really there. But you've got to look at why players aren't picked, and why Stoneman's not picked. Someone doesn't rate him at the top. When Ian Bell was dropped after the Pakistan series in the UAE, someone lost faith, whether it's Bayliss doesn't think he's good enough or whether someone else. And so they've got to change their opinion completely for him to get back in. Personally, I think Ian Bell's one of the best players I've ever played with. He's brilliant. But his output by the end, whether it was a change of technique or a mental thing, he just wasn't scoring heavily enough. It's such a shame because when he's playing well, it's having Ian Bell walk out at 3. My word, that's a brilliant number 3. But I think this time around, I just can't see it.
Mark emails, at our village level club, he says, it is often, indeed usual, for the slower bowlers to take most of the wickets, largely in my opinion, because they create much more room for the batsman to make errors. In fact, most of the wickets are probably taken off what's actually a bad ball, full toss, long hop, etc.
We call one a looper.
Oh, I never had one of them.
Oh, okay. Well, obviously these are not deliveries you two ever bowled, Steve Smith, but in your experience, do spinners get as many wickets with a bad ball as their unplayable corker?
You're going to have to explain the Steve Smith jibe.
I don't think...
Didn't you get Steve Smith with a great big full toss?
No.
Not Steve Smith.
No, who was that?
I'm going to make him get it right here.
Chris Rogers.
Chris
Rogers.
Yes, I'll take that.
Sorry, apologies.
That was what I think you might call a looper.
Yeah.
Actually, when the strange thing is, when I let go of that ball, it felt fine out of my hand. That summer was at the start of my fingers losing feeling my fingers after my operation. And I remember rubbing my hand in the ground afterwards, like laughing with Jimmy. Yeah, it slipped, and going, "Oh my God, what's going on here?" But yeah, obviously the worst bit of cricket in history that was, because it was a horrible full toss, and Chris Rogers played the worst shot in the history. It hit him in the box. It was given out LB, and he walked down whether to refer it. But David Warner was at the other end, and Warner likes to keep the reviews to himself. And he went, "Plum, mate, off you go," and sent his teammate off without reviewing. And then they put the actual TV replay on, so he's not even off the field, and it was missing leg stump by 6 inches.
No.
It was horrific all round.
Dear a lot.
Horrific.
But via that very same token, what Mark's just asked, in that you might be bowling a fabulous spell and you're getting the ball to rip outside the off stump, and then batsmen's eyes seem to light up. Because of the, when a full toss or a long hop is bowled.
Genuine bad deliveries I've found don't get wickets.
Once in a blue moon.
Once in a high blue moon. Seamers, as you say, can bowl perhaps one short and wide and get smashed a point, or or a full half volley and it can get snicked off or something. But spinners wise, you don't have to bowl the one that pitches leg and hits off for sure. But I mean, they have to have probably bounced.
Well, what normally happens is a really good ball, one that spits out, will get you a wicket the next ball. With your stock ball might get a wicket the next ball, but a really bad one, you probably get one, 2 or 3 a season. You probably get.
Just remember one, Chris Cairns at Auckland, short long outside off stump, hit into. Judgy used to be very good. Robin Smith used to be very good
into a ball.
No, used to jump up like that, and it hit his ankle and lobbed to extra cover. My Graham Hick caught it. Yeah, well done, mate. Lovely. Thanks, Judge. And I always used to worry. I always used to worry about my silly points when they used to get hit and everything. And Judge always used to turn around and he said, "Hey, Tuffers, don't worry, mate. Just means I can sit in the dressing room for the rest of the day."
Exactly. I remember Ian Salisbury bowling leggies in the West Indies. But he's probably playing instead of you at the time. You're probably in the bad books again. Yeah. And he bowled a filthy full toss at Jimmy Adams, I think it was. Right. And he got smashed straight into... Was that Judgy as well? That might have been just short leg. I think it was Judgy straight into his arm. Like crunched straight in, looped up, and it was caught. Yeah. I think that was Judgy.
It was.
And he was an agony like handful. And I think you could see him go, "Don't worry, John. I'll go and sit in the pool."
Just Mike has got in touch saying, please, can you please explain to a novice what is leg spin, wrist spin and finger spin? And we do have a camera here. If you want to explain it on Facebook Live, you can do.
Hang on, I've got a bit of cake. I'll do it with a bit of cake.
All right.
I've got a bit of lemon drizzle here.
You're going to have sticky fingers
it's
here.
It's going to fall to pieces as well.
Don't get it all over,
I think this is what TMS is all about. No, it's going to fall apart.
It's going to fall?
It's going to fall apart.
Okay, so wrist spin is a leg spin.
Find me a pork pie, somebody. So off spin, finger spin. Phil, you do the finger spin. I'll do the leg spin.
Finger spin, very simple. It comes from the fingers. You put the ball in there. You rotate the wrist.
Here we go. We have a ball now.
We have a pork pie.
Oh, it's a bit greasy. So fingers.
We got.
Give me that. That's better than a half-eaten pork pie. Right, finger spin. Finger spin is that. So you're really spinning it from the fingers, jabbing it in the index finger and the middle finger, and then turning the wrist, like opening the door to get sort of impart spin on the ball, and that's how you're doing it. But you're mainly doing it from the wrist as well, but also mainly sort of from the fingers and the thumb. Great.
Right. Wrist spin and leg spin are the same thing, essentially. What you're doing there, you're using your fingers still, but because you're not opening the door, you're using your whole arm and your wrist to come over, and it's very simple. If you want to bowl a leg spinner, you have your fingers pointing towards the ground. If you want to bowl a googly, you have your fingers pointing towards the sky, and it'll impart spin in the opposite direction, because that's how physics is. And your flipper is when you hold the ball as if you're going to bowl a leggy, but with your thumb, as you come over the top, instead of pointing your fingers to the sky, you flick it underneath as if you were flicking, I don't know, imagine you're clicking your fingers in reverse way, like on stage with the spinners, with the Detroit Spinners or something, and you flick the ball. And that's how you bowl a flipper. It doesn't work as well on radio.
What was the other one?
Zooter.
No, what was the third one he wanted to
well, no, he said leg spin and wrist spin.
Which
there isn't.
There isn't.
Let's sit down as well, because I'm just holding the camera up. My apologies, by the way. My arm was in the way. Not during that particular demonstration, but it was before. So apologies for that.
Filled in here, Charles.
It has, unfortunately, but it's been abandoned anyway.
So do you remember what you said in the county dressing room when it started raining?
We should be down the pub then, shouldn't we?
Well, People are asking you questions.
Oh, right, okay, sorry.
If you want a pint, I'm sure we can get one sorted for you. England closing on 224 for 8. The overall lead is 360. It stumps on day 3. Keep them coming in just for the moment at BBC TMS if you want to get in touch with us, or TMS at bbc.co.uk. It was a question I saw on Facebook Live, actually. As
Why are you trying to find it? When you said it's filled in there, did you say it in the county dressing room? It's Asif's brother, because there's a guy called Asif Din who played for Warwickshire. He played with his gloves. what's it like out the back? Asif's brother. Yeah. Asif's brother Phil.
I found them again. Simon Hale on Facebook Live. More tips from you.
Yes.
Any tips for a 10-year-old who loves spin bowling? He's off to Felsted School on a 3-day residential cricket trip with the Wickets programme. That's Simon Hale. And Stephen Hodge similarly asks, my son is 20 years old and bowls off spin. What variants would you advise for him to bowl, as he only bowls seam up as an alternative?
Right, I'll do the off spinner one. The variants, mix up your paces. A little bit difficult when you're that young. I mean, just try and get it.
He's 20, the off spinner.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, off spinner's 20.
Right. Oh, well, paces from where you deliver the ball sometimes as well. Move around where you from bowling it wide, nearer to the stumps as well, and just simply, get yourself an arm ball, and sometimes move the ball around in your fingers as well. Doesn't have to be classic.
What does that do?
Well, sometimes it just gets some top spin on it. Sometimes it gets some underspin on it. Just mess around in the net.
One very simple thing as well that hardly any spinners think of: if you bowl with the shiny side into your palm, it'll drift a certain amount. If you put the rough side into your palm and spin it, it'll drift either more or less, depending on how shiny it is. Just like a swing bowler.
Oh, really?
So there's no point in saying hold it whichever way around. You work out whichever way makes the ball drift the most.
So
and you hold it like that.
Us fast bowlers always used to say we used to moan at spinners.
Well, I've got the answer to this.
About not shining the ball and stuff, but actually it's in your favour to do so. Because of drift.
Absolutely. And I've got the answer to this. Every time a spinner bowls a ball, especially on a dusty pitch, every single ball, it comes back like the dog's had it for a week. And you see spinners going back to them. So I used to, for 5 balls and over, have to work on this to get it absolutely perfect for every ball I bowled. Once I've let go of the 6th ball of that over, I don't get hold of it again before it gets given to a seamer, which when Jimmy invariably, what are you doing with this? It's a disgrace. All right, it's all about you. Not my fault. I've got the red stripe on my pants, mate. You haven't. You're getting Cookie to do it for you.
But it is a serious point that spinners actually want the ball to be kept in decent condition, because it can help that drift.
It does, without a doubt.
Nothing worse than
bowling with a dog ball. For the 10-year-old, spin it as hard as you can. Don't listen to any coaches who say it's all about landing it in the right place, work on spin later. Spin it as hard and as far as you can for as long as you can. Your control will come later.
And also, get one of those smaller balls as well. They're quite
like
good.
A 4 3/4 ounce one.
Yeah, or even something. I think you can get even smaller ones now as well, because they're very good. Just to get that proper feel of of the ball in your hand and gripping it, because young boys' hands, you're just holding it like a like a watermelon almost.
But you're saying about that, people who like youngsters who learn the guitar it can hurt when they're trying to stretch their hands over it. Is it a similar thing with spin bowlers as well?
Yeah. But imagine if it'd be like if I picked up a football and tried to bowl spin with it. That's the same sort of size difference. I could grip it, but it is holding that wide.
You can't get that natural feel.
Yeah, a 10-year-old. Yeah. I've got to tell you about my little boy Wilf the other day. He'd never let me teach him to bowl at all. And whether he's taught or whether he's seen it on YouTube, whatever, he said to me the other day, Daddy, I can bowl now, can I show you in the garden? And I went out, so I was batting, and he ran up and he bowled a perfect off spinner. Off spin action, everything. I said, hey, show me how he did that, and he held it. He did, but he's never been shown it. He just, that's how I held it, Daddy. Honestly, I've never tear in my eye.
Really?
It was beautiful. Just to know he's not going to join the daft ranks of seam bowlers.
And then he went, son, I'm very proud. Anyway, here's some golf clubs.
Steve Winter has emailed in. Thank you for that, Steve. TMS@bbc.co.uk. Who would your second spinner be for the Ashes? Dawson, Leach from Somerset, or gamble on Mason Crane?
I think Richard Dawson's had his chance now.
I'm going to gamble on Mason Crane.
No one got that.
Rashid?
Well, you're talking about Rashid.
You missed that. What did he say?
No one got. I said I think Richard Dawson's had his time now. No, still no.
I think, well, Adil has seemed to have upset someone as well.
No, I think it's right. Adil doesn't like bowling with a red ball. I know the reason behind that. Within the camp, he's viewed as white ball bowler, enjoys that, not comfortable with the red ball, needs men on the boundary, can't contain.
Right. Yeah.
So his card's been marked by the coach, bowling coach, whoever. I'm with you. Mason Crane's worth a punt. He's not going to play in every test.
He also played for,
so he might as well
he also played for New South Wales in the one-day competition, I think it was. So he's obviously been widely or well regarded in Australia anyway.
Yeah. And as you say, not going to play two spinners very often in Australia. Perhaps at Sydney, you might have a little.
When you're 2-1 up already.
Yeah. So why not then have a little bit of a crackerjack, up your sleeve, that can create, some troubles.
I tell you what, there's this nonsensical thinking behind not picking Jack Leach a couple of years ago. He got 60-odd wickets.
Yeah.
And the reasoning behind this is before the Bangladesh-India tour that I heard was, but he got his wickets playing on turning pitches. Well, duh. You're going to Bangladesh and India, but it's still in England.
Found that a very strange
I'll tell you, Charlie, I went mad because I spoke to one of the England players who said to me, look, we are good players of spin. We proved that this winter. And I said, are you sure? He said, yeah, we got 400 3 times. And those 3 times were all in the first innings before it started turning. Yeah. Sorry about the singing outside. You can hear that, by the way. There's 3 or 4 Mancunians who just...
Loving Moeen.
Maybe at one point too many. But yeah, so this field, this English player who will remain anonymous, Cookie, he said, look, I think we're good against spin. We got 403 times in that India series. And I had to sort of painfully point out, but you got bowled out for 55 in the second innings all 3 times when it turned. So you pick players who can bowl on spinning wickets.
Isn't it funny?
It's an art to take wickets.
Isn't it funny though? Isn't it funny that's how you get branded sort of like as a cricketer sometimes?
Yeah.
Or, he's a good player on flat.
He's a flat
wickets.
track bully.
Yeah. Or he's a troublemaker. He's a good seamer only when it's nipping about a bit.
Yeah. Well. So when it is nipping about a bit, I would love a seamer who's good at bowling when it nips around.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
No, we want somebody who's run of the mill.
Bitter.
I'll tell you what. What must have been horrible must have been a batsman who's good at playing the short ball. Just watch him off. Got that go.
Just bang forward. Yeah. Come on.
Okay. On a similar vein of thought, Peter has emailed in. Final one for you two, saying, do the terrible two think that the days are gone when a spinner can get into a test team without being a capable middle-order batsman?
Well, I think I'm probably the last capable middle-order batsman.
Yeah, I think they have.
No, look, I wasn't a capable middle-order batsman, maybe in county cricket, but certainly not in test cricket. If you're bowling well enough and you're taking wickets and you're playing in a 4-man attack and you've got an all-rounder like Stokesy, of course not. Of course not. I think the days of a keeper who can't bat in the top 6 or 7 are gone. But not spin bowlers.
But that seems to be the way that England have gone with Dawson. Obviously Rashid can bat, but he was there primarily as a leg spin bowler. Dawson has come in almost...
No, Dawson came in, let's face it, Dawson came in because they were trying to get more out of Moeen Ali. Poor old Dawson. They put him in, said he was the best spinner in the country. He wasn't the best spinner out of the 18 counties.
No.
I feel really sorry for Liam Dawson, actually. He's in a no-win situation. He's a middle-order batsman. He was used.
He was a bit used.
He was used. He's got every right to go into his mates say, used me, they did. I'm not going out with them again. Come on, love.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for everybody's questions on email and on Twitter as well. And I'm sure we'll do another edition when the rains come down at another ground throughout the country. There's so many test matches still to come. And we will soon just have a review of the day in just a moment's time. But right now, we are just going to, Radio 4 long-wave listeners are going to leave us for the moment. Continue listening on 5 Live, Sports Extra and online. But to Radio 4, leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. So just as we're staying here on 5 Live at Sports Extra, Phil Tufnell and Graham Swan with you. We've got time for just one more question. Martin in Kettering.
Northampton.
In the East Midlands.
No, it's in Northamptonshire.
If Swanee was bowling a pork pie at Boycott, defending with a stick of rhubarb. Who would come off best?
I tell you what, Geoffrey Boycott, every time he sees me, he goes, "Oh, they're ticking you around the back all day." So I think he thinks he would have done. To be honest, on uncovered pitches, I'd have had him on toast.
Really?
pork pies and a stick of celery. Well, I reckon the pork pie would win, wouldn't it?
He was going to
You'd just go through it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, a bit limp, a stick of celery, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, and rhubarb.
And rhubarb.
As well.
Rhubarb.
What did I say, celery?
I'm not quite sure.
You've gone so middle class, haven't you, Phil?
just thinking of long vegetables. That's basically all you do. But no, and also the pork pie is quite a sort of tough and sturdy thing, and I think even just with...
Thing is, once the crust had gone off the pork pie and the jelly gets in your fingers, it's going to be difficult to grip. Difficult to grip.
You don't want leaving that on the turf, do you? Don't just slip over, going for a run, something like that. Anyway, thank you for that question. Just a final one on this. Of course, Moeen, and just going back to the Ashes for the moment, is it necessary for wrist spin? Can finger spin? I mean, Moeen Ali will go as the #1 spinner, whether he's called that, whether he believes he's that, it matters not. He's going to be in the side anyway as your #1 spinner. Is it necessary, though, to take a wrist spinner?
It's not necessary. How did you get on in ours?
I did well, 2010-11 when we had a 4-man attack.
Yeah.
Well, the difference is, look, if you've got seamers bowling well at one end, if you've got big runs on the board, which is what we had in 2010. Alistair Cook got 800 runs this series. He got an MBE for his bat, a CBE for his batting, for goodness sake. If you've got that on the board and you're not permanently on the defensive and your seamers bowling well, you can bowl finger spill, you can bowl over your shoulder, you can bowl anything over there. If they're on top, the Aussies, they love it. They stamp all over you and they'll attack you. That's when, it doesn't matter if you bowl finger or leg spin or whatsoever. Get the runs on the board, let your seamers do their doobly-doobly and a bit of reversey swinging.
They will come for you. The Aussies will come for finger spinners because I think they've got a little feeling that they don't think they can bowl to them.
Well, no, but if the wicket's turning, they'll get out. They're not good players to spin outside of the country because they don't really know how to dominate on anything but brilliant batting wickets, and their wickets are unbelievably good batting wickets.
Do you expect actually one or two experimentations, I say experimentation, but changing of and rotating of the side with the West Indies coming up?
No.
Let's be honest, the West Indies...
No, absolutely not.
Do you not expect to maybe see
three games before we go out? I think the only way Mason Crowne will get in this team if Chris Wokes gets fit again, they'll play both of them, because they're so worried about evening the team out, this and that. It's nonsensical thinking in my view, but I think that's the only way they'll both...
The bowling's all right. The bowling's all right. We need to just sort out a couple of batting positions.
Welcome back to our Radio 4 long wave listeners. OK, thank you, boys, for your contribution. Graham Swan and Phil Tufnell will be both back with us tomorrow when play commences on the 4th day of this 4th Investec Test match at Old Trafford. So the day's play is done. The day has been abandoned and a play has been abandoned for the day, and the tarpaulin covers. It's not a huge amount of rain. There's not puddles accumulating on the outfield or anything like that. But it's time to take a review of the day, and so at this time, Alison Mitchell's here.
Thank you very much, Charles. So, close of play on day 3 of the 4th test between England and South Africa saw England tighten their grip on the match and reach 224 for 8 in their second innings, a lead of 360. And Moeen Ali played a quite wonderful, aggressive knock, a stand of 58 for the 8th wicket with Toby Rowland-Jones, who was somewhat the silent partner in that stand. Moeen finishing 67 not out off 59 balls when the drizzle brought play to an early close. He brought up his 50 with a huge 6 off Maharaj, deposited it into the England balcony where the ball was caught by Johnny Bairstow. That's one to watch on the video clips on the BBC Sport website. So England's lead 360 going into day 4. And they began the day needing to take the last South African wicket. It was taken by Stuart Broad. No fifer for James Anderson still on his home ground. He finished with 4 for 38, but Olivier top-edged a pull, and Johnny Bairstow took a very good running catch for his 102nd dismissal in Test cricket. England then began building on their lead of 136. Alistair Cook was out for just 10 in the 7th over of the day, driving to gully. Wesley went in similar fashion, driving Morkel, and was out for 9. Jennings was dropped on naught by Dean Elgar, but was out cheaply again for just 18. I'll speak more about him with Michael Vaughan. He edged to Amla at first slip off Rabada, 55 for 3 at that point. David Malan came in and out fairly quickly, caught a bat pad catch by De Bruyne at short-legged off Maharaj for just 6. Joe Root made 49 until he chopped on to Olivier. Olivier bowled a very good spell in the afternoon. After Joe Root was dismissed, Ben Stokes was caught at slip off Olivier for 23. Johnny Bairstow out for just 10, and at 153 for 7. South Africa, you might have thought that they'd just kept themselves in touch with the game, but then entered Moeen Ali, and a very entertaining evening session up until the point the rain came. So Olivier 3 for 38, Morkel 2 for 39, Rabada 2 for 37, and Maharaj 1 for 92. So Michael Vaughan, the state of the game first of all. England began the day in a very strong position, and well, it's just got stronger.
Yeah, it's been another good day for the England side. You know, you're looking at the Test match, the rain's just kind of intervened in terms of the chance for South Africa to potentially go out there and bat for 30 or 40 minutes tonight. You know, the pitch is starting to do a few new tricks. You know, the spin, there's certainly in the game. The odd ball's keeping a bit low. There was a bit of reverse swing. Olivier bowled a nice spell. Morkel just continues to bowl as he has done throughout the series, just probing around that off stump, getting a bit of bounce, the odd ball to nip away and the odd ball to nip back. So I think the likes of Broad and Anderson and Stokes, Toby Rowland-Jones, have been sat on that balcony today watching the batsmen and also watching the ball past the outside edge, you know, the odd ball scoot onto the stump, think, yep, we'll fancy having a bowl on this tomorrow. And it's been a really good performance by the England team. You know, again, you look back to just 2.5 weeks ago at Trent Bridge where they were shambolic. And the two displays that they've produced since then, first and foremost at the Oval, and then again, it's all been down to first innings batting. It really has been down to that first day where they set the foundation, and it's allowed them to get on top of South Africa. South Africa haven't been great, you have to say that, with the bat in the last 2 Test matches, but England have been very, very good.
The questions that were still up in the air as England began the second innings was around the position of the number 2, number 3, number 5 batting positions. Keaton Jennings, again, dropped on naught, out for 18. Is that his last game for England at this stage?
Well, you look at the start of the summer, the Test summer, you know, the 3 areas were 2, 3 and 5. You know, England went without a 5 to start with. They went with Liam Dawson. It kind of didn't lengthen the bat. And the formation that they have here in terms of 4 seamers and a spinner, I believe that's the way to go. You know, and the big questions about numbers 2, 3 and 5. I think number 3 deserves a little bit of a run in the side. He looks like he can play a bit. I think there's a little technical glint that he can put right quite quickly. He times the ball nicely. Just got to get a bit more balance when he drives on the front foot. Number 2 is an issue. You know, 4 Test matches this summer. He's really looked at sea. Terrific 100 in Mumbai on debut. He got a 50 in that second game in India. You know, and he hit the ball quite hard over there. Well, clearly he's come into this series against a good South African team without any confidence. He's not played so well for Durham. You know, all the players got this run of games in the county championship to kind of, well, because of the nature of what the format was this year, with the Champions Trophy being here in England. And, you know, the likes of Cook and Jennings played plenty of 4-day cricket. He didn't make the most of that opportunity to go and get loads of runs, come into this series with a huge amount of confidence. You know, I think that's certainly an area where the England selectors are going to have to look at the opening batsman's had 4 games. He hasn't really got a score. He's looked out of nick. He's looked out of mind and technique. You know, Paul Farbase, the assistant coach, said the other day, it's very difficult during the series to kind of iron out a few little errors. And maybe for him, it's best that he just steps out of this pressure cooker, goes away back to Durham and just works on whatever they feel that he needs to work on. I think he's got better. I know he's not got the score, but I thought he was playing all right today. I thought he was getting his head back towards the ball. He played a few nice defensive strokes. He played a lovely drive through extra cover where he got his weight back into the shot, but he's not doing it on a consistent basis. You know, you saw him in the first where he was dropped in the slip cord and again, you know, on naught. And that seems to be a very common trend with Keaton Jennings. Early in his innings, he doesn't quite get his weight going back into the ball, and the outside edge looks like it's going to happen any moment. So I would think that it's probably the best for him to be taken out of this pressure cooker. Who replaces him? Hasib's got 6 today, played a poor shot for Lancashire, he's got no runs all summer. Stoneman, you would think, could be the next cab off the rank, and maybe that'll be the way that they go. They go to Stoneman. Number 5, David Malan, 2 Test matches. You don't find out a great deal, but, you know, he's missed an opportunity, you know, particularly here in the first innings and then again in the second innings. It was tough for the left-handers with the spinner and the rough mark, but, you know, I have to say, he just looks a little bit too frantic for me. You know, he can get better. I think he's got a game on him, but so far in his Test career, he's just looked like he's trying to dominate a little bit too soon. I think in terms of coming into this environment, it serves you better as a player if you just tell yourself, let me just bat for an hour. If I can just be around for an hour, even only on 5 or 10, it doesn't really matter. Just get used to being in this environment of Test match cricket. It's a different noise. You're playing county cricket and you don't have the noise that you get in Test match. You know, the singing in the stands and the roars. You don't get that in county cricket. You don't get all the cameras. So it serves you better as a player if you go out there and just say, look, I'm just going to try and survive for an hour. You know, I just don't think Dawid Malan's done that well enough. He's got the strokes, he's got the game in terms of attacking motion, but in Test match cricket, if you can't survive defensively, you're not going to be out there long enough to get the big scores.
It's going back to Keaton Jennings, and he batted up until lunch. You could tell that he had that in his mind, just get to the break, and he managed that in partnership with Joe Root, and it was the second over after lunch, attempting to cut Rabada. I mean, again, you'll always look at the way that batsmen are getting out, and again, just a poor shot from him.
Yeah, it was a real poor shot, and I just wonder whether it was a little mental lapse. You know, he'd worked so hard to get to lunch. You know, he'd walked off proud with the England captain. He's got the England captain next to him. He's not out. He walks into the dressing room. He sits down, and I just wonder if he just switched off and relaxed just somewhat. You know, and he thought, I'll just go out there and play a few more shots. I'll show everyone how good I am. You know, and at this level, at any level, you've just had that split moment where you switch off while you're on the way back to the pavilion. He'd had that fortune when he was on naught, so he had to make the most of that opportunity today. It really was a great chance for him to go and get a 50 or 60, play nicely, and I'm pretty sure if he'd have done that, they'd have probably penciled him in for the next Test match. Now he's got out playing a poor stroke, and everyone thought, well, he should have been out on naught. You know, he should have been out on naught in his debut. You know, when he got that 100, he was dropped on naught on that occasion. You know, but I'm looking at him thinking, as a player, as a person, you know, they talk about him having a good character. You know, there's not many players throughout their careers don't have a period out of the team. You know, they come into the side, then they might have to go away and work on a few technical and mental issues. And it looks to me like he's just got one or two things that he needs to work on. But certainly I feel that he'll come back into the team. Whether it'll be quick enough to be on the party to Australia, that'll be questionable. But certainly in the next year or so, I'm sure he'll get another opportunity. He just needs to go and get a load of runs for Durham and come back a better, stronger player next time.
And not perhaps altogether easy for if it is another debutant who comes in to play their first Test match for England in day-night conditions the first time in England with a pink ball, and probably a little bit of leeway and generosity might be shown there if it's difficult. Yeah,
but I think that you balance it, and it's not disrespecting the West Indies, it's just where they are at the minute in Test match cricket. If you were going to choose a team to play against, it'd probably be the West Indian side. But yeah, under the lights with the pink ball, bit of cloud cover at Edgbaston, it's not going to be easy.
What about this innings by Moeen, though? Because there were times today where the game slowed up, batting wasn't easy, Olivier was bowling well, the wickets were falling as well, and then Moeen came out and just played in a different way.
Oh, he's a wonderful player, he really is, and I like him down that bottom end. I mean, I like him at 8, and he probably won't like me for saying that, but I like this England batting lineup being deep. You know, I wouldn't thinking Woakes comes into the side, you know, he just plays and you put everyone else back up one, and that means we've got 6 bowling options. I just don't think that's the right way to go. England need to find a number 2 and a number 5. Keep Moeen Ali down at number 8. I'd probably mention in this world of innovation that we're in one-day cricket, 2020, 50 over cricket, I just wonder if I could just give England half an idea with all that powerhouse that they have in Stokes, Johnny Bairstow, Moeen Ali, Chris Woakes. You know, you've got 2 right-handers, 2 left-handers. And I just wonder if I can just give them half an idea of innovation, that why do we have to have an absolute set order? Why can't we go into this new era of Test match cricket and think, wait a minute, we'll pick our order. Yeah, the top 4 stay set. But from 5 down, maybe the top 5 stay set, but from 6 downwards, why can't they just juggle it about a bit? If it's a day where
fluid.
Well, if it's a day where you think the right-handers are going to get more use because, you know, potentially there'll be no rough outside the right-handers off stump, well, you send the right-handers out there maybe a little bit too.
It was markedly more difficult for the left-handers. Than saying that, Moeen managed to counteract that, but it was really difficult when Maharaj bowling into the
It's easier said than done, what I'm saying, but I just wonder if I could just trigger the mind into maybe thinking about not being so rigid in their orders, particularly from 6 downwards. You know, maybe they can just jig it around a little bit.
But why is in Test cricket? Because people would look and say, well, it's possible people do that. All the teams do that often in one-day cricket.
T20 cricket all the time.
Why is Test cricket that much more rigid that this is your batting order? And the only time it changes is when you send in a night watchman.
Yeah, it's basically because that's the way it's been played. But I'm just giving them a little thought to maybe they can just come with a different kind of thought process in terms of the order from 6 downwards. He's a wonderful player. I mean, the crowd love him. You feel that the England side have got a real heartbeat in the draft. I think they've got Ben Stokes, obviously the skipper in Joe Root, Jimmy Anderson Broad. But I just think with Moeen Ali, he just brings something very special to the team. The crowd really get lifted, whether he's got the ball in hand, as soon as he comes out to bat, whatever he gets, it's always entertaining. Makes batting look very, very simple. It's a wonderful partnership that he just created with Toby Williams, because you felt that South Africa just had a little sniff. The one surprise for me with South Africa, and you look back to that first Test match at Lords, and then you look at the way that they've fielded here, the fielding's been poor.
Well, I'll just say Moeen offered a chance on 15 to Elgar at slip.
It's quite simple, down, There's some 2 or 3 catches that have gone down. It was tough, Faf du Plessis running back, flying one-handed, brilliant effort. But there's been some catches in this series where I haven't seen South Africa drop those kind of catches before. The Lords game, they've dropped so many on day one. You're looking at this Test match, so many are going down, so many missed opportunities. The Oval, 2 or 3 went down, and you're thinking, wait a minute, South Africa, you're renowned for your fielding. The one thing you generally tick off against South Africa is if you give them a chance, they'll take it. Well, in this series, they've missed so many opportunities. And I think that'll be one of the things at the end of the series. Well, I'm pretty sure they're going to lose 3-1. Is Faf du Plessis and whoever comes in as the coach will be asking a question. Is it because we're on a tour? It's long and they've been a bit drained. I think that's probably an easy excuse. There was some reason why they've dropped so many balls, and it'll need to be put right for their season back home in South Africa, because you just don't get that generally with a South African team.
Well, Moeen Ali finished unbeaten on 67 off 59 balls when the rain came, 8 4s and 3 6s. One of those, as I mentioned, to bring up the half-century, deposited into the England balcony. And Moeen's been speaking to Pat Murphy.
You enjoyed that hit towards the end, didn't you?
Yeah, it's good. It's good fun. The situation I felt needed some sort of momentum, and I sort of just backed myself and I went for it really. Whatever I saw, I just felt it was difficult to defend and stuff, so I just felt like attacking was the best thing to do.
It is a difficult pitch now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit up and down, and obviously the spin is there as well, which is nice for us going into the last couple of days, but hopefully we can get a bit more tomorrow and then pull out.
What, 400?
I don't know, yeah, probably even just before that. Depends how we bat, obviously. It's not going to be easy again tomorrow, but I think if we go out and be positive, and I do feel like we've got enough, but hopefully just a bit of momentum.
Weather permitting, you might get 100, Mo.
It'd be nice, but as long as... I'm already grateful that I got 60 odd. I didn't think I was going to get any, to be honest with you. Sometimes you go into bat, I went into bat not expecting to score today, and I almost taken my sort of ego out of it a little bit and just trying to do a job for the team.
There were some scuttling through low, which must give you as a spinner a little bit of optimism.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I felt even bowling in the first innings, I felt there was always something there. Probably not as much for the right-handers, but definitely for the left-handers, and hopefully I can bowl a long spell again.
You've got 20 wickets in this series, your best yet. How does that sit with you?
Great. I mean, again, I've worked hard with Saki and Otis on my bowling, and I didn't expect to take so many wickets, but it's always nice to play on some wickets that have spun.
Not bad for somebody who was designated at the start of the series as not the #1 spinner.
Yeah, I think sometimes your mindset changes, you sort of relax a little bit more, and I felt after the Lord's Test match I sort of got into a good rhythm and sort of just carried on with it. I bowled as much as I could. Normally I don't bowl as much in practice, but Saki's pushing me.
Without Liam Dawson now, though, I know you like bowling in tandem. It's down to you now.
Yeah, it was nice to bowl a 20-over spell in the first innings to get good rhythm, and I'm pretty confident. Obviously not going to go too over the top, but I'm going to just try and do the same thing as I've been doing.
It's not your nature, but now you've got that body of work behind you, i.e. all those wickets, surely you'll face this kind of challenge with a lot more optimism.
Yeah, I think the big thing is the pressure of bowling in the last innings is always there, and I feel like it's a great experience and great for me to bowl on the last day or last couple of days and get that experience as well as trying to take wickets.
So that was Moeen Ali. Michael, 2 days to go, theoretically. We don't know about the weather, but you wouldn't think England are going to need 2 days?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's been a tremendous Test match. I think the grounds look spectacular. The pitch has been quite a lively one. There's been a little bit in it. And I think the atmosphere here at Old Trafford has been tremendous. The party stands really got behind the England side. And, I just hope a big crowd turn up. on the fourth day. I mean, it should be a day where England potentially will win the series 3-1. I just can't see how South Africa can get anything out of this test match other than potentially a draw if the rain halts, but it looks like the forecast is okay. So if I was an England fan tomorrow, I'd bring myself down, I'd bring all the family down, bring loads of kids down and make plenty of noise like they have done today.
And come and join in the party stand. Michael, we'll see you again tomorrow. England then in a strong position, 224 for 8 at the close going into day 4. They have a second innings lead of 360. So you can watch the highlights of the day via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website and app, and our pint-sized TMS review will be available to see shortly as well. We're back on air at 10 a.m. tomorrow on 5 Live Sports Extra for the highlights half hour, and at 10:30 on Radio 4 Longwave. So another good day for England here in this series against South Africa. The crowd was lively today. Let's hope that a few more of you come in tomorrow and help to cheer England on, and you could well see a series win. See you then.
Pure Live Sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh,